Past 6 years. Our Bree Jackson has the details.
November goes out with a bang as extreme weather whacks the south and northwest. Will this December be one to remember?
A vigil was held in Idaho to commemorate the 4 college students who were murdered. This morning, the latest on the investigation.
We will look back at the incredible life of the iconic Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac.
And the buzz is growing for the movie based on true events. Have you heard about Cocaine Bear yet? It's Thursday, December 1st. Early today starts right now. Welcome to December. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. As we start this last month of the year, parts of the South are picking up the pieces after at least 33 tornadoes were reported across 4 states. The unusual late fall twisters taking 2 lives in Alabama. According to the National Weather Service, an EF2 tornado struck that area with estimated winds of 120 miles per hour. Our Jay Gray starts us off this morning.
Violent storms wrecking the South, string of tornadoes, straight-line winds, rain and hail, ripping through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Some areas leveled in just seconds.
I made it into what I call a safe room, and by the time I got there, it was over. It might have lasted maybe 15 seconds.
Daylight reveals damage that stretches for miles. Communities chewed up and spit out by as many as 30 twisters across the region. The most severe loss in Flatwood, Alabama. A mother and child killed, the father of the family severely injured when this massive tree, pushed over by the wind, crushed their mobile home.
Before they could even get the warning, the tornado was up upon them, and so we're praying for the family, and we want to just let the family members know that we're supporting them and whatever they need.
The need will be great across the strike zone, where conditions remain favorable for storms over the next 24 hours. Jay Gray, NBC News.
After years of legal challenges, some of Donald Trump's tax records have been handed over to Congress. The Treasury Department confirming that it has given 6 years of federal returns to the House Ways and Means Committee. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. What do we know about how these records will be used?
Good morning, Francis. Well, Democrats have been demanding former President Trump's tax records since 2016 when he was a candidate. But a legal battle began 3 years ago. The Ways and Means Committee says it wants copies for an investigation of how the IRS audits presidential tax returns. It's unclear if the committee members have accused or it's unclear if the committee members have accessed the returns yet. But the group is meeting today. It is a felony for federal employees to disclose the contents of a tax return. The Treasury Department handed over the documents after a decision from the Supreme Court. Mr. Trump said the ruling created a terrible precedent. Meanwhile, Congressman Benny Thompson says the final January 6 report will be released before Christmas. Thompson told reporters that transcripts of interviews and other materials will be released along with the report. Republicans will soon take over the House, and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy sent a letter to Thompson reminding him to preserve all records for transparency. McCarthy also says that Republicans will hold their own hearings, focusing on why the Capitol complex was not secure. Francis?
A lot to be unearthed by these records and a long time in the making, especially for those tax reports. Bree, thank you.
Congress has a little over a week to avert a nationwide rail strike after unions rejected a tentative deal that was struck back in September because it offered no paid sick leave for workers. Well, the House just passed a bill to avert a strike, but the same legislation faces an uncertain future in the Senate. As Peter Alexander explains, a strike could devastate the U.S. economy right before the holidays.
President Biden celebrating the lighting of the national Christmas tree, but it's the threat of a looming railroad strike that could still complicate the holidays for Americans. A strike that could occur as early as next Friday could cost the economy more than $500 million in its first week alone, according to one estimate.
Let me be clear, a nationwide rail shutdown would be catastrophic.
The House with a bipartisan vote to avert a work stoppage, approving legislation that would force the rail companies and their workers to accept an agreement the White House helped broker earlier this year, giving rail unions a 24% pay raise over 5 years. But several of the unions rejected that deal because it failed to provide enough paid sick leave. The question now, will it get derailed in the Senate? retailers and manufacturers are already racing to find alternate ways to move their products. Everything from chlorine for safe drinking water to clothes.
Preparations are already in place, a week or more out for the rail service. They're already having to find workarounds. That uncertainty is really poison for being able to plan in any sort of real way.
Some Senate Republicans arguing Washington should stay out of it.
Why should the federal government force a contract on workers that they have explicitly rejected?
And several Senate Democrats are demanding more paid sick leave. Mr. Secretary, how critical is it that the Senate approves this deal now?
It is critical. Look, the U.S. transportation system has no substitute for well-functioning freight rail. This is not a time when we can afford to have a lot of maneuvers, any kind of politics introduced here.
Thanks to Peter for that report.
Big changes for House Democrats. The party officially passed the leadership torch to Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. The New York Democrat is the first black party leader ever. Jeffries was flanked by his two new deputies, Representatives Catherine Clark and Pete Aguilar. The trio combined is more than 25 years younger than the outgoing party leaders.
The world is mourning the death of Fleetwood Mac's Christine McVie. The singer-songwriter behind some of the group's biggest hits has died at the age of 79. Ann Thompson takes a look back at her legacy.
A self-described quick writer, Christine McVie penned and sang many of Fleetwood Mac's biggest hits. Catchy pop tunes and ballads. I'm over my head. Favorite songs of the 70s and 80s. Some inspired by the band's offstage romantic entanglements. Born Christine Perfect in England, the art student was drawn to music. After a couple of gigs, she joined Fleetwood Mac and married bassist John McVie. The British band added Americans Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. Together, they captured the world's ear. But during the making of Rumors, the McVie's marriage unraveled. Legend has it Christine wrote You Make Loving Fun for her lover at the time. Yet the band played on, Christine leaving in the 90s.
I had a dream of retiring, you know, and actually sort of, I didn't really think much beyond that. At that stage, I was quite happy.
Welcome back, Chris! When Christine rejoined the group in 2014, she told Lester,
I felt really at home. I just felt like a family on stage. It was just great.
Stevie Nicks posting a handwritten note to her best friend in the whole world, while the band remembers Christine McVie as talented beyond measure. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
A mistrial has been declared in the rape case against that 70s show actor, Danny Masterson. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision, with none of the three charges getting more than 5 votes to convict. Masterson is accused of raping 3 women in California between 2001 and 2003. He denies any wrongdoing. A joint statement from 2 of the accusers expressed disappointment. Both women are former members of the Church of Scientology, to which Masterson belongs. The actor is not off the hook, though. A retrial is scheduled for March 27th, and he could face up to 45 years in prison if convicted.
High drama at the World Cup. Mexico controlled much of the match against Saudi Arabia, but a late goal in stoppage time would cut their lead in half. Mexico still won the game 2-1, but that goal mattered because Argentina clinched their spot in the round of 16 with their win over Poland. The final score there was 2-0, but despite their loss, Poland advances. Mexico eliminated now based on that goal differential. 4 more games on the slate today. Every team but Canada has a chance at advancing.
Now to a movie getting a lot of buzz. It tells a wild story about a real bear that got into big trouble.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that.
Let's see what kind of effect that has on it.
One of Ray Liotta's final film roles is Cocaine Bear. Legend has it that 70 pounds of cocaine fell out of a drug smuggler's plane in 1985, and a bear ate the bag. This new movie was directed by Elizabeth Banks, and it's out in February. Cocaine Bear is from Universal, one of our sister companies.
Wonder if that bear's name is Karen, you know? I wonder. Should be, right?
I like that. I like that too.
All right, how is Mother Nature shaping up for December? Let's ask the expert here, NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Well, we're going to feel like winter in some of the West. We're looking at lots of winter alerts. 7 million people impacted in the Northwest, even into California, into the Intermountain West, portions of the Northern Plains by tomorrow. So we're looking at that today. We're going to look at an area of low pressure moving onshore, one again on Saturday. So really active over the next few days. Where you see the blue, that is the snow, and also looking at the chance for some heavy rain along the coast. Could see up to 2 inches in some spots. This front will quickly move off to the east, so then we're going to see snow spreading into the Rockies and also the upper Midwest. There's the highest amount of rain along the coast in California. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, big difference temperature-wise compared to yesterday in New England, the Midwest, also the Northeast. Temperatures only in the 30s and 40s, and also cool in the Southern Plains. Temperatures in the 50s, 50 in Oklahoma City, 62 in Houston. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at that weekend forecast in just a bit.
Okay, we're looking ahead. Thank you. For the first time since the pandemic, the Bidens will be holding their first state dinner tonight. Mr. Biden tweeting that he and the First Lady welcomed French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife to town with an intimate dinner in Georgetown. President Macron will be the guest of honor at this evening's red, white, and blue themed diplomatic celebration with Grammy-winning artist Jon Batiste set to perform.
Coming up in just 60 seconds, thousands gather at the University of Idaho to mourn the 4 slain students. Plus, we will have the latest on the murder investigation. You're watching Early Today on this first day of December.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Leading the news, a candlelight vigil was held at the University of Idaho to honor the 4 students that were found stabbed to death at an off-campus home on November 13th. Some of the victims' parents spoke and community members held up cell phones and candles during a moment of silence. Police have still not named a suspect, and the unsolved killings have put many at the university on edge. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
Outside the home that's now a crime scene, police towing away 5 snow-covered vehicles that haven't been driven in weeks. Police say the cars are being moved to a secure location.
Most of our evidence collection has been completed. As we find other tips or leads that lead us in a different direction, we will collect more evidence. If there's something to collect, we most definitely will collect that.
In the early morning hours of November 13th, police say Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their shared home. Police have not made an arrest nor found the murder weapon. On campus, students say the unsolved murders are weighing heavy on their minds.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
And parents like Brian Kittleson keeping his freshman daughter home after Thanksgiving.
You don't want to be that parent that says it was okay and then something happens.
The university's dean of students responding to those ongoing fears.
It's scary what's happened, and it's horrible, and I can't fault any parent for having those concerns.
The victims' lives are being remembered with a candlelight vigil on campus. But with the suspect still at large, one family member telling Gotti Schwartz about a grim fear.
You're worried that the killer might show up to their services.
Absolutely. Their candlelight vigils, you know, all of that. It makes me sick that this person could be there, standing right behind us, waving a little candle. You know, it's sickening, absolutely sickening. We're sick, we're just sick. We just want it to end.
Devastated families frustrated by the lack of information.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've conducted 150 interviews and processed more than 100 pieces of evidence, received more than 1,000 tips, including rumors Kaylee might have had a stalker.
This is a criminal investigation, and so we can't throw all of our cards on the table and tell everybody everything that we have.
A community in fear coming together to grieve the loss of 4 young lives.
Thanks to Morgan for that report.
Still to come, Spotify is diving deep into our playlist ahead, the most streamed artist of 2022.
Plus, an early Christmas gift for Emily in Paris fans.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
At tea time, everybody agrees. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. hero. Too big to
Well, a lot of people were rooting for Taylor Swift in 2022. Spotify released their 2022 Wrapped, reminding people what they listened to the most this year. Taylor Swift was the second most streamed artist, as popular as she is. The top spot for the third year in a row went to Bad Bunny. Spotify says his songs had more than 18.5 billion streams in 2022. It's hard to wrap your head around just how many that is, how many streams that is, but just how popular he is. I mean, he's the first artist to have a Latin album nominated for a Grammy like that. Incredible.
And I could have you experience the whole Taylor Swift thing. Just come to my house. It's nonstop, in a loop, all day long.
Yeah, I mean, the popularity that she has is just immense.
My daughter is just beyond. All right, buckle up because Netflix is taking viewers for a third trip to the City of Light. Take a look.
I'm so in on team whatever this company's called.
Do they know that you're pulling double duty?
Oh, God, no.
Sylvie wants to see you in her office right away.
Is she really mad?
I wish I will.
Here to just love.
All right, that was a sneak peek at the love triangle drama that continues in the third season of Emily in Paris. The fun and the fab outfits, sometimes way over the top, though. A stream on December 21st. I'm like, some of the things that they wear, I'm like, come on, give me a break. No one would ever in their right mind walk the streets of Paris or any other city, even New York, wearing what they wear. It's so crazy over the top, but it's still fun to watch. I mean, there's a reason why it's so popular.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I figure Paris is the place to start your stuff, no matter how wild it is. All right, Michelle is back with an early look at our weekend weather forecast.
And our shot of the day, it is game one. It is a game that one 8th grader is going to remember, though, for a lifetime.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today's shot of the day coming off the hot hand of an 8th grader in Illinois. Sorry, I got lost watching that here. It triggered memories of losing in the 8th grade that exact same way. This kid hit a shot at the buzzer, and we lost in the playoffs. Same age, and in that back in 1994. Clark Middle School, shout out, man. We lost that way. There were no cell phones back then to catch it. But congrats to Milton Pope. Yeah. All right, Michelle, let's get to the weather here.
Is that funny how it just sticks with you,
yeah,
right?
It triggered something.
It doesn't leave your mind.
8th grade?
I know. All right, let's talk about Friday. We're looking at heavy snow in the Intermountain West. We'll be right back.
Sorry about the time.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was
you got
trying
it.
to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It's a beaut, Todd. It really is.
Thank you, Chevy. You know, you taught me everything I know about exterior illumination.
Chevy Chase bringing some of that Clark Griswold magic to Raising Cane's in Chicago. That location in Morton Grove has more than 13,000 lights, a Santa Claus, reindeer, and sleigh.
All right, it was a very magical moment here at Rockefeller Center last night. All 50,000 lights illuminated the world's most famous Christmas tree. Thousands of people gathered for the 90-year tradition. Joe Fryer has more on how this year's iconic tree was discovered by accident.
The search for the perfect Rockefeller Center Christmas tree is a year-round project with seemingly limitless borders.
A lot of work, but it's very rewarding.
Eric Posey, Rock Center's head gardener, was actually driving to look at a different tree in upstate New York, about 200 miles from the Big Apple, when he suddenly spotted this big spruce.
I saw it over the top of some stores, and I said, wow, I sure hope it looks that good underneath. And it did when I got there.
It was like a supersized version of something you'd want in your own living room. Just one problem, the tree was sitting on a property with no house.
There's a little bit of a mystery this time around because there was no door for you to knock on, right?
Right, made it a little bit longer to find out, yeah.
But you were determined, weren't you?
Yes, we were.
Turns out it belonged to Neil Leibowitz's family, and they were ever elated to donate their evergreen.
If it can bring a smile and awe to a little child or help cheer up somebody who's a little blue, it's all worth it.
When the tree pulled into Manhattan this month, it was decked in scaffolding, so crews could adorn it with thousands of colorful lights.
This year's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree is 82 feet tall, and at the top of that tree is not your average star. This is a Swarovski star. It weighs about 900 pounds. It has 70 spikes that are covered in 3 million crystals.
A spruced up spruce, lighting the way this holiday season. Joe Fryer, NBC News, New York.
And the fun part is we can literally take a couple of steps out, look at the window, and it is right there in our view.
I feel very blessed. I mean, you haven't been to New York City during the holidays. I mean, there is nothing like it. And Rockefeller Center, and especially that Christmas tree, is the epicenter of it.
And it's great. Sometimes it's worth being late to work with all the crowds and the roads that are blocked off around here, but it's so worth it for that holiday cheer.
It sure is. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Have a great day.
It's Thursday, December 1st. After years of courtroom battles and delays, today House Democrats will be able to see former President Donald Trump's federal tax returns. What are they searching for, and will they be leaked to the public?
Is Congress doing enough to avert a rail strike? And will they satisfy workers' labor demands or override their agenda to keep trains running?
Investors liked what they heard from Fed head Jay Powell, sending stocks soaring to close out the month.
The city of San Francisco votes to authorize robots equipped with deadly weapons. Should a police situation call for such firepower?
Sad news in the world of rock and roll, as Fleetwood Mac's Christine McVie has died at the age of 79. This morning, we'll look back at her incredible life.
And the galaxy's most famous Christmas tree has officially been lit, which can only mean that Santa is gearing up for his big night. Let's get started. Early Today begins right now.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. It is a December 1st and a possible rail strike between now and Christmas threatening to disrupt the holidays. The House just passed a bill to avert a strike, but that same legislation faces an uncertain future in the Senate, as both Republicans and Democrats express a reluctance to force defeat on unions. As Peter Alexander explains, the crux of the conflict is paid sick leave for American rail workers.
President Biden celebrating the lighting of the national Christmas tree, but it's the threat of a looming railroad strike that could still complicate the holidays for Americans. A strike that could occur as early as next Friday could cost the economy more than $500 million in its first week alone, according to one estimate.
Let me be clear, a nationwide rail shutdown would be catastrophic.
The House with a bipartisan vote to avert a work stoppage, approving legislation that would force the rail companies and their workers to accept an agreement the White House helped broker earlier this year, giving rail unions a 24% pay raise over 5 years. But several of the unions rejected that deal because it failed to provide enough paid sick leave. The question now, will it get derailed in the Senate? Retailers and manufacturers are already racing to find alternate ways to move their products. Everything from chlorine for safe drinking water to clothes.
Preparations are already in place, a week or more out for the rail service. They're already having to find workarounds. That uncertainty is really poison for being able to plan in any sort of real way.
Some Senate Republicans arguing Washington should stay out of it.
Why should the federal government force a contract on workers that they have explicitly rejected?
And several Senate Democrats are demanding more paid sick leave. Mr. Secretary, how critical is it that the Senate approves this deal now?
It is critical. Look, the U.S. transportation system has no substitute for well-functioning freight rail. This is not a time when we can afford to have a lot of maneuvers, any kind of politics introduced here.
And our thanks to Peter for that report.
After years of legal challenges, some of Donald Trump's tax returns have been handed over to Congress. The Treasury Department confirming that it has given 6 years of federal returns to the House Ways and Means Committee. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So what do we know about how these records will be used?
Good morning, Philip. Well, Democrats have been demanding former President Trump's tax returns since 2016 when he was a candidate. But a legal battle began 3 years ago. The Ways and Means Committee says it wants copies for an investigation of how the IRS audits presidential tax returns. It's unclear if the committee members have accessed the returns yet, but the group is meeting today. It is a felony for federal employees to disclose the contents of a tax return. The Treasury Department handed over the documents documents after a decision from the Supreme Court. Mr. Trump said the ruling created a terrible precedent. Meanwhile, Congressman Benny Thompson says the final January 6th report will be released before Christmas. Thompson told reporters that transcripts of interviews and other materials will be released along with the report. Republicans will soon take over the House, and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy sent a letter to Thompson reminding him to preserve all records for transparency. McCarthy also says that Republicans will hold their own hearings focusing on why the Capitol complex was not secure. Philip?
A little over a month, change of priorities. Different group in charge coming up. All right, Bree, thank you.
Now to California, where the relatives of a family killed by a law enforcement officer are speaking out after police say he catfished a teenage girl online. Erin McLaughlin has their message to other families.
I'm gonna email
From a heartbroken
this
family, an emotional warning.
Please know your child's online activity.
3 members of Michelle Blandon's family were allegedly murdered by this man, a former Virginia State trooper.
This horrific event started with an inappropriate online romance between a predator and a child.
Authorities allege 28-year-old Austin Lee Edwards first made contact with Landon's 15-year-old niece online, disguising his true age and identity, known as catfishing.
We believe he portrayed himself as a teenager.
Edwards drove from Virginia to California, allegedly murdered the girl's mother and grandparents, their house set on fire, then left with the teen. The suspect was eventually shot dead by law enforcement. The teenager rescued.
We don't believe at this point right now that she had anything to do with the murders.
Experts say to keep your kids safe online, have the conversation often. Explain that people might not be who they say they are. Monitor privacy settings in each app they use to ensure your kids' accounts are private.
Please, parents, guardians, when you are talking to your children about the dangers of their online actions, please use us as a reference.
The hope that one horrific tragedy may help prevent another. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
The world is mourning the death of Fleetwood Mac's Christine McVie. The singer-songwriter behind some of the group's biggest hits has died at the age of 79. Ann Thompson takes a look back at her legacy.
A self-described quick writer, Christine McVie penned and sang many of Fleetwood Mac's biggest hits. Catchy pop tunes and ballads. I'm over my head. Favorite songs of the 70s and 80s. Some inspired by the band's offstage romantic entanglements. Born Christine Perfect in England, the art student was drawn to music. After a couple of gigs, she joined Fleetwood Mac and married bassist John McVie. The British band added Americans Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. Together, they captured the world's ear. But during the making of Rumors, the McVie's marriage unraveled. Legend has it Christine wrote You Make Loving Fun for her lover at the time. Yet the band played on, Christine leaving in the 90s.
I had a dream of retiring, you know, and actually sort of, I didn't really think much beyond that. At that stage, I was quite happy.
Welcome back, Chris! When Christine rejoined the group in 2014, she told Lester,
I felt really at home. I just felt like a family on stage. It was just great.
Stevie Nicks posting a handwritten note to her best friend in the whole world, while the band remembers Christine McVie as talented beyond measure. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Now to tornadoes tearing across the South this week, leaving 2 dead in Alabama. Residents now trying to pick up the pieces with many homes reduced to rubble. Our Jay Gray has more.
Violent storms wrecking the South, string of tornadoes, straight-line winds, rain and hail, ripping through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Some areas leveled in just seconds.
I made it into what I call a safe room, and by the time I got there, it was over. It might have lasted maybe 15 seconds.
Daylight reveals damage that stretches for miles. Communities chewed up and spit out by as many as 30 twisters across the region. The most severe loss in Flatwood, Alabama. A mother and child killed, the father of the family severely injured when this massive tree, pushed over by the wind, crushed their mobile home.
Before they could even get the warning, the tornado was up upon them, and so we're praying for the family, and we want to just let the family members know that we're supporting them and whatever they need.
The need will be great across the strike zone, where conditions remain favorable for storms over the next 24 hours. Jay Gray, NBC News.
All right, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a look at our weather as we start off this new month. Morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And it feels like December for sure in the west. We're looking at some snow falling up to 2 to 3 feet in the Sierra Mountains. 7 million people impacted by a winter alert, whether it's winter weather advisory. That's in white. A winter storm watch is in blue, and a winter storm warning, that is in pink. So through the Pacific Northwest into the Intermountain West, parts of California as well, into the Rockies. And we're looking at a cold front moving onshore. That's going to bring the lower elevation rain, the higher elevation snow, soaking rain into central California. That's going to move off to the east as we head towards tomorrow with snow spreading into the Rockies and the upper Midwest. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, chilly in the Northeast, New England, also the Great Lakes, temperatures in the 30s and 40s, just 43 in D.C. And it's cool, too, in the central and southern plains, temperatures in the 50s and 62 degrees in Houston. All right, guys, it's Thursday. That means we're going to look ahead towards that weekend. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Michelle. So here we are in December, the end of hurricane season, and a group in Key West got creative when it came to celebrating the end of the season. Residents gathered by the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Ingham for the special ceremony, cheering as they set hurricane warning flags ablaze. This year's season saw 14 named storms hit the Sunshine State, including September's devastating Hurricane Ian.
Coming up next, does a bear snort in the woods? It is the cocaine bear story. We will explain.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training, Rich?
How you doing, Lester?
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that.
Let's see what kind of effect that has on it.
One of Ray Liotta's final films is about a wild legend. In 1985, a bear is believed to have eaten several $1 million worth of cocaine when it fell from a smuggler's plane. Elizabeth Banks directed this film called Cocaine Bear. It's out in theaters in February. It's a Universal Pictures film, which is one of our sister companies.
Now to the heated debate in San Francisco, where city supervisors voted to allow police to use killer robots in emergency situations. NBC's Valerie Castro has more.
This police robot, as menacing as it looks now, isn't a deadly weapon, at least not yet. It's currently equipped to defuse bombs, but a Tuesday night vote by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors,
the amended item number 28 passes by a vote of 8-3,
allows San Francisco PD to outfit current department robots similar to this with explosive charges.
Your move, creep.
When it comes to police robots, science fiction movies make us think of these nightmare scenarios. But in real life, a spokesperson for the SFPD says they'll only be used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects when lives are at stake.
We're talking about using a robot that we've had for 11 years in the San Francisco Police Department. This is not brand new. We use the robots every single day.
Critics worry the move will create a police state. The city's public defender tweeting, "We are a city, not a military." Before the vote, some supervisors voicing their concerns that this could be crossing that line.
This is a local police force here to protect us. This is not the U.S. military that we are arming. And there is serious potential for misuse and abuse of this military-grade technology.
This should not become the preferred way that we take down people that are committing crimes.
While some in favor of the vote argued the narrative is backwards and the tool could actually be used to save lives.
If I didn't know any better, you would think SFPD just woke up one day and thought it would be really cool to go out and get some killer robots and go terrorize the community. And that's not at all what's happening here. It's fear-mongering against the police.
A police robot with explosives might sound far-fetched, but the method has been deployed before. In 2016, during a mass shooting in Dallas, police there scrambled to equip a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper who shot 12 police officers and killed 5 during a protest.
And our thanks to Valerie for that report.
Still to come, why the Federal Reserve is changing gears and what that means for the economy.
Adam battled former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried to open up about FTX. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick breaks it down for us.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The market's closing way up yesterday after comments from Treasury Secretary Jay Powell. The Dow up over 2%, the S&P over 3%, and the NASDAQ almost 4.5%. In a speech at the Brookings Institution, Powell says interest rates are still going to go up again this month, but maybe at a smaller rate.
So are the slowing rate hikes enough to spur a continued Santa Claus rally? Let's find out more about what we can expect here. We are joined now by CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Francis. Look, I'm going to let our viewers into a secret, and I've done a lot of work on this, and I've listened to a lot of what Jay Powell had to say. He didn't actually say anything that we haven't heard already. He didn't say anything new about interest rates going forward. He didn't say anything new about inflation, about the employment rate, but he didn't say anything was worse than the market expected. And we just seemed primed for a big rally. And my goodness me, as you mentioned, big rally with the NASDAQ putting on 484 points, the Dow 737. Are we going to see a continuation of that rally? It's anyone's guess. I'm just looking at the US futures now. The Dow cooled down 52 points, but that's a very tiny move at the start of trading. One thing I will say to our viewers, we've got payroll figures tomorrow. That will be an absolutely mega piece of data as well for the markets to digest. Now, what about this interview yesterday? My great colleague at CNBC, Andrew Ross Sorkin, speaking to Sam Bankman-Fried. The guy turned around and said, and it was the understatement of the year, he's had a bad month. Yes, you did have a bad month, Sam Bankman-Fried, of course, the bankrupt exchange, FTX as well. And he said, look, I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone. I saw it as a thriving business, and I was as shocked as anyone that this happened. And how about this one, Philip and Francis? You'll like this. This is extraordinary. He's a political mega donor, and guess what? He's down to his last $100,000, according to what he said yesterday, and he had one working credit card left. Don't you just feel so sorry for the guy?
I mean, so much has changed in that man's life. He had the ear of the most powerful people in the world.
Famous too, yeah.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for breaking that down for us, as always.
All right, so to come, Michelle has a look at your weekend weather.
And a star is shining bright right outside our offices. The Christmas season has officially begun.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Oh, that magical moment at Rockefeller Center last night. All 50,000 lights illuminated the world's most famous Christmas tree.
All right, let's get an early look at the weekend weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And we're starting to feel a little bit like Christmas in spots. We're looking at some snow in the west, heavy snow in the Intermountain West, snow throughout the northern plains as well, the upper Midwest. We're mild and breezy in the central and southern plains. This is tomorrow. Also sunny in the east before that changes on Saturday, because we're looking at some wet weather on Saturday into the northeast. Much colder throughout the middle of the nation. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle. Coming up, a very country Christmas with the legendary Dolly Parton.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's top stories, a mistrial has been declared in the rape case against That 70s Show actor Danny Masterson after the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision. Masterson is accused of raping 3 women in California between 2001 and 2003. He denies any wrongdoing. A joint statement from 2 of the accusers expressed disappointment. But Masters is not off the hook yet. A retrial is scheduled for March 27th. He could face up to 45 years in prison if convicted.
A legal saga nearly 3 years in the making is finally settled. The estate of disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein will reimburse over $105 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Epstein was accused of sexually abusing dozens of underage girls and causing environmental damage to 2 of the islands he owned. The estate will also sell Little St. James Island, with a portion going back to the government. An additional $450,000 will go towards repairs. Epstein took his life in 2019 inside a federal jail in New York.
The holiday season is now in full swing, and what better way to celebrate than with Dolly Parton? Her Mountain Magic Christmas movie premiere is on NBC tonight, and Mark Barger has a sneak preview.
When you're filming a holiday movie in the middle of August, there is nothing like fake snow.
It's snowing!
To get you in the spirit.
They just had a few little sprinkles of snow to show me what they were going to do. And then when they got ready for the take, they really let that snow machine go. And I really was excited.
And that carried throughout Mountain Magic Christmas. It filmed at Dollywood and shows the behind the scenes of a Yuletide special.
Whose big idea was this big-ass hoop skirt? And it's a good time to uplift people the way people are just so kind of down with so many depressing things going on in this crazy world. And I thought, well, this is a good time to do something, you know, more uplifting and fun.
Dolly's musical friends were also on board to spread holiday cheer, including Jimmy Fallon.
When he was at Dollywood, he just lifted everybody's spirits. And when he left the set, it was like, oh, it was like flipping the light switch off. It's like, we want Jimmy back.
Miley Cyrus also stopped by.
That's what Christmas is.
And the visit landed Parton a co-hosting spot in her goddaughter's New Year's Eve special on NBC.
She said, you need to be on there with me sometime. I said, well, about this time? She said, would you really do it? I said, yes, I will.
But tonight, it is all about Christmas.
Thanks for watching Early Today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Bonjour USA, French President Emmanuel Macron will visit the White House today for the first state visit of President Biden's administration. The two world leaders were spotted having dinner last night ahead of official events today. We'll take a look at what this meeting means for the war in Ukraine, Iran's nuclear program, and tensions with China. History on the House floor. House Democrats elect new leadership, ushering in a younger generation of leaders in the party. That includes the first black lawmaker to lead a party's caucus. We'll show you how incoming Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries plans to tackle issues head on in a Republican-controlled House. Plus, royal racism as Prince William and Princess Kate gear up for their first full day in the U.S. Their trip is already clouded by controversy, with William's godmother, an aide to the late Queen Elizabeth, accused of making racist comments. What we're learning about the incident. Plus, what's on the royals' agenda here in the U.S. and how that controversy could cast a cloud over it. Also this morning, it's lit. We're in the Christmas spirit here at 30 Rock this morning with the Rockefeller tree now lit up for the holidays. We're going to show you the preparations to get the tree ready for Christmas. It is an undertaking. And also the special way this 82-foot spruce ended up in Midtown Manhattan. I remember last year, you rode in on the flatbed truck.
It was fun. I was supposed to do it this year, but something interfered with that. I was there last night. First time I've actually seen the tree lighting. It was awesome to see it.
In person, even better?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Awesome. All right, we're going to begin in Washington this morning, where the White House will host its first state dinner of the Biden presidency tonight.
Yeah, the president is going to host French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife. The two arrived at Joint Base Andrews Tuesday. And a little later this morning, they will be officially welcomed at the White House. Now, this evening's state dinner will be an opportunity for the two leaders to celebrate the relationship between the United States and its oldest ally. For more, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Washington. Mike, good morning to you. So we know state visits, they are very carefully choreographed. So what can we expect today? What have Macron's been doing since they arrived in the U.S. earlier this week?
Well, President Macron has had a very full agenda here in Washington that kicked off yesterday when he joined Vice President Kamala Harris at NASA headquarters to talk about U.S.-French cooperation in space. The French president also visited Arlington National Cemetery before visiting with President Biden last night for an informal dinner. The president took him out for Italian, actually, at a restaurant in Georgetown. Today, of course, is the substantive and the ceremonial parts of the agenda. The French president and his wife will have an official arrival ceremony here in just about a couple hours. We'll see the two leaders sit down to conduct the business in the Oval Office, followed by a joint news conference. President Macron will also visit Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers there before tonight's big state dinner. They have flown in 200 lobsters for the main course, a butter poached lobster dish. There's also what I'm told is the 2019-2020 World Cheese Champion for part of the menu as well tonight. Jean-Baptiste is part of the entertainment tonight. This is not just the first state dinner of the Biden presidency. It's really the biggest social event that's happened here at the White House post-COVID.
Yeah, it sounds like quite the shindig there. So we know France and the U.S., they're old allies, but the relationship between Presidents Macron and Biden did get off to a rocky start. Viewers might recall last year the White House announced a deal that really torpedoed a big French submarine contract with Australia. We know Macron is scheduled to meet with President Biden in the Oval Office today. So when it comes to that, what do we think they're expected to discuss?
Well, at the top of the agenda for these two leaders, of course, is the continued fallout of Russia's invasion into Ukraine. The impacts of that are still being being felt, especially in Europe as they head into winter dealing with energy issues primarily. But you're right, that submarine deal and the awkwardness that followed is really part of the discussion looming over this as well. The state visit here is kind of the final set piece of a long sort of repair effort that began last year when these two presidents met on the sidelines of the G20 in Rome. President Biden then acknowledged that that deal was handled clumsily. There's another point of contention between these two countries that have to do with one of President Biden's biggest legislative accomplishments. As part of the Inflation Reduction Act, some of the tax credits for American-made energy-efficient products, there's real concern in Europe that that's going to really hamper their economy at a time their economy is under significant strain because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So Macron really only took office back in 2017, but with the UK leaving the European Union and Germany's Angela Merkel retiring, he's really quickly become one of Europe's most tenured leaders. And during that time, he's advocated for more European autonomy from the U.S., while President Biden is trying to work to reassert America as a global leader. How can the two thread that needle here today?
Yeah, Joe, it's a really important point because one of the unusual things about this state visit is that President Macron was just here for a state visit 4 years ago. It's rare that you have an elected head of state from another country getting 2 state dinners at the White House. But of course, we know who hosted President Macron last time. It was President Trump, who obviously was pursuing sort of an America first foreign policy. What that led to was European leaders like Macron realizing that Europe needed to step up to the plate a little bit more on their own. They couldn't necessarily count on American leadership here. But now that President Biden is back, we've heard the president talk about his conversations with Macron, where President Biden said America is back, and Macron responded, but for how long? So this is a really important opportunity for that European relationship to be strengthened with an ally here in Washington, at least for the time being.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thanks so much.
I love that you said shindig, by the way.
Thank you.
Staying in Washington, where a younger generation of leaders is set to step into the spotlight on Capitol Hill. House Democrats officially elected New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries to be the House Minority Leader in the new Congress. He will be the first black lawmaker to lead a congressional caucus. During a news conference yesterday, Jeffries discussed working for the people.
As we work to advance the ball for everyday Americans and get stuff done. Because that's what Democrats do. That's our story, that's our legacy, that's our values, that's our commitment as we move forward.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. So Ryan, good morning. Talk to us here about the decision to elect Jeffries to Democratic House Leader, replacing Nancy Pelosi, and also what can we expect from him as the party looks into the future?
Well, first off, Lindsay, as you point out, it was certainly historic. The fact that this will be the first time that an African-American is the leader of any political party in Congress is very significant. But it's also significant because of the generational change that it represents. The new leadership in the Democratic caucus is 30 years younger than the people that they will replace. And so that just shows you the direction of the Democratic Party as they attempt to evolve. But Hakeem Jeffries specifically as a figure will be very interesting because he is someone that has clashed with the House, current House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, soon to be Speaker of the House. But yesterday he said that he's willing to work with Republicans up to a point. Take a listen.
We look forward to finding opportunities to partner with the other side of the aisle and work with them whenever possible. But we will also push back against extremism whenever necessary. We're going to fight hard each and every day we have this honor to serve in Congress to deliver.
So the tone that Jeffries is striking there is important because if Democrats want to get anything accomplished, they're going to need Republican support. Republicans, of course, will be in the majority, but the margins will be so slim. But Jeffries is making it clear he's only going to be willing to work with Republicans if they can find common ground on issues that they both care about, and they are willing to be that roadblock to what they describe as extremism. And that's basically alluding to former President Trump and the influence that he has on the Republican Party in the House. Lindsay.
Well, and Ryan, right now we're looking at a group of people. And so in recent years, we've seen ambitious, younger Democrats looking to climb the leadership ladder, but they've had nowhere to go. And now we're seeing sort of a changing of the guard. So who are these other new leaders of the Democratic Congressional Caucus?
Yeah, so Catherine Clark is going to be the Democratic whip. She's in her 50s. She's from Massachusetts. She represents a more progressive wing of the party. She's someone that has steadily moved up the ranks, is very close with the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and is expected to be a force in the Democratic Party. And then Pete Aguilar, who's in his early 40s from California, he's going to be the Democratic caucus chair. He is obviously Hispanic. This represents the first time in forever that you've had no white men as leaders of the Democratic Party, which the Democrats believe is important because it reflects the United States as well. And, beyond those three leaders at the top of the chain, there are also very young and very popular Democratic leaders in the House of Representatives that are going to have a lot of influence. Don't forget the name Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is, of course, a very prominent leader of the progressive wing of the party, and also young leaders like Cori Bush and others. So this Democratic Party is going to have a lot of voices that have not necessarily all the same exact viewpoint as to how they should govern. So it's going to be a big job for Hakeem Jeffries to keep all of those in line. And of course, that was Nancy Pelosi's expertise.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on the Georgia Senate election runoff. It's 5 days away and will determine if Democrats will add to their slim majority in the Senate. As of Wednesday, more than 833,000 voters had already cast their ballots in this runoff, which pits the Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock against Republican challenger Herschel Walker. For the latest on the runoff, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning to you. So let's start with Senator Warnock, who's going to get a boost later today from former President Obama. We know the former president's campaigned before for Warnock, so what can we expect today from the former president?
Yeah, Joe, this is all about turnout and getting that early vote out. This is the final day of early voting for this Georgia runoff, and you are seeing the biggest star still in Democratic politics, Barack Obama, campaigning for Warnock. Of course, Obama did campaign for Warnock and other candidates right before the general election a few weeks ago. Barack Obama, in our most recent NBC News poll, was the most popular political figure that the poll ended up measuring. And so Raphael Warnock is hoping to kind of borrow some of that enthusiasm and electricity. Barack Obama also is starring in a final campaign ad for Raphael Warnock, in which the former president looks directly to camera, says that this election is going to be close in Georgia. You can't afford to get this decision wrong.
So let's talk about that record early voting turnout. Where is it we're actually seeing the biggest numbers? And does this signal a potential advantage for either candidate?
You know, Joe, Democrats, by and large, are the voters who end up voting early, either in person or by mail. Republicans, particularly after the Trump era, want to vote on Election Day. And so the numbers that we're seeing, I think they're disproportionately Democratic votes. But as Democrats always end up telling me that, they need several great days of sustained good votes to really make up for what is an unusual election that is tucked in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and where turnout is going to be everything. You mentioned the more than 800,000 folks who have already voted early. To put that number into perspective, there were 4 million people who voted in the general election a few weeks ago. And so this will be a smaller turnout, and turnout is everything. Who ends up showing up to vote in this election, either early or in person, will decide who ends up winning.
Let's talk about Herschel Walker. We know Warnock got more votes in November, but didn't get to that 50% threshold. What's Walker doing to try and make up the votes in the runoff?
Yeah, so what Herschel Walker is trying to do is actually borrow some of the celebrity and success from Brian Kemp, the Georgia governor who ended up winning re-election a couple of weeks ago. Joe, do remember that Brian Kemp ended up defeating Stacey Abrams in that general election handily and actually ran well ahead of Herschel Walker. And now you're seeing Brian Kemp stump for Herschel Walker as well as star in his TV ads.
All right, Mark Murray. Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to the cleanup this morning from that deadly tornado outbreak across the South. 35 tornadoes were reported across 4 states Tuesday into Wednesday, ripping through communities, destroying homes and downing power lines and trees. And some are beginning to tell their stories of survival. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock visited a town in eastern Mississippi.
In the flattened neighborhoods of Steens, Mississippi, there are certainly demolished homes, devastated souls, and a lifetime of possessions emptied for the world to see. But what you won't find, miraculously, are any families grieving the loss of life. So this is the second time
Yeah.
on this property that you've been hit by a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
And you've
Yeah.
lived to tell about it.
Oh, yeah. Not wanting to, but it happens.
In the case of 66-year-old Richard White, who left before the storm to look after his dad.
He's older and he gets real nervous when these come around. Then they had them sirens going off. Yep, it was pretty rough.
His return home today highlighted the presence of a possible guardian angel. So if that had been won over, it would have been your bedroom.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you see that and think that could have been life or death?
Oh, yeah. Real quick. Real quick.
And the miracles just kept on coming. You know, I'm looking around you right now. You have the side of your wall caved in. There is no roof.
No roof.
Where were you during the storm?
I was in the bathroom, in my hallway on the north side of the house. And you'll see why in a few minutes.
Take a look at the inside of James Brown's house. What's right there?
That was my storage shed.
And now you have a clear view of the field behind your house.
I have a clear view of the field. See, it came right through here.
The living room, patio, and rear bedroom were all ripped away as he hid in the bathroom holding this transistor radio.
I had a phone there. I had a radio right here. I had my remote control.
Brown's bedroom and bathroom managed to stay untouched while everything else in the home met Mother Nature's might. Did you think you were going to survive in that moment?
Well, yes, and that's where I was at, because it wasn't. I felt safe where I was at.
What evidence did you have that you were going to live through this?
Just that maybe the good Lord told me I need to survive, I guess.
A blessing for sure, as this unincorporated community in eastern Mississippi felt awfully connected.
Oh, thanks to Sam Brock for that report. It's important that people like James knew what to do, where to go, the safest place when those tornadoes hit. Obviously glad to see that they're doing okay.
That is the key in those situations. We are tracking the start of our next cross-country storm.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for more on that and the rest of your Morning News Now weather. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. So good to see you. And the good news is we're clearing out. We've cleared out in the Gulf Coast states, the southeast. So the cleanup today will be a little bit easier with temperatures not that bad. The sun will be shining, but we are watching our next cross-country storm, as you guys just mentioned, moving into the Pacific Northwest. So we're looking at snow, and it could be heavy at times, up to 2 to 3 feet in some spots, and also some lower elevation rain that could be causing some flooding as it hits the burn areas, because we could see up to 2 inches in some spots. So as we go throughout the Intermountain West, the Pacific Northwest, into the Central Plains tomorrow, then the Midwest later on tomorrow night. That is our next system that we're going to watch move across the country. 7 million people impacted by winter alerts. In the white, we're looking at winter weather advisories. Winter storm watches are in the blue, and winter storm warnings are in the pink. So that's through California as well, Washington, Oregon, into portions of the Intermountain West. Now, this is what we're looking at. We have a cold front that's moving on shore today. We're going to see another one on Saturday. It's going to bring heavy rain, some wind into the Sierra Mountains. That's where we could see 2 to 3 feet of snow. So the highest amounts into the Sierra Mountains. And we're looking at soaking rain into central California. Then it's going to move to the south. So Southern California, you're going to see some heavy rain as well, too. By Friday, the front quickly tracks into the plains. We're going to see snow there. We're going to see snow in the upper Midwest. And we could see quite a bit of snow there as well. Where you see the purples, the pinks, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts at the highest elevations. But those elevations are coming down. So we're looking anywhere from 12 even up to 18, 3 feet in some spots. That would be at the highest amounts in the Sierra. Rainfall, we're looking along the coast, especially seeing some really heavy rain. And then the lower elevations also seeing the heavy rainfall as well. For the rest of the country, we are dry in the middle of the country. That's good. We're mild and bright in the central and southern plains. I mentioned the Gulf Coast states. We're looking pretty good there, too. For cleanup, a few showers in portions of central and southern Florida. Now, the Northeast, we were much colder than yesterday. We dropped about 15 degrees. It's windy, too, so it's going to feel a little colder than it actually is. But we're going to start to introduce some rain by the weekend. How cold is it? Well, we're looking at temperatures in the 40s in D.C. That's 9 degrees below normal for this time of year. 39 in Chicago, 36 in Buffalo. But we have some warm air to the west. That's going to move in tomorrow, and especially on Saturday, into the northeast. So temperatures above normal in Kansas City, about 20 degrees above normal at 66 degrees. Almost 70 degrees in Oklahoma City, 64 in Little Rock. And as we go throughout the weekend, notice D.C. we're looking at good on Saturday, and then we're chilly once again on Sunday, back to the 50s on Monday. So it's sort of that roller coaster time of year.
But Saturday looks nice.
Yeah, it looks nice. But it comes with showers, a little breezy,
okay.
too.
Never mind.
There's always a trade-off.
That's why I'm not the weather person. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, a royal controversy.
Prince William and Princess Catherine are in Boston for their first trip to the U.S. in nearly a decade. But back home in the U.K., there is trouble brewing over accusations of racism at Buckingham Palace. More on that next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The royal family is facing a new scandal involving a Buckingham Palace official and a black charity founder.
And that charity founder was a guest at a palace reception and says an aide repeatedly questioned her over her nationality and ethnicity after she identified herself as being British-born. The aide allegedly asked, quote, "Where do your people come from? And when did you first come here?" Well, the aide was later identified as Lady Susan Hussey, an honorary member of the royal household and godmother to Prince William.
Buckingham Palace has responded saying, quote, the individual concerned would like to express her profound apologies for the hurt caused and has stepped aside from her honorary role with immediate effect. The palace went on to call the comments unacceptable and deeply regrettable. Let's bring in Katie Nichol for more on this. She is royal editor at Vanity Fair and the author of The New Royals. Katie, good to have you with us. First of all, what do we know about the two people involved in this encounter? And explain why Lady Susan Hussey is such an important figure in the royal family.
Okay, well, let's start with Lady Susan Hussey. She is incredibly important. She was one of the Queen's most important aides. She worked for the late Queen Elizabeth II for over 60 years. She was retained, her services were retained in a sort of honorary role for the new Queen Consort Camilla and King Charles. And she is Prince William's godmother. So she's not just any aide. She's incredibly important, influential, incredibly well thought of. I mean, I have letters here to my children when they wrote in to Buckingham Palace, signed on behalf of the Queen by Lady Susan Hussey. So she's not just any aide. And this will be absolutely crushing and devastating for her. I was at that palace engagement on Tuesday. Lady Susan Hussey looked in very, very good spirits. I also saw Ngozi Fulani, the other woman involved in this, the Black charity campaigner. She works or founded a charity called Sister Space. She was at this engagement on Buckingham Palace, which was really an important reception to put the international spotlight on domestic violence against women and girls. Well, of course, we're not talking about that now, are we? We're talking about a race row, which is also now which is also not just eclipsed the reception at Buckingham Palace on Tuesday, but is now threatening to engulf William and Kate, the Prince and Princess of Wales's first official visit to the US since, I think, 2014. What aides are describing as their Super Bowl moment, the Earthshot Prize, which William wants to be his legacy. Well, now he has another race row, palace race row, threatening to overshadow all of that. To call this a bit of a disaster feels like an understatement.
When you said another, I mean, the royal family is continuing to deal with the fallout of that bombshell interview that Meghan Markle did with Oprah Winfrey, where she and Prince Harry discussed race and colorism within the palace. So how is the royal family dealing with this incident in light of previous racism accusations?
Well, they are reeling over this. This is incredibly shocking for them. I think probably it's worth pointing out the speed with which they've responded to this. I think a statement came out of Buckingham Palace about 2 hours after the Twitter storm broke out and this whole story came to light. That's pretty swift maneuvering on the part of the palace, and very shortly after Buckingham Palace issued a statement, we had a statement out of Kensington Palace approved by the Prince of Wales before he got on that flight to Boston. And that was significant because it was essentially Prince William cutting his godmother loose, making it clear that these comments, this line of questioning, which did feel intrusive. I think if you look at that transcript on Twitter, for whatever reason, Lady Susan Hussey just didn't want to accept that that Ngozi Fulani was British. She wanted to know more about her heritage, where she was from. She wasn't letting it go. And that's what's been so damaging, all of this. So I think that swift response from the palace and from Prince William to essentially distance themselves, cut themselves loose from Susan Hussey was well, it speaks volumes, doesn't it? It clearly shows they don't want to be engulfed in another race row, and they don't want this very important trip to the US overshadowed. But I think it's inevitable. And you will see later on today, of course, you're on the ground in the States. Let's see what questions are thrown at William and Kate.
No doubt that'll be one of the questions asked, right? Katie Nichol, thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it.
All right, now to more international news. After widespread protests, China is rolling back some anti-COVID measures in several cities.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, following widespread protests against its zero COVID policy, China started to ease some restrictions in several cities. Now it lifted, or rather eased, lockdown measures in major cities like Shanghai or Guangzhou, which was the scene of violent clashes between protesters and the police. But the country's vice premier, Sun Chunlan, said the decision was taken because the virus's ability to cause the disease is weakening. Now let's move to Spain, where the Ukrainian embassy and the arms manufacturer whose weapons are being used by Ukrainians against Russia received letter bombs on Wednesday. The one sent to the embassy exploded, causing minor injuries to the employee who opened it. Spain has been a steady supporter of Ukraine since the start of Russia's aggression. And hot off the press, or rather the oven, the French baguette, the iconic long bread loaf, made it to UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage list. President Emmanuel Macron, who is in the US for a state visit, reacted to the baking news by calling the baguette 250 grams of magic and perfection that encapsulate a way of life. Now, the recognition by the United Nations of that tradition, it means that the baguette will be, from now on, protected. But you can still eat it, guys. Lindsay, Joe?
I love the baguette video we found. like we had file video somewhere of baguette
Makes
video.
you want to be in Paris.
Exactly. Claudia, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, a new terrorism warning from federal officials.
This one is not coming from abroad. Why Homeland Security officials are warning of a possible increase in domestic attacks. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The Department of Homeland Security has updated its terrorism advisory bulletin, drawing renewed attention to domestic terror threats.
DHS warns that LGBTQ, Jewish, and migrant communities are at a particularly high risk of being attacked by Americans with violent ideologies. The bulletin comes just weeks after the mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us for more. So, Julia, good morning. How serious are these domestic threats compared to international threats, and how have attacks like the one in Colorado Springs fueled the fire, essentially?
Well, it's interesting when you ask DHS officials and really any intelligence officials across the federal government how they're handling these threats. They don't say that they have taken their eye off the ball of foreign threats, but certainly what they call a persistent lethal threat is coming from Americans right here who have been radicalized oftentimes online by social media to target certain groups. And the groups that they're concerned about now, as you just laid out, include LGBTQ, Jewish community, as well as migrants. A lot of this is based on recent events, and unfortunately what can happen sometimes is events, tragic events like this shooting in Colorado Springs, like what's been happening in the Jewish community, comments from people like Kanye West. Unfortunately, those can serve as a motivation for people who already have some extreme ideologies, and it can push them further toward violence. Another challenge they have is they can't go after free speech. It is okay to make hateful comments online fine, it's not okay to act violently. So oftentimes it's a very thin sliver of time that federal law enforcement has to act before someone goes from racist thoughts to racist actions.
The bulletin mentions an enduring threat to the Jewish community. You just mentioned Kanye West, known now as Ye. I mean, is there any evidence that rhetoric that we've seen from high-profile figures like Ye is making the situation worse?
That's exactly the question that I asked these DHS officials yesterday when they put out this bulletin. And they said, without calling out Ye specifically, or the former President Donald Trump, who recently met with Ye, and someone who's known to be a white supremacist, they said, look, anytime a high-profile figure, whether that's a celebrity or someone who is in public office or used to be in public office, or in Trump's case now running again for public office, anytime they fuel that discourse, it doesn't do anything good. In fact, what they said is it traffics these conspiracy theories often that only fuel people to make to continue that language online and then possibly to act. So it does definitely concern them, Joe.
Julia, DHS also says, quote, potential changes in border enforcement policy could increase the amount of violence against migrants. So what kind of changes are we talking about here? And how does the number of migrants crossing our borders heighten calls for violence?
You know, it's interesting. That is actually one of the things that they're forecasting going forward, not necessarily just looking at rhetoric right now. And one of the reasons for that is that on December 21st, and we'll be talking about this a lot, I'm sure, leading up to it, but on December 21st, these COVID-19 restrictions on the border are going to lift unless it's enjoined by courts. And that would mean a lot more migrants coming into the United States able to claim asylum. It's not a new policy. It's a return to the normal that existed before COVID-19. And so more migrants are going to be allowed into the country. It could also serve as a magnet for more people to make the journey. And DHS officials are worried that people who are anti-immigrant might use that as a reason to lash out against migrant communities, either people at the border or maybe migrants who are living in their own communities already, because they will now be seen as targets for people who really have more of a xenophobic identity and a nationalistic identity, that those people could also be targets of violence. It's something they're paying attention to. And as those numbers increase and people start to feed into hysteria about those numbers, they're worried that they could see violence.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thanks so much. People around the world will be wearing red ribbons today for World AIDS Day, and it comes as the world is again fighting against COVID-19 and other respiratory illnesses.
Joining us now is the president and COO of RED, an organization dedicated to fighting AIDS, Jennifer Lotito. Thank you so much for joining us on this important day. Walk us through here RED's mission and tell us more about how the organization is combating the AIDS crisis as we highlight World AIDS Day today.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me this morning. So RED was founded in 2006 by Bono and Bobby Shriver. And really, this is about bringing heat as well as cash to the AIDS fight and helping people get engaged in this fight through companies. So RED partners with the biggest companies in the world, from Apple to Bank of America, Salesforce, Stellantis, and we give people a way to actually participate and help us save lives.
Jen, where do things stand right now in the fight against AIDS, and how has the COVID pandemic impacted the battle?
Well, it's important to remember that AIDS may not be in the headlines, but it is still a crisis. Every week, over 12,000 people are still dying of a preventable and treatable disease. So it is still a crisis. And what we've seen with COVID is that the impact has also set us back a bit. Like everywhere, health systems came under extreme pressure. And so what we have seen is that while we have great progress in the fight, more needs to be done. We must keep pressure on. We must keep our foot on the gas and make sure that everybody is getting engaged to help get us to the end of it.
Also so important to fight the stigma that still surrounds HIV and AIDS. Jen, what are the ways just the average person can help support the fight here in the U.S.?
Well, that's the beauty of RED. This is about bringing consumers in to do good. We have a new campaign today, marks, as we said, World AIDS Day. We have a new campaign, the gifts that hit different. You can go out and buy the products that you love. It's the holiday shopping season. Go and buy some of our newest products. We've got these incredible temperature-controlled mugs from Ember. We've got shavers from Panasonic, air purifiers, who doesn't need one, from Levoit. So it's really important that when you're going out and you're doing your holiday shopping, don't stress out. You can save time, but you can also save lives. And you can do that by going on to Amazon.com/red.
If I recall, years ago, I had a Razr flip phone, and it was red. And wasn't it red because of your organization? Wasn't that part of the arrangement?
It was.
Yes.
Wow, you've got a good memory. It's funny. The world has changed. That was a Motorola Razr, but now you can go into an Apple phone and buy a red iPhone. I don't know about those Razr phones, but you can buy a red iPhone or a red Apple Watch or any of the other products they sell.
I think the Razr phones are gone now, though.
That's what, 15 years?
It's been a while. It's been a while. All right, Jennifer Lotito, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, outdoor dining has really become the norm because of the pandemic.
But could it soon disappear altogether? Next, why some outdoor dining to go, why some want outdoor dining to go, and what it could mean for restaurants.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
As we approach the holidays and the winter weather rolls around, outdoor dining in much of the country is slowing down for the year. And now, about 3 years after the start of the pandemic, cities are deciding whether they want to keep outdoor dining programs around. Our own Savannah Sellers brings us that story.
It's Saturday brunch. On this Manhattan block, no cars at all. Diners at Essex Restaurant are pouring into the sidewalk and the street.
I think these little setups are great. It's nice to have like the heater, a little bit of coverage.
But the days of sipping mimosas outside might now be over for some. as pandemic outdoor dining programs end and cities decide what to do next. At the start of the pandemic, outdoor dining was the life jacket that kept restaurants afloat.
When outdoor dining came around, that was a godsend. It allowed us to reopen. It allowed us to hire back our employees, our front of the house staff.
Restaurants were cobbling together structures, with some getting inventive.
Tents, umbrellas, igloos. We've seen some real creativity here.
Now, almost 3 years later, it's a different story.
This fall and next spring really are an inflection point for outdoor dining across the country. It's becoming really kind of that first season where there's less of a health and safety concern when it comes to outdoor dining.
Some cities are taking down the tents. In Sonoma, California, diners won't be sipping wine in outdoor structures anymore after the city council voted to end outdoor dining on October 31st. Other cities are assembling permanent plans, like in Chicago, where Mayor Lori Lightfoot proposed a program to keep it around. In New York City, there are more than 12,000 setups. Some love them.
I think the culture of outdoor eating, outdoor seating is phenomenal.
Others hate them.
We're suffering rats, roaches, noise.
Deanne Boyd sued the city alongside other New Yorkers, hoping the city would shed the sheds. Some are now abandoned.
You have junkies nodding out in the sheds. You have homeless people living in the sheds. This is just ungovernable.
Mayor Eric Adams even helped tear one down. But vowed to build a permanent open restaurants program.
Outdoor dining is here to stay.
NYC's Department of Transportation and City Council are now working on legislation, with a DOT spokesperson telling NBC open restaurants help save the industry during the height of the pandemic. A new report found that restaurants and bars on New York City's car-free open streets strongly outperform those on nearby control streets that maintain vehicular traffic. Outdoor dining structures might not work on every street.
It makes sense to go city by city, neighborhood by neighborhood, and say, what makes the most sense here?
But for diners on this New York block, it's a breath of fresh air.
There's a lot of problems with depression in our society. Being outside and meeting other people is the best thing that can happen.
Not a necessity, but a choice.
I think now people are dining outdoors because they want to be outdoors. I think back during the pandemic, they had to be outdoors.
Our thanks to Savannah for that report. Here in New York, a Department of Transportation spokesperson said that it's currently working with the City Council on legislation to finalize the program. Well, after a year where we talked a lot about the Great Resignation, it now seems the news is shifting to layoffs.
Yeah, more than 50,000 workers in tech lost their jobs in November, and many of those were at big-name companies. So if more companies follow suit, what should you know about your legal rights? We're joined now by Professor Susan Carl. She teaches labor and employment law at American University, Washington College of Law. Good morning, Professor. Thanks for being with us. This is a tough topic because we're talking about people's bottom lines ahead of the holidays. But how much notice, advance notice, is your employer required to give you if they're planning layoffs?
Hello, and thanks for having me. Employers that are larger employers who have more than 100 employees are supposed to give 60 days advance notice before a large layoff of more than 50 people. There are some exceptions to that if the employer has an unforeseen business circumstance, or if the employer is trying to get funding and it can't let people know because it will affect their ability to apply for capital. But typically the larger employers where we're seeing these layoffs happening should be giving 60 days of advance notice to their employees.
Tough to talk about this around the holidays, but it is important, at least for people to sort of at least have this in the back of their minds. If you are laid off, what are some of the first things that you should do?
Well, the advice typically is to not panic, to not go out and just find the first job you can find, but to really plan ahead, to think about what your options are, to figure out your savings plan, to figure out how many months of leeway you have before you find your next job, possibly to consult with a lawyer to see what your rights might be, and then, of course, to look for that next job.
Our graphic, real quick, just said ask for a layoff letter. Why is that? Why do you want to have that in your hand?
Yes, it's very good to have a clear understanding of what the terms of the layoff are. For example, is it temporary or is it permanent? What are the rights and benefits that the employer intends to provide for you? There are some benefits and rights that you have by law. Most of them would be contractual only. So you need to understand very clearly what the terms of the layoff are that your employer is telling you about.
Okay, and real quick, Professor, before we let you go, what about a severance? Is your employer required to leave you with that?
Employers are required to let you continue to use, if you have health insurance through your employer, to continue with your health insurance, but then you have to pay the premium instead of the employer doing that. Employers may or may not have to give you severance pay depending on what the terms of your employment were. Many employers do. The thing with severance pay is you have to be sure, you have to see what rights you're waiving by accepting the severance pay. So again, you want to see in writing what the employer is offering you. And there are some legal requirements around how the employer explains the severance pay and what you're entitled to and what rights you might be waiving by accepting it.
Okay, Professor Carl, hopefully people won't need your advice, but thanks so much for offering it.
More financial news now, starting with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell suggesting that smaller interest rate hikes could be coming a little sooner than we thought.
All right, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now for this and more financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Lindsay, Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell set off a market rally on Wall Street yesterday after saying smaller interest rate hikes could start as soon as December. The comment was cheered by investors as a sign the central bank will start to slow tightening despite making little headway on inflation. This is partially due to the fact that policy moves at the Fed take time to trickle down and impact the broader economy, which is why Powell thinks moderating hikes will need to start sooner rather than later to avoid an overcorrection. Founder and former FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried says he, quote, didn't ever try to commit fraud. That was during New York Times Dealbook Summit yesterday, his first public appearance since FTX collapsed. He denied knowing the full scale of Alameda's position in FTX and shared that he doesn't personally think he has any criminal liability in the fallout. And Elon Musk now says Apple never considered removing Twitter's app from the App Store after meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook yesterday. The reversal comes just days after Musk first tweeted about the issue and suggested he'd rather go to war with Apple than pay its 30% platform fees, guys.
That must have been a fascinating meeting.
Right? That's what I was thinking, too. I was like, wow, I wonder what they really talked about.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. Thanks,
Silvana. Thanks. You got it.
Coming up, you may have noticed it all over your social media feeds yesterday. Spotify Wrapped is back.
And we're going to take a look at which artists and songs were the most streamed worldwide this year. That's next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. It feels even more like Christmas outside our building after the 2022 lighting ceremony for the Rockefeller Center tree. Last night, the 50,000 LED lights on the 82-foot tree were switched on during a holiday celebration for the books. The stars came out to welcome the iconic tree to the plaza. Wait for it, it's coming, it's coming. There it is. Performances by the Radio City Rockettes, Alicia Keys, Gwen Stefani, and Blake Shelton. I was there around that angle low last night. First time I've ever been on the rink during the lighting.
What we're seeing right now was your view?
I was on the ice rink down below. So yeah, sorry, the lower angle.
Front row seat.
It was awesome to be there in person for the first time.
Kind of chilly.
So
it was like really rainy.
It
last
was,
night.
but like because you're in the ice rink, you were protected from the wind, but it rained and you were on an ice rink, so your feet got really cold because you're standing on a wet rug on an ice rink. But
yeah,
we fought through it.
And I'm glad
fine.
There was a rug there. You didn't slip.
Exactly.
Yeah,
now,
magical.
before it arrived here, the tree, of course, had to be discovered, something that happens every year. And as I found out this year, that kind of happened by accident.
The search for the perfect Rockefeller Center Christmas tree is a year-round project with seemingly limitless borders.
A lot of work, but it's very rewarding.
Eric Posey, Rock Center's head gardener, was actually driving to look at a different tree in upstate New York, about 200 miles from the Big Apple, when he suddenly spotted this big spruce.
I saw it over the top of some stores. I said, wow, I sure hope it looks that good underneath. And it did when I got there.
It was like a supersized version of something you'd want in your own living room. Just one problem, the tree was sitting on a property with no house.
There's a little bit of a mystery this time around because there was no door for you to knock on, right?
Right, made it a little bit longer to find out, yeah.
But you were determined, weren't you?
Yes, we were.
Turns out it belonged to Neil Leibowitz's family, and they were ever elated to donate their evergreen.
If it can bring a smile and awe to a little child or help cheer up somebody who's a little blue, it's all worth it.
When the tree pulled into Manhattan, it was decked in scaffolding, so crews could adorn it with thousands of colorful lights.
This year's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree is 82 feet tall, and at the top of that tree is not your average star. This is a Swarovski star. It weighs about 900 pounds. It has 70 spikes that are covered in 3 million crystals.
A spruced up spruce, lighting the way this holiday season.
So we're not afraid of heights.
No, well, no, this felt pretty secure. I mean, the hard hat. You're wearing a hard hat. How can you go
yeah,
wrong?
the hard hat.
Which is true because I actually hit my head on the scaffolding twice. So I'm grateful I have the hard hat. By the way, in case you're wondering, the tree stays up obviously through Christmas. Actually, till the first week of January. It'll be lit daily from 6 a.m. to midnight, because when we pulled in this morning, it wasn't lit. I was like, what happened? It wasn't 6 a.m. yet, so.
I like the 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds you you're not here in the, anyway. If you have checked social media in the last 24 hours, you probably could not escape Spotify users flooding feeds with their top artists and songs of the year. This is an annual tradition here. Of course, the platform calls Spotify Wrapped, and people can get their listening stats for the year, who they listen to the most, which genres, and even which moods they prefer. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt has the breakdown of this year's Spotify Wrapped. So, Callan, it was the year of the bunny. I mean, Bad Bunny topping the charts in multiple categories. Walk us through the numbers.
Yeah, so Lindsay, Bad Bunny running away with Spotify Wrapped. He was the top played global Spotify artist. He is the #1 in the world, closely followed by Taylor Swift and Drake. But it really is the year of Bad Bunny. I mean, even Spotify is going to honor Bad Bunny with Easter eggs on its app. One that I can reveal is when you like a Bad Bunny song, when you press that traditionally green heart, it will now light up red, which is a heart that's synonymous with Bad Bunny. 18.5 billion streams worldwide for Bad Bunny. So he just ran away with the title this year.
Oh, my goodness. You mentioned Taylor Swift, also Harry Styles. Those were some of the powerhouse names that snagged other top spots. What are the titles they won?
Yeah, Joe. So Taylor Swift, and I think this is very fitting, was the most viral artist globally for Spotify. As you know, people clamoring for those tickets. Her album Midnight released just a few weeks ago and is already on some people's Spotify Wrapped. And Harry Styles had the top global song with As It Was, which, if you've been on a platform like TikTok, is kind of inescapable, or if you're listening to the radio, it's everywhere. So Harry Styles, Taylor Swift, they are both champions of Spotify Wrapped this year as well.
And Spotify's Wrapped list has really become a social media phenomenon in recent years. So how are users responding, especially not knowing when Spotify Wrapped would be released?
Well, ahead of it, I saw many tweets like, drop Spotify Wrapped already. I'm ready for it. And now we're seeing people who are either saying, like, wow, I really got Taylor Swift in there, like just under the wire with her album Midnight. And then we see people who are saying, you know, wow, Spotify Wrapped really captured a time in my life where either I was like going through something really happy. People sort of notice like, ooh, I listened to this song a million times while I was going through a breakup, and now it's reminding me of that. So a lot of different emotions that people are feeling as they are sort of sharing the Spotify Wrapped. But it's a cool look back at your 2022.
Here's the super disappointing news. Lindsay and I are both Apple Music people, so we don't have Spotify Wraps to report, which I did years ago, and it was kind of fun. So, Callan, I think you do. We'd like to see yours.
Yes, I am happy to sacrifice myself and share my Spotify Wrapped with everyone. No surprise that Lady Gaga is my top artist. I'm a tried and true little monster, always have been. You know, my number 2 is Joe Hisaishi, who is a composer for all the Studio Ghibli films. And then here's my little embarrassing moment, which is that 3 of my top songs are from Encanto, which was huge this year. But I was kind of hoping for a little more pop music in my top 5 songs. That's okay. It's great music. It's just
I see nothing embarrassing.
All respect from us here. I feel like if I had one, it would be a lot of Broadway. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. True theater kid over here.
Callan, thank you for being open and unwrapping your Wrapped Spotify with us. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, signs of progress. The Federal Reserve's fight to bring down inflation may finally be working. New data shows the economy is still growing faster than expected, even as the job market starts to cool off. So will the Fed be able to hit that soft landing and avoid a recession? We have the latest on what it all means for you and your bottom line. Moment of silence, a candlelight vigil at the University of Idaho for the 4 students who were killed last month. We'll tell you how they're being remembered this morning and where the investigation into their deaths stands right now. Making their case, closing arguments from the prosecution and defense are set to begin this morning in the Trump Organization's tax fraud trial. We'll take a look at where things stand for both sides and how the outcome of this trial could impact the former president. And holiday priorities. With just a few weeks to go until the holidays, the race is on to get those gifts wrapped up and shipped out. After last season's supply chain nightmares, are there ways to make sure your presents will get under the tree in time this year? We've got some helpful tips for you this morning on when to send those gifts and how to save some money while doing it. You're, of course, done with your holiday shopping, right?
Stresses me out. I don't even have a list. I'm so behind.
You've still got time. It's December 1st.
Not according to that tease.
Right, okay. You have to ship everything by Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We'll get that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with some positive signs for the economy as we do head into the holiday season.
Despite high interest rates and record inflation, there are new indications that the economic outlook is a bit brighter than it was earlier this year. NBC's Tom Costello has the latest.
Hey there, you know, for most of this year, the Federal Reserve has been waging this aggressive campaign to bring down 40-year high inflation. It's been raising interest rates at a pace not seen in decades. That impacts mortgage rates, credit cards, new loans, and now new evidence that inflation may be starting to wane. And in the meantime, the possibility of a rail strike very much hinges on what Congress does. With the holiday season in full swing, this morning Congress is taking steps to stop that looming rail strike. The House passing a bill that forces an agreement between rail companies and their workers. It now goes to the Senate, where it faces a harder path, but leaders there working to pass it quickly to avoid disrupting holiday shipping and potentially rocking the economy, which right now is showing new signs of strength despite record inflation. Revised government stats show the economy grew faster than expected in the third quarter, with GDP rising at an annual rate of 2.9%. And there's evidence the job market is cooling off. A new Labor Department survey shows job openings fell in October to 10.3 million from 10.7 million the previous month. And that's actually good news because the shortage of workers has been driving up wages and feeding inflation. Hopeful signs for the Federal Reserve following its aggressive series of interest rate hikes while it tries to tamp down inflation. Now the Fed chairman Jay Powell is signaling the central bank will slow the pace of those rate increases this month from 3/4 of a point hike to a half-point hike.
It makes sense to moderate the pace of our rate increases as we approach the level of restraint that will be sufficient to bring inflation down.
That was welcome news on Wall Street, with the Dow surging more than 700 points on Wednesday. Still, Chairman Powell says rates will have to remain high for an extended period. If the U.S. manages to avoid an economic downturn, experts say it will be driven by strong consumer spending.
If we're out there spending, the economy should be able to move forward without an economic downturn.
It comes as shoppers are bringing holiday cheer to retailers. The National Retail Federation says nearly 197 million people flocked to stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday.
I've shopped like never before. I think the prices were really good.
We do have another hopeful sign here about the economy. Gas prices coming down, and rather dramatically. The national average right now, national average $3.47 a gallon, down 28 cents in a month. And yes, we know $5 a gallon out in California. But overall, an amazing come down from where we were back in June at $5 a gallon. And that's real money in people's pockets. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Now to the still unsolved mystery surrounding the killings of 4 students at the University of Idaho. The community, along with family members of the victims, held a vigil overnight in their memory as authorities continue to search for their killer. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And it really was equal parts emotional and powerful. These grief-stricken parents pouring out their hearts to thousands inside a packed football stadium who listened to them in absolute silence. Police here in Moscow assure everyone that progress is being made on this case, but with the killer still at large, the fear here absolutely remains.
At the University of Idaho, emotional pleas and prayers.
And we ask that the memory of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison be a light that dispels the shadow of these days.
As friends and family of the 4 students lost came together to grieve. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez, sharing his beloved daughter, was with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, in their final moments.
They came here together, and in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
Other schools across the state held similar vigils. The families and the public still looking for answers. Early in the investigation, police described the attack as targeted, but didn't disclose their basis for that conclusion. This week, the county prosecutors saying targeted may not have been the right word, but that the killer was focused on the house.
Investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence.
And telling another reporter that a resident was targeted. But his office then saying that was a miscommunication. And Moscow police saying detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted.
Is there anything investigators can tell this community to ease their fears about a potential murderer being out there?
Well, what I can say is that we continue to investigate 24/7. We have 50 agents and detectives on the ground.
With no suspects named and no murder weapon found, police are turning to the public to help fill in a detailed timeline.
It would be nice to know maybe who they interacted with, maybe what routes they took to go home.
A community shaken to its core, still waiting for answers.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
A tough night for so many here in Moscow. Police say no suspect, no person of interest named, but they are optimistic about the progress of this investigation. In the meantime, a chilling detail from a top criminal profiler who told NBC News they wouldn't be surprised if the killer themselves was at last night's vigil or similar events to witness the traumatic aftermath of this horrific crime. In fact, that fear has kept one family from having a funeral service. They are postponing it for the time being out of concern that could actually take place. Joe.
It is a disturbing thought. Morgan, thanks so much for that report.
Turning now to the triple-demic threat overwhelming hospitals. Cases of RSV and COVID are rising across the country. And now the CDC says there are millions of flu cases across the country. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from a hospital in Los Angeles with the details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. With 76% of pediatric beds occupied nationwide, no corner of the country is being spared. In Virginia, health officials confirming the state's first pediatric flu-related death. Doctors are urging everyone to take precautions against the flu, COVID, and RSV.
With the holiday season in full swing and Thanksgiving travel reaching nearly pre-pandemic levels, new cases of the flu, RSV, and COVID are expected to keep rising.
Because of travel patterns last week, we expect rates will go up evenly, probably across the country.
The CDC reporting high or very high respiratory illness activity within 35 states, with at least 6.2 million influenza cases reported so far. Across the U.S., flu activity is more than 20 times higher compared to last year. The spike happening at the same time it's becoming more difficult in some regions to find certain medications needed to ease symptoms, like children's ibuprofen and Tamiflu.
The combination of the high viral activity and the lack of some of these available remedies and treatments is creating a worsening of this triple-demic.
Here in California, new RSV cases are overwhelming many children's hospitals. Orange County extending its RSV and flu-related emergency declaration after ER visits to its main children's hospital doubled. On social media, a parent sharing her baby's terrifying experience. Marissa Clark spent Thanksgiving in the hospital with her son, Brixon.
He was really struggling to breathe.
The 3-month-old was diagnosed with RSV and went into respiratory failure. After 5 days in the pediatric ICU, baby Brixon is finally home.
Making sure that you're catching that stuff before it gets too late.
And with the winter holidays approaching, Dr. Patel reminds us there's some simple steps you can take to protect you and your loved ones against the flu and COVID-19. Masks are readily available, and make sure that your flu shot and COVID boosters are up to date. Lindsay?
Yeah, those images are so hard, but great advice, Aaron. Thanks so much.
Now to the latest developments in the criminal tax fraud trial against the Trump Organization. It could soon be wrapping up with closing arguments set to begin today. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Tom, this is a pretty complex case, and we should point out former President Trump has denied any wrongdoing, has not been personally charged in the case. But walk us through what the company is being accused of here.
Right, Joe. So this all centers around this idea that the company essentially, according to the indictment, was in cahoots with its former CFO, Alan Weisselberg, or vice versa, depending upon how you look at it or your point of view from the attorneys in this case, that they were working together not only for Weisselberg to receive these perks kind of off the books, not paying taxes on an apartment and a car and tuition for his grandkids for school and avoiding income taxes, but that, in fact, the Trump Organization, and we're looking at its headquarters, that they were working together to not have to pay certain payroll taxes, and that the company also benefited from Weisselberg's scheme, which he's pleaded guilty to. And so that's the ultimate question here, is whether or not the Trump Organization not only benefited, but they were working hand in hand with Weisselberg to be able to get these benefits, Joe.
So what can we expect from the closing arguments today?
Right. So I think both sides are going to kind of key in on Alan Weisselberg's testimony, but also this idea that we've been talking about since, frankly, before this trial began. And it centers around this. Did Alan Weisselberg could do this on behalf of himself for his own personal greed, as he stated on the witness stand, or did he do it as part of an effort with the Trump organization so that the Trump organization could benefit, as well as Weisselberg? And of course, he's the chief financial officer, still on the payroll, even though he's on leave of absence, and has the opportunity to get a $500,000 bonus in January. So it was a weird situation where he's testifying against the company that he has a bonus coming up for in just a couple of months.
That is unusual. So what is it prosecutors need to prove in order to get a conviction, and what kind of punishment then could the Trump organization face if convicted?
Right, and that's really what their argument to the jury will be about today, is this idea of, okay, not only did the Trump organization get a benefit out of this, but they willfully did it, and they did it with Weisselberg working with several others, and some of those individuals have testified at this trial to be able to get a benefit for the Trump organization. So they've already got the guilty plea from Weisselberg. Now they're going to try to say that Weisselberg and others worked together to give the Trump organization a benefit, and so they should be convicted. That's what we're going to hear from prosecutors. If convicted, the maximum penalty here, well, obviously they're not going to take the Trump headquarters into custody or march it into jail. We're looking at just a fine here, Joe, of just shy of $1.6 million.
All right. Tom Winter in New York. Tom, thank you.
We turn now to the World Cup, where the U.S. men are 2 days away from their highly anticipated knockout round game against the Netherlands. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Doha, Qatar, with a look at the support the team is getting there and back here at home, too.
The excitement is building ahead of Saturday's big game. From here in Doha to every corner of the U.S., fans are fired up, pumped up, ready to go. But the big question is, will Team USA's biggest star be healthy enough to take the field on Saturday? This morning, the countdown is on. Team USA just 2 days away from a showdown against the Netherlands. The biggest question, will Christian Pulisic play on Saturday? This morning, the team telling NBC News his condition is still day-to-day. After suffering a pelvic injury during the game-winning goal against Iran, Pulisic letting fans and teammates know he hopes to play. Another U.S. standout, Yunus Musa, telling Hoda and Craig
he's feeling better, so hopefully he'll be all right for Saturday.
Now a trip to the quarterfinals on the line.
We relish this. It's an opportunity for our guys to, to keep grinding.
Excitement around the win or go home match reaching a fever pitch.
It is electric in there.
In the States, fans have been cheering on the home team. Andrea Botello turned her restaurant into a watch party for fans.
I've heard of people just taking time off work for all of the games.
And fans flocking to the team in Doha, including this young supporter who was given the gift of a lifetime, a signed jersey by midfielder Weston McKennie. After failing to qualify for the last World Cup in 2018, the pressure is on.
I think Christian Pulisic will play in this game. He'll do anything he can to play in this game because this is what he's been looking forward to his entire life.
Now, win on Saturday would be huge for the team. The last time they advanced to the quarterfinals was in 2002 when the games were played in Japan and South Korea. But look, we've been watching this tournament closely. We've seen a lot of upsets. Saturday's game won't be easy, but Team USA has every chance to pull this off. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thanks so much.
Time for a check of your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And it's the first day of December, feeling like December and looking like December in many spots, especially out west. We're looking at heavy rain, heavy snow in portions of the Intermountain West, into portions of California, and then that will push into the northern plains tomorrow, eventually into the upper Midwest. In the middle of the country, we are dry. That's good news. Lots of sunshine. It's cool, chilly in the northern plains, and we're mild and bright throughout the southern plains, 50s and 60s in Oklahoma and also Texas. Further to the east, we're dry along the east coast. We cleared out that rain from yesterday. A little leftover snow showers in portions of northern New England. Could see some lake effect snow showers, especially downwind of Lake Ontario, Lake Erie. Windy, though, today, so it's going to be a little blustery with temperatures much colder than yesterday. Then as we go throughout Friday, that heavy snow moves off into the northern plains, eventually into the upper Midwest as well. Heavy snow falling in the Sierra Mountains. We're looking looking at up to 2, maybe even 3 feet of snow. Lower elevation rain. I'll show you that in just a few minutes. Mild and breezy still in portions of the southern plains. We're up to the 60s and 70s. That's going to feel good. And then sunny in the east on Friday to end out our work week. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures chilly still in the 40s. And that's before rain comes on Saturday. So we're going to up those temperatures on Saturday, but it's going to come in a price with some rain and also breezy conditions. Could see a little wintry weather in portions of northern New England, and that rain will stretch down into the southeast. So it's going to be a wet day for many on Saturday. We're not talking about heavy rain, but still light showers as you're out and about, maybe doing some Christmas shopping. Much colder in the middle of the country, with temperatures in the 40s, but at least we're dry. And then we're watching another storm coming on shore into the Pacific Northwest. Heavy snow once again. We're looking at lower elevation rain. This is really going to help the drought. I know it's not fun on the weekend, but we do need the rain out west. So that's going to be good news as we near Saturday and also Sunday. Look at Sunday, more rain, more snow. A nice day in portions of the southeast. Rain falling in the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley that was hit hard yesterday, Tuesday, and also Wednesday. Brisk conditions along the Great Lakes, and it's chilly in the Northeast with temperatures in the 30s and 40s. That extends down into the mid-Atlantic. This is what the cross-country storm looks like. So this is our next storm system that's going to move across the country. We're looking at snow. That's where you see the blue on the map. The lighter colors, closer to the white color, is the heaviest snow. We're looking at heavy rain too. That's where you're seeing the brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows in Northern California. That's going to move down to the south as we head throughout the day. So we could see up to 2 inches of rain in some spots. That's going to cause some flooding, especially in burned areas. So soaking rain into Southern California and Central California. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, that cold front's going to quickly move into the plains, also the upper Midwest. Notice once again some blue on the map. We're looking at some snow in the upper Midwest, also the northern plains, before it moves into the Northeast as rain on Saturday. So 7 million people impacted by winter alerts. We have winter weather advisories. That's in your white. Winter storm watches in the blue, and a winter storm warning. We are looking at the pink there. That's where we could see up to 2 to 3 feet of snow. Snowfall forecast, where you see the pinks and purples, that is the highest amount. So Sierra Mountains, also the Cascades into the Rockies. We're looking at light snow into portions of the northern plain, but look at that. We're going to up that snowpack. That is good news. And we're looking at heavy, heavy rain in portions of central and southern California Saturday and also Sunday. Additional snowfall in the Great Lakes. Notice, remember all that snow we got maybe, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I forget now. South of Watertown, we're looking at some lake effect snow today, maybe up to 8 inches in some spots. It's going to be windy, too, with winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Where you see the blue, that is your wind advisory. So portions of New England, Maine, down into upstate New York, and also Connecticut, Vermont. And it's going to be windy. I mean, that's pretty windy. It's going to be windy here, a little chilly as well. So you need the layers.
A cold wind. So.
A cold wind.
All right.
It's winter.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Coming up on Morning News Now, more controversy for the royal family.
We'll tell you how comments from one royal aide are now overshadowing Prince William and Princess Kate's visit to the U.S. That's next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with the latest on the royal visit. The Prince and Princess of Wales officially arrived in Boston yesterday, kicking off their first U.S. tour in nearly a decade.
And the two are here to attend tomorrow's Earthshot Awards, but the trip hasn't gone exactly to plan. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston with the latest on their trip. Keir, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. Well, goodness me, a lot has happened since we spoke yesterday, and much of it not here in Boston, but back in London. Guys, we were at the Celtics game at the Garden there with the Prince and Princess of Wales last night. It looks like they were having fun, but that's not the story back in the UK.
Prince William and Princess Catherine on the fan cam at the Celtics game last night in Boston, and seen here snapping photos with fans from their courtside seats. But their hopes to make a good impression on their first trip to the States in nearly a decade rocked by new racism allegations back home. Charity executive Ngozi Faloni, seen here at Buckingham Palace Monday, just steps away from Queen Consort Camilla, says she was questioned at the event by one of Camilla's aides, who has now stepped down, 83-year-old Lady Susan Hussey, Prince William's godmother and longtime confidant to Queen Elizabeth. Ngozi Faloni tweeting the exchange, which reads in part, "What nationality are you? I am born here and am British. No, but where do you really come from? Where do your people come from?" Hussey also asking, quote, "What part of Africa are you from?" after Ngozi said she was from London. That questioning continuing for some time, she says, and on BBC Radio this morning describing how she felt.
Then I have to really question how this can happen in a space that's supposed to protect women against all kinds of violence. So it's not, although it's not physical violence, it is an abuse.
A palace spokesman says Lady Hussey has offered her profound apologies for the hurt caused. But this morning, Britain's front pages declaring it a royal disaster. The palace calling the comments unacceptable. While back in Boston, Prince William tried to stay focused on his environmental charity.
We cannot wait to celebrate the Earthshot Prize finalists later on this week. And we are both looking forward to spending the next few days learning about the innovative ways the people of Massachusetts are tackling climate change.
In their Oprah interview last year, Harry and Meghan claimed a member of the royal family asked Harry what colour their child would be. That prompted this question to William at the time.
Yeah, is the royal family a racist family, sir?
No, we're very much not a racist family.
Now, fresh controversy back home, touching the royals' inner circle, and the timing couldn't be worse for William and Kate.
And here today in Boston, guys, the Prince and Princess of Wales will meet local communities. They'll meet folks doing great work for the environment. They'll go to a not-for-profit that's supporting young people at risk. But there's more. Just in the past few hours, Netflix has dropped its minute-long trailer for the Harry and Meghan documentary. They say in it, nobody sees what happens behind closed doors. This is turning out to be an eventful trip here in Boston.
Definitely is. Keir, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
More international headlines this morning. Officials are investigating an explosion that killed at least 10 students at a school in Afghanistan.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a Taliban official has confirmed that on Wednesday at least 10 students were killed after a bomb went off in a religious school in the north of Afghanistan. A video that was also released by the Taliban that allegedly shows the aftermath of the blast shows dead bodies and bloodstains on the floor. There was no immediate claim of responsibility, though the Islamic State has been responsible for similar attacks in the country in the past. Let's go to South Korea, where Oh Young-soo, the 78-year-old actor playing the elderly contestant in the Netflix series Squid Game, will stand trial on charges of indecent assault. According to local media, a woman filed a complaint against Oh in December last year, accusing him of making unwanted physical contact during a meeting in 2017. Yang-soo, who became the first South Korean actor to win a Golden Globe for his role, denies any wrongdoing. And let's move to Britain, where the Royal Mint issued a new collectible coin to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Rolling Stones. The coin features an image of Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Ronnie Wood, and the late drummer Charlie Watts performing. The Rolling Stones did write a song called Money in 1964, in which Mick Jagger kept singing repeatedly, "I want money, that's all I want." But in the end, he got it. Money with his face on it.
Very
Yeah,
good
I can
point.
manifest that.
Yeah, no kidding. Sing the song. 60 years, that's unreal. I guess rock and roll is like, keeps you young or something.
Amazing.
Thanks, Claudio.
Coming up, a big breakthrough in the fight against Alzheimer's disease.
We're going to break down data from a promising new drug to treat patients and also the potential side effects it can cause. That's coming up next.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with promising new results from an early clinic trial aimed at treating the most common form of dementia. And the results showed an experimental drug was able to slow the progression of early-stage Alzheimer's disease by 27%.
Well, researchers say there are still large risks to the medication. They say it is a major step forward in Alzheimer's research. Let's bring in Dr. Madhav Tambazzetti to break down these results. He's the director of the Clinical and Translational Neuroscience Unit at the National Institute of Aging. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, walk us through the results from this clinical trial. What is it you're seeing? Are you seeing results that are a sign of hope?
Thanks a lot for having me on the show. It's a real pleasure. So this particular clinical trial marks a landmark in the field because it's for the first time in several decades that an experimental drug has been shown to slow the progression of the disease. And so as a scientist, this is quite a major milestone. But as a physician caring for patients with Alzheimer's disease, there are also several caveats that come to my mind. And one is, as you've already said, there are some side effects associated with the drug. There's an increased risk of brain bleeds in some patients. There's an increased risk of brain swelling in some. And while in most patients, these might be mild and some may not even show symptoms, there are some in whom significant problems can develop. And these include headaches, confusion, falls, disturbances in vision. And so these side effects might become important as we start administering the drug if it's approved. The other caveat to bear in mind is that in this clinical trial, the benefit associated with the drug appears to be quite small. And it's unclear how meaningful this might be for patients. And it's unlikely that patients are going to be able to see obvious differences on a day-to-day basis if they receive this medication. So while the scientist in me is excited at this development, it's a major landmark in the field, the physician in me urges caution in this optimism as well.
Doctor, why is Alzheimer's so difficult to treat?
There are a couple of reasons. One reason is that we really don't know what drives the disease. We don't have a precise handle on what causes the disease. And so a lot of research over the past few decades has focused on the buildup of toxic proteins in the brain. And many scientists believe that it is these toxic proteins that drive the disease process. And this particular drug that we're talking about today is targeted to remove one such protein from building up. It clears this protein from the brain. But there are other scientists who disagree, and they believe that these proteins really are not driving the disease process. They're markers of damage that has already happened, sort of like tombstones in a graveyard, and that removing these proteins really does not help patients with the disease. So there's a lot of discussion and debate. And so unless we have a better understanding of what drives the disease process, we're not going to be able to develop effective treatments or a cure for this condition.
All right, Dr. Tomasetti, thanks so much for joining us this morning to help break it down and explain this. We really do appreciate that.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot.
This morning, we are remembering the talented Christine McVie, who rose to fame as a member of the legendary band Fleetwood Mac. Her songs really touching the hearts of generations of music lovers.
Guaranteed you know one of her songs. Ann Thompson now joins us with more on her life and legacy. Ann.
How many of us have played those songs since we've heard the news? And the news really surprised people because even her fans and especially her bandmates didn't realize that she was so sick. She passed away peacefully, her family said, at the age of 79. And that gives us a chance to remember the life and prolific career of Christine McVie. For Christine McVie, songwriting was never a struggle. A self-described quick writer and talented keyboard player, McVie became a hitmaker for one of the biggest bands in the world. Born Christine Perfect in England, she was a classically trained musician who loved rock and roll. Eventually, she joined Fleetwood Mac and married John McVie. Along with Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, their musical chemistry captured the world's ear. I'm over my head. Christine telling Carson in 2014 about the instant connection the band had during their early sessions.
We started doing Singing Say You Love Me as a three-part harmony, and it was immediate.
Felt it.
Christine, responsible for writing nearly half the songs on the band's iconic album Rumors, including You Make Loving Fun, said to be inspired by an affair she had. Her marriage unraveled, yet the band played on. In 1998, the group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not long after, due to her fear of flying, McVie left the band, the group reuniting in 2014. Fleetwood Mac releasing a statement writing in part, she was truly one of a kind, special, and talented beyond measure. While bandmate Stevie Nicks penning a handwritten note to her best friend in the whole world, writing, "See you on the other side, my love."
Like never before.
And my favorite fact about Christine McVie, when you look at Fleetwood Mac's greatest hits album, she wrote half of the songs on that album. Just remarkable.
Unbelievable. And you just talk about so many things when it comes to Fleetwood Mac and their story and their history and
the rock soap opera of
exactly.
the band. It's the music,
beautiful
their
music
lives,
we got out of it.
All amazing, truly.
So
Songbird.
Sad. Yeah, Ann
Thank you,
Thompson,
Ann.
thank you.
Coming up, Hate to tell you this, but the clock is ticking to get your gifts shipped out in time for the holidays, assuming you bought them.
All right, we've got the latest tips to make sure your presents make it onto the tree in time this year. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Officials in San Francisco have voted to allow police the ability to use potentially lethal robots in emergency situations. But the police are insisting these robots are nothing new. Valerie Castro has the details for us.
This police robot, as menacing as it looks now, isn't a deadly weapon, at least not yet. It's currently equipped to defuse bombs, but a Tuesday night vote by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors,
the amended item number 28 passes by a vote of 8-3,
allows San Francisco PD to outfit current department robots similar to this with explosive charges.
Your move, creep.
When it comes to police robots, science fiction movies make us think of these nightmare scenarios. But in real life, a spokesperson for the SFPD says they'll only be used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects when lives are at stake.
We're talking about using a robot that we've had for 11 years in the San Francisco Police Department. This is not brand new. We use the robots every single day.
Critics worry the move will create a police state. The city's public defender tweeting, "We are a city, not a military." Before the vote, some supervisors voicing their concerns that this could be crossing that line.
This is a local police force here to protect us. This is not the U.S. military that we are arming. And there is serious potential for misuse and abuse of this military-grade technology.
This should not become the preferred way that we take down people that are committing crimes.
While some in favor of the vote argued the narrative is backwards and the tool could actually be used to save lives.
If I didn't know any better, you would think SFPD just woke up one day and thought it would be really cool to go out and get some killer robots and go terrorize the community. And that's not at all what's happening here. It's fear-mongering against the police.
A police robot with explosives might sound far-fetched, but the method has been deployed before. In 2016, during a mass shooting in Dallas, police there scrambled to equip a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper who shot 12 police officers and killed 5 during a protest.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. The policy is only to use these robots in extremely limited situations, such as risk of loss of life to members of the public or officers. But critics still say a human being should be there to make the decision to use deadly force.
Now to financial news, starting with Salesforce co-CEO Brett Taylor, who announced his departure from the company yesterday.
For this and more financial news, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us for more. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning. All right, so we're going to start with the sudden departure of Salesforce co-CEO Brett Taylor, weighing on shares pre-market despite better than expected third quarter results. This is the second time in less than 3 years that founder Mark Benioff has lost a co-CEO. The news surprised investors since Taylor had only been in the role for a year and had quickly climbed the ranks since his startup Quip was purchased by Salesforce in 2016. LastPass, the password managing app, just disclosed another data breach, except this time user data was exposed. The company says hackers accessed the data through a third-party cloud storage device used by LastPass. It's not yet clear what information hackers gained access to or how many customers have been impacted, but the company did say customers' passwords remain safe. Neuralink founder Elon Musk expects the company's wireless brain chip to begin human clinical trials in 6 months. The company is developing brain chip interfaces that could ultimately aid disabled patients who have trouble moving and communicating. During an event yesterday, Musk said the company was also working to use the technology to restore vision. It's important to note that the company has previously missed earlier timelines set by Musk. Lindsay and Joe? Musk has a lot going on.
I was just going to say, he's a busy guy
He's
these
got a lot
days.
on his plate, yeah.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Probably realize it is December 1st. That means the clock is ticking to get all your Christmas presents delivered after you buy them, especially if you have to ship them. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soberaff has more on what you need to know to avoid a shipping nightmare this holiday season.
Hey, what's up? Christmas 24 days away, but who is counting? Santa's packing his sleigh. The rest of us are going to be at places like the post office this time of year. The cost of just about everything is going up, and that includes shipping as well. That's why we got these hacks to let you know how to get your packages where you want them to go on time. Make sure everybody's happy on Christmas.
3, 2, 1.
This morning, the tree lights are on, and so is the Christmas crunch. With more than $20 billion already spent on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined, the focus now getting those gifts under the tree in time for Christmas. It comes after last year's Ship-A-Geddon nightmare marked by record delays and out-of-stock messages, all part of the supply chain crisis that was caused by COVID outbreaks and record consumer demand. While a repeat isn't expected this year, experts say prepare to pay more to send presents by mail. FedEx, UPS, and the U.S. Postal Service are already implementing peak holiday pricing. USPS says their first class and ground services will cost an extra $5.85 for heavy packages sent more than 600 miles.
Labor charges are leading all the major shipping carriers to put some extra fees on shipping costs, which they are definitely passing on to consumers.
Still, there are plenty of ways to save on shipping. The Postal Service offers free packaging supplies. And you can stretch your dollar with other services by reusing old boxes and padded envelopes, as long as they're in good condition. But keep in mind, packing with less will save you more.
Put packages in the absolutely smallest box they have available.
You can also cut costs by cutting out the middleman. Buy gifts online and have them shipped directly to the recipient. Many retailers even offer complimentary wrapping and an option to include a gift receipt. No matter how you ship, to ensure delivery by Christmas Day, keep an eye on the calendar. To take advantage of FedEx's cheapest service, be sure to mail those presents by the 14th. The Postal Service needs them by the 17th for ground shipping. and UPS's timing varies by distance. But upgrading to 3-day select will buy you until the 20th to send your gifts. Still, insiders advise 'tis the season to be proactive. Waiting to send gifts until the last minute can put your delivery at risk of unforeseen weather and processing delays. Meaning when it comes to shipping, it never hurts to be an eager elf.
One more pro tip, you got to show up midweek and show up 30 minutes after this place opens, after the post office opens. That's the best time to get in line, to get in and out quickly, and to get those deals that we're talking about. So don't show up on the weekends. Don't show up at the beginning or the end of the week. That's not going to do you any good.
All right, some good advice, Jacob. Thank you so much. Yeah, do not shower.
I have made that mistake.
Coming up on Morning News Now, history at the World Cup.
Yeah, we will tell you how a group of female referees is making waves in Qatar ahead of today's match between Germany and Costa Rica. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. History is coming to the Men's World Cup today. FIFA announced that the first all-female crew to call a men's game is taking the pitch. France's Stephanie Frapper, Brazil's Naisa Back, and Mexico's Karen Diaz will be the sole referees at Germany and Costa Rica's matchup today. Frapper already made history last week as the first ever woman to officiate a Men's World Cup game, and now will also become the first female head referee. And I always think with these first, I'm always amazed, this hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet, but it's cool that it is.
Yes.
Love to see that. Very cool. All right, the end of an era is almost upon us, as Trevor Noah will soon say goodbye to The Daily Show. But the comedian is keeping busy with a new Netflix special. Noah spoke with our friends over at Today earlier this morning. Here's a portion of that conversation.
How hard is it to say goodbye to a job that is among the most coveted in our industry?
I think it's extremely difficult, but not because of the job part. It's difficult because of all the people that I do the job with, you know. I'm sure you know what it's like. Everyone becomes, you know, not a family, but a team.
Yeah.
You know, there's a team that you enjoy doing things with. There's people that you enjoy making jokes with and creating ideas with and figuring out what the puzzle is going to be. And I think that's the most difficult part, because it becomes part of the routine of your heart.
Are you scared?
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
I think anything worth doing should scare you. You know, so I was scared to take the job. You know, I was scared to leave the job. You know, I'll be scared to do the next project, hopefully. I always think to myself, if you're not scared to try something or to do something, then, you know, like, why are you doing it? Like, walking should be something that shouldn't scare you.
Yeah, right.
I just walk. Walking doesn't scare me, but everything else in life that's exciting scares me a little bit.
I mean, you've had so many big interviews to look back on. I cannot believe you just had Will Smith. This is somebody we've all wanted to hear from.
Yeah.
What kind of an impression did he leave on you after that interview?
I think he left the impression of a human being, you know? And I think that's what I'm trying to do in life, is try and connect with my humanity. I'm a human being. People are human beings. We're all experiencing something. We're all going through something. We're all trying to figure out who we are and how we relate to the world. And so, funny enough, that's what I'm consciously trying to think of when I engage in the news, when I engage in my comedy, when I travel the world. It's always in the top of my mind.
Why did you want to leave the show? What was it?
Well, it's not that I wanted to leave the show. It's that I needed to find a way to make time for everything else that's happening in life. You know, I realized during the pandemic, everyone talks about a work-life balance, but that almost, you know, creates the idea that your work and your life are two separate things.
Yeah.
When in fact, I came to realize during the pandemic, it's a life balance. It's your life. You're living your life right now. I'm living my life right now. Your life doesn't stop because you're working or not working. And so if you want to make more time for family, if you want to make more time for friends and what you want to do, and everything, you know, time is the one thing we cannot increase.
I love that.
You know, so it was a case of like, make more time, find a way to create that time.
Let's talk about your Netflix special. It's so funny. You do such great presidential impressions. Which one's the easiest and which one's the toughest?
It depends. It really depends. You know, because it's funny, like, my favorite one is Obama. Because,
let's hear a little.
But whenever I do it to him, like, I'll say it to him, you know, he'll see me and be like, Trevor, what's going on? And then I'll say that to him. I'll be like, Mr. President, good to see you. And he's like, I don't sound like that, Trevor. And I'm like, but you do. You sound exactly like that. And he's like, no, I don't. So I love playing with him on that. You know, and he was on the show recently, and it's just fun. I think because, like, I play with more the caricature of who they are in my head.
In your head.
Than, like, the specific. I'm not trying to impersonate them. I'm trying to impersonate the character of who they are to me.
You do a good Clinton?
I don't really, actually.
No, you don't?
No, because I just remember, like, all the stories he'll tell. I mean, you've met him, and it's just like, you know, he's just got that chilled out, very, you know, how did I ever tell you about the time you were in Louisiana, weren't you? And I was also in Louisiana for a while. You know what I mean? He just always has a story about everything. That's all I know about him.
It wasn't a bad Bill Clinton right there. Trevor Noah's final Daily Show is going to air next Thursday, December 8th on Comedy Central. A new host will take over the show beginning in January.
Well, music icon Dolly Parton is out with a new Christmas special and just got a $100 million award for her charity work from Jeff Bezos. She caught up with Today co-host Hoda Kotb about how this time of year has always been about working more than just 9 to 5.
Working 9 to 5.
A prolific songwriter with an unforgettable voice, Dolly Parton has provided the soundtrack for so many of our lives.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
A living legend all year round, but Christmas is the one time she shines especially bright. It's your season. Christmas is here. So, question first, is your Christmas tree up?
Oh, of course. My Christmas tree was up before Thanksgiving.
Dolly's holiday cheer evident in Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. Her new movie musical about the making of a network TV special.
It's like a show within a show, because I think people are real interested in knowing what goes on behind the scenes. It's a lot of drama, it's a lot of comedy, a lot of meaningful songs, a lot of meaningful places.
The guest stars include some of music's biggest names, including Willie Nelson, Jimmy Allen, and Dolly's goddaughter, Miley Cyrus.
Almost too early for Christmas.
Dolly also sharing the spotlight with Jimmy Fallon, performing their new holiday song.
He sent that to me, though, like in September. I thought, wow, what a great idea for a song. It's almost too early for Christmas because the Halloween decorations are still out and the Christmas haters and all. So he sent me the song, and I just loved it.
This legendary singer has earned endless accolades over the years, and she added another one to the list in early November. Member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Dolly performing a new rock song she wrote for the occasion, but it was a nomination she initially turned down. I wasn't clear whether you were like, well, I don't sing rock and roll, so I don't want to be in there, or if you felt unworthy of something like that. Which
That's
one was
what I felt. I never thought of myself as a rock star. I found out later that they give it to you for if you've influenced other people. I found out more about it. But I had said at the start I didn't want to accept it because I didn't think I'd earned it. And still ain't sure. But I thought, well, they're going to give it to me anyhow. I'm going to accept it gracefully, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a rock album and just make the most of it.
Your husband of 56 years, he loves rock and roll. So is he thrilled that you're doing a rock album?
Well, he's praying for me, I think. I guess he's hoping I can pull it off, but I really think it's some of the best work I've ever done.
Wait. The best work you've ever done?
I think so, only because it's different for me. You know, I wanted it to be good.
The day Dolly was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she received news of a second separate honor, this one from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, to help her continue another passion of hers, giving back.
I said, are you telling me that you're giving me $100 million for my charities? And he said, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. No strings attached, except that it all has to go to, you know, charity. And I started to cry on the phone. I was just thinking of all the great things that I could do for so many needy people. And I just thought, wow, thank you, God.
Who taught you about generosity?
I'm from a faith-based family. My grandpa was a preacher. So when you grow up like that, it's better to give than receive. Although as kids, we loved getting the presents, you know, whatever we got. But I think I just always had a giving spirit, the same as my mom and my dad were just good-hearted country people.
That giving spirit, something guiding her as she rings in 2023. Let's talk New Year's resolutions. What do you have on your list?
Well, I'm like everybody else. You know, you make a bunch of resolutions and you never keep them. No. Third weekend of January, that's just all forgotten, you know what I mean? My hopes for the new year is a little more kindness, a little more love, a little more trying to pull together instead of falling apart. I'm going to try my best to try to bring as much joy as I can and lift people up as much as I can in my way. And I just think we all need to try a little harder. I don't care what our politics or our religion or our color or anything else. So that's my personal New Year's resolution, to try a little harder myself, to try to make as much of that happen as I can through songs or through giving or through whatever it may be.
Man, I could listen to her all day. Our thanks to Hoda for that. And that special Dolly Parton's Magic Mountain Christmas airs tonight on 8 p.m. on NBC. And you can also catch her on NBC again because she is hosting this year's New Year's Eve special with Miley Cyrus.
December of Dolly, I like to call it.
I like it.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Bonjour USA, French President Emmanuel Macron will visit the White House today for the first state visit of President Biden's administration. The two world leaders were spotted having dinner last night ahead of official events today. We'll take a look at what this meeting means for the war in Ukraine, Iran's nuclear program, and tensions with China. History on the House floor. House Democrats elect new leadership, ushering in a younger generation of leaders in the party. That includes the first black lawmaker to lead a party's caucus. We'll show you how incoming Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries plans to tackle issues head-on in a Republican-controlled House. Plus, royal racism as Prince William and Princess Kate gear up for their first full day in the U.S. Their trip is already clouded by controversy, with William's godmother, an aide to the late Queen Elizabeth, accused of making racist comments. What we're learning about the incident. Plus, what's on the royals' agenda here in the U.S. and how that controversy could cast a cloud over it. Also this morning, it's lit. We're in the Christmas spirit here at 30 Rock this morning with the Rockefeller tree now lit up for the holidays. We're going to show you the preparations to get the tree ready for Christmas. It is an undertaking. And also the special way this 82-foot spruce ended up in Midtown Manhattan. I remember last year, you rode in on the flatbed truck.
It was fun. I was supposed to do it this year, but something interfered with that. I was there last night. First time I've actually seen the tree lighting. It was awesome to see it
in person, even better.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Awesome. All right, we're going to begin in Washington this morning, where the White House will host its first state dinner of the Biden presidency tonight.
Yeah, the president is going to host French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife. The two arrived at Joint Base Andrews Tuesday. And a little later this morning, they will be officially welcomed at the White House. Now, this evening's state dinner will be an opportunity for the two leaders to celebrate the relationship between the United States and its oldest ally. For more, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Washington. Mike, good morning to you. So we know state visits, they are very carefully choreographed. So what can we expect today? What have Macron's been doing since they arrived in the U.S. earlier this week?
Well, President Macron has had a very full agenda here in Washington that kicked off yesterday when he joined Vice President Kamala Harris at NASA headquarters to talk about U.S.-French cooperation in space. The French president also visited Arlington National Cemetery before visiting with President Biden last night for an informal dinner. The president took him out for Italian, actually, at a restaurant in Georgetown. Today, of course, is the substantive and the ceremonial parts of the agenda. The French president and his wife will have an official arrival ceremony here in just about a couple hours. We'll see the two leaders sit down to conduct the business in the Oval Office, followed by a joint news conference. President Macron will also visit Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers there before tonight's big state dinner. They have flown in 200 lobsters for the main course, a butter poached lobster dish. There's also what I'm told is the 2019-2020 World Cheese Champion for part of the menu as well tonight. Jean-Baptiste is part of the entertainment tonight. This is not just the first state dinner of the Biden presidency. It's really the biggest social event that's happened here at the White House post-COVID.
Yeah, it sounds like quite the shindig there. So we know France and the U.S., they're old allies, but the relationship between Presidents Macron and Biden did get off to a rocky start. Viewers might recall last year the White House announced a deal that really torpedoed a big French submarine contract with Australia. We know Macron is scheduled to meet with President Biden in the Oval Office today. So when it comes to that, what do we think they're expected to discuss?
Well, at the top of the agenda for these two leaders, of course, is the continued fallout of Russia's invasion into Ukraine. The impacts of that are still being felt, especially in Europe as they head into a winter dealing with energy issues primarily. But you're right, that submarine deal and the awkwardness that followed is really part of the discussion looming over this as well. The state visit here is kind of the final set piece of a long sort of repair effort that began last year when these two presidents met on the sidelines of the G20 in Rome. President Biden then acknowledged that that deal was handled clumsily. There's another point of contention between these two countries that have to do with one of President Biden's biggest legislative accomplishments. As part of the Inflation Reduction Act, some of the tax credits for American-made energy-efficient products, there's real concern in Europe that that's going to really hamper their economy at a time their economy is under significant strain because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So Macron really only took office back in 2017, but with the UK leaving the European Union and Germany's Angela Merkel retiring, he's really quickly become one of Europe's most tenured leaders, and during that time, he's advocated for more European autonomy from the U.S., while President Biden is trying to work to reassert America as a global leader. How can the two thread that needle here today?
Yeah, Joe, it's a really important point because one of the unusual things about this state visit is that President Macron was just here for a state visit 4 years ago. It's rare that you have an elected head of state from another country getting two state dinners at the White House. But of course, we know who hosted President Macron last time. It was President Trump, who obviously was pursuing sort of an America first foreign policy. What that led to was European leaders like Macron realizing that Europe needed to step up to the plate a little bit more on their own. They couldn't necessarily count on American leadership here. But now that President Biden is back, we've heard the president talk about his conversations with Macron, where President Biden said America is back, and Macron responded, but for how long? So this is a really important opportunity for that European relationship to be strengthened with an ally here in Washington, at least for the time being.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thanks so much.
I love that you said shindig, by the way.
Thank you.
Staying in Washington, where a younger generation of leaders is set to step into the spotlight on Capitol Hill. House Democrats officially elected New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries to be the House Minority Leader in the new Congress. He will be the first black lawmaker to lead a congressional caucus. During a news conference yesterday, Jeffries discussed working for the people.
As we work to advance the ball for everyday Americans and get stuff done. Because that's what Democrats do. That's our story, that's our legacy, that's our values, that's our commitment as we move forward.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. So Ryan, good morning. Talk to us here about the decision to elect Jeffries to Democratic House Leader, replacing Nancy Pelosi, and also what can we expect from him as the party looks into the future?
Well, first off, Lindsay, as you point out, it was certainly historic. The fact that this will be the first time that an African-American is the leader of any political party in Congress is very significant, but it's also significant because of the generational change that it represents. The new leadership in the Democratic caucus is 30 years younger than the people that they will replace. And so that just shows you the direction of the Democratic Party as they attempt to evolve. But Hakeem Jeffries specifically as a figure will be very interesting because he is someone that has clashed with the House, current House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, soon to be Speaker of the House. But yesterday he said that he's willing to work with Republicans up to a point. Take a listen.
We look forward to finding opportunities to partner with the other side of the aisle and work with them whenever possible. But we will also push back against extremism whenever necessary. We're going to fight hard each and every day we have this honor to serve in Congress to deliver.
So the tone that Jeffries is striking there is important because if Democrats want to get anything accomplished, they're going to need Republican support. Republicans, of course, will be in the majority, but the margins will be so slim. But Jeffries is making it clear he's only going to be willing to work with Republicans if they can find common ground on issues that they both care about, and they are willing to be that roadblock to what they describe as extremism. And that's basically alluding to former President Trump and the influence that he has on the Republican Party in the House. Lindsay.
Well, and Ryan, right now we're looking at a group of people. And so in recent years, we've seen ambitious, younger Democrats looking to climb the leadership ladder, but they've had nowhere to go. And now we're seeing sort of a changing of the guard. So who are these other new leaders of the Democratic Congressional Caucus?
Yeah, so Catherine Clark is going to be the Democratic whip. She's in her 50s. She's from Massachusetts. She represents a more progressive wing of the party. She's someone that has steadily moved up the ranks, is very close with the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and is expected to be a force in the Democratic Party. And then Pete Aguilar, who's in his early 40s from California, he's going to be the Democratic caucus chair. He is obviously Hispanic. This represents the first time in forever that you've had no white men as leaders of the Democratic Party, which the Democrats believe is important because it reflects the United States as well. And, you know, beyond those three leaders at the top of the chain, there are also very young and very popular Democratic leaders in the House of Representatives that are going to have a lot of influence. Don't forget the name Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is, of course, a very prominent leader of the progressive wing of the party, and also young leaders like Cori Bush and others. So this Democratic Party is going to have a lot of voices that have not necessarily all the same exact viewpoint as to how they should govern. So it's going to be a big job for Hakeem Jeffries to keep all of those in line. And of course, that was Nancy Pelosi's expertise.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on the Georgia Senate election runoff. It's 5 days away and will determine if Democrats will add to their slim majority in the Senate. As of Wednesday, more than 833,000 voters had already cast their ballots in this runoff, which pits the Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock against Republican challenger Herschel Walker. For the latest on the runoff, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning to you. So let's start with Senator Warnock, who's going to get a boost later today from former President Obama. We know the former president's campaigned before for Warnock, so what can we expect today from the former president?
Yeah, Joe, this is all about turnout and getting that early vote out. This is the final day of early voting for this Georgia runoff, and you are seeing the biggest star still in Democratic politics, Barack Obama, campaigning for Warnock. Of course, Obama did campaign for Warnock and other candidates right before the general election a few weeks ago. Barack Obama, in our most recent NBC News poll, was the most popular political figure that the poll ended up measuring. And so Raphael Warnock is hoping to kind of borrow some of that enthusiasm and electricity. Barack Obama also is starring in a final campaign ad for Raphael Warnock, in which the former president looks directly to camera, says that this election is going to be close in Georgia. You can't afford to get this decision wrong.
So let's talk about that record early voting turnout. Where is it we're actually seeing the biggest numbers? And does this signal a potential advantage for either candidate?
You know, Joe, Democrats, by and large, are the voters who end up voting early, either in person or by mail. Republicans, particularly after the Trump era, want to vote on Election Day. And so the numbers that we're seeing, I think they're disproportionately Democratic votes. But as Democrats always end up telling me that, you know, they need several great days of sustained good votes to really make up for what is an unusual election that is tucked in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and where turnout is going to be everything. You mentioned the more than 800,000 folks who have already voted early. To put that number into perspective, there were 4 million people who voted in the general election a few weeks ago. And so this will be a smaller turnout, and turnout is everything. Who ends up showing up to vote in this election, either early or in person, will decide who ends up winning.
Let's talk about Herschel Walker. We know Warnock got more votes in November, but didn't get to that 50% threshold. What's Walker doing to try and make up the votes in the runoff?
Yeah, so what Herschel Walker is trying to do is actually borrow some of the celebrity and success from Brian Kemp, the Georgia governor who ended up winning re-election a couple of weeks ago. Joe, do remember that Brian Kemp ended up defeating Stacey Abrams in that general election handily and actually ran well ahead of Herschel Walker. And now you're seeing Brian Kemp stump for Herschel Walker as well as star in his TV ads.
All right, Mark Murray. Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now to the cleanup this morning from that deadly tornado outbreak across the South. 35 tornadoes were reported across 4 states Tuesday into Wednesday, ripping through communities, destroying homes and downing power lines and trees. And some are beginning to tell their stories of survival. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock visited a town in eastern Mississippi.
In the flattened neighborhoods of Steens, Mississippi, there are certainly demolished homes, devastated souls, and a lifetime of possessions emptied for the world to see. But what you won't find, miraculously, are any families grieving the loss of life.
So this is the second time on this property that you've been hit by a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
And you've lived to tell about it.
Oh, yeah. Not wanting to, but it happens.
In the case of 66-year-old Richard White, who left before the storm to look after his dad.
He's older and he gets real nervous when these come around. Then they had them sirens going off. Yep, it was pretty rough.
His return home today highlighted the presence of a possible guardian angel.
So if that had been won over, it would have been your bedroom.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you see that and think that could have been life or death?
Oh, yeah. Real quick. Real quick.
And the miracles just kept on coming.
You know, I'm looking around you right now. You have the side of your wall caved in. There is no roof.
No roof.
Where were you during the storm?
I was in the bathroom. In my hallway on the north side of the house. And you'll see why in a few minutes.
Take a look at the inside of James Brown's house.
What's right there?
That was my storage shed.
And now you have a clear view of the field behind your house.
I have a clear view of the field. See, it came right through here.
The living room, patio, and rear bedroom were all ripped away as he hid in the bathroom holding this transistor radio.
I had a phone there. I had a radio right here. I had my remote control.
Brown's bedroom and bathroom managed to stay untouched, while everything else in the home met Mother Nature's might.
Did you think you were going to survive in that moment?
Well, yes, and where I was at, because it wasn't. I felt safe where I was at.
What evidence did you have that you were going to live through this?
Just that maybe the good Lord told me I need to survive, I guess.
A blessing for sure, as this unincorporated community in eastern Mississippi felt awfully connected.
Oh, thanks to Sam Brock for that report. It's important that people like James knew what to do, where to go, the safest place when those tornadoes hit. Obviously glad to see that they're doing okay.
That is the key in those situations. We are tracking the start of our next cross-country storm.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for more on that and the rest of your Morning News Now weather. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. So good to see you. And the good news is we're clearing out. We've cleared out in the Gulf Coast states, the southeast. So the cleanup today will be a little bit easier with temperatures not that bad. The sun will be shining, but we are watching our next cross-country storm, as you guys just mentioned, moving into the Pacific Northwest. So we're looking at snow, and it could be heavy at times, up to 2 to 3 feet in some spots, and also some lower elevation rain that could be causing some flooding as it hits the burn areas, because we could see up to 2 inches in some spots. So as we go throughout the Intermountain West, the Pacific Northwest, into the Central Plains tomorrow, then the Midwest later on tomorrow night. That is our next system that we're going to watch move across the country. 7 million people impacted by winter alerts. In the white, we're looking at winter weather advisories. Winter storm watches are in the blue, and winter storm warnings are in the pink. So that's through California as well, Washington, Oregon, into portions of the Intermountain West. Now, this is what we're looking at. We have a cold front that's moving on shore today. We're going to see another one on Saturday. It's going to bring heavy rain, some wind into the Sierra Mountains. That's where we could see 2 to 3 feet of snow. So the highest amounts into the Sierra Mountains. And we're looking at soaking rain into central California.
Breaking news right now. French President Emmanuel Macron is visiting the White House this morning, part of a visit that will mark the first state dinner of the Biden presidency.
The two leaders are set to hold a meeting in the Oval Office where they're expected to discuss a number of high-stakes topics. But right now, the Bidens are greeting the Macrons in an official White House arrival ceremony.
As we watch that ceremony unfold right now, and you can see the president and first lady standing outside waiting to greet the French president and his wife. We're going to break it down with our team joining us this morning. That includes NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, Celia Boleen, senior fellow at the Center of the U.S. and Europe at the Brookings Institution, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Good to have all of you with us. So, Mike, let's just start with you. What can we expect today from President Macron's visit?
Well, as we see the French president arriving here, the Bidens there to greet him, this is the ceremonial part of a mix of a substantive and celebratory day honoring this long-time alliance between the United States and France. The president greeting the French president and his wife. The two leaders will make some remarks here at this arrival ceremony after a playing of both national anthems, and then they'll sit down in the Oval Office with a lot, obviously, on the agenda. At the top of the list of continued fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the concerns now about the domestic politics here, as both the United States, we see a new Republican Congress coming in saying they will not necessarily have a blank check for continued funding for Ukraine, and European nations really dealing with the continued impact on energy markets, especially high prices heading into a cold winter. There's also going to be a discussion of some of the president's major accomplishments, one of them being tax credits for energy efficient products made in the United States. The Europeans, and the French in particular, concerned about what this is going to do to their own economies. There is concerns there. But broadly, this is about the Biden administration's foreign policy has all been about reasserting and strengthening our alliances, particularly in Europe. And this is a moment for these two leaders to celebrate that as we see not just the official events, but then tonight, the state dinner. More than 300 guests here expected at a tent on the South Lawn, including some musical performances and, of course, a great meal as well.
And before we kind of dig into the complicated U.S.-French relationship, Michael Beschloss, I want to talk to you about the pomp and circumstance and some of the pageantry we're seeing here. I mean, this is the first state dinner that we're seeing in 3 years at the White House.
It is. And as you know, Lindsay and Joe, there are usually a lot of state dinners in most presidencies. But this White House has been shut down for 2 years plus before the Bidens came in, and so there could be no state dinners. And I think there was also a feeling that one way of showing that the president and first lady feel strongly about and empathize with Americans who are suffering with a difficult economy is to say, we're rolling up our sleeves, we're not going to do a lot of pomp and circumstance. But if I could add one other thing, the pomp and circumstance we will see is largely French, brought to us by Jacqueline Kennedy of French descent, 1961, knew that we had this long history with France that went all the way back to their help to us in our American Revolution. And if you walk through the rooms of the White House, especially the Blue Room, but other state rooms, those were redone by Jacqueline Kennedy with the help of, if you can believe it, a hidden French decorator to make it look more like Versailles.
Michael, I know tonight's state dinner is going to blend American culture and French culture. I know you've probably looked at what's on tap, from anything from the food to the events taking place. Anything stand out to you about this state dinner compared with ones from the past?
Well, one is that there is American wine and cheese, and to serve American wine and cheese to a visiting French leader makes a real statement. This is something that Americans have been sensitive to. Even during the Kennedy and Johnson period, it used to be the case that White House dinner menus were published in French. The people around Presidents Kennedy and Johnson then thought, that doesn't look too great. Let's sort of, put our American foot forward. And that was particularly true, as you might remember, 20 years ago at the time of the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, time that there was a lot of tension between America and France when French fries were called freedom fries. All that is now in the past, and we're returning to the French-American relationship, which has been sacred and warm since the 1770s.
Sacred and warm, but Celia, there have been a couple of things in recent history that have sort of made relations a little bit more fraught. There was the nuclear submarine deal that the U.S. made with Australia that sort of cut France out. In fact, a former Assistant Secretary of State for Europe in the George W. Bush administration telling NBC News the Americans and French can drive each other crazy, but we need each other. What's at stake in this meeting?
Well, what's at stake is a reaffirmation of this very special relations between France and the U.S. And yes, indeed, France is a very vocal ally. It's an ally that has universal aspirations as much as the U.S., that believes it has a voice in the world on global affairs, on matters of security, on nuclear matters, on the Indo-Pacific, on Europe, on the Middle East, on Africa. And it's because France has this voice that very often, quite regularly, actually, it clashes with the U.S. But, events like this demonstrate they're also very close.
And Celia, and as soon as the president starts speaking, we will take a listen in. But I mean, if you are President Macron coming here, what is your top goal? What is it you want to leave here with?
So there's a little bit of a short-term goal, a few bilateral agreements. One, for example, French-American cooperation on space. You want to improve on diversity, on biodiversity and climate change, to have a cooperation on that front as well bilaterally. And also, France is doing a little bit of a role of a spokesperson for the Europeans that are aggrieved with the most recent Inflation Reduction Act, the efforts by the Biden administration to boost its green tech and green industry, which the Europeans are not so happy about because it sort of cuts out European car makers and European green industries. So France is doing a role of sort of a spokesperson on this. But there's a much bigger context here. And the context is that, it's not about deliverables. It's not about what's going to be agreed. It's about an ongoing conversation between France and the United States on grave matter of, war and peace on the European continent, of competition with China and how to engage Indo-Pacific nations. It's about global affairs, including, global hunger or global difficulties, global South's difficulties to deal with climate change. All these issues, France has a view, France has a voice, and wants to engage the U.S. on all of these issues because together, when they agree, when they push something through the United Nations or through the G7, through the G20, it's a formidable push.
I believe we are at the anthem portion here of the pageantry so far. We just listened to the French national anthem. Now we are listening to the United States national anthem. Mike Memley, a similar question to you here. If we know sort of what President Macron wants out of this meeting, what is the pressure that President Biden is under to make sure that this goes smoothly?
Well, this is an important alliance, the U.S.-French alliance, and really we've seen Emmanuel Macron over the last few years sort of emerge as the leader within the European Union. He's the longest tenured European leader at the moment, and he, especially following the previous administration, the Trump administration, by the way, it's worth reminding that President Trump hosted Macron here just 4 years ago for a similar state visit, that the necessary the need to repair sort of the U.S. and European alliances were at the top of the priority list for President Biden. So he's using this state visit to do that. It's really worth underscoring that as the president is really framed the 21st century and his foreign policy as a competition between democracies and autocracies, he wants to be able to show that these democracies and the alliances among democracies can really be a counter to China, to Russia. And it's interesting that President Macron has said he plans to travel to Beijing this year. We know, of course, President Biden just met with President Xi in the last few months. This is an opportunity, as we know, Ukraine and the dealing with Russia is at the top of the agenda. Also continuing to be that geostrategic balance to China at the moment is also a priority.
The national anthems for both countries wrapped up moments ago. We do expect to hear both presidents speak briefly coming up in just a few minutes. Celia, I want to ask you, the war in Ukraine, what has been the impact? How much of a game changer has that been when it comes to U.S.-French relations and really just the U.S. relationship with Europe?
Well, you know, a year ago, France and the U.S. were having a dispute over the AUKUS deal, which is a strategic deal of selling nuclear submarines to Australia that the U.S. had with Australia and the U.K., and for which, you know, France's own deal with Australia was scraped on the back of this deal. That was a year ago, and then there was a series of high-level consultation to try and reconcile differences. But a year ago is a world ago, because what happened in between is a war of aggression by Russia on the European continent. Potentially hundreds of thousands of victims on both sides of this war. Ukrainians facing a very difficult time with the coming winter because of destroyed infrastructure, because of relentless attacks by Russia, almost a year into this war, 10 months into this war. And during this terrible period, the U.S. has stood on the side of Europe very, very strongly, in solidarity, in unity with Europeans. And potentially this unity and this solidarity has been the West's greatest weapon against Russia. This is what made really, that's what pushed back Russia, that was unable to fully invade Ukraine. That's what made Ukraine resilient. That's what helped Ukraine launch counter-offensive. And so at the heart of this war is an understanding that when allies stand together, they're really, really much stronger, and they can defeat their enemies, or at least push back in very strong ways. So, the dispute on AUKUS is still, a conversation that needs to happen. But the war has demonstrated that, fundamentally, these two countries, and more generally Europe and the United States, stand together in the face of aggression and are much stronger when they work together. And so that's sort of the lesson of the Ukraine war.
Certainly signals and symbols of solidarity that we're seeing on our screen right now. Michael Beschloss, I believe we just watched the review of troops. Tell us about the significance of that part of the event.
Well, this is pageantry that since World War II has developed. There was a feeling, especially by Jackie Kennedy and other first ladies, that we should do this to show the honor that we pay to a visiting leader.
Right, we're going to listen into President Biden, who's expected to make some remarks right now, followed by President Macron. Let's take a listen in. We're not hearing from President Biden quite yet as the music continues here. This is a lot of pomp and circumstance. I mean, Michael, what is the feeling you get when you watch events like this unfold? What does it say about our global community?
It says that we all have a history together. And what Celia was saying and what Mike was saying, absolutely right. The French relationship with the United States has gone through periods of tension and crisis and antagonism, but it's always against the background of that friendship that led to the French helping us win our freedom at the time of the Revolution. And so it's perfectly apt that we see a fife and drum corps that goes really back to the time of the American Revolution. You know, one story, for instance, 1966, Charles de Gaulle, who in the post-war era was always trying to assert the importance and grandeur of France, kicked out the headquarters of the Western Alliance from Paris. He said it made him feel like an occupied country rather than as a superpower. So the message was sent to Washington, you know, take all of your installations out that have to do with the Western Alliance. And the Secretary of State was a guy named Dean Rusk, and he bitterly said to one of his aides, why don't you ask General de Gaulle if he wants us to take our graves out too, the graves of Americans who fought for French liberty in 1944 and 1945. So it goes back and forth, but in the end, France and the United States are allies and both sides know it.
There's been some tensions in that relationship, especially during the Trump administration. Michael, how much do you think things have changed since President Biden has taken over?
President Biden has essentially tried to restore the post-World War II consensus that began in 1945 and lasted until at least the beginning of the Trump administration. Trump was a disruptor. Biden has been in political life and world life for a half century. He's almost got muscle memory, Joe, so that, you know, he came back into office and it's almost if the disruptions of the Trump period, which he would very much disagree with, are all in history and not a part of our present.
Mike Memley, what do you expect to hear from both presidents shortly, as looks like he's about to talk right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Sure. The temperature may be a little chilly on this December night day, but our hearts are warm and to welcome such close friends to the White House. President Macron and Brigitte, members of the French delegation, distinguished guests, it's an honor, a genuine honor to host you for the first state visit of my administration. And to celebrate the enduring strength and vitality of the great friendship between France and the United States of America.
Bonjour. La température peut être fraîche en ce jour lumineux de décembre, mais nos cœurs sont chauds d'accueillir des amis si proches à la Maison-Blanche. Monsieur le Président Macron, Brigitte, membres de la délégation française, distingués invités, c'est un honneur de vous accueillir pour la première visite d'État de mon administration et de célébrer la force et la vitalité durable de la grande amitié entre la France et les États-Unis d'Amérique.
As my friend and I were talking, France is our oldest ally, our unwavering partner in freedom's cause. From the spirit of Marcus de Lafayette, who helped secure the success of our revolution, to the sacrifice of American GIs who stormed the beaches of Normandy, our history has been shaped by the courage of the women and men who crossed the Atlantic, carrying within their hearts the flame of liberty. Today, that flame burns more brightly than ever, and the alliance between our two nations remains essential to our mutual defense.
France est notre plus ancien allié, notre partenaire inébranlable dans la cause de la liberté. De l'esprit du marquis de Lafayette, qui a contribué au succès de notre révolution, au sacrifice des GI américains qui ont pris d'assaut les plages de Normandie, notre histoire a été façonnée par le courage des femmes et des hommes qui ont traversé l'Atlantique, portant de leur cœur la flamme de la liberté. Aujourd'hui, cette flamme brûle plus brillamment que jamais, et l'alliance entre nos deux nations reste essentielle à sa défense.
As allies in NATO, together with our European Union and the G7, and partners around the world, France and the United States are facing down Vladimir Putin's grasping ambition for conquest and Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, which has once more shattered peace on the continent of Europe.
Le temps, aux côtés de l'Union européenne, du G7 et de partenaires du monde entier, la France et les États-Unis font face à l'ambition de conquête de Vladimir Poutine et à la guerre brutale de la Russie contre l'Ukraine, qui a une nouvelle fois fracassé la paix sur le continent européen.
France and the United States are once again defending the democratic values and universal human rights, which are the heart of both our nations. The wellspring of our strength is a shared commitment to liberty and justice for all. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
La France et les États-Unis défendent les valeurs démocratiques et les droits universels de la personne, qui sont au cœur de nos deux nations. La source de notre force est un engagement commun pour la liberté et la justice pour tous. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
We are proving to people around the world that democracies deliver, from our joint leadership to make sure partners everywhere, and parents everywhere can feed their children, to cooperate and to tackle the climate crisis, and to preserve our planet for generations yet to come. And on this World's AIDS Day, we reaffirm our shared commitment to end the AIDS epidemic by 2030.
Prouvons aux gens du monde entier que les démocraties tiennent leurs promesses, de notre leadership commun pour faire en sorte que les parents du monde entier puissent nourrir leurs enfants, à notre coopération pour lutter contre la crise climatique et préserver notre planète pour les générations à venir. En cette journée mondiale de lutte contre le sida, nous réaffirmons notre engagement commun pour mettre fin à l'épidémie de sida d'ici 2030.
President Macron, you heard me speak before about the inflection point we stand at in history, and how the choices we make today and in the years ahead will determine the course of our world for decades to come. And the United States could not ask for a better partner in this work than France. For centuries, we've come together, charted a course toward a world of greater freedom, greater opportunity, greater dignity, and greater peace.
Monsieur le Président Macron, vous m'avez déjà entendu parler du point d'inflexion que nous avons atteint dans l'histoire et sur la façon dont les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui et dans les années à venir détermineront l'évolution de notre monde pour les décennies à venir. Les États-Unis ne pouvaient pas demander un meilleur partenaire dans ce travail que la France. Depuis des siècles, nous avons ensemble tracé la voie vers un monde de plus grande liberté, de plus grandes opportunités, d'une plus grande dignité individuelle et d'une plus grande paix.
Stalwart friends in times of triumph and of trial, France and the United States will meet the future just as we always have, confident in our shared capacity, sustained by the strength of our shared values, and undaunted by any challenge that lies ahead. And the connections we are building today between our students, our businesses, our trailblazers, will see our alliance continue to prosper and grow stronger for decades to come. So, Mr. President, welcome again, and welcome to the French delegation. I'm honored to have you here and looking forward to a wonderful day together. God bless both our nations, and may God protect our troops. Mr. President.
Amis indéfectibles dans les moments de triomphe et d'épreuve, la France et les États-Unis affronteront l'avenir comme nous l'avons toujours fait, confiants dans nos capacités communes, soutenus par la force de nos valeurs partagées, sans se laisser décourager par les défis qui nous attendent. Et les liens que nous construisons aujourd'hui entre nos étudiants, nos entreprises, nos pionniers, permettront à notre alliance de continuer à prospérer et à se renforcer pendant les décennies à venir. Donc, bienvenue à nouveau, Monsieur le Président, et à la délégation française. Je suis honoré de vous avoir ici et je me réjouis de passer une merveilleuse journée ensemble. Que Dieu bénisse nos deux nations et que Dieu protège nos troupes.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the French Republic.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, cher Joe, Madame, cher Jill, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Joe, Madam, dear Jill, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests.
Nous sommes à la fois honorés et émus d'être en ce jour à vos côtés, à la Maison-Blanche. Honorés et émus, vous l'avez dit, Monsieur le Président, à l'instant, car nos deux nations sont sœurs dans leur combat pour la liberté. La France, dès les origines de l'indépendance américaine et de la construction de votre nation, les États-Unis, par le sang versé des tranchées de la Somme aux plages de Normandie.
We are both honored and moved, Mr. President, to be here with you today at the White House. Honored and moved, like you said, Mr. President, because our two nations are sisters in their fight for freedom. France from the beginnings of American independence, the inception of your country, and the United States in the life sacrifice from the trenches of the Somme to the beaches of Normandy.
Et cette histoire commune nous oblige aussi, face au retour de la guerre sur le sol européen, suite à l'agression russe contre l'Ukraine, et face aux crises multiples qui frappent nos nations et nos sociétés, il nous faut savoir redevenir frères d'armes.
Accordingly, we bear a duty to this shared history. As war returns to the European soil, following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and in light of the multiple crises our nations and our societies face, we need to become brothers in arms once more.
Cet esprit de fraternité doit nous permettre de bâtir un agenda d'ambition et d'espoir, car nos deux pays ont la même foi dans la liberté, dans les valeurs démocratiques, dans l'émancipation par l'éducation et le travail, dans le progrès par les sciences et le savoir.
This spirit of fraternity must enable us to build an agenda of ambition and hope, as our two countries share the same faith in freedom, in democratic values, in empowerment through education and work, and in progress through science and knowledge.
Nos démocraties, d'un côté et l'autre de l'océan, sont bousculées par les mêmes doutes sur notre capacité à être suffisamment forts et efficaces face aux urgences communes, aux défis climatiques, sanitaires, géopolitiques, technologiques. Elles doutent parfois face au relativisme, aux discours de haine, aux fausses informations, comme aux angoisses contemporaines.
Our democracies, on both sides of the ocean, are being shaken by the same doubts as to our ability to be sufficiently strong and effective when it comes to the challenges we share, those of the climate, geopolitics, and technology. They're in doubt in the face of relativism, hate speech, false information, and today's fears.
C'est la même détermination qui nous unit en ce jour et la même force d'âme.
United today by the same determination and the same strength of mind.
Nous devons, ensemble, trouver un chemin pour offrir un avenir possible à nos enfants, fait de prospérité, de justice et d'écologie.
Together, we need to find a path to offer a possible future for our children, one of prosperity, justice and ecology.
Nous devons ensemble œuvrer pour rebâtir l'unité de nos sociétés par le respect et la reconnaissance qui seuls permettent d'éradiquer la haine.
Together, we need to work to rebuild the unity of our societies through respect and recognition, the only means to eradicate hate.
Nous devons ensemble tramer les nouveaux équilibres du monde pour faire advenir la paix, construire un partenariat renouvelé et plus équitable avec le Sud.
Together, we need to frame new world balances to bring peace and build a renewed, more equitable partnership with the Global South.
Nos frontières nouvelles sont là, et pour parvenir à les atteindre, les États-Unis et la France sont les alliés les plus solides, car cette amitié est enracinée à travers les siècles.
Our new frontiers are there, and it is our shared responsibility to respond to this. And to that effect, the United States and France, the strongest allies, are there because our relationship is rooted in centuries.
Notre destin commun est d'y répondre ensemble, fidèles à notre histoire, lucides sur notre monde et déterminés à inventer une espérance. Vive l'amitié entre les États-Unis d'Amérique et la France.
It is our shared destiny to respond to those challenges together, true to our history, clear-sighted about the world, and determined to generate hope. Long live the friendship between the United States and France.
Watching the official ceremony, the White House, President Biden welcoming President Macron to the White House today. A lot of pomp and circumstance going on here. We just heard both presidents give their remarks. We want to bring in our guests who've been helping us through this hour. Mike Memley, I want to start with you. Now, a lot of folks are looking forward to this state dinner, the first of the Biden presidency tonight. And I know you've been telling us there's quite a bit of pressure on those who've been planning that dinner. Isn't that right, Mike?
Yeah, Joe, if you want to talk about what might be one of the most stressful jobs in Washington right now, it's the White House social secretary. Think about this. In the last 2 weeks, we're on the South Lawn of the White House now, where they hosted a wedding. Of course, the president's granddaughter here just a couple of weeks ago. You also see the wreaths on the portico of the White House. It is, of course, the holiday season, and the White House is hosting more than 24 holiday parties, receptions, tours over the coming weeks. And then you add to that one of the most Herculean tasks for any social secretary, planning a state dinner. This is something Carlos Elizondo has been working on for more than 8 weeks, we're told. There's an especially high level of pressure when you're welcoming the French, of course, known for their hospitality, known for their cuisine, to put on a show equal to the task. And so this has been something that Carlos and the team in the First Lady's office in the East Wing has been working very hard at. And I can tell you, Joe and Lindsay, I had the great honor, actually, of being an invited guest for a state dinner in the final year of the Obama presidency, when the Italian prime minister, of course, with a name like Memley, I was able to score an invitation. And it really is just a great occasion. There was also a tented event like this one will be on the South Lawn. Jean-Baptiste will be the entertainment tonight. I was able to see Gwen Stefani, and it's just really an opportunity to really highlight just the relationships between these two countries, and also to reward, friends and allies. One of the dynamics here at play, the White House also welcoming a number of prominent donors. This is usually one of the perks for those big donors, especially as the president gears up for his potential re-election. They get to be some of the invited guests here tonight as well.
Michael Beschloss, we have less than a minute left here, but anything stick out to you to those joint speeches?
There's a drinking game that some of my diplomats friends have, which is that when a president is with a leader of France, how long it's going to take him to mention D-Day and Lafayette. And as you heard from President Biden, and rightly so, he got to D-Day and Lafayette pretty quickly as landmarks of this relationship. The other thing I'd like to add to what Mike Memley said is that this dinner is going to be on the south lawn of the White House.
Yeah.
Huge, in a tent. That's rare.
That's why we have Michael Beschloss with us, presidential historian, also joined by Celia Boleen and Mike Memley. Thank you all for guiding us through this official ceremony.
That wraps up our live coverage of President Macron's arrival ceremony at the White House.
The news conference a little later.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the sly.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. It feels even more like Christmas outside our building after the 2022 lighting ceremony for the Rockefeller Center tree. Last night, the 50,000 LED lights on the 82-foot tree were switched on during a holiday celebration for the books. The stars came out to welcome the iconic tree to the plaza. Wait for it, it's coming, it's coming. There it is! Performances by the Radio City Rockettes, Alicia Keys, Gwen Stefani, and Blake Shelton. I was there around that angle low last night. First time I've ever been on the rink during the lighting.
What we're seeing right now was your view?
I was on the ice rink down below. So yeah, sorry, the lower angle.
Front row seat.
It was awesome to be there in person for the first time.
Kind of chilly.
So,
it was really rainy last night.
But because you're in the ice rink, you were protected from the wind, but it rained and you were on an ice rink, so your feet got really cold because you're standing on a wet rug on an ice rink. But we fought through it.
And I'm glad there was a rug there. You didn't slip.
Exactly. Now, before it arrived here, the tree, of course, had to be discovered, something that happens every year. And as I found out this year, that kind of happened by accident.
The search for the perfect Rockefeller Center Christmas tree is a year-round project with seemingly limitless borders.
A lot of work, but it's very rewarding.
Eric Posey, Rock Center's head gardener, was actually driving to look at a different tree in upstate New York, about 200 miles from the Big Apple, when he suddenly spotted this big spruce.
I saw it over the top of some stores. I said, wow, I sure hope it looks that good underneath. And it did when I got there.
It was like a supersized version of something you'd want in your own living room. Just one problem, the tree was sitting on a property with no house.
There's a little bit of a mystery this time around because there was no door for you to knock on, right?
Right, made it a little bit longer to find out, yeah.
But you were determined, weren't you?
Yes, we were.
Turns out it belonged to Neil Leibowitz's family, and they were ever elated to donate their evergreen.
If it can bring a smile and awe to a little child or help cheer up somebody who's a little blue, it's all worth it.
When the tree pulled into Manhattan, it was decked in scaffolding, so crews could adorn it with thousands of colorful lights.
This year's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree is 82 feet tall, and at the top of that tree is not your average star. This is a Swarovski star. It weighs about 900 pounds. It has 70 spikes that are covered in 3 million crystals.
A spruced up spruce, lighting the way this holiday season.
So we're not afraid of heights.
No, well, no, this felt pretty secure. I mean, the hard hat. You're wearing a hard hat. How can you
Oh, yeah,
go
the
wrong?
hard hat.
Which is true, because I actually hit my head on the scaffolding twice. So I'm grateful I have the hard hat. By the way, in case you're wondering, the tree stays up obviously through Christmas. Actually, till the first week of January. It'll be lit daily from 6 a.m. to midnight, because when we pulled in this morning, it wasn't lit. I was like, what happened? It wasn't 6 a.m. yet, so.
I like the 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds you you're not here in the, anyway. If you have checked social media in the last 24 hours, you probably could not escape Spotify users flooding feeds with their top artists and songs of the year. This is an annual tradition here. Of course, the platform calls Spotify Wrapped, and people can get their listening stats for the year, who they listen to the most, which genres, and even which moods they prefer. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt has the breakdown of this year's Spotify Wrapped. So, Callan, it was the year of the bunny. I mean, Bad Bunny topping the charts in multiple categories. Walk us through the numbers.
Yeah, so Lindsay, Bad Bunny running away with Spotify Wrapped. He was the top played global Spotify artist. He is the #1 in the world, closely followed by Taylor Swift and Drake. But it really is the year of Bad Bunny. I mean, even Spotify is going to honor Bad Bunny with Easter eggs on its app. One that I can reveal is when you like a Bad Bunny song, when you press that traditionally green heart, it will now light up red, which is a heart that's synonymous with Bad Bunny. 18.5 billion streams worldwide for Bad Bunny. So he just ran away with the title this year.
Oh, my goodness. You mentioned Taylor Swift, also Harry Styles. Those were some of the powerhouse names that snagged other top spots. What are the titles they won?
Yeah, Joe. So Taylor Swift, and I think this is very fitting, was the most viral artist globally for Spotify. As you know, people clamoring for those tickets. Her album Midnight released just a few weeks ago and is already on some people's Spotify Wrapped. And Harry Styles had the top global song with As It Was, which, if you've been on a platform like TikTok, is kind of inescapable, or if you're listening to the radio, it's everywhere. So Harry Styles, Taylor Swift, they are both champions of Spotify Wrapped this year as well.
And Spotify's Wrapped list has really become a social media phenomenon in recent years. So how are users responding, especially not knowing when Spotify Wrapped would be released?
Well, ahead of it, I saw many tweets like, drop Spotify Wrapped already. I'm ready for it. And now we're seeing people who are either saying, like, wow, I really got Taylor Swift in there, like just under the wire with her album Midnight. And then we see people who are saying, you know, wow, Spotify Wrapped really captured a time in my life where either I was like going through something really happy. People sort of notice like, ooh, I listened to this song a million times while I was going through a breakup, and now it's reminding me of that. So a lot of different emotions that people are feeling as they are sort of sharing the Spotify Wrapped. But it's a cool look back at your 2022.
Here's the super disappointing news. Lindsay and I are both Apple Music people, so we don't have Spotify Wraps to report, which I did years ago, and it was kind of fun. So, Callan, I think you do. We'd like to see yours.
Yes, I am happy to sacrifice myself and share my Spotify Wrapped with everyone. No surprise that Lady Gaga,
yes,
is my top artist. I'm a tried and true little monster, always have been. You know, my #2 is Joe Hisaishi, who is a composer for all the Studio Ghibli films. And then here's my little embarrassing moment, which is that 3 of my top songs are from Encanto, which was huge this year. But I was kind of hoping for a little more pop music in my top 5 songs. That's okay. It's great music. It's just
I see nothing embarrassing.
All respect from us here. I feel like if I had one, it would be a lot of Broadway. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. True theater kid over here.
Callan, thank you for being open and unwrapping your Wrapped Spotify with us. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, signs of progress. The Federal Reserve's fight to bring down inflation may finally be working. New data shows the economy is still growing faster than expected, even as the job market starts to cool off. So will the Fed be able to hit that soft landing and avoid a recession? We have the latest on what it all means for you and your bottom line. Moment of silence, a candlelight vigil at the University of Idaho for the 4 students who were killed last month. We'll tell you how they're being remembered this morning and where the investigation into their deaths stands right now. Making their case, closing arguments from the prosecution and defense are set to begin this morning in the Trump Organization's tax fraud trial. We'll take a look at where things stand for both sides and how the outcome of this trial could impact the former president. And holiday priorities. With just a few weeks to go until the holidays, the race is on to get those gifts wrapped up and shipped out. After last season's supply chain nightmares, are there ways to make sure your presents will get under the tree in time this year? We've got some helpful tips for you this morning on when to send those gifts and how to save some money while doing it. You're, of course, done with your holiday shopping, right?
Stresses me out. I don't even have a list. I'm so behind.
You've still got time. It's December 1st.
Not according to that tease.
Right, okay. You have to ship everything by Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We'll get that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with some positive signs for the economy as we do head into the holiday season.
Despite high interest rates and record inflation, there are new indications that the economic outlook is a bit brighter than it was earlier this year. NBC's Tom Costello has the latest.
Hey there, you know, for most of this year, the Federal Reserve has been waging this aggressive campaign to bring down 40-year high inflation. It's been raising interest rates at a pace not seen in decades. That impacts mortgage rates, credit cards, new loans, and now new evidence that inflation may be starting to wane. And in the meantime, the possibility of a rail strike very much hinges on what Congress does. With the holiday season in full swing, this morning Congress is taking steps to stop that looming rail strike. The House passing a bill that forces an agreement between rail companies and their workers. It now goes to the Senate, where it faces a harder path, but leaders there working to pass it quickly to avoid disrupting holiday shipping and potentially rocking the economy, which right now is showing new signs of strength despite record inflation. Revised government stats show the economy grew faster than expected in the third quarter, with GDP rising at an annual rate of 2.9%. And there's evidence the job market is cooling off. A new Labor Department survey shows job openings fell in October to 10.3 million from 10.7 million the previous month. And that's actually good news because the shortage of workers has been driving up wages and feeding inflation. Hopeful signs for the Federal Reserve following its aggressive series of interest rate hikes while it tries to tamp down inflation. Now the Fed chairman Jay Powell is signaling the central bank will slow the pace of those rate increases this month from 3/4 of a point hike to a half-point hike.
It makes sense to moderate the pace of our rate increases as we approach the level of restraint that will be sufficient to bring inflation down.
That was welcome news on Wall Street, with the Dow surging more than 700 points on Wednesday. Still, Chairman Powell says rates will have to remain high for an extended period. If the U.S. manages to avoid an economic downturn, experts say it will be driven by strong consumer spending.
If we're out there spending, the economy should be able to move forward without an economic downturn.
It comes as shoppers are bringing holiday cheer to retailers. The National Retail Federation says nearly 197 million people flocked to stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday.
I've shopped like never before. I think the prices were really good.
We do have another hopeful sign here about the economy. Gas prices coming down, and rather dramatically. The national average right now, national average $3.47 a gallon, down 28 cents in a month. And yes, we know $5 a gallon out in California. But overall, an amazing come down from where we were back in June at $5 a gallon. And that's real money in people's pockets. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Now to the still unsolved mystery surrounding the killings of 4 students at the University of Idaho. The community, along with family members of the victims, held a vigil overnight in their memory as authorities continue to search for their killer. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And it really was equal parts emotional and powerful. These grief-stricken parents pouring out their hearts to thousands inside a packed football stadium who listened to them in absolute silence. Police here in Moscow assure everyone that progress is being made on this case, but with the killer still at large, the fear here absolutely remains.
At the University of Idaho, emotional pleas and prayers.
And we ask that the memory of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison be a light that dispels the shadow of these days.
As friends and family of the 4 students lost came together to grieve. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez, sharing his beloved daughter, was with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, in their final moments.
They came here together, and in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
Other schools across the state held similar vigils. The families and the public still looking for answers. Early in the investigation, police described the attack as targeted, but didn't disclose their basis for that conclusion. This week, the county prosecutor saying targeted may not have been the right word, but that the killer was focused on the house.
Investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence.
And telling another reporter that a resident was targeted. But his office then saying that was a miscommunication. And Moscow police saying detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted.
Is there anything investigators can tell this community to ease their fears about a potential murderer being out there?
Well, what I can say is that we continue to investigate 24/7. We have 50 agents and detectives on the ground.
With no suspects named and no murder weapon found, police are turning to the public to help fill in a detailed timeline.
It would be nice to know maybe who they interacted with, maybe what routes they took to go home.
A community shaken to its core, still waiting for answers.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
A tough night for so many here in Moscow. Police say no suspect, no person of interest named, but they are optimistic about the progress of this investigation. In the meantime, a chilling detail from a top criminal profiler who told NBC News they wouldn't be surprised if the killer themselves was at last night's vigil or similar events to witness the traumatic aftermath of this horrific crime. In fact, that fear has kept one family from having a funeral service. They are postponing it for the time being out of concern that could actually take place. Joe.
It is a disturbing thought. Morgan, thanks so much for that report.
Turning now to the triple-demic threat overwhelming hospitals. Cases of RSV and COVID are rising, and now the CDC says there are millions of flu cases across the country. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin joins us now with more. Erin, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. With 76% of pediatric beds occupied nationwide, no corner of the country is being spared. In Virginia, health officials confirming the state's first pediatric flu-related death. Doctors are urging everyone to take precautions against the flu, COVID, and RSV.
With the holiday season in full swing and Thanksgiving travel reaching nearly pre-pandemic levels, new cases of the flu, RSV, and COVID are expected to keep rising.
Because of travel patterns last week, we expect rates will go up evenly, probably across the country.
The CDC reporting high or very high respiratory illness activity within 35 states, with at least 6.2 million influenza cases reported so far. Across the U.S., flu activity is more than 20 times higher compared to last year. The spike happening at the same time it's becoming more difficult in some regions to find certain medications needed to ease symptoms, like children's ibuprofen and Tamiflu.
The combination of the high viral activity and the lack of some of these available remedies and treatments is creating a worsening of this triple-demic.
Here in California, new RSV cases are overwhelming many children's hospitals. Orange County extending its RSV and flu-related emergency declaration after ER visits to its main children's hospital doubled. On social media, a parent sharing her baby's terrifying experience. Marissa Clark spent Thanksgiving in the hospital with her son, Brixon.
He was really struggling to breathe.
The 3-month-old was diagnosed with RSV and went into respiratory failure. After 5 days in the pediatric ICU, baby Brixon is finally home.
Making sure that you're catching that stuff before it gets too late.
And with the winter holidays approaching, Dr. Patel reminds us there's some simple steps you can take to protect you and your loved ones against the flu and COVID-19. Masks are readily available, and make sure that your flu shot and COVID boosters are up to date. Lindsay?
Yeah, those images are so hard, but great advice, Erin. Thanks so much.
Now to the latest developments in the criminal tax fraud trial against the Trump Organization. It could soon be wrapping up with closing arguments set to begin today. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Tom, this is a pretty complex case, and we should point out former President Trump has denied any wrongdoing, has not been personally charged in the case. But walk us through what the company is being accused of here.
Right, Joe. So this all centers around this idea that the company essentially, according to the indictment, was in cahoots with its former CFO, Alan Weisselberg, or vice versa, depending upon how you look at it or your point of view from the attorneys in this case, that they were working together not only for Weisselberg to receive these perks kind of off the books, not paying taxes on an apartment and a car and tuition for his grandkids for school and avoiding income taxes, but that, in fact, the Trump Organization, and we're looking at its headquarters, that they were working together to not have to pay certain payroll taxes, and that the company also benefited from Weisselberg's scheme, which he's pleaded guilty to. And so that's the ultimate question here, is whether or not the Trump Organization not only benefited, but they were working hand in hand with Weisselberg to be able to get these benefits, Joe.
So what can we expect from the closing arguments today?
Right. So I think both sides are going to kind of key in on Alan Weisselberg's testimony, but also this idea that we've been talking about since, frankly, before this trial began. And it centers around this. Did Alan Weisselberg could do this on behalf of himself for his own personal greed, as he stated on the witness stand, or did he do it as part of an effort with the Trump Organization so that the Trump Organization could benefit, as well as Weisselberg? And of course, he's the chief financial officer, still on the payroll, even though he's on leave of absence, and has the opportunity to get a $500,000 bonus in January. So it was a weird situation where he's testifying against the company that he has a bonus coming up for in just a couple of months.
That is unusual. So what is it prosecutors need to prove in order to get a conviction, and what kind of punishment then could the Trump Organization face if convicted?
Right, and that's really what their argument to the jury will be about today, is this idea of, okay, not only did the Trump Organization get a benefit out of this, but they willfully did it, and they did it with Weisselberg working with several others, and some of those individuals have testified at this trial to be able to get a benefit for the Trump Organization. So they've already got the guilty plea from Weisselberg. Now they're going to try to say that Weisselberg and others worked together to give the Trump Organization a benefit, and so they should be convicted. That's what we're going to hear from prosecutors. If convicted, the maximum penalty here, well, obviously they're not going to take the Trump headquarters into custody or march it into jail. We're looking at just a fine here, Joe, of just shy of $1.6 million.
All right. Tom Winter in New York. Tom, thank you.
We turn now to the World Cup, where the U.S. men are 2 days away from their highly anticipated knockout round game against the Netherlands. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Doha, Qatar, with a look at the support the team is getting there and back here at home, too.
The excitement is building ahead of Saturday's big game. From here in Doha to every corner of the U.S., fans are fired up, pumped up, ready to go. But the big question is, will Team USA's biggest star be healthy enough to take the field on Saturday? This morning, the countdown is on. Team USA just 2 days away from a showdown against the Netherlands. The biggest question, will Christian Pulisic play on Saturday? This morning, the team telling NBC News his condition is still day-to-day. After suffering a pelvic injury during the game-winning goal against Iran, Pulisic letting fans and teammates know he hopes to play. Another U.S. standout, Yunus Musa, telling Hoda and Craig
he's feeling better, so hopefully he'll be all right for Saturday.
Now a trip to the quarterfinals on the line.
We relish this. It's an opportunity for our guys to, to keep grinding.
Excitement around the win or go home match reaching a fever pitch.
It is electric in there.
In the States, fans have been cheering on the home team. Andrea Botello turned her restaurant into a watch party for fans.
I've heard of people just taking time off work for all of the games.
And fans flocking to the team in Doha, including this young supporter who was given the gift of a lifetime, a signed jersey by midfielder Weston McKennie. After failing to qualify for the last World Cup in 2018, the pressure is on.
I think Christian Pulisic will play in this game. He'll do anything he can to play in this game because this is what he's been looking forward to his entire life.
Now, win on Saturday would be huge for the team. The last time they advanced to the quarterfinals was in 2002 when the games were played in Japan and South Korea. But look, we've been watching this tournament closely. We've seen a lot of upsets. Saturday's game won't be easy, but Team USA has every chance to pull this off. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thanks so much.
Time for a check of your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And it's the first day of December, feeling like December and looking like December in many spots, especially out west. We're looking at heavy rain, heavy snow in portions of the Intermountain West, into portions of California, and then that will push into the northern plains tomorrow, eventually into the upper Midwest. In the middle of the country, we are dry. That's good news. Lots of sunshine. It's cool, chilly in the northern plains, and we're mild and bright throughout the southern plains, 50s and 60s in Oklahoma and also Texas. Further to the east, we're dry along the east coast. We cleared out that rain from yesterday. A little leftover snow showers in portions of northern New England. Could see some lake effect snow showers, especially downwind of Lake Ontario, Lake Erie. Windy, though, today, so it's going to be a little blustery with temperatures much colder than yesterday. Then as we go throughout Friday, that heavy snow moves off into the northern plains, eventually into the upper Midwest as well. Heavy snow falling in the Sierra Mountains. We're looking at up to 2, maybe even 3 feet of snow. Lower elevation rain. I'll show you that in just a few minutes. Mild and breezy still in portions of the southern plains. We're up to the 60s and 70s. That's going to feel good. And then sunny in the east on Friday to end out our work week. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures chilly still in the 40s. And that's before rain comes on Saturday. So we're going to up those temperatures on Saturday, but it's going to come in a price with some rain and also breezy conditions. Could see a little wintry weather in portions of northern New England, and that rain will stretch down into the southeast. So it's going to be a wet day for many on Saturday. We're not talking about heavy rain, but still light showers as you're out and about, maybe doing some Christmas shopping. Much colder in the middle of the country, with temperatures in the 40s, but at least we're dry. And then we're watching another storm coming on shore into the Pacific Northwest. Heavy snow once again. We're looking at lower elevation rain. This is really going to help the drought. I know it's not fun on the weekend, but we do need the rain out west. So that's going to be good news as we near Saturday and also Sunday. Look at Sunday, more rain, more snow. A nice day in portions of the southeast. Rain falling in the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley that was hit hard yesterday, Tuesday, and also Wednesday. Brisk conditions along the Great Lakes, and it's chilly in the Northeast with temperatures in the 30s and 40s. That extends down into the mid-Atlantic. This is what the cross-country storm looks like. So this is our next storm system that's going to move across the country. We're looking at snow. That's where you see the blue on the map. The lighter colors, closer to the white color, is the heaviest snow. We're looking at heavy rain, too. That's where you're seeing the brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows in Northern California. That's going to move down to the south as we head throughout the day. So we could see up to 2 inches of rain in some spots. That's going to cause some flooding, especially in burned areas. So soaking rain into Southern California and Central California. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, that cold front's going to quickly move into the plains, also the upper Midwest. Notice once again some blue on the map. We're looking at some snow in the upper Midwest, also the northern plains, before it moves into the Northeast as rain on Saturday. So 7 million people impacted by winter alerts. We have winter weather advisories. That's in your white. Winter storm watches in the blue, and a winter storm warning. We are looking at the pink there. That's where we could see up to 2 to 3 feet of snow. Snowfall forecast, where you see the pinks and purples, that is the highest amount. So Sierra Mountains, also the Cascades into the Rockies. We're looking at light snow into portions of the northern plain, but look at that. We're going to up that snowpack. That is good news. And we're looking at heavy rain in portions of central and southern California Saturday and also Sunday. Additional snowfall in the Great Lakes. Remember all that snow we got maybe, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I forget now. South of Watertown, we're looking at some lake effect snow today, maybe up to 8 inches in some spots. It's going to be windy, too, with winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Where you see the blue, that is your wind advisory. So portions of New England, Maine, down into upstate New York, and also Connecticut, Vermont. And it's going to be windy. I mean, that's pretty windy. It's going to be windy here, a little chilly as well. So you need the layers.
A cold wind. So.
A cold wind.
All right.
It's winter.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Coming up on Morning News Now, more controversy for the royal family.
We'll tell you how comments from one royal aide are now overshadowing Prince William and Princess Kate's visit to the U.S. That's next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with the latest on the royal visit. The Prince and Princess of Wales officially arrived in Boston yesterday, kicking off their first U.S. tour in nearly a decade.
And the two are here to attend tomorrow's Earthshot Awards, but the trip hasn't gone exactly to plan. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston with the latest on their trip. Keir, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. Well, goodness me, a lot has happened since we spoke yesterday, and much of it not here in Boston, but back in London. Guys, we were at the Celtics game at the Garden there with the Prince and Princess of Wales last night. It looks like they were having fun, but that's not the story back in the UK.
Prince William and Princess Catherine on the fan cam at the Celtics game last night in Boston, and seen here snapping photos with fans from their courtside seats. But their hopes to make a good impression on their first trip to the States in nearly a decade rocked by new racism allegations back home. Charity executive Ngozi Faloni, seen here at Buckingham Palace Monday, just steps away from Queen Consort Camilla, says she was questioned at the event by one of Camilla's aides, who has now stepped down, 83-year-old Lady Susan Hussey, Prince William's godmother and longtime confidant to Queen Elizabeth. Ngozi Faloni tweeting the exchange, which reads in part, "What nationality are you? I am born here and am British. No, but where do you really come from? Where do your people come from?" Hussey also asking, quote, "What part of Africa are you from?" after Ngozi said she was from London. That questioning continuing for some time, she says, and on BBC Radio this morning describing how she felt.
Then I have to really question how this can happen in a space that's supposed to protect women against all kinds of violence. So it's not, although it's not physical violence, it is an abuse.
A palace spokesman says Lady Hussey has offered her profound apologies for the hurt caused. But this morning, Britain's front pages declaring it a royal disaster. The palace calling the comments unacceptable. While back in Boston, Prince William tried to stay focused on his environmental charity.
We cannot wait to celebrate the Earthshot Prize finalists later on this week. And we are both looking forward to spending the next few days learning about the innovative ways the people of Massachusetts are tackling climate change.
In their Oprah interview last year, Harry and Meghan claimed a member of the royal family asked Harry what colour their child would be. That prompted this question to William at the time.
Yeah, is the royal family a racist family, sir?
No, we're very much not a racist family.
Now, fresh controversy back home, touching the royals' inner circle. And the timing couldn't be worse for William and Kate.
And here today in Boston, guys, the Prince and Princess of Wales will meet local communities. They'll meet folks doing great work for the environment. They'll go to a not-for-profit that's supporting young people at risk. But there's more. Just in the past few hours, Netflix has dropped its minute-long trailer for the Harry and Meghan documentary. They say in it, nobody sees what happens behind closed doors. This is turning out to be an eventful trip here in Boston.
Definitely is. Keir, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
More international headlines this morning. Officials are investigating an explosion that killed at least 10 students at a school in Afghanistan.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a Taliban official has confirmed that on Wednesday at least 10 students were killed after a bomb went off in a religious school in the north of Afghanistan. A video that was also released by the Taliban that allegedly shows the aftermath of the blast shows dead bodies and bloodstains on the floor. There was no immediate claim of responsibility, though the Islamic State has been responsible for similar attacks in the country in the past. Let's go to South Korea, where Oh Young-soo, the 78-year-old actor playing the elderly contestant in a Netflix series Squid Game, will stand trial on charges of indecent assault. According to local media, a woman filed a complaint against Oh in December last year, accusing him of making unwanted physical contact during a meeting in 2017. Young-soo, who became the first South Korean actor to win a Golden Globe for his role, denies any wrongdoing. And let's move to Britain, where the Royal Mint issued a new collectible coin to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Rolling Stones. The coin features an image of Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Ronnie Wood, and the late drummer Charlie Watts performing. The Rolling Stones did write a song called Money in 1964, in which Mick Jagger kept singing repeatedly, "I want money, that's all I want." But in the end, he got it. Money with his face on it.
Very
I can manifest that.
Yeah, no kidding. Sing the song. 60 years, that's unreal. I guess rock and roll is like, keeps you young or something.
Amazing.
Thanks, Claudio.
Coming up, a big breakthrough in the fight against Alzheimer's disease.
We're going to break down data from a promising new drug to treat patients and also the potential side effects it can cause. That's coming up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what
what's going on.
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with promising new results from an early clinic trial aimed at treating the most common form of dementia. And the results showed an experimental drug was able to slow the progression of early-stage Alzheimer's disease by 27%.
Well, researchers say there are still large risks to the medication. They say it is a major step forward in Alzheimer's research. Let's bring in Dr. Madhav Tambazzetti to break down these results. He's the director of the Clinical and Translational Neuroscience Unit at the National Institute of Aging. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, walk us through the results from this clinical trial. What is it you're seeing? Are you seeing results that are a sign of hope?
Thanks a lot for having me on the show. It's a real pleasure. So this particular clinical trial marks a landmark in the field because it's for the first time in several decades that an experimental drug has been shown to slow the progression of the disease. And so as a scientist, this is quite a major milestone. But as a physician caring for patients with Alzheimer's disease, there are also several caveats that come to my mind. And one is, as you've already said, there are some side effects associated with the drug. There's an increased risk of brain bleeds in some patients. There's an increased risk of brain swelling in some. And while in most patients, these might be mild and some may not even show symptoms, there are some in whom significant problems can develop. And these include headaches, confusion, falls, disturbances in vision. And so these side effects might become important as we start administering the drug if it's approved. The other caveat to bear in mind is that in this clinical trial, the benefit associated with the drug appears to be quite small. And it's unclear how meaningful this might be for patients. And it's unlikely that patients are going to be able to see obvious differences on a day-to-day basis if they receive this medication. So while the scientist in me is excited at this development, it's a major landmark in the field, the physician in me urges caution in this optimism as well.
Doctor, why is Alzheimer's so difficult to treat?
There are a couple of reasons. One reason is that we really don't know what drives the disease. We don't have a precise handle on what causes the disease. And so a lot of research over the past few decades has focused on the buildup of toxic proteins in the brain. And many scientists believe that it is these toxic proteins that drive the disease process. And this particular drug that we're talking about today is targeted to remove one such protein from building up. It clears this protein from the brain. But there are other scientists who disagree, and they believe that these proteins really are not driving the disease process. They're markers of damage that has already happened, sort of like tombstones in a graveyard, and that removing these proteins really does not help patients with the disease. So there's a lot of discussion and debate. And so unless we have a better understanding of what drives the disease process, we're not going to be able to develop effective treatments or a cure for this condition.
All right, Dr. Tambazzetti, thanks so much for joining us this morning to help break it down and explain this. We really do appreciate that.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot.
This morning, we are remembering the talented Christine McVie, who rose to fame as a member of the legendary band Fleetwood Mac. Her songs really touching the hearts of generations of music lovers.
Guaranteed you know one of her songs. Ann Thompson now joins us with more on her life and legacy. Ann.
How many of us have played those songs since we've heard the news? And the news really surprised people because even her fans and especially her bandmates didn't realize that she was so sick. She passed away peacefully, her family said, at the age of 79. And that gives us a chance to remember the life and prolific career of Christine McVie.
For Christine McVie, songwriting was never a struggle. A self-described quick writer and talented keyboard player, McVie became a hitmaker for one of the biggest bands in the world. Born Christine Perfect in England, she was a classically trained musician who loved rock and roll. Eventually, she joined Fleetwood Mac and married John McVie. Along with Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, their musical chemistry captured the world's ear. I'm over my head. Christine telling Carson in 2014 about the instant connection the band had during their early sessions.
We started doing Singing Say You Love Me as a three-part harmony, and it was immediate.
Felt it.
Christine, responsible for writing nearly half the songs on the band's iconic album Rumors, including You Make Loving Fun, said to be inspired by an affair she had. Her marriage unraveled, yet the band played on. In 1998, the group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not long after, due to her fear of flying, McVie left the band, the group reuniting in 2014. Fleetwood Mac releasing a statement writing in part, "She was truly one of a kind, special, and talented beyond measure." While bandmate Stevie Nicks penning a handwritten note to her best friend in the whole world, writing, "See you on the other side, my love."
Like never before.
And my favorite fact about Christine McVie, when you look at Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits album, she wrote half of the songs on that album. Just remarkable.
Unbelievable. You just talk about so many things when it comes to Fleetwood Mac and their story and their history and
the rock soap opera of the band. It's the music,
beautiful
their
music we
lives,
got out of it.
All amazing, truly.
So
Songbird.
Sad. Yeah,
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Coming up, hate to tell you this, but the clock is ticking to get your gifts shipped out in time for the holidays.
said I had time.
Assuming you bought them.
All right, we've got the latest tips to make sure your presents make it under the tree in time this year. That's next.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news, NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Can you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Officials in San Francisco have voted to allow police the ability to use potentially lethal robots in emergency situations. But the police are insisting these robots are nothing new. Valerie Castro has the details for us.
This police robot, as menacing as it looks now, isn't a deadly weapon, at least not yet. It's currently equipped to defuse bombs, but a Tuesday night vote by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors,
the amended item number 28 passes by a vote of 8-3,
allows San Francisco PD to outfit current department robots similar to this with explosive charges.
Your move, creep.
When it comes to police robots, science fiction movies make us think of these nightmare scenarios. But in real life, a spokesperson for the SFPD says they'll only be used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects when lives are at stake.
We're talking about using a robot that we've had for 11 years in the San Francisco Police Department. This is not brand new. We use the robots every single day.
Critics worry the move will create a police state. The city's public defender tweeting, "We are a city, not a military." Before the vote, some supervisors voicing their concerns that this could be crossing that line.
This is a local police force here to protect us. This is not the U.S. military that we are arming. And there is serious potential for misuse and abuse of this military-grade technology.
This should not become the preferred way that we take down people that are committing crimes.
While some in favor of the vote argued the narrative is backwards and the tool could actually be used to save lives.
If I didn't know any better, you would think SFPD just woke up one day and thought it would be really cool to go out and get some killer robots and go terrorize the community. And that's not at all what's happening here. It's fear-mongering against the police.
A police robot with explosives might sound far-fetched, but the method has been deployed before. In 2016, during a mass shooting in Dallas, police there scrambled to equip a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper who shot 12 police officers and killed 5 during a protest.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. The policy is only to use these robots in extremely limited situations, such as risk of loss of life to members of the public or officers. But critics still say a human being should be there to make the decision to use deadly force.
Now to financial news, starting with Salesforce co-CEO Brett Taylor, who announced his departure from the company yesterday.
For this and more financial news, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us for more. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning. All right, so we're going to start with the sudden departure of Salesforce co-CEO Brett Taylor, weighing on shares pre-market despite better than expected third quarter results. This is the second time in less than 3 years that founder Mark Benioff has lost a co-CEO. The news surprised investors since Taylor had only been in the role for a year and had quickly climbed the ranks since his startup Quip was purchased by Salesforce in 2016. LastPass, the password managing app, just disclosed another data breach, except this time user data was exposed. The company says hackers accessed the data through a third-party cloud storage device used by LastPass. It's not yet clear what information hackers gained access to or how many customers have been impacted, but the company did say customers' passwords remain safe. Neuralink founder Elon Musk expects the company's wireless brain chip to begin human clinical trials in 6 months. The company is developing brain chip interfaces that could ultimately aid disabled patients who have trouble moving and communicating. During an event yesterday, Musk said the company was also working to use the technology to restore vision. It's important to note that the company has previously missed earlier timelines set by Musk. Lindsay and Joe? Musk has a lot going on.
I was just going to say, he's a busy guy
He's got a lot on his plate, yeah.
All right, Savannah, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Probably realize it is December 1st. That means the clock is ticking to get all your Christmas presents delivered after you buy them, especially if you have to ship them. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soberaff has more on what you need to know to avoid a shipping nightmare this holiday season.
Hey, what's up? Christmas 24 days away, but who is counting? Santa's packing his sleigh. The rest of us are going to be at places like the post office this time of year. The cost of just about everything is going up, and that includes shipping as well. That's why we got these hacks to let you know how to get your packages where you want them to go on time. Make sure everybody's happy on Christmas.
3, 2, 1.
This morning, the tree lights are on, and so is the Christmas crunch. With more than $20 billion already spent on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined, the focus now getting those gifts under the tree in time for Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. It comes after last year's Ship-A-Geddon nightmare marked by record delays and out-of-stock messages, all part of the supply chain crisis that was caused by COVID outbreaks and record consumer demand. While a repeat isn't expected this year, experts say prepare to pay more to send presents by mail. FedEx, UPS, and the U.S. Postal Service are already implementing peak holiday pricing. USPS says their first class and ground services will cost an extra $5.85 for heavy packages sent more than 600 miles.
Labor charges are leading all the major shipping carriers to put some extra fees on shipping costs, which they are definitely passing on to consumers.
Still, there are plenty of ways to save on shipping. The Postal Service offers free packaging supplies. And you can stretch your dollar with other services by reusing old boxes and padded envelopes, as long as they're in good condition. But keep in mind, packing with less will save you more.
Put packages in the absolutely smallest box they have available.
You can also cut costs by cutting out the middleman. Buy gifts online and have them shipped directly to the recipient. Many retailers even offer complimentary wrapping and an option to include a gift receipt. No matter how you ship, to ensure delivery by Christmas Day, keep an eye on the calendar. To take advantage of FedEx's cheapest service, be sure to mail those presents by the 14th. The Postal Service needs them by the 17th for ground shipping. And UPS's timing varies by distance. But upgrading to 3-day select will buy you until the 20th to send your gifts. Still, insiders advise 'tis the season to be proactive. Waiting to send gifts until the last minute can put your delivery at risk of unforeseen weather and processing delays. Meaning when it comes to shipping, it never hurts to be an eager elf.
One more pro tip, you got to show up midweek and show up 30 minutes after this place opens, after the post office opens. That's the best time to get in line, to get in and out quickly, and to get those deals that we're talking about. So don't show up on the weekends. Don't show up at the beginning or the end of the week. That's not going to do you any good.
All right, some good advice, Jacob. Thank you so much.
I have made that mistake.
Coming up on Morning News Now, history at the World Cup.
Yeah, we will tell you how a group of female referees is making waves in Qatar ahead of today's match between Germany and Costa Rica. That's next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. History is coming to the Men's World Cup today. FIFA announced that the first all-female crew to call a men's game is taking the pitch. France's Stephanie Frapper, Brazil's Naisa Back, and Mexico's Karen Diaz will be the sole referees at Germany and Costa Rica's matchup today. Frapper already made history last week as the first ever woman to officiate a Men's World Cup game, and now will also become the first female head referee. And I always think with these first, I'm always amazed, this hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet, but it's cool that it is.
Yes.
Love to see that. Very cool. All right, the end of an era is almost upon us, as Trevor Noah will soon say goodbye to The Daily Show. But the comedian is keeping busy with a new Netflix special. Noah spoke with our friends over at Today earlier this morning. Here's a portion of that conversation.
How hard is it to say goodbye to a job that is among the most coveted in our industry?
I think it's extremely difficult, but not because of the job part. It's difficult because of all the people that I do the job with, you know. I'm sure you know what it's like. Everyone becomes, you know, not a family, but a team.
Yeah.
You know, there's a team that you enjoy doing things with. There's people that you enjoy making jokes with and creating ideas with and figuring out what the puzzle is going to be. And I think that's the most difficult part because it becomes part of the routine of your heart.
Are you scared?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you are?
Definitely. I think anything worth doing should scare you. You know, so I was scared to take the job. You know, I was scared to leave the job. You know, I'll be scared to do the next project, hopefully. I always think to myself, if you're not scared to try something or to do something, then, you know, why are you doing it? Walking should be something that shouldn't scare you.
Yeah, right.
I just walk. Walking doesn't scare me, but everything else in life that's exciting scares me a little bit.
I mean, you've had so many big interviews to look back on. I cannot believe you just had Will Smith. This is somebody we've all wanted to hear from.
Yeah,
what kind of an impression did he leave on you after that interview?
I think he left the impression of a human being, you know? And I think that's what I'm trying to do in life, is try and connect with my humanity. I'm a human being. People are human beings. We're all experiencing something. We're all going through something. We're all trying to figure out who we are and how we relate to the world. And so, funny enough, that's what I'm consciously trying to think of when I engage in the news, when I engage in my comedy, when I travel the world. It's always in the top of my mind.
Why did you want to leave the show? What was it?
Well, it's not that I wanted to leave the show, it's that I needed to find a way to make time for everything else that's happening in life. You know, I realized during the pandemic, everyone talks about a work-life balance, but that almost, you know, creates the idea that your work and your life are two separate things. Yeah. When in fact, I came to realize during the pandemic, it's a life balance. It's your life. You're living your life right now. I'm living my life right now. Your life doesn't stop because you're working or not working. And so if you want to make more time for family, if you want to make more time for friends and what you want to do, and everything, you know, time is the one thing we cannot increase.
I love that.
You know, so it was a case of make more time, find a way to create that time.
Let's talk about your Netflix special. It's so funny. You do such great presidential impressions. Which one's the easiest and which one's the toughest?
It depends. It really depends. You know, because it's funny, my favorite one is Obama. Because,
yeah, let's hear a little.
But whenever I do it to him, I'll say it to him, you know, he'll see me and be like, Trevor, what's going on? And then I'll say that to him. I'll be like, Mr. President, good to see you. And he's like, I don't sound like that, Trevor. And I'm like, but you do. You sound exactly like that. And he's like, no, I don't. So I love playing with him on that. You know, and he was on the show recently, and it's just fun. I think because like I play with more the caricature of who they are in my head,
in your head,
than like the specific. I'm not trying to impersonate them. I'm trying to impersonate the character of who they are to me.
You do a good Clinton?
I don't really, actually.
No,
it's
you
just,
don't?
No, because I just remember like all the stories he'll tell. I mean, you've met him, and it's just like, you know, he's just got that chilled out, very, you know, how did I ever tell you about the time you were in Louisiana, weren't you? And I was also in Louisiana for a while. You know what I mean? He just always has a story about everything. That's all I know about him.
It wasn't a bad Bill Clinton right there. Trevor Noah's final Daily Show is going to air next Thursday, December 8th on Comedy Central. A new host will take over the show beginning in January.
Well, music icon Dolly Parton is out with a new Christmas special and just got a $100 million award for her charity work from Jeff Bezos. She caught up with Today co-host Hoda Kotb about how this time of year has always been about working more than just 9 to 5.
Working 9 to 5.
Prolific songwriter with an unforgettable voice, Dolly Parton has provided the soundtrack for so many of our lives.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
A living legend all year round, but Christmas is the one time she shines especially bright. It's your season. Christmas is here. So, question first, is your Christmas tree up?
Oh, of course. My Christmas tree was up before Thanksgiving.
Dolly's holiday cheer evident in Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. Her new movie musical about the making of a network TV special.
It's like a show within a show, because I think people are real interested in knowing what goes on behind the scenes. It's a lot of drama, it's a lot of comedy, a lot of meaningful songs, a lot of meaningful places.
The guest stars include some of music's biggest names, including Willie Nelson, Jimmy Allen, and Dolly's goddaughter, Miley Cyrus.
Almost too early for Christmas.
Dolly also sharing the spotlight with Jimmy Fallon, performing their new holiday song.
He sent that to me, though, like in September. I thought, wow, what a great idea for a song. It's almost too early for Christmas because the Halloween decorations are still out and the Christmas haters and all. So he sent me the song, and I just loved it.
This legendary singer has earned endless accolades over the years, and she added another one to the list in early November. Member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Dolly performing a new rock song she wrote for the occasion, but it was a nomination she initially turned down. I wasn't clear whether you were like, well, I don't sing rock and roll, so I don't want to be in there, or if you felt unworthy of something like that. Which
That's
one
what
was
I
it?
felt. I never thought of myself as a rock star. I found out later that they give it to you for if you've influenced other people. I found out more about it. But I had said at the start I didn't want to accept it because I didn't think I'd earned it. And still ain't sure. But I thought, well, they're going to give it to me anyhow. I'm going to accept it gracefully, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a rock album and just make the most of it.
Your husband of 56 years, he loves rock and roll. So is he thrilled that you're doing a rock album?
Well, he's praying for me, I think. I guess he's hoping I can pull it off, but I really think it's some of the best work I've ever done.
Wait. The best work you've ever done?
I think so, only because it's different for me. You know, I wanted it to be good.
The day Dolly was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she received news of a second separate honor, this one from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, to help her continue another passion of hers, giving back.
I said, are you telling me that you're giving me $100 million for my charities? And he said, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. No strings attached, except that it all has to go to, you know, charity. And I started to cry on the phone. I was just thinking of all the great things that I could do for so many needy people. And I just thought, wow, thank you, God.
Who taught you about generosity?
I'm from a faith-based family. My grandpa was a preacher. So when you grow up like that, it's better to give than receive. Although as kids, we loved getting the presents, you know, whatever we got. But I think I just always had a giving spirit, the same as my mom and my dad were just good-hearted country people.
That giving spirit, something guiding her as she rings in 2023. Let's talk New Year's resolutions. What do you have on your list?
Well, I'm like everybody else. You know, you make a bunch of resolutions and you never keep them.
No.
third weekend of January, that's just all forgotten, you know what I mean? My hopes for the new year is a little more kindness, a little more love, a little more trying to pull together instead of falling apart. I'm going to try my best to try to bring as much joy as I can and lift people up as much as I can in my way. And I just think we all need to try a little harder. I don't care what our politics or our religion or our color or anything else. So that's my personal New Year's resolution, to try a little harder myself, to try to make as much of that happen as I can through songs or through giving or through whatever it may be.
Man, I could listen to her all day. Our thanks to Hoda for that. And that special, Dolly Parton's Magic Mountain Christmas, airs tonight on 8 p.m. on NBC. And you can also catch her on NBC again because she is hosting this year's New Year's Eve special with Miley Cyrus.
December of Dolly, I like to call it.
I like it.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, signs of progress. The Federal Reserve's fight to bring down inflation may finally be working. New data shows the economy is still growing faster than expected, even as the job market starts to cool off. So will the Fed be able to hit that soft landing and avoid a recession? We have the latest on what it all means for you and your bottom line. Moment of silence, a candlelight vigil at the University of Idaho for the 4 students who were killed last month. We'll tell you how they're being remembered this morning and where the investigation into their deaths stands right now. Making their case, closing arguments from the prosecution and defense are set to begin this morning in the Trump Organization's tax fraud trial. We'll take a look at where things stand for both sides and how the outcome of this trial could impact the former president. And holiday priorities. With just a few weeks to go until the holidays, the race is on to get those gifts wrapped up and shipped out. After last season's supply chain nightmares, are there ways to make sure your presents will get under the tree in time this year? We've got some helpful tips for you this morning on when to send those gifts and how to save some money while doing it. You're, of course, done with your holiday shopping, right?
Stresses me out. I don't even have a list. I'm so behind.
You've still got time. It's December 1st.
Not according to that tease.
Right, okay. You have to ship everything by Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We'll get that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with some positive signs for the economy as we do head into the holiday season.
Despite high interest rates and record inflation, there are new indications that the economic outlook is a bit brighter than it was earlier this year. NBC's Tom Costello has the latest.
Hey there, you know, for most of this year, the Federal Reserve has been waging this aggressive campaign to bring down 40-year high inflation. It's been raising interest rates at a pace not seen in decades. That impacts mortgage rates, credit cards, new loans, and now new evidence that inflation may be starting to wane. And in the meantime, the possibility of a rail strike very much hinges on what Congress does. With the holiday season in full swing, this morning Congress is taking steps to stop that looming rail strike. The House passing a bill that forces an agreement between rail companies and their workers. It now goes to the Senate, where it faces a harder path, but leaders there working to pass it quickly to avoid disrupting holiday shipping and potentially rocking the economy, which right now is showing new signs of strength despite record inflation. Revised government stats show the economy grew faster than expected in the third quarter, with GDP rising at an annual rate of 2.9%. And there's evidence the job market is cooling off. A new Labor Department survey shows job openings fell in October to 10.3 million from 10.7 million the previous month. And that's actually good news because the shortage of workers has been driving up wages and feeding inflation. Hopeful signs for the Federal Reserve following its aggressive series of interest rate hikes while it tries to tamp down inflation. Now the Fed chairman, Jay Powell, is signaling the central bank will slow the pace of those rate increases this month from 3/4 of a point hike to a half-point hike.
It makes sense to moderate the pace of our rate increases as we approach the level of restraint that will be sufficient to bring inflation down.
That was welcome news on Wall Street, with the Dow surging more than 700 points on Wednesday. Still, Chairman Powell says rates will have to remain high for an extended period. If the U.S. manages to avoid an economic downturn, experts say it will be driven by strong consumer spending.
If we're out there spending, the economy should be able to move forward without an economic downturn.
It comes as shoppers are bringing holiday cheer to retailers. The National Retail Federation says nearly 197 million people flocked to stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday.
I've shopped like never before. I think the prices were really good.
We do have another hopeful sign here about the economy. Gas prices coming down, and rather dramatically. The national average right now, national average $3.47 a gallon, down 28 cents in a month. And yes, we know $5 a gallon out in California. But overall, an amazing come down from where we were back in June at $5 a gallon. And that's real money in people's pockets. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Now to the still unsolved mystery surrounding the killings of 4 students at the University of Idaho. The community, along with family members of the victims, held a vigil overnight in their memory as authorities continue to search for their killer. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And it really was equal parts emotional and powerful. These grief-stricken parents pouring out their hearts to thousands inside a packed football stadium who listened to them in absolute silence. Police here in Moscow assure everyone that progress is being made on this case, but with the killer still at large, the fear here absolutely remains.
At the University of Idaho, emotional pleas and prayers.
And we ask that the memory of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison be a light that dispels the shadow of these days.
As friends and family of the 4 students lost came together to grieve. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez, sharing his beloved daughter, was with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, in their final moments.
They came here together, and in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
Other schools across the state held similar vigils. The families and the public still looking for answers. Early in the investigation, police described the attack as targeted, but didn't disclose their basis for that conclusion. This week, the county prosecutors saying targeted may not have been the right word, but that the killer was focused on the house.
Investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence.
And telling another reporter that a resident was targeted. But his office then saying that was a miscommunication. And Moscow police saying detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted.
Is there anything investigators can tell this community to ease their fears about a potential murderer being out there?
Well, what I can say is that we continue to investigate 24/7. We have 50 agents and detectives on the ground.
With no suspects named and no murder weapon found, police are turning to the public to help fill in a detailed timeline.
It would be nice to know maybe who they interacted with, maybe what routes they took to go home.
A community shaken to its core, still waiting for answers.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
A tough night for so many here in Moscow. Police say no suspect, no person of interest named, but they are optimistic about the progress of this investigation. In the meantime, a chilling detail from a top criminal profiler who told NBC News they wouldn't be surprised if the killer themselves was at last night's vigil or similar events to witness the traumatic aftermath of this horrific crime. In fact, that fear has kept one family from having a funeral service. They are postponing it for the time being out of concern that could actually take place. Joe.
That is a disturbing thought. Morgan, thanks so much for that report.
Turning now to the triple-demic threat overwhelming hospitals. Cases of RSV and COVID are rising, and now the CDC says there are millions of flu cases across the country. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin joins us now with more. Erin, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. With 76% of pediatric beds occupied nationwide, no corner of the country is being spared. In Virginia, health officials confirming the state's first pediatric flu-related death. Doctors are urging everyone to take precautions against the flu, COVID, and RSV.
With the holiday season in full swing and Thanksgiving travel reaching nearly pre-pandemic levels, new cases of the flu, RSV, and COVID are expected to keep rising.
because of travel patterns last week. We expect rates will go up evenly, probably across the country.
The CDC reporting high or very high respiratory illness activity within 35 states, with at least 6.2 million influenza cases reported so far. Across the U.S., flu activity is more than 20 times higher compared to last year. The spike happening at the same time it's becoming more difficult in some regions to find certain medications needed to ease symptoms, like children's ibuprofen and Tamiflu.
The combination of the high viral activity and the lack of some of these available remedies and treatments is creating a worsening of this tripledemic.
Here in California, new RSV cases are overwhelming many children's hospitals. Orange County extending its RSV and flu-related emergency declaration after ER visits to its main children's hospital doubled. On social media, a parent sharing her baby's terrifying experience. Marissa Clark spent Thanksgiving in the hospital with her son, Brixon.
He was really struggling to breathe.
The 3-month-old was diagnosed with RSV and went into respiratory failure. After 5 days in the pediatric ICU, baby Brixon is finally home.
Making sure that you're catching that stuff before it gets too late.
And with the winter holidays approaching, Dr. Patel reminds us there's some simple steps you can take to protect you and your loved ones against the flu and COVID-19. Masks are readily available, and make sure that your flu shot and COVID boosters are up to date. Lindsay?
Yeah, those images are so hard, but great advice, Aaron. Thanks so much.
Now to the latest developments in the criminal tax fraud trial against the Trump Organization. It could soon be wrapping up with closing arguments set to begin today. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Tom, this is a pretty complex case, and we should point out former President Trump has denied any wrongdoing, has not been personally charged in the case. But walk us through what the company is being accused of here.
Right, Joe. So this all centers around this idea that the company essentially, according to the indictment, was in cahoots with its former CFO, Alan Weisselberg, or vice versa, depending upon how you look at it or your point of view from the attorneys in this case, that they were working together not only for Weisselberg to receive these perks kind of off the books, not paying taxes on an apartment and a car and tuition for his grandkids for school and avoiding income taxes, but that, in fact, the Trump Organization, and we're looking at its headquarters, that they were working together to not have to pay certain payroll taxes, and that the company also benefited from Weisselberg's scheme, which he's pleaded guilty to. And so that's the ultimate question here, is whether or not the Trump Organization not only benefited, but they were working hand in hand with Weisselberg to be able to get these benefits, Joe.
So what can we expect from the closing arguments today?
Right. So I think both sides are going to kind of key in on Alan Weisselberg's testimony, but also this idea that we've been talking about since, frankly, before this trial began. And it centers around this. Did Alan Weisselberg could do this on behalf of himself for his own personal greed, as he stated on the witness stand, or did he do it as part of an effort with the Trump Organization so that the Trump Organization could benefit, as well as Weisselberg? And of course, he's the chief financial officer, still on the payroll, even though he's on leave of absence, and has the opportunity to get a $500,000 bonus in January. So it was a weird situation where he's testifying against the company that he has a bonus coming up for in just a couple of months.
That is unusual. So what is it prosecutors need to prove in order to get a conviction, and what kind of punishment then could the Trump Organization face if convicted?
Right, and that's really what their argument to the jury will be about today, is this idea of, okay, not only did the Trump Organization get a benefit out of this, but they willfully did it, and they did it with Weisselberg working with several others, and some of those individuals have testified at this trial, to be able to get a benefit for the Trump Organization. So they've already got the guilty plea from Weisselberg. Now they're going to try to say that Weisselberg and others worked together to give the Trump Organization a benefit, and so they should be convicted. That's what we're going to hear from prosecutors. If convicted, the maximum penalty here, well, obviously they're not going to take the Trump headquarters into custody or march it into jail. We're looking at just a fine here, Joe, of just shy of $1.6 million.
All right. Tom Winter in New York. Tom, thank you.
We turn now to the World Cup, where the U.S. men are 2 days away from their highly anticipated knockout round game against the Netherlands. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Doha, Qatar, with a look at the support the team is getting there and back here at home, too.
The excitement is building ahead of Saturday's big game. From here in Doha to every corner of the U.S., fans are fired up, pumped up, ready to go. But the big question is, will Team USA's biggest star be healthy enough to take the field on Saturday? This morning, the countdown is on. Team USA just 2 days away from a showdown against the Netherlands. The biggest question, will Christian Pulisic play on Saturday? This morning, the team telling NBC News his condition is still day-to-day. After suffering a pelvic injury during the game-winning goal against Iran, Pulisic letting fans and teammates know he hopes to play. Another U.S. standout, Yunus Musa, telling Hoda and Craig
he's feeling better, so hopefully he'll be all right for Saturday.
Now a trip to the quarterfinals on the line.
We relish this. It's an opportunity for our guys to, to keep grinding.
Excitement around the win or go home match reaching a fever pitch.
It is electric in there.
In the States, fans have been cheering on the home team. Andrea Botello turned her restaurant into a watch party for fans.
I've heard of people just taking time off work for all of the games.
And fans flocking to the team in Doha, including this young supporter who was given the gift of a lifetime, a signed jersey by midfielder Weston McKennie. After failing to qualify for the last World Cup in 2018, the pressure is on.
I think Christian Pulisic will play in this game. He'll do anything he can to play in this game because this is what he's been looking forward to his entire life.
Now, win on Saturday would be huge for the team. The last time they advanced to the quarterfinals was in 2002 when the games were played in Japan and South Korea. But look, we've been watching this tournament closely. We've seen a lot of upsets. Saturday's game won't be easy, but Team USA has every chance to pull this off. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thanks so much.
Time for a check of your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And it's the first day of December, feeling like December and looking like December in many spots, especially out west. We're looking at heavy rain, heavy snow in portions of the Intermountain West, into portions of California, and then that will push into the northern plains tomorrow, eventually into the upper Midwest. In the middle of the country, we are dry. That's good news. Lots of sunshine. It's cool, chilly in the northern plains, and we're mild and bright throughout the southern plains, 50s and 60s in Oklahoma and also Texas. Further to the east, we're dry along the east coast. We cleared out that rain from yesterday. A little leftover snow showers in portions of northern New England. Could see some lake effect snow showers, especially downwind of Lake Ontario, Lake Erie. Windy, though, today, so it's going to be a little blustery with temperatures much colder than yesterday. Then as we go throughout Friday, that heavy snow moves off into the northern plains, eventually into the upper Midwest as well. Heavy snow falling in the Sierra Mountains. We're looking at up to 2, maybe even 3 feet of snow. Lower elevation rain. I'll show you that in just a few minutes. Mild and breezy still in portions of the southern plains. We're up to the 60s and 70s. That's going to feel good. And then sunny in the east on Friday to end out our work week. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures chilly still in the 40s. And that's before rain comes on Saturday. So we're going to up those temperatures on Saturday, but it's going to come in a price with some rain and also breezy conditions. Could see a little wintry weather in portions of northern New England, and that rain will stretch down into the southeast. So it's going to be a wet day for many on Saturday. We're not talking about heavy rain, but still light showers as you're out and about, maybe doing some Christmas shopping. Much colder in the middle of the country, with temperatures in the 40s, but at least we're dry. And then we're watching another storm coming on shore into the Pacific Northwest. Heavy snow once again. We're looking at lower elevation rain. This is really going to help the drought. I know it's not fun on the weekend, but we do need the rain out west. So that's going to be good news as we near Saturday and also Sunday. Look at Sunday, more rain, more snow. A nice day in portions of the southeast. Rain falling in the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley that was hit hard yesterday, Tuesday, and also Wednesday. Brisk conditions along the Great Lakes, and it's chilly in the Northeast with temperatures in the 30s and 40s. That extends down into the mid-Atlantic. This is what the cross-country storm looks like. So this is our next storm system that's going to move across the country. We're looking at snow. That's where you see the blue on the map. The lighter colors, closer to the white color, is the heaviest snow. We're looking at heavy rain, too. That's where you're seeing the brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows in Northern California. That's going to move down to the south as we head throughout the day. So we could see up to 2 inches of rain in some spots. That's going to cause some flooding, especially in burned areas. So soaking rain into Southern California and Central California. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, that cold front's going to quickly move into the plains, also the upper Midwest. Notice once again some blue on the map. We're looking at some snow in the upper Midwest, also the northern plains, before it moves into the Northeast as rain on Saturday. So 7 million people impacted by winter alerts. We have winter weather advisories. That's in your white. Winter storm watches in the blue, and a winter storm warning. We are looking at the pink there. That's where we could see up to 2 to 3 feet of snow. Snowfall forecast, where you see the pinks and purples, that is the highest amount. So Sierra Mountains, also the Cascades into the Rockies. We're looking at light snow into portions of the northern plain, but look at that. We're going to up that snowpack. That is good news. And we're looking at heavy, heavy rain in portions of central and southern California Saturday and also Sunday. Additional snowfall in the Great Lakes. Notice, remember all that snow we got maybe, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I forget now. South of Watertown, we're looking at some lake effect snow today, maybe up to 8 inches in some spots. It's going to be windy, too, with winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Where you see the blue, that is your wind advisory. So portions of New England, Maine, down into upstate New York, and also Connecticut, Vermont. And it's going to be windy. I mean, that's pretty windy. It's going to be windy here, a little chilly as well. So you need the layers.
A cold wind. So.
A cold wind.
All right.
It's winter.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Coming up on Morning News Now, more controversy for the royal family.
We'll tell you how comments from one royal aide are now overshadowing Prince William and Princess Kate's visit to the U.S. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back with the latest on the royal visit. The Prince and Princess of Wales officially arrived in Boston yesterday, kicking off their first U.S. tour in nearly a decade.
And the two are here to attend tomorrow's Earthshot Awards, but the trip hasn't gone exactly to plan. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston with the latest on their trip. Keir, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. Well, goodness me, a lot has happened since we spoke yesterday, and much of it not here in Boston, but back in London. Guys, we were at the Celtics game at the Garden there with the Prince and Princess of Wales last night. It looks like they were having fun, but that's not the story back in the UK. Prince William and Princess Catherine on the fan cam at the Celtics game last night in Boston, and seen here snapping photos with fans from their courtside seats. But their hopes to make a good impression on their first trip to the States in nearly a decade rocked by new racism allegations back home. Charity executive Ngozi Faloni, seen here at Buckingham Palace Monday, just steps away from Queen Consort Camilla, says she was questioned at the event by one of Camilla's aides, who has now stepped down, 83-year-old Lady Susan Hussey, Prince William's godmother and longtime confidant to Queen Elizabeth. Ngozi Faloni tweeting the exchange, which reads in part, "What nationality are you? I am born here and am British. No, but where do you really come from? Where do your people come from?" Hussey also asking, quote, "What part of Africa are you from?" after Ngozi said she was from London. That questioning continuing for some time, she says, and on BBC Radio this morning describing how she felt.
Then I have to really question how this can happen in a space that's supposed to protect women against all kinds of violence. So it's not, although it's not physical violence, it is an abuse.
A palace spokesman says Lady Hussey has offered her profound apologies for the hurt caused. But this morning, Britain's front pages declaring it a royal disaster. The palace calling the comments unacceptable. While back in Boston, Prince William tried to stay focused on his environmental charity.
We cannot wait to celebrate the Earthshot Prize finalists later on this week. And we are both looking forward to spending the next few days learning about the innovative ways the people of Massachusetts are tackling climate change.
In their Oprah interview last year, Harry and Meghan claimed a member of the royal family asked Harry what colour their child would be. That prompted this question to William at the time.
You know, is the royal family a racist family, sir?
No, we're very much not a racist family.
Now, fresh controversy back home, touching the royals' inner circle. And the timing couldn't be worse for William and Kate. And here today in Boston, guys, the Prince and Princess of Wales will meet local communities. They'll meet folks doing great work for the environment. They'll go to a not-for-profit that's supporting young people at risk. But there's more. Just in the past few hours, Netflix has dropped its minute-long trailer for the Harry and Meghan documentary. They say in it, nobody sees what happens behind closed doors. This is turning out to be an eventful trip here in Boston.
Definitely is. Keira, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
More international headlines this morning. Officials are investigating an explosion that killed at least 10 students at a school in Afghanistan.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a Taliban official has confirmed that on Wednesday at least 10 students were killed after a bomb went off in a religious school in the north of Afghanistan. A video that was also released by the Taliban that allegedly shows the aftermath of the blast shows dead bodies and bloodstains on the floor. There was no immediate claim of responsibility, though the Islamic State has been responsible for similar attacks in the country in the past. Let's go to South Korea, where Oh Young-soo, the 78-year-old actor playing the elderly contestant in a Netflix series Squid Game, will stand trial on charges of indecent assault. According to local media, a woman filed a complaint against Oh in December last year, accusing him of making unwanted physical contact during a meeting in 2017. Young-soo, who became the first South Korean actor to win a Golden Globe for his role, denies any wrongdoing. And let's move to Britain, where the Royal Mint issued a new collectible coin to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Rolling Stones. The coin features an image of Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Ronnie Wood, and the late drummer Charlie Watts performing. The Rolling Stones did write a song called Money in 1964, in which Mick Jagger kept singing repeatedly, "I want money, that's all I want." But in the end, he got it. Money with his face on it.
Very
Yeah,
good
I can
point.
manifest that.
Yeah, no kidding. Sing the song. 60 years, that's unreal. I guess rock and roll is like, keeps you young or something.
Amazing.
Thanks, Claudio.
Coming up, a big breakthrough in the fight against Alzheimer's disease.
We're going to break down data from a promising new drug to treat patients and also the potential side effects it can cause. That's coming up next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are,
I was
you got
trying
it.
to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
We are back with promising new results from an early clinic trial aimed at treating the most common form of dementia. And the results showed an experimental drug was able to slow the progression of early-stage Alzheimer's disease by 27%.
Well, researchers say there are still large risks to the medication. They say it is a major step forward in Alzheimer's research. Let's bring in Dr. Madhav Tambazzetti to break down these results. He's the director of the Clinical and Translational Neuroscience Unit at the National Institute of Aging. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, walk us through the results from this clinical trial. What is it you're seeing? Are you seeing results that are a sign of hope?
Thanks a lot for having me on the show. It's a real pleasure. So this particular clinical trial marks a landmark in the field because it's for the first time in several decades that an experimental drug has been shown to slow the progression of the disease. And so as a scientist, this is quite a major milestone. But as a physician caring for patients with Alzheimer's disease, there are also several caveats that come to my mind. And one is, as you've already said, there are some side effects associated with the drug. There's an increased risk of brain bleeds in some patients. There's an increased risk of brain swelling in some. And while in most patients, these might be mild and some may not even show symptoms, there are some in whom significant problems can develop. And these include headaches, confusion, falls, disturbances in vision. And so these side effects might become important as we start administering the drug if it's approved. The other caveat to bear in mind is that in this clinical trial, the benefit associated with the drug appears to be quite small. And it's unclear how meaningful this might be for patients. And it's unlikely that patients are going to be able to see obvious differences on a day-to-day basis if they receive this medication. So while the scientist in me is excited at this development, it's a major landmark in the field, the physician in me urges caution in this optimism as well.
Doctor, why is Alzheimer's so difficult to treat?
There are a couple of reasons. One reason is that we really don't know what drives the disease. We don't have a precise handle on what causes the disease. And so a lot of research over the past few decades has focused on the buildup of toxic proteins in the brain. And many scientists believe that it is these toxic proteins that drive the disease process. And this particular drug that we're talking about today is targeted to remove one such protein from building up. It clears this protein from the brain. But there are other scientists who disagree, and they believe that these proteins really are not driving the disease process. They're markers of damage that has already happened, sort of like tombstones in a graveyard, and that removing these proteins really does not help patients with the disease. So there's a lot of discussion and debate. And so unless we have a better understanding of what drives the disease process, we're not going to be able to develop effective treatments or a cure for this condition.
All right, Dr. Tomasetti, thanks so much for joining us this morning to help break it down and explain this. We really do appreciate that.
My pleasure. Thanks, Flo.
This morning, we are remembering the talented Christine McVie, who rose to fame as a member of the legendary band Fleetwood Mac. Her songs really touching the hearts of generations of music lovers.
Guaranteed you know one of her songs. Ann Thompson now joins us with more on her life and legacy. Ann.
How many of us have played those songs since we've heard the news? And the news really surprised people because even her fans and especially her bandmates didn't realize that she was so sick. She passed away peacefully, her family said, at the age of 79. And that gives us a chance to remember the life and prolific career of Christine McVie.
For Christine McVie, songwriting was never a struggle. A self-described quick writer and talented keyboard player, McVie became a hitmaker for one of the biggest bands in the world. Born Christine Perfect in England, she was a classically trained musician who loved rock and roll. Eventually, she joined Fleetwood Mac and married John McVie. Along with Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, their musical chemistry captured the world's ear. I'm over my head. Christine telling Carson in 2014 about the instant connection the band had during their early sessions.
We started doing Singing Say You Love Me as a three-part harmony, and it was immediate.
Felt it.
Christine, responsible for writing nearly half the songs on the band's iconic album Rumors, including You Make Loving Fun, said to be inspired by an affair she had. Her marriage unraveled, yet the band played on. In 1998, the group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not long after, due to her fear of flying, McVie left the band, the group reuniting in 2014. Fleetwood Mac releasing a statement writing in part, "She was truly one of a kind, special, and talented beyond measure." While bandmate Stevie Nicks penning a handwritten note to her best friend in the whole world, writing, "See you on the other side, my love."
Like never before.
And my favorite fact about Christine McVie, when you look at Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits album, she wrote half of the songs on that album. Just remarkable.
Unbelievable. And you just talk about so many things when it comes to Fleetwood Mac and their story and their history and
the rock soap opera of the band. It's the music,
beautiful
their
music
lives,
we got out of it.
All amazing, truly.
Yeah. So
Songbird.
Sad. Yeah,
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Coming up, hate to tell you this, but the clock is ticking to get your gifts shipped out in time for the holidays. Assuming you bought them.
All right, we've got the latest tips to make sure your presents make it onto the tree in time this year. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Officials in San Francisco have voted to allow police the ability to use potentially lethal robots in emergency situations. But the police are insisting these robots are nothing new. Valerie Castro has the details for us.
This police robot, as menacing as it looks now, isn't a deadly weapon, at least not yet. It's currently equipped to defuse bombs, but a Tuesday night vote by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors,
the amended item number 28 passes by a vote of 8-3,
allows San Francisco PD to outfit current department robots similar to this with explosive charges.
Your move, creep.
When it comes to police robots, science fiction movies make us think of these nightmare scenarios. But in real life, a spokesperson for the SFPD says they'll only be used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects when lives are at stake.
We're talking about using a robot that we've had for 11 years in the San Francisco Police Department. This is not brand new. We use the robots every single day.
Critics worry the move will create a police state. The city's public defender tweeting, "We are a city, not a military." Before the vote, some supervisors voicing their concerns that this could be crossing that line.
This is a local police force here to protect us. This is not the U.S. military that we are arming. And there is serious potential for misuse and abuse of this military-grade technology.
This should not become the preferred way that we take down people that are committing crimes.
While some in favor of the vote argued the narrative is backwards and the tool could actually be used to save lives.
If I didn't know any better, you would think SFPD just woke up one day and thought it would be really cool to go out and get some killer robots and go terrorize the community. And that's not at all what's happening here. It's fear-mongering. against the police.
A police robot with explosives might sound far-fetched, but the method has been deployed before. In 2016, during a mass shooting in Dallas, police there scrambled to equip a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper who shot 12 police officers and killed 5 during a protest.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. The policy is only to use these robots in extremely limited situations, such as risk of loss of life to members of the public or officers. But critics still say a human being should be there to make the decision to use deadly force.
Now to financial news, starting with Salesforce co-CEO Bret Taylor, who announced his departure from the company yesterday.
For this and more financial news, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us for more. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning. All right, so we're going to start with the sudden departure of Salesforce co-CEO Bret Taylor, weighing on shares pre-market despite better than expected third quarter results. This is the second time in less than 3 years that founder Mark Benioff has lost a co-CEO. The news surprised investors since Taylor had only been in the role for a year and had quickly climbed the ranks since his startup Quip was purchased by Salesforce in 2016. LastPass, the password managing app, just disclosed another data breach, except this time user data was exposed. The company says hackers accessed the data through a third-party cloud storage device used by LastPass. It's not yet clear what information hackers gained access to or how many customers have been impacted, but the company did say customers' passwords remain safe. Neuralink founder Elon Musk expects the company's wireless brain chip to begin human clinical trials in 6 months. The company is developing brain chip interfaces that could ultimately aid disabled patients who have trouble moving and communicating. During an event yesterday, Musk said the company was also working to use the technology to restore vision. It's important to note that the company has previously missed earlier timelines set by Musk. Lindsay and Joe? Musk has a lot going on.
I was just going to say, he's a busy guy
He's got a lot on his plate, yeah.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Probably realize it is December 1st. That means the clock is ticking to get all your Christmas presents delivered after you buy them, especially if you have to ship them. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soberaff has more on what you need to know to avoid a shipping nightmare this holiday season.
Hey, what's up? Christmas 24 days away, but who is counting? Santa's packing his sleigh. The rest of us are going to be at places like the post office this time of year. The cost of just about everything is going up, and that includes shipping as well. That's why we got these hacks to let you know how to get your packages where you want them to go on time. Make sure everybody's happy on Christmas.
3, 2, 1.
This morning, the tree lights are on, and so is the Christmas crunch. With more than $20 billion already spent on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined, the focus now getting those gifts under the tree in time for Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. It comes after last year's Ship-A-Geddon nightmare marked by record delays and out-of-stock messages, all part of the supply chain crisis that was caused by COVID outbreaks and record consumer demand. While a repeat isn't expected this year, experts say prepare to pay more to send presents by mail. FedEx, UPS, and the U.S. Postal Service are already implementing peak holiday pricing. USPS says their first class and ground services will cost an extra $5.85 for heavy packages sent more than 600 miles.
Labor charges are leading all the major shipping carriers to put some extra fees on shipping costs, which they are definitely passing on to consumers.
Still, there are plenty of ways to save on shipping. The Postal Service offers free packaging supplies. And you can stretch your dollar with other services by reusing old boxes and padded envelopes, as long as they're in good condition. But keep in mind, packing with less will save you more.
Put packages in the absolutely smallest box they have available.
You can also cut costs by cutting out the middleman. Buy gifts online and have them shipped directly to the recipient. Many retailers even offer complimentary wrapping and an option to include a gift receipt. No matter how you ship, to ensure delivery by Christmas Day, keep an eye on the calendar. To take advantage of FedEx's cheapest service, be sure to mail those presents by the 14th. The Postal Service needs them by the 17th for ground shipping. And UPS's timing varies by distance. But upgrading to 3-day select will buy you until the 20th to send your gifts. Still, insiders advise 'tis the season to be proactive. Waiting to send gifts until the last minute can put your delivery at risk of unforeseen weather and processing delays. Meaning when it comes to shipping, it never hurts to be an eager elf.
One more pro tip, you got to show up midweek and show up 30 minutes after this place opens, after the post office opens. That's the best time to get in line, to get in and out quickly, and to get those deals that we're talking about. So don't show up on the weekends. Don't show up at the beginning or the end of the week. That's not going to do you any good.
All right, some good advice, Jacob. Thank you so much.
I have made that mistake.
Coming up on Morning News Now, history at the World Cup.
Yeah, we will tell you how a group of female referees is making waves in Qatar ahead of today's match between Germany and Costa Rica. That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of training pressure. How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of training pressure. How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. History is coming to the Men's World Cup today. FIFA announced that the first all-female crew to call a men's game is taking the pitch. France's Stephanie Frapper, Brazil's Naisa Back, and Mexico's Karen Diaz will be the sole referees at Germany and Costa Rica's matchup today. Frapper already made history last week as the first ever woman to officiate a Men's World Cup game, and now will also become the first female head referee. And I always think with these first, I'm always amazed, like, this hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet, but it's cool that it is.
Yes.
Love to see that. Very cool. All right, the end of an era is almost upon us, as Trevor Noah will soon say goodbye to The Daily Show. But the comedian is keeping busy with a new Netflix special. Noah spoke with our friends over at Today earlier this morning. Here's a portion of that conversation.
How hard is it to say goodbye to a job that is among the most coveted in our industry?
I think it's extremely difficult, but not because of the job part. It's difficult because of all the people that I do the job with, you know. I'm sure you know what it's like. Everyone becomes, you know, not a family, but a team. Yeah. You know, there's a team that you enjoy doing things with. There's people that you enjoy making jokes with and creating ideas with and figuring out what the puzzle is going to be. And I think that's the most difficult part, because it becomes part of the routine of your heart.
Are you scared?
Oh, yeah.
You are?
Definitely. I think anything worth doing should scare you. You know, so I was scared to take the job. You know, I was scared to leave the job. You know, I'll be scared to do the next project, hopefully. I always think to myself, if you're not scared to try something or to do something, then, you know, like, why are you doing it? Like, walking should be something that shouldn't scare you.
Yeah, right.
I just walk. Walking doesn't scare me, but everything else in life that's exciting scares me a little bit.
I mean, you've had so many big interviews to look back on. I cannot believe you just had Will Smith. This is somebody we've all wanted to hear from.
Yeah.
What kind of an impression did he leave on you after that interview?
I think he left the impression of a human being, you know? And I think that's what I'm trying to do in life, is try and connect with my humanity. I'm a human being. People are human beings. We're all experiencing something. We're all going through something. We're all trying to figure out who we are and how we relate to the world. And so, funny enough, that's what I'm consciously trying to think of when I engage in the news, when I engage in my comedy, when I travel the world. It's always in the top of my mind.
Why did you want to leave the show? What was it?
Well, it's not that I wanted to leave the show, it's that I needed to find a way to make time for everything else that's happening in life. You know, I realized during the pandemic, everyone talks about a work-life balance, but that almost, you know, creates the idea that your work and your life are two separate things. When in fact, I came to realize during the pandemic, it's a life balance. It's your life. You're living your life right now. I'm living my life right now. Your life doesn't stop because you're working or not working. And so if you want to make more time for family, if you want to make more time for friends and what you want to do, and everything, you know, time is the one thing we cannot increase.
I love that.
You know, so it was a case of like, make more time, find a way to create that time.
Let's talk about your Netflix special. It's so funny. You do such great presidential impressions. Which one's the easiest and which one's the toughest?
It depends. It really depends. You know, because it's funny, like, my favorite one is Obama. Because,
let's hear a little.
But whenever I do it to him, like, I'll say it to him, you know, he'll see me and be like, Trevor, what's going on? And then I'll say that to him. I'll be like, Mr. President, good to see you. And he's like, I don't sound like that, Trevor. And I'm like, but you do. You sound exactly like that. And he's like, no, I don't. So I love playing with him on that. You know, and he was on the show recently, and it's just fun. I think because, like, I play with more the caricature of who they are in my head.
In your head.
Than, like, the specific. I'm not trying to impersonate them. I'm trying to impersonate the character of who they are to me.
You do a good Clinton?
I don't really, actually.
No, you don't?
No, because I just remember, like, all the stories he'll tell. I mean, you've met him, and it's just like, you know, he's just got that chilled out, very, you know, how did I ever tell you about the time you were in Louisiana, weren't you? And I was also in Louisiana for a while. You know what I mean? He just always has a story about everything. That's all I know about him.
It wasn't a bad Bill Clinton right there. Trevor Noah's final Daily Show is going to air next Thursday, December 8th on Comedy Central. A new host will take over the show beginning in January.
Music icon Dolly Parton is out with a new Christmas special and just got a $100 million award for her charity work from Jeff Bezos. She caught up with Today co-host Hoda Kotb about how this time of year always has her working more than just 9 to 5.
A prolific songwriter with an unforgettable voice, Dolly Parton has provided the soundtrack for so many of our lives. A living legend all year round, but Christmas is the one time she shines especially bright. It's your season. Christmas is here. So, question first, is your Christmas tree up?
Oh, of course. My Christmas tree was up before Thanksgiving.
Dolly's holiday cheer evident in Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. Her new movie musical about the making of a network TV special.
It's like a show within a show, because I think people are real interested in knowing what goes on behind the scenes. It's a lot of drama, it's a lot of comedy, a lot of meaningful songs, a lot of meaningful places.
The guest stars include some of music's biggest names, including Willie Nelson, Jimmy Allen, and Dolly's goddaughter, Miley Cyrus.
Almost too early for Christmas.
Dolly also sharing the spotlight with Jimmy Fallon, performing their new holiday song.
He sent that to me, though, like in September. I thought, wow, what a great idea for a song. It's almost too early for Christmas because the Halloween decorations are still out and the Christmas haters and all. So he sent me the song, and I just loved it.
This legendary singer has earned endless accolades over the years, and she added another one to the list in early November. Member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Dolly performing a new rock song she wrote for the occasion. but it was a nomination she initially turned down. I wasn't clear whether you were like, well, I don't sing rock and roll, so I don't want to be in there, or if you felt unworthy of something like that. Which
That's
one
what
was
I
it?
felt. I never thought of myself as a rock star. I found out later that they give it to you for if you've influenced other people. I found out more about it. But I had said at the start I didn't want to accept it because I didn't think I'd earned it. And still ain't sure. But I thought, well, they're going to give it to me anyhow. I'm going to accept it gracefully, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a rock album and just make the most of it.
Your husband of 56 years, he loves rock and roll. So is he thrilled that you're doing a rock album?
Well, he's praying for me, I think. I guess he's hoping I can pull it off, but I really think it's some of the best work I've ever done.
Wait. The best work you've ever done?
I think so, only because it's different for me. You know, I wanted it to be good.
The day Dolly was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she received news of a second separate honor, this one from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, to help her continue another passion of hers, giving back.
I said, are you telling me that you're giving me $100 million for my charities? And he said, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. No strings attached, except that it all has to go to, you know, charity. And I started to cry on the phone. I was just thinking of all the great things that I could do for so many needy people. And I just thought, wow, thank you, God.
Who taught you about generosity?
I'm from a faith-based family. My grandpa was a preacher. So when you grow up like that, it's better to give than receive. Although as kids, we loved getting the presents, you know, whatever we got. But I think I just always had a giving spirit, the same as my mom and my dad were just good-hearted country people.
That giving spirit, something guiding her as she rings in 2023. Let's talk New Year's resolutions. What do you have on your list?
Well, I'm like everybody else. You know, you make a bunch of resolutions and you never keep them. No. Third weekend of January, that's just all forgotten, you know what I mean? My hopes for the new year is a little more kindness, a little more love, a little more trying to pull together instead of falling apart. I'm going to try my best to try to bring as much joy as I can and lift people up as much as I can in my way. And I just think we all need to try a little harder. I don't care what our politics or our religion or our color or anything else. So that's my personal New Year's resolution, to try a little harder myself. Try to make as much of that happen as I can through songs or through giving or through whatever it may be.
Thanks to Hoda. And that special, Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas, airs tonight at 8 p.m. on NBC. And you can also catch her on NBC again because she's hosting this year's New Year's Eve special with Miley Cyrus.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Hey there, so glad you could join us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, December 1st. Happier holidays. New signs the economy is bouncing back from the highest inflation in decades as Congress steps in to stop a crippling rail strike just in time for the holidays.
Triple trouble. A trio of nasty respiratory viruses swamp hospitals from coast to coast, and the holidays could make it even worse. The two things you can do to stay healthy.
Royal turmoil. The allegations of palace racism overshadowing Prince William and Princess Kate's first visit to the U.S. in almost a decade.
Career cushioning. It is the latest workplace trend, helping workers prepare for the unexpected. How it works later on.
So glad you could be with us this Thursday here on NBC News Daily, where we start with a possible economic upswing. Some good news. Gas prices are going down. Americans are shopping in record numbers, and worker shortages are finally shrinking.
Yeah, these are all signs the economy is bouncing back despite historic inflation and a potential rail strike. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello with the very latest as the holiday season ramps up.
Hey there, you know, for most of this year, the Federal Reserve has been waging this aggressive campaign to bring down 40-year high inflation. It's been raising interest rates at a pace not seen in decades. That impacts mortgage rates, credit cards, new loans, and now new evidence that inflation may be starting to wane. And in the meantime, the possibility of a rail strike very much hinges on what Congress does. With the holiday season in full swing, Congress is taking steps to stop that looming rail strike. The House passing a bill that forces an agreement between rail companies and their workers. It now goes to the Senate, where it faces a harder path, but leaders there working to pass it quickly to avoid disrupting holiday shipping and potentially rocking the economy, which right now is showing new signs of strength despite record inflation. Revised government stats show the economy grew faster than expected in the third quarter, with GDP rising at an annual rate of 2.9%. And there's evidence the job market is cooling off. A new Labor Department survey shows job openings fell in October to 10.3 million from 10.7 million the previous month. And that's actually good news because the shortage of workers has been driving up wages and feeding inflation. Hopeful signs for the Federal Reserve following its aggressive series of interest rate hikes while it tries to tamp down inflation. Now the Fed chairman, Jay Powell, is signaling the central bank will slow the pace of those rate increases this month from 3/4 of a point hike to a half-point hike.
It makes sense to moderate the pace of our rate increases as we approach the level of restraint that will be sufficient to bring inflation down.
That was welcome news on Wall Street, with the Dow surging more than 700 points on Wednesday. Still, Chairman Powell says rates will have to remain high for an extended period. If the U.S. manages to avoid an economic downturn, experts say it will be driven by strong consumer spending.
If we're out there spending, the economy should be able to move forward without an economic downturn.
It comes as shoppers are bringing holiday cheer to retailers. The National Retail Federation says nearly 197 million people flocked to stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday.
I've shopped like never before. I think the prices were really good.
We do have another hopeful sign here about the economy. Gas prices coming down, and rather dramatically. The national average right now, national average $3.47 a gallon, down 28 cents in a month. And yes, we know $5 a gallon out in California. But overall, an amazing come down from where we were back in June at $5 a gallon. And that's real money in people's pockets. Back to you.
Really is. Tom Costello, thank you. We turn now to the triple-demic threat that continues across the nation. A range of respiratory illness cases like COVID-19, the flu, and RSV are stretching hospitals thin. Medical experts are not expecting any of this to slow down anytime soon. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the very latest.
Hey there, with 76% of pediatric beds occupied nationwide, no corner of the country is being spared. In Virginia, health officials confirming the state's first pediatric flu-related death. Doctors are urging everyone to take precautions against the flu, COVID, and RSV.
With the holiday season in full swing and Thanksgiving travel reaching nearly pre-pandemic levels, new cases of the flu, RSV, and COVID are expected to keep rising.
Because of travel patterns last week, we expect rates will go up evenly, probably across the country.
The CDC reporting high or very high respiratory illness activity within 35 states, with at least 6.2 million influenza cases reported so far. Across the U.S., flu activity is more than 20 times higher compared to last year. The spike happening at the same time it's becoming more difficult in some regions to find certain medications needed to ease symptoms, like children's ibuprofen and Tamiflu.
The combination of the high viral activity and the lack of some of these available remedies and treatments is creating a worsening of this triple-demic.
Here in California, new RSV cases are overwhelming many children's hospitals. Orange County extending its RSV and flu-related emergency declaration after ER visits to its main children's hospital doubled. On social media, a parent sharing her baby's terrifying experience. Marissa Clark spent Thanksgiving in the hospital with her son, Brixon.
He was really struggling to breathe.
The 3-month-old was diagnosed with RSV and went into respiratory failure. After 5 days in the pediatric ICU, baby Brixon is finally home.
Making sure that you're catching that stuff before it gets too late.
With the winter holidays approaching, Dr. Patel reminds us there's some simple steps you can take to protect you and your loved ones against the flu and COVID-19. Masks are readily available, and make sure that your flu shot and COVID boosters are up to date. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Well, lava flow from the Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii could reach major connection highways in just a matter of days. Officials say this could really disrupt travel from the east and west sides of the island.
And what's interesting is that all of this is coming after the world's largest active volcano erupted for the first time in nearly 40 years. The Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, however, says there's no major threat to the surrounding areas.
Just looking at that video, it's incredible. And you've been to Hawaii, yes?
No, I've never
you
been.
never have.
You?
Oh, I have several times from California. It's an easy hop. And my gosh, when you don't have highways, there are not that many ways to get around the island. So
Can
this
you
will be
imagine
disruptive.
an image like that?
It is kind of remarkable to see, though.
I mean, the Earth is a fascinating place.
It is.
I love it.
We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. This year's Giving Tuesday, it proved that despite a tough economy, Americans are still willing to give. Giving Tuesday raised more than $3 billion for charitable causes right here in the United States, and it set a new record for the event, which started as a hashtag back in 2012. I didn't know that.
Yeah, pretty cool. So joining us now, we have CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, it's great to see you this Thursday, and as Vicki mentioned, this is a record year for donations. It's a pretty big bright spot. I mean, can we say this is sort of a larger positive sign for the economy as a whole?
Well, it certainly shows that people are still willing to donate and spend. This morning, we got some data that showed the U.S. consumer is still spending, even with inflation easing a bit. That $3.1 billion was raised in a 24-hour period. The fundraising event takes place on the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. Giving Tuesday estimated that donations jumped about 15% from the prior year, so that outpaces the rate of inflation, importantly. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation donated $10 million to the organization last month to help Giving Tuesday expand its database of charitable giving. And guys, in perhaps the understatement of the year, former FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried, or SBF as he is known, said that he's had a bad month. The former billionaire said he was shocked at what happened, but admitted he did not do a good job at upholding his responsibilities to regulators, customers, and investors, adding, quote, "We completely failed on risk." However, SBF said he didn't knowingly misuse clients' funds and still believes FTX customers will eventually be made whole. You know who's had a worse month, guys? The actual FTX customers. Finally, though, a new report from Simple Texting is out showing the 10 best cities for hybrid jobs that pay six figures. The top spot, San Francisco, where I am. The technology hub had 27% of hybrid roles paying over $100,000. Seattle a close second with 26% paying six figures, with LA, Austin, and New York City rounding out the top five. The study looked at the 100 highest populated U.S. cities and the number of hybrid job openings. Guys, I can tell you here in San Francisco, hybrid work is still alive and well. There's only traffic Tuesday to Thursday, never Monday or Friday. And my parking garage is empty on Fridays.
Wow, that's incredible. You know, watching that former FTX CEO, that was fascinating because even on Wednesday, hearing him speak, he's pretty open about, you know, kind of what he thinks happened. And even his lawyers are saying, you know, don't talk anymore. Please stop talking. He's like, look, I got things to say. It's not who I am.
He's got things to say. You know? We'll see if that continues.
Yeah.
And he's going to keep talking, guys. He doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, he said it's not who he is. He's not going to clam up. All right. CNBC's Deirdre Bosa for us. Deirdre, thank you so much. Well, it's been almost 3 weeks since 4 college students were found brutally murdered in a home near the University of Idaho. Hundreds gathered at the school last night for a campus-wide vigil.
Meanwhile, fear and frustration growing over the lack of a motive and a suspect. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky with the very latest.
At the University of Idaho, emotional pleas and prayers.
And we ask that the memory of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison be a light that dispels the shadow of these days.
As friends and family of the 4 students lost came together to grieve. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez, sharing his beloved daughter, was with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, in their final moments.
They came here together, and in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
While thousands packed the school's football stadium for the memorial, other schools across the state held similar vigils for the 4 friends found stabbed to death at this off-campus house over 2 weeks ago. One criminal profiler saying the attacker might have been in that very crowd.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
Early in the investigation, police described the attack as targeted, but didn't disclose their basis for that conclusion. Now police explaining it's possible the house, not necessarily any of the individuals, was the killer's focus.
Is there anything investigators can tell this community to ease their fears about a potential murderer being out there?
Well, what I can say is that we continue to investigate 24/7. We have 50 agents and detectives on the ground.
With no suspects named and no murder weapon found, police are turning to the public to help fill in a detailed timeline.
It would be nice to know maybe who they interacted with, maybe what routes they took to go home.
A community shaken to its core, still waiting for answers.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
All right, our thanks to NBC's Morgan Chesky for that report.
The families of American tourists who died in a Mexico Airbnb are demanding action. Their message to the rental company next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
China is loosening some of its COVID restrictions after a week of historic protests. A senior Chinese official hints to health officials that their approach to the strict zero COVID policy, well, that may change. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the very latest from Beijing.
There are signs China's government is ready to loosen some aspects of its zero-tolerance approach to COVID. It doesn't mean that the vast infrastructure and industry that exists to contain and track COVID cases is going away, but some restrictions are bending, even though case numbers are high here. Lockdown measures are being eased in parts of Shanghai and Guangzhou. Here in Beijing, the moves are more modest, but the government is promising to vaccinate more people, especially the elderly. China's Vice Premier Sun Chunlan, who has been the face of every strict lockdown in the country, is now taking a softer stance and saying the country is entering a new stage and mission. Whether the protests that have happened nationwide over the past several days force the government's hand is unclear. At the protest I was at here in Beijing, people were telling me a lot had to change with the degree of control that zero COVID has over people's lives. It is the signature policy of Xi Jinping, so any walking back from the rules is going to be carefully managed, and it will come with refined messaging, and we're beginning to see that now. At the same time, the protests have been largely suppressed, with police cracking down and using technology to track people who were there. But we are seeing more protests crop up in other cities around the world. In Tokyo, people were holding up sheets of paper and demanding freedom in China. The same sort of protest scene happening in San Jose, California. All this as case numbers remain near a record high for China, to the point where the U.S. Embassy is telling Americans here to stock a 14-day supply of food in case there's a harder lockdown. It's already pretty close to one here in Beijing. Schools are closed, as well as stores and parks, and patience is still wearing thin.
All right, thanks to NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, it's been 1 month since 3 American tourists died at an Airbnb in Mexico City. Their families say it was due to carbon monoxide poisoning, and now they're calling on Airbnb to change its policies. Here's national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with an NBC News exclusive.
These 3 Americans went on vacation last month and never came home alive.
As a mom, how do you deal with that type of loss?
Moment by moment. I'm still in disbelief.
Jennifer Marshall says her son Jordan died of carbon monoxide poisoning. His friends Candace Florence and Cortez Hall were also found dead inside an Airbnb-listed apartment in Mexico City. Ciola Hall says she got the dreaded call on her birthday.
And I say, no, not my son.
Speaking together publicly for the first time exclusively to NBC News, all 3 families are announcing a planned lawsuit against Airbnb, calling for all of its worldwide listings to mandate carbon monoxide detectors.
Well, it's a massive problem because they regulate what they want to regulate.
The planned lawsuit comes after another group of American tourists died from carbon monoxide poisoning earlier this year at a resort in the Bahamas. The CDC says more than 430 people are accidentally killed by the gas each year in the U.S.
I cannot process in my mind why my daughter is not here today.
Airbnb tells NBC News this is a terrible tragedy, and our thoughts are with the families and loved ones as they grieve such an unimaginable loss. And while the company has not confirmed the reports of carbon monoxide exposure, it does give away combined smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to eligible hosts.
Is that enough?
It's not enough. We could still be talking to and, spending the holidays with our kids.
Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
Well, a deadlocked jury leads to a mistrial in that 70s show star Danny Masterson rape case. The actor is accused of raping 3 women in his Hollywood Hills home from 2001 to 2003.
Now, Masterson faces up to 45 years in prison if, in fact, he is convicted on all charges. A retrial is scheduled for March 27th.
Well, straight ahead, the Prince and Princess of Wales' trip to the U.S. has now been overshadowed by a scandal at Buckingham Palace. Coming up, how the royal family is responding to new allegations of racism. You're watching NBC News.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, so this is one you may not have heard before. I know I haven't. There is a heated debate over killer robots. San Francisco officials approved a motion allowing the police department to use lethal robots in certain emergency situations. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explains.
This police robot, as menacing as it looks now, isn't a deadly weapon, at least not yet. It's currently equipped to defuse bombs, but a Tuesday night vote by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors,
the amended item number 28 passes by a vote of 8-3,
allows San Francisco PD to outfit current department robots similar to this with explosive charges.
Your move, creep.
When it comes to police robots, science fiction movies make us think of these nightmare scenarios. But in real life, a spokesperson for the SFPD says they'll only be used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects when lives are at stake.
We're talking about using a robot that we've had for 11 years in the San Francisco Police Department. This is not brand new. We use the robots every single day.
Critics worry the move will create a police state. The city's public defender tweeting, "We are a city, not a military." Before the vote, some supervisors voicing their concerns that this could be crossing that line.
This is a local police force here to protect us. This is not the U.S. military that we are arming. And there is serious potential for misuse and abuse of this military-grade technology.
This should not become the preferred way that we take down people that are committing crimes.
While some in favor of the vote argued the narrative is backwards and the tool could actually be used to save lives.
If I didn't know any better, you would think SFPD just woke up one day and thought it would be really cool to go out and get some killer robots and go terrorize the community. And that's not at all what's happening here. It's fear-mongering against the police.
A police robot with explosives might sound far-fetched, but the method has been deployed before. In 2016, during a mass shooting in Dallas, police there scrambled to equip a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper who shot 12 police officers and killed 5 during a protest.
That was NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro reporting.
Well, Morgan, this story is about a shark that apparently picked the wrong girl to bite in Florida. Ashley Glass from our West Palm Beach NBC affiliate WPTV introduces us to one very brave 10-year-old girl who fought back.
Make no mistake.
I'm fine.
10-year-old Jasmine Carney is one brave, cool kid.
I fought a shark and won.
You heard that right. Just 48 hours ago, a shark coming right at Jasmine at Hobe Sound Beach.
What did you see? What did you hear?
Something grabbed me, so I'm like, don't you touch me. It looked pretty big, and it was gray. It hurt, so I'm like, kick it, run away.
She's just cool. I was amazed. She came running up that beach, screaming, Nana, Nana, something bit me, something bit me. And I saw all the blood. I went and got a lifeguard.
Jasmine flying by chopper to Palm Beach Children's Hospital at St. Mary's.
Shark bite coming over.
Stunning her surgeon.
Well, she was very positive from the get-go.
Why? Shark, why?
A little girl so collected, even with a badly beat up foot.
There's a piece missing. It's about this big. Luckily for her, this was the only location that she was beaten.
We asked young Jasmine how she's managing to keep calm all this time.
This is kind of my favorite one.
Busting out her camera roll. To answer that, she'd like everyone to meet her 6-year-old brother, Jackson.
He's pretty curious, so I might as well stay calm because I know he wouldn't want me to be scared because he's the best little brother in the world.
Better add another attribute. That's one sweet sibling, brave and cool kid.
Hi.
Gotta love that big sis giving props to her brother.
Cute.
Our thanks to Ashley Glass from our West Palm Beach affiliate, WPTV.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Well, first it was the Great Resignation. Then it was quiet quitting. Now nervous workers are turning to career cushioning. We'll take you inside the new trend and its potential risks straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That's wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this short break.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. We're so glad you could join us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Good to be with you. Making news right now. The Biden administration says it plans to appeal after another setback for its student debt relief plan. A federal appeals court has upheld a lower court's ruling that blocks the program. The plan would forgive up to $10,000 in student debt for people who make less than $125,000 per year or $250,000 for married couples.
Meanwhile, a Democratic-led House committee is getting access to 6 years of former President Donald Trump's tax returns. This move comes 1 week after the Supreme Court rejected Trump's effort to block the release of his financial documents. The Treasury Department handed those papers over to the House Ways and Means Committee on Wednesday.
And an arrest warrant is now out for football player Antonio Brown. The wide receiver is facing misdemeanor battery charges in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The warrant reportedly stems from a domestic incident that happened Monday.
U.S. President Biden and French President Emmanuel Macron met at the White House to discuss their strong partnership and really their shared mutual interests.
Yes, this is Macron's first time visiting during the Biden administration. White House officials say the countries are working together on a variety of global issues, from inflation to energy to Ukraine. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from her post there at the White House lawn. Kristen, great to see you. So talk to us about what Biden and Macron are discussing right now behind closed doors. And also, are you expecting this visit to yield any major policy decisions?
Well, hi there, Vicki and Morgan. I think this visit is less about making a major policy announcement and more about really reaffirming the close bonds between the United States and between France, its oldest ally. You heard that echoed in the remarks of President Biden and President Macron when they spoke first thing this morning. And I think that throughout the course of this visit, they are going to discuss key issues. You talked about some of them. At the top of the list will be the issue of Ukraine. They have been unified in their denouncement of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. And I think that President Biden will, again, behind closed doors, really try to call on France and the French president to continue to support Ukraine in terms of aid packages, in terms of new weaponry. So I think that will be on the table. They'll discuss other hotspots, including the protests in China and Iran. And I think they will be discussing some of the tensions that have been at the backdrop of this, including France has really been critical of the Inflation Reduction Act, which has called for new investments in climate. France and other world leaders really concerned that it could hurt global companies. The United States has pushed back on that and said, look, what is good for the U.S. economy is good for the global economy. And then a year ago, President Biden acknowledging that it was a clumsy move by the U.S. to engage in a deal with submarines and to essentially cut France out of that engagement. The French felt blindsided, the U.S. apologizing for that, and I expect that will be at the forefront as well. This is a high-stakes visit that comes as President Biden is mulling his own run for re-election, and so everything that is said and that is accomplished in this visit will be critical.
Kristen, I only have you for about 20 more seconds, but talk about the state dinner that the Bidens are hosting tonight. What can we expect there?
Well, the state visit is really going to be the centerpiece of this first official state visit during the Biden administration. And so it's going to be a blend of French and American food and culture. It will include butter poached pasta and American artisanal cheeses, yet another chance to reaffirm the close commitment between these two countries.
Leaving us hungry. All right, Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker, great to see you, friend.
Harrowing stories of survival are surfacing from this week's deadly severe weather outbreak, stretching all the way from Texas to Kentucky. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock spoke to one Mississippi man who actually rode out a tornado inside the bathroom.
In the flattened neighborhoods of Steens, Mississippi, there are certainly demolished homes, devastated souls, and a lifetime of possessions emptied for the world to see. But what you won't find, miraculously, are any families grieving the loss of life.
So this is the second time on this property that you've been hit by a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
And you've lived to tell about it.
Oh, yeah. Not wanting to, but it happens.
In the case of 66-year-old Richard White, who left before the storm to look after his dad.
He's older and he gets real nervous when these come around. Then they had them sirens going off. Yep, it was pretty rough.
His return home highlighted the presence of a possible guardian angel.
So if that had been won over, it would have been your bedroom.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you see that and think that could have been life or death?
Oh, yeah, real quick. Real quick.
And the miracles just kept on coming.
You know, I'm looking around you right now. You have the side of your wall caved in. There is no roof.
No roof.
Where were you during the storm?
I was in the bathroom, in my hallway on the north side of the house. And you'll see why in a few minutes.
Take a look at the inside of James Brown's house.
What's right there?
That was my storage shed.
And now you have a clear view of the field behind your house.
I have a clear view of the field. See, it came right through here.
The living room, patio, and rear bedroom were all ripped away as he hid in the bathroom holding this transistor radio.
I had a phone there. I had a radio right here. I had my remote control.
Brown's bedroom and bathroom managed to stay untouched while everything else in the home met Mother Nature's might.
Did you think you were going to survive in that moment?
Well, yes, and where I was at, because it wasn't. I felt safe where I was at.
What evidence did you have that you were going to live through this?
Just that maybe the good Lord told me I need to survive, I guess.
A blessing for sure, as this unincorporated community in eastern Mississippi felt awfully connected. Sam Brock, NBC News.
We turn now to new racism allegations against the royal family. They're stealing the spotlight a little bit from Prince William and Princess Kate's first visit in the U.S. in nearly a decade.
Yeah, that's right. Now, one of the Queen Consort's closest aides, who's also Prince William's godmother, has resigned. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has been following the latest live from Boston. Keir, we've been talking since this news broke. Just first, if you can, walk us through these allegations that, frankly, are sort of overshadowing this visit. They're dominating both headlines in the UK and here at home. How are William and Kate now responding to some, pretty big allegations?
Yeah, I think overshadowing is right. I'm here in Boston, but I've just been talking by Zoom with Ngozi Fulani, the woman who was subject to this kind of interrogation. She told me, I know racism. This was racism. She describes it as abuse. She describes a moment at the beginning of the conversation where this aide to Camilla, the Queen Consort, longtime aide to the late Queen Elizabeth, actually moved her hair to look at her name badge. So actually, touched her body, if you like, and to move her hair. And then went on to question her from where she was from, despite her repeatedly saying, I'm British, I was born here. So that's the kind of the allegation, if you like. The royals have been quick to say themselves what they believe this is. So a spokesperson for Prince William saying there is no place for racism in our society. Again, as you mentioned, the aide has stepped down from her role, but I think the challenge, frankly, right now is that William and Kate are here in Boston trying to put the focus on the environment and on help for vulnerable young people, but all of the talk is about what happened back in London, about this ongoing question about whether there is a real issue of culture within the royal family and within the royal palaces, if you like, that isn't being addressed.
Keir, give us a sense, when did this happen? When did this exchange happen? Why is this information coming out now? And then also quickly, talk about this Netflix trailer that just came out today for Prince Harry and Meghan's new docuseries. What are you hearing from the palace on that one?
Yeah, it happened earlier this week, and she came out and immediately tweeted pretty much what had happened. That's the age we live in now. So that's the answer to that. And you're right to bring up the Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary. That is now, trailer's now out. So, I mean, the timing is extraordinary, and it's a firestorm, actually, for William and Kate while they are here in Boston trying to ignore it all.
All right. NBC Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, U.S. companies shed nearly 80,000 job cuts in November alone, and that's 5 times higher than the same time just last year.
Yeah, those job cuts combined with fears of even more coming down the line, that's triggering a lot of nervous employees to do what's called career cushioning. Here to help us learn more about that new term, CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, breaking it all down. First, before we get to career cushioning, Sharon, let's talk about the numbers of these job cuts. We know a lot of them came from the tech sector, companies like Meta, Amazon. Yep. But what about other industries? And also, can we see if certain industries are more vulnerable to upcoming layoffs?
Well, we definitely saw a lot of job cuts in the tech sector. You mentioned some of the big names, and we're looking at around 81,000 job cuts there. But we also saw significant job cuts in some other industries: automotive, healthcare, services, retail. There were a number of issues there. But what we're seeing year to date, actually, are job cuts that are the second lowest on record, the second lowest since 1993, the lowest year being last year. So while it looks like when you see these big names, we're seeing a ton of layoffs, we have seen a surge in November, but it's still overall year to date the second lowest on record.
Speaking of which, I mean, Sharon, can you just sort of break down this new term? For a lot of us, this is the first time we're hearing it. I mean, what does it actually mean, career cushioning, and how does it sort of allegedly help workers?
Well, you know, it's a tried and true strategy with a new name here, Morgan. And career cushioning is basically making sure that you're okay in the position that you have right now, making sure that you're continuing to build contacts in that industry, making sure that you're building skills, making sure that your management knows what you're contributing to the job, I think a lot of managers may not realize how much career cushioning is going on at this time that they're trying to make the number by the end of the year and make sure that they're profitable by the end of the year. But their workers may be polishing their resume. Their workers may be on LinkedIn, just making sure that there's not anything else out there that they're missing because they're afraid of the other shoe dropping. But here's the key. You got to make sure that you're focused on plan A while you're doing plan B. You got to make sure that you're focused on the job at hand and doing a good job there. Check in with your manager. Make sure that they know what you've done, what you continue to do, and also what your goals are.
Very good point. Yeah, that's great. Sharon Epperson for us, our CNBC senior personal finance correspondent. Sharon, we appreciate you.
And straight ahead, award season favorites, what to watch this weekend. We're going to take a closer look at all the Hollywood headlines you might have missed this week. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, award season is heating up, and Oscars frontrunners are now emerging.
And Spotify is reminding us all just how much we love the music we listened to this past year. So here to break it all down with us, we have our Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Miss Darren Karp. Darren, thank you so much for joining us. First off, we know that Spotify's annual Wrapped list of most streamed music is everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, people are posting it. Were there any surprises?
Not for me. Not for me. I don't know if there were surprises for you. Honestly, Yeah Yeahs came back with a bang with their new album, Cool It Down. They're nominated for a Grammy. I've been listening to the entire album. They haven't come out with anything since 2013. They're going to be on SNL in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Super exciting. Obviously, Bad Bunny. Obviously.
Obviously.
Yes. I mean, come on. One of my favorites was the Elton John, Britney Spears, Hold Me Closer remix.
Yeah, I love that too.
Amazing.
The one with Dua Lipa too, right?
Dua Lipa, anything Dua Lipa does. Like, that was actually like my most
real.
streamed album, even though it wasn't from this year. So a little surprising there for me. And going back to future nostalgia there with that. But also Gorillaz came out with a brand new song literally 2 weeks ago with Tame Impala being featured called New Gold, and it is
Okay,
Wow.
we got the chef's kiss going on.
Chef's kiss, ladies. Yes.
Let's transition to award season. We know that is in full season. Gotham Awards happened just this past week. Our producer, Zach, loving that movie, All Things Everywhere All at Once, with Michelle Yeoh. Who doesn't love her? So talk to us about some of the front runners, the favorites this year.
Well, there's a lot going on, and this is obviously like the first of its kind, so it's kind of even prepping us for the Oscars a little bit. The Fabelmans got big awards here. Everything Everywhere All at Once obviously was massive. Adam Sandler's speech, you have to watch it. His little girls wrote it, who are 14 and 16. A lot of cursing in there, so maybe not family friendly, but a lot of good things to look out for. Fabelmans being a big one, and The Whale with Brandon Fraser. Unclear what's going to happen there with the big
that one
Oscar
had a lot of buzz. Where he gained a lot of weight.
Speaking of buzz, what's everyone streaming this weekend?
Oh, they're streaming a lot this weekend. We've kind of got a lot going on. Well, let me think of where the first one to go through. Let's see, the World Cup, because the United States is going to beat the Netherlands at 10 a.m. I'm feeling
writing on this one.
very unconfident.
You're not
about this. Listen,
I did a good matchup.
I didn't. The Netherlands are just amazing.
Yeah,
like,
they
the
are.
Netherlands are just so good, and I didn't think the United States was even going to make it to the top 16.
No, pessimist.
No, I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being a realist. Okay, but listen, it's been exciting to watch the entire thing. You have to watch the World Cup every single day. There's 4 games a day, 5 games a day. It is massively fun, so you must stream.
Saturday Team USA. I love that. Wait, are we going to get to our Spotify list? Because I do want to see.
Speaking of surprises, I actually don't know what Vicky's Spotify is.
Yeah, Vicky.
Well, can we have that in the control room?
Yeah, come on. Say, though, mine is my whole family. So all 5 of us share the Spotify account.
Okay,
so this is ages 6 to like 44.
Okay, One Republic, Lizzo. These are your 5 Spotify songs. Yep.
A happier song. You are so upbeat.
I mean, I guess so, right?
Little Doja Cat.
Okay, let's go to Morgan. It's going to be a surprise, guys. This is a real plot twist.
Is this a plot twist?
Yes, Sam Hunt.
I love Sam Hunt. I mean, obviously, yeah.
Look at
I'm actually really impressed with this.
Yeah, Cúrame. Yeah.
Can we
Bad Bunny. Obviously, that was my top artist.
You got to have Bad Bunny.
Obviously.
Bad Bunny is like 19th Latin Billboard
you
Awards.
are top 1% of his listeners. I'm like, yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, do we have time? I was like, I heard something in my ear. Do we have time to get to our last question?
We have 1 minute.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's keep on.
Let's talk about this movement in Congress because, oh my God, the Ticketmaster meltdown over Taylor Swift. Or ticket sales, but this might lead to something great for all of us fans and all of the artists as well.
Just imagine if Taylor Swift was president, okay? Now, think about this Bots Act being kind of reversed there, but essentially Congress is trying to get past the Bots Act to make it easier for people like us, the normies of the world, to buy tickets online, because honestly, when Live Nation and Ticketmaster kind of teamed up, it's impossible to get tickets. Taylor Swift broke the internet with hers. They're blaming bots, they're blaming fans. It's a whole craziness, Michigas thing. Maybe if this gets passed, it'll be easier for us. I'm a little hesitant about that because sometimes when laws get passed, it gets a little fuzzy in the middle of it. But
maybe
it is supposed to make it easier and better for us. That way, we're not, they're not upcharging us tickets for a Taylor Swift concert in the last row for $1,000. So.
Devastating.
Devastating, and we will hope that hopefully that does pass. But Taylor Swift setting precedents.
All right. Bravo's Darren Karp for us, Darren. Thank you so much. As always, we really appreciate it.
A pleasure. We love having you here. Thanks, Darren. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah, you were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
It's kind of hard to believe, but it's been more than 40 years since Dolly Parton made working 9 to 5 famous. At 76 years old, she is
young.
still
76 years young.
True that, true that. She is still as iconic as her platinum blonde hair.
That's right. From producing new music and movies to her love of Christmas and charity, she's really a national treasure. NBC Today anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with a superstar about her new Christmas special, airing right here on NBC tonight.
Working 9 to 5.
A prolific songwriter with an unforgettable voice, Dolly Parton has provided the soundtrack for so many of our lives.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
A living legend all year round, but Christmas is the one time she shines especially bright. It's your season, Christmas is here. So, question first, is your Christmas tree up?
Oh, of course, my Christmas tree was up before Thanksgiving.
Dolly's holiday cheer evident in Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. Her new movie musical about the making of a network TV special.
It's like a show within a show, because I think people are real interested in knowing what goes on behind the scenes. It's a lot of drama, it's a lot of comedy, a lot of meaningful songs, a lot of meaningful places.
The guest stars include some of music's biggest names, including Willie Nelson, Jimmy Allen, and Dolly's goddaughter, Miley Cyrus.
Almost too early for Christmas.
Dolly also sharing the spotlight with Jimmy Fallon, performing their new holiday song.
He sent that to me, though, like in September. I thought, wow, what a great idea for a song. It's almost too early for Christmas because the Halloween decorations are still out and the Christmas haters and all. So he sent me this song, and I just loved it.
This legendary singer has earned endless accolades over the years, and she added another one to the list in early November. Member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I've been rockin' since the day I was born.
Dolly performing a new rock song she wrote for the occasion, but it was a nomination she initially turned down. I wasn't clear whether you were like, well, I don't sing rock and roll, so I don't want to be in there, or if you felt unworthy of something like that. Which
That's
one
what
was
I felt. I never thought of myself as a rock star. I found out later that they give it to you for if you've influenced other people. I found out more about it. But I had said at the start I didn't want to accept it because I didn't think I'd earned it. And still ain't sure. But I thought, well, they're going to give it to me anyhow. I'm going to accept it gracefully, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a rock album and just make the most of it.
Your husband of 56 years, he loves rock and roll. So is he thrilled that you're doing a rock album?
Well, he's praying for me, I think. I guess he's hoping I can pull it off, but I really think it's some of the best work I've ever done.
Wait. The best work you've ever done?
I think so, only because it's different for me. You know, I wanted it to be good.
The day Dolly was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she received news of a second separate honor, this one from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, to help her continue another passion of hers, giving back.
I said, are you telling me that you're giving me $100 million for my charities? And he said, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. No strings attached, except that it all has to go to, you know, charity. And I started to cry on the phone. I was just thinking of all the great things that I could do for so many needy people.
Who taught you about generosity?
I'm from a faith-based family. My grandpa was a preacher. So when you grow up like that, it's better to give than receive. But I think I just always had a giving spirit, the same as my mom and my dad were just good-hearted country people.
That giving spirit, something guiding her as she rings in 2023. Let's talk New Year's resolutions. What do you have on your list?
Well, I'm like everybody else. You know, you make a bunch of resolutions and you never keep them. No. And I just think we all need to try a little harder. I don't care what our politics or our religion or our color or anything else. So that's my personal New Year's resolution, to try a little harder myself.
She really is such an inspiration.
Truly.
Every time I hear her speak, I learn something.
I love Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love Dolly Parton?
Let's hope for many, many more years. All right, our thanks to Today anchor Hoda Kotb for that.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do that wherever you stream. Take a look on your screen there. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. You got Fubo, Plex, Zumo. All of the places. Your news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday to you. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
It's our pleasure to have you here. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, December 1st. Signs of strength, encouraging economic news out today just in time for the busy holiday season. Could the steps that were being taken to rein in soaring inflation now finally be working?
Terror warning. The Department of Homeland Security sounding the alarm, saying that domestic threats are escalating against several minority communities. More detail ahead on how recent violent attacks are inspiring extremists right here at home.
State visit. President Joe Biden hosting his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron at the White House for the first official state dinner today. What we know about the face-to-face meetings and what's on the agenda.
And stealing the spotlight, new allegations of racism overshadowing Prince William and Princess Kate's visit to the United States. How the royal couple is responding on their first American trip in 8 years.
Welcome to NBC News Daily on this Thursday. We begin with some good news on the economic front. Record holiday shopping is showing new signs of strength in our economy despite historic inflation.
Yeah, good news indeed, because this is all coming as Congress is working quickly to avoid a looming rail strike, which could disrupt holiday shopping. Meanwhile, gas prices are starting to drop while worker shortages are shrinking. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains why this is all really good news for your wallet.
Hey
Hey there, you know, for most of this year, the Federal Reserve has been waging this aggressive campaign to bring down 40-year high inflation. It's been raising interest rates at a pace not seen in decades. That impacts mortgage rates, credit cards, new loans, and now new evidence that inflation may be starting to wane. And in the meantime, the possibility of a rail strike very much hinges on what Congress does. With the holiday season in full swing, Congress is taking steps to stop that looming rail strike. The House passing a bill that forces an agreement between rail companies and their workers. It now goes to the Senate, where it faces a harder path, but leaders there working to pass it quickly to avoid disrupting holiday shipping and potentially rocking the economy, which right now is showing new signs of strength despite record inflation. Revised government stats show the economy grew faster than expected in the third quarter, with GDP rising at an annual rate of 2.9%. And there's evidence the job market is cooling off. A new Labor Department survey shows job openings fell in October to 10.3 million from 10.7 million the previous month. And that's actually good news because the shortage of workers has been driving up wages and feeding inflation. Hopeful signs for the Federal Reserve following its aggressive series of interest rate hikes while it tries to tamp down inflation. Now the Fed chairman Jay Powell is signaling the central bank will slow the pace of those rate increases this month from 3/4 of a point hike to a half-point hike.
It makes sense to moderate the pace of our rate increases as we approach the level of restraint that will be sufficient to bring inflation down.
That was welcome news on Wall Street, with the Dow surging more than 700 points on Wednesday. Still, Chairman Powell says rates will have to remain high for an extended period. If the U.S. manages to avoid an economic downturn, experts say it will be driven by strong consumer spending.
If we're out there spending, the economy should be able to move forward without an economic downturn.
It comes as shoppers are bringing holiday cheer to retailers. The National Retail Federation says nearly 197 million people flocked to stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday.
I've shopped like never before. I think the prices were really good.
We do have another hopeful sign here about the economy. Gas prices coming down, and rather dramatically. The national average right now, national average $3.47 a gallon, down 28 cents in a month. And yes, we know $5 a gallon out in California. But overall, an amazing come down from where we were back in June at $5 a gallon. And that's real money in people's pockets. Back to you.
A new warning from the Department of Homeland Security that LGBTQ, Jewish, and migrant communities are all being targeted by domestic extremists. The latest report details the persistent and lethal threat that these violent ideologies really pose and how recent attacks like one at the LGBTQ bar in Colorado Springs are inspiring other actors. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from Washington. Julia, lay this out for us. What did this terrorism report say about these bad actors, these people who are intending harm to these minority communities?
Yeah, Morgan, so to put this in context, we've seen an update from Department of Homeland Security about every 6 months since the attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, where they lay out the threats that they think are most problematic, the areas that they are watching. And they say that it is Americans, not those foreign terrorist organizations that we used to pay so much attention to, that are what they call a persistent and lethal threat. They talk about public gatherings, faith-based institutions, the LGBTQ community, especially people who are inspired by recent attacks, such as the shooting at the bar in Colorado Springs. They also talk about government personnel, as people had a lot of rhetoric about that during the midterms and even after, and people who are motivated by ideological violence, and that they could go as far as also targeting the Jewish community. They talked about a person in New Jersey who had a manifesto to target synagogues. That person was taken down. And I asked those officials, too, what about celebrities weighing in on something like this? What does someone like Kanye West, or Ye rather, do in this space? And they say they worry that his voice could amplify others and turn hate into action.
Yeah, it's interesting because these intelligence officials say that domestic actors are actually becoming more of a threat than foreign actors like ISIS, Al-Qaeda. Can you explain to us, Julia, just, why is that? And frankly, when it comes to action, what is the department doing about it?
Well, they have been criticized a little bit about that action. There was a recent report out from the Homeland Security Committee in the Senate saying that DHS and the FBI need to do more, basically put the resources in these areas where they've said they are investing to go after domestic extremism more. But in their defense, what these officials say is it's actually much harder to go after domestic actors versus foreign actors because of the laws. Our laws allow the U.S. government to step in if someone is even driving someone to the airport to go to Syria and fight with ISIS. But if you are coming out with hate speech online, that's considered free speech if you're part of a domestic group. It's more protected up until the point that they actually would commit a violent act. So they have a thinner margin, a thinner window of time to actually step in and to stop a violent act from happening. So right now they're trying to communicate as much as possible and tell local law enforcement to be on the lookout for threats to communities like these.
Really important topic. Thanks for following it for us. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joining us live from D.C. Julia, as always, thank you.
Morgan, we head to news overseas. This morning, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov accused NATO of direct involvement in the war in Ukraine. He also defended Russian attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure that have left millions without power, heat, and water. He called those legitimate. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from our London bureau. Matt, good to see you. So winter, as we know, it's on its way. Temperatures will drop. It's already cold there. These attacks on power facilities could cause people to literally freeze to death. So what did Lavrov have to say to justify the attacks? And also, what exactly is he accusing NATO of doing in this war?
Thank you, Vicky. Well, we heard a lot of justifications from the foreign minister today, particularly about the war in Ukraine, obviously. But on this question of attacks on infrastructure, he was actually responding to a question not only about attacks on infrastructure, but attacks on infrastructure in territories that Russia actually claims. And his response to this was, well, during the Battle of Stalingrad, we bombed Nazis in Stalingrad as well. This, of course, is Russian territory. But expanding on that remark, he did point out that from Russia's perspective, this critical infrastructure is contributing to Ukraine's military potential and is therefore a legitimate target. As for the question of direct involvement, he was very basic in his formation of this. He said all of the weapons deliveries that are well known, that we talk about a lot here on this network, constitute direct involvement, but also Western training of Ukrainian troops, both in Ukraine and on Western soil, constitute direct involvement.
Well, it has been almost a year, Matt, since Russia invaded Ukraine. It's hard to believe, but Moscow is struggling. Ukraine has taken back parts of its country. Are there any signs that Moscow may be open to some sort of diplomatic resolution?
Well, I actually had the opportunity to ask Foreign Minister Lavrov directly what his assessment of the situation was, whether it was likely that maybe sometime next year we might see, for example, a summit between Presidents Biden and President Putin, or even just a meeting between Foreign Minister Lavrov and Secretary of State Tony Blinken. And he didn't really sound overly positive about this. He did say that Russia was open to any kind of proposals for discussions at any time. But if you kind of take the press conference as a whole, one of the things that really stuck out to me was just how much it felt like an almost identical press conference and a number of public appearances by Lavrov 1 year ago exactly, in which he came out with these security demands. So essentially, we keep hearing from them a year on, we will talk, but you will accept our demands on our terms, referring back to this. Again, this obsession with security proposals. There's nothing to talk about unless you give in to what we want. What are those things? A Ukraine without NATO, and basically an entire rewrite of the European security architecture as Russia sees it. So he didn't really give the impression of somebody who was overtly looking for negotiations, but we continue to hear this formulation, we will talk if you listen.
Those same talking points. All right, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner. Matt, thank you.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. A new chip for the human brain could be tested as early as next year. Elon Musk showcasing his Neuralink implant yesterday, saying that he even plans to get one himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us. So, Dom, the words brain, chip, and Musk
Got to know.
all in one sentence.
It's
Help
a lot.
us out here.
It's par for the course when it comes to Elon Musk these days, right? I mean, he's into big thinking. So Neuralink, to your point, Vicki Morgan, is developing a way to connect the human brain to computers that can actually decipher neural or brain signals. So what does it mean in practice? Musk said the company will start with 2 applications. The first, the brain implant, will aim to restore things like vision, even for people who were born blind. The other is focusing on restoring, as he called it, full body functionality for people with severed spinal cords and things of that nature. Now, Musk said human tests could begin as soon as 6 months. So big thinking there. H&M is the latest company to announce a series of job cuts. The fashion retail giant said it would slash around 1,500 jobs from its global workforce as part of a larger plan to reduce costs. The layoffs represent about 1% of its global headcount as of the end of last year. And finally, natural disasters have caused about $115 billion in insured losses just so far this year. That's according to insurance company Swiss Reinsurance. That's well above the 10-year average of around $81 billion a year. Hurricane Ian was the costliest natural disaster this year, with insured losses in estimate range of as high as $65 billion, which would make it the second costliest insured loss ever on the books. So yes, the insurance business is very, very much in focus these days, ladies.
All right, CNBC's Dom Chu. Dom, thank you.
And calling for change after 4 Americans were killed on vacation. Could Airbnb shift its policy? You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regiment. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
China is loosening some of its COVID restrictions after a week of historic protests. A senior Chinese official hints to health officials that their approach to the strict zero COVID policy, well, that may change. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the very latest from Beijing.
There are signs China's government is ready to loosen some aspects of its zero-tolerance approach to COVID. It doesn't mean that the vast infrastructure and industry that exists to contain and track COVID cases is going away, but some restrictions are bending, even though case numbers are high here. Lockdown measures are being eased in parts of Shanghai and Guangzhou. Here in Beijing, the moves are more modest, but the government is promising to vaccinate more people, especially the elderly. China's Vice Premier Premier Sun Chun-lan, who has been the face of every strict lockdown in the country, is now taking a softer stance and saying the country is entering a new stage and mission. Whether the protests that have happened nationwide over the past several days forced the government's hand is unclear. At the protest I was at here in Beijing, people were telling me a lot had to change with the degree of control that zero COVID has over people's lives. It is the signature policy of Xi Jinping, so any walking back from the rules is going to be carefully managed, and it will come with refined messaging, and we're beginning to see that now. At the same time, the protests have been largely suppressed, with police cracking down and using technology to track people who were there. But we are seeing more protests crop up in other cities around the world. In Tokyo, people were holding up sheets of paper and demanding freedom in China. The same sort of protest scene happening in San Jose, California. All this as case numbers remain near a record high for China, to the point where the U.S. Embassy is telling Americans here to stock a 14-day supply of food in case there's a harder lockdown. It's already pretty close to one here in Beijing. Schools are closed, as well as stores and parks, and patience is still wearing thin.
All right, thanks to NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, it's been 1 month since 3 American tourists died at an Airbnb in Mexico City. Their families say it was due to carbon monoxide poisoning, and now they're calling on Airbnb to change its policies. Here's national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with an NBC News exclusive.
These 3 Americans went on vacation last month and never came home alive.
As a mom, how do you deal with that type of loss?
Moment by moment. I'm still in disbelief.
Jennifer Marshall says her son Jordan died of carbon monoxide poisoning. His friends Candace Florence and Cortez Hall were also found dead inside an Airbnb-listed apartment in Mexico City. Ciola Hall says she got the dreaded call on her birthday.
And I say, no, not my son.
Speaking together publicly for the first time exclusively to NBC News, all 3 families are announcing a planned lawsuit against Airbnb, calling for all of its worldwide listings to mandate carbon monoxide detectors.
Well, it's a massive problem because they regulate what they want to regulate.
The planned lawsuit comes after another group of American tourists died from carbon monoxide poisoning earlier this year at a resort in the Bahamas. The CDC says more than 430 people are accidentally killed by the gas each year in the U.S.
I cannot process in my mind why my daughter is not here today.
Airbnb tells NBC News this is a terrible tragedy, and our thoughts are with the families and loved ones as they grieve such an unimaginable loss. And while the company has not confirmed the reports of carbon monoxide exposure, it does give away combined smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to eligible hosts.
Is that enough?
It's not enough. We could still be talking to and, spending the holidays with our kids.
Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
Well, a deadlocked jury leads to a mistrial in that 70s show star Danny Masterson rape case. The actor is accused of raping 3 women in his Hollywood Hills home from 2001 to 2003.
Now, Masterson faces up to 45 years in prison if, in fact, he is convicted on all charges. A retrial is scheduled for March 27th.
Well, straight ahead, the Prince and Princess of Wales' trip to the U.S. has now been overshadowed by a scandal at Buckingham Palace. Coming up, how the royal family is responding to new allegations of racism.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
All right, so this is one you may not have heard before. I know I haven't. There is a heated debate over killer robots. San Francisco officials approved a motion allowing the police department to use lethal robots in certain emergency situations. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explains.
This police robot, as menacing as it looks now, isn't a deadly weapon, at least not yet. It's currently equipped to defuse bombs, but a Tuesday night vote by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors,
The amended item number 28 passes by a vote of 8-3.
allows San Francisco PD to outfit current department robots similar to this with explosive charges.
Your move, creep.
When it comes to police robots, science fiction movies make us think of these nightmare scenarios. But in real life, a spokesperson for the SFPD says they'll only be used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects when lives are at stake.
We're talking about using a robot that we've had for 11 years in the San Francisco Police Department. This is not brand new. We use the robots every single day.
Critics worry the move will create a police state. The city's public defender tweeting, "We are a city, not a military." Before the vote, some supervisors voicing their concerns that this could be crossing that line.
This is a local police force here to protect us. This is not the U.S. military that we are arming. And there is serious potential for misuse and abuse of this military-grade technology.
This should not become the preferred way that we take down people that are committing crimes.
While some in favor of the vote argued the narrative is backwards and the tool could actually be used to save lives.
If I didn't know any better, you would think SFPD just woke up one day and thought it would be really cool to go out and get some killer robots and go terrorize the community. And that's not at all what's happening here. It's fear-mongering against the police.
A police robot with explosives might sound far-fetched, but the method has been deployed before. In 2016, during a mass shooting in Dallas, police there scrambled to equip a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper who shot 12 police officers and killed 5 during a protest.
That was NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro reporting.
Well, Morgan, this story is about a shark that apparently picked the wrong girl to bite in Florida. Ashley Glass from our West Palm Beach NBC affiliate WPTV introduces us to one very brave 10-year-old girl who fought back.
Make no mistake.
I'm fine.
10-year-old Jasmine Carney is one brave, cool kid.
I fought a shark and won.
You heard that right. Just 48 hours ago, a shark coming right at Jasmine at Hobe Sound Beach.
What did you see? What did you hear?
Something grabbed me, so I'm like, don't you touch me. It looked pretty big, and it was gray. It hurt, so I'm like, kick it, run away.
She's just cool. I was amazed. She came running up that beach, screaming, Nana, Nana, something bit me, something bit me. And I saw the blood. I went and got a lifeguard.
Jasmine flying by chopper to Palm Beach Children's Hospital at St. Mary's.
Shark bite coming over.
Stunning her surgeon.
Well, she was very positive from the get-go.
Why? Shark, why?
A little girl so collected, even with a badly beat up foot.
There's a piece missing. It's about this big. Luckily for her, this was the only location that she was bitten.
We asked young Jasmine how she's managing to keep calm all this time.
This is kind of my favorite one.
Busting out her camera roll. To answer that, she'd like everyone to meet her 6-year-old brother, Jackson.
He's pretty curious, so I might as well stay calm because I know he wouldn't want me to be scared because he's the best little brother in the world.
Better add another attribute. That's one sweet sibling, brave and cool kid.
Hi.
Gotta love that big sis giving props to her brother.
Cute.
Our thanks to Ashley Glass from our West Palm Beach affiliate, WPTV.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Well, first it was the Great Resignation. Then it was quiet quitting. Now nervous workers are turning to career cushioning. We'll take you inside the new trend and its potential risks straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That's wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this short break.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. We're so glad you could join us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Good to be with you. Making news right now. The Biden administration says it plans to appeal after another setback for its student debt relief plan. A federal appeals court has upheld a lower court's ruling that blocks the program. The plan would forgive up to $10,000 in student debt for people who make less than $125,000 per year or $250,000 for married couples.
Meanwhile, a Democratic-led House committee is getting access to 6 years of former President Donald Trump's tax returns. This move comes 1 week after the Supreme Court rejected Trump's effort to block the release of his financial documents. The Treasury Department handed those papers over to the House Ways and Means Committee on Wednesday.
And an arrest warrant is now out for football player Antonio Brown. The wide receiver is facing misdemeanor battery charges in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The warrant reportedly stems from a domestic incident that happened Monday.
U.S. President Biden and French President Emmanuel Macron met at the White House to discuss their strong partnership and really their shared mutual interests.
Yes, this is Macron's first time visiting during the Biden administration. White House officials say the countries are working together on a variety of global issues, from inflation to energy to Ukraine. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from her post there at the White House lawn. Kristen, great to see you. So talk to us about what Biden and Macron are discussing right now behind closed doors. And also, are you expecting this visit to yield any major policy decisions?
Well, hi there, Vicki and Morgan. I think this visit is less about making a major policy announcement and more about really reaffirming the close bonds between the United States and between France, its oldest ally. You heard that echoed in the remarks of President Biden and President Macron when they spoke first thing this morning. And I think that throughout the course of this visit, they are going to discuss key issues. You talked about some of them. At the top of the list will be the issue of Ukraine. They have been unified in their denouncement of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. And I think that President Biden will again, behind closed doors, really try to call on France and the French president to continue to support Ukraine in terms of aid packages, in terms of new weaponry. So I think that will be on the table. They'll discuss other hotspots, including the protests in China and Iran. And I think they will be discussing some of the tensions that have been at the backdrop of this, including France has really been critical of the Inflation Reduction Act, which has called for new investments in climate. France and other world leaders really concerned that it could hurt global companies. The United States has pushed back on that and said, look, what is good for the U.S. economy is good for the global economy. And then a year ago, President Biden acknowledging that it was a clumsy move by the U.S. to engage in a deal with submarines and to essentially cut France out of that engagement. The French felt blindsided, the U.S. apologizing for that, and I expect that will be at the forefront as well. This is a high-stakes visit that comes as President Biden is mulling his own run for re-election, and so everything that is said and that is accomplished in this visit will be critical.
Chris, and I only have you for about 20 more seconds, but talk about the state dinner that the Bidens are hosting tonight. What can we expect there?
Well, the state visit is really going to be the centerpiece of this first official state visit during the Biden administration. And so it's going to be a blend of French and American food and culture. It will include butter poached pasta and American artisanal cheeses, yet another chance to reaffirm the close commitment between these two countries.
Leaving us hungry. All right, Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker, great to see you, friend.
Harrowing stories of survival are surfacing from this week's deadly severe weather outbreak, stretching all the way from Texas to Kentucky. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock spoke to one Mississippi man who actually rode out a tornado inside the bathroom.
In the flattened neighborhoods of Steens, Mississippi, there are certainly demolished homes, devastated souls, and a lifetime of possessions emptied for the world to see. But what you won't find, miraculously, are any families grieving the loss of life.
So this is the second time on this property that you've been hit by a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
And you've lived to tell about it.
Oh, yeah. Not wanting to, but it happens.
In the case of 66-year-old Richard White, who left before the storm to look after his dad.
He's older and he gets real nervous when these come around. Then they had them sirens going off. Yep, it was pretty rough.
His return home highlighted the presence of a possible guardian angel.
So if that had been won over, it would have been your bedroom.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you see that and think that could have been life or death?
Oh, yeah, real quick. Real quick.
And the miracles just kept on coming.
You know, I'm looking around you right now. You have the side of your wall caved in. There is no roof.
No roof.
Where were you during the storm?
I was in the bathroom, in my hallway on the north side of the house. And you'll see why in a few minutes.
Take a look at the inside of James Brown's house.
What's right there?
That was my storage shed.
And now you have a clear view of the field behind your house.
I have a clear view of the field. See, it came right through here.
The living room, patio, and rear bedroom were all ripped away as he hid in the bathroom holding this transistor radio.
I had a phone there. I had a radio right here. I had my remote control.
Brown's bedroom and bathroom managed to stay untouched while everything else in the home met Mother Nature's might.
Did you think you were going to survive in that moment?
Well, yes, and where I was at, because it wasn't. I felt safe where I was at.
What evidence did you have that you were going to live through this?
Just that maybe the good Lord told me I need to survive, I guess.
A blessing for sure, as this unincorporated community in eastern Mississippi felt awfully connected. Sam Brock, NBC News.
We turn now to new racism allegations against the royal family. They're stealing the spotlight a little bit from Prince William and Princess Kate's first visit in the U.S. in nearly a decade.
Yeah, that's right. Now, one of the Queen Consort's closest aides, who's also Prince William's godmother, has resigned. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has been following the latest live from Boston. Keir, we've been talking since this news broke. Just first, if you can, walk us through these allegations that, frankly, are sort of overshadowing this visit. They're dominating both headlines in the UK and here at home. How are William and Kate now responding to some, pretty big allegations?
Yeah, I think overshadowing is right. I'm here in Boston, but I've just been talking by Zoom with Ngozi Fulani, the woman who was subject to this kind of interrogation. She told me, I know racism. This was racism. She describes it as abuse. She describes a moment at the beginning of the conversation where this aide to Camilla, the Queen Consort, longtime aide to the late Queen Elizabeth, actually moved her hair to look at her name badge. So actually, touched her body, if you like, and to move her hair. And then went on to question her from where she was from, despite her repeatedly saying, I'm British, I was born here. So that's the kind of the allegation, if you like. The royals have been quick to say themselves what they believe this is. So a spokesperson for Prince William saying there is no place for racism in our society. Again, as you mentioned, the aide has stepped down from her role, but I think the challenge, frankly, right now is that William and Kate are here in Boston trying to put the focus on the environment and on help for vulnerable young people, but all of the talk is about what happened back in London, about this ongoing question about whether there is a real issue of culture within the royal family and within the royal palaces, if you like, that isn't being addressed.
Keir, give us a sense, when did this happen? When did this exchange happen? Why is this information coming out now? And then also quickly, talk about this Netflix trailer that just came out today for Prince Harry and Meghan's new docuseries. What are you hearing from the palace on that one?
Yeah, it happened earlier this week, and she came out and immediately tweeted pretty much what had happened. That's the age we live in now. So that's the answer to that. And you're right to bring up the Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary. That is now, trailer's now out. So, I mean, the timing is extraordinary, and it's a firestorm, actually, for William and Kate while they are here in Boston trying to ignore it all.
All right. NBC Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, U.S. companies shed nearly 80,000 job cuts in November alone, and that's 5 times higher than the same time just last year.
Yeah, those job cuts combined with fears of even more coming down the line, that's triggering a lot of nervous employees to do what's called career cushioning. Here to help us learn more about that new term, CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, breaking it all down. First, before we get to career cushioning, Sharon, let's talk about the numbers of these job cuts. We know a lot of them came from the tech sector, companies like Meta, Amazon. Yep. But what about other industries? And also, can we see if certain industries are more vulnerable to upcoming layoffs?
Well, we definitely saw a lot of job cuts in the tech sector. You mentioned some of the big names, and we're looking at around 81,000 job cuts there. But we also saw significant job cuts in some other industries: automotive, healthcare, services, retail. There were a number of issues there. But what we're seeing year to date, actually, are job cuts that are the second lowest on record, the second lowest since 1993, the lowest year being last year. So while it looks like when you see these big names, we're seeing a ton of layoffs, we have seen a surge in November, but it's still overall year to date the second lowest on record.
Speaking of which, I mean, Sharon, can you just sort of break down this new term? For a lot of us, this is the first time we're hearing it. I mean, what does it actually mean, career cushioning, and how does it sort of allegedly help workers?
Well, you know, it's a tried and true strategy with a new name here, Morgan. And career cushioning is basically making sure that you're okay in the position that you have right now, making sure that you're continuing to build contacts in that industry, making sure that you're building skills, making sure that your management knows what you're contributing to the job. I think a lot of managers may not realize how much career cushioning is going on at this time that they're trying to make the number by the end of the year and make sure that they're profitable by the end of the year. But their workers may be polishing their resume. Their workers may be on LinkedIn, just making sure that there's not anything else out there that they're missing because they're afraid of the other shoe dropping. But here's the key. You got to make sure that you're focused on plan A while you're doing plan B. You got to make sure that you're focused on the job at hand and doing a good job there. Check in with your manager. Make sure that they know what you've done, what you continue to do, and also what your goals are.
Very good point. Yeah, that's great. Sharon Epperson for us, our CNBC senior personal finance correspondent. Sharon, we appreciate you.
And straight ahead, award season favorites, what to watch this weekend. We're going to take a closer look at all the Hollywood headlines you might have missed this week. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, award season is heating up, and Oscars frontrunners are now emerging.
And Spotify is reminding us all just how much we love the music we listened to this past year. So here to break it all down with us, we have our Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Miss Darren Karp. Darren, thank you so much for joining us. First off, we know that Spotify's annual Wrapped list of most streamed music is everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, people are posting it. Were there any surprises?
Not for me. Not for me. I don't know if there were surprises for you. Honestly, Yeah Yeahs came back with a bang with their new album, Cool It Down. They're nominated for a Grammy. I've been listening to the entire album. They haven't come out with anything since 2013. They're going to be on SNL in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Super exciting. Obviously, Bad Bunny. Obviously.
Obviously.
Yes. I mean, come on. One of my favorites was the Elton John, Britney Spears, Hold Me Closer remix.
Yeah, I love that too.
Amazing.
The one with Dua Lipa too, right?
Well, Dua Lipa, anything Dua Lipa does. Like, that was actually like my
For
most
real.
streamed album, even though it wasn't from this year. So a little surprising there for me. I'm going back to future nostalgia there with that. But also Gorillaz came out with a brand new song literally 2 weeks ago with Tame Impala being featured called New Gold, and it is
Okay,
Wow.
we got the chef's kiss going on.
The chef's kiss, ladies. Yes.
Let's transition to award season. We know that is in full season. Gotham Awards happened just this past week. Our producer, Zach, loving that movie, All Things Everywhere All at Once, with Michelle Yeoh. Who doesn't love her? So talk to us about some of the front runners, the favorites this year.
Well, there's a lot going on, and this is obviously like the first of its kind, so it's kind of even prepping us for the Oscars a little bit. The Fabelmans got big awards here. Everything Everywhere All at Once obviously was massive. Adam Sandler's speech, you have to watch it. His little girls wrote it, who are 14 and 16. A lot of cursing in there, so maybe not family friendly, but a lot of good things to look out for. Fabelmans being a big one, and The Whale with Brandon Fraser. Unclear what's going to happen there with the big
that one
Oscar
had a lot of buzz. Yes. Gained a lot of weight.
Speaking of buzz, what's everyone streaming this weekend?
Oh, they're streaming a lot this weekend. We've kind of got a lot going on. Well, let me think of where the first one to go through. Let's see, the World Cup, because the United States is going to beat the Netherlands at 10 a.m.
I'm feeling
on this one. Very unconfident.
You're not
Listen, I didn't.
A good matchup?
I didn't. Netherlands are just amazing. The Netherlands are just so good, and I didn't think the United States was even going to make it to the top 16.
No, pessimist.
No, I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being a realist. Okay,
no,
but listen, it's been exciting to watch the entire thing. You have to watch the World Cup every single day. There's 4 games a day, 5 games a day. It is massively fun, so you must stream.
Saturday Team USA. I love that. Wait, are we going to get to our Spotify list? Because I do want to see.
Speaking of surprises, I actually don't know what Vicky's Spotify is.
Yeah, Vicky.
Well, can we have that in the control room?
Yeah, come on. Say, though, mine is my whole family. So all 5 of us share the Spotify account. So this is ages 6 to like 44.
Okay, One Republic, Lizzo. These are your 5 Spotify songs. Yep.
A happier song. You are so upbeat.
I mean, I guess so, right?
Little Doja Cat.
Okay, let's go to Morgan. It's going to be a surprise, guys. This is a real plot twist.
Is this a plot twist?
Yes, Sam Hunt.
I love Sam Hunt. I mean, obviously, yeah.
I'm actually really impressed with this.
Yeah, Cúrame. Yeah.
Can we
Bad Bunny. Obviously, that was my top artist.
You got to have Bad Bunny.
Obviously.
Bad Bunny is like 19th Latin Billboard Awards.
You are top 1% of his listeners. I'm like, yeah, sounds about right.
Exactly. Wait, do we have time? I heard something in my ear. Do we have time to get to our last question?
We have 1 minute.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's keep on.
Let's talk about this movement in Congress because, oh my God, the Ticketmaster meltdown over Taylor Swift. Or ticket sales, but this might lead to something great for all of us fans and all of the artists as well.
Just imagine if Taylor Swift was president, okay? Now, think about this Bots Act being kind of reversed there, but essentially Congress is trying to get past the Bots Act to make it easier for people like us, the normies of the world, to buy tickets online, because honestly, when Live Nation and Ticketmaster kind of teamed up, it's impossible to get tickets. Taylor Swift broke the internet with hers. They're blaming bots, they're blaming fans. It's a whole craziness, mishigas thing. Maybe if this gets passed, it'll be easier for us. I'm a little hesitant about that because sometimes when laws get passed, it gets a little fuzzy in the middle of it. But
maybe
it is supposed to make it easier and better for us. That way we're not, they're not upcharging us tickets for a Taylor Swift concert in the last row for $1,000. So
devastating.
Devastating, and we will hope that hopefully that does pass. But Taylor Swift setting precedents.
All right. Bravo's Darren Karp for us, Darren. Thank you so much. As always, we really appreciate it.
A pleasure. We love having you here. Thanks, Darren. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It's kind of hard to believe, but it's been more than 40 years since Dolly Parton made working 9 to 5 famous. At 76 years old, she is
young.
still
76 years young.
True that, true that. She is still as iconic as her platinum blonde hair.
That's right. From producing new music and movies to her love of Christmas and charity, she's really a national treasure. As NBC Today anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with a superstar about her new Christmas special, airing right here on NBC tonight.
Working 9 to 5.
A prolific songwriter with an unforgettable voice, Dolly Parton has provided the soundtrack for so many of our lives.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
A living legend all year round, but Christmas is the one time she shines especially bright. It's your season, Christmas is here. So, question first, is your Christmas tree up?
Oh, of course, my Christmas tree was up before Thanksgiving.
Dolly's holiday cheer evident in Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. Her new movie musical about the making of a network TV special.
It's like a show within a show, because I think people are real interested in knowing what goes on behind the scenes. It's a lot of drama, it's a lot of comedy, a lot of meaningful songs, a lot of meaningful places.
The guest stars include some of music's biggest names, including Willie Nelson, Jimmy Allen, and Dolly's goddaughter, Miley Cyrus. Dolly also sharing the spotlight with Jimmy Fallon, performing their new holiday song.
He sent that to me, though, like in September. I thought, wow, what a great idea for a song. It's almost too early for Christmas because the Halloween decorations are still out and the Christmas haters and all. So he sent me the song, and I just loved it.
This legendary singer has earned endless accolades over the years, and she added another one to the list in early November. Member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Dolly performing a new rock song she wrote for the occasion, but it was a nomination she initially turned down. I wasn't clear whether you were like, well, I don't sing rock and roll, so I don't want to be in there, or if you felt unworthy of something like that. Which
That's
one
what
was
I
it?
felt. I never thought of myself as a rock star. I found out later that they give it to you for if you've influenced other people. I found out more about it. But I had said at the start I didn't want to accept it because I didn't think I'd earned it. And still ain't sure. But I thought, well, they're going to give it to me anyhow. I'm going to accept it gracefully. And then I'm going to go ahead and do a rock album and just make the most of it.
Your husband of 56 years, he loves rock and roll. So is he thrilled that you're doing a rock album?
Well, he's praying for me, I think. I guess he's hoping I can pull it off, but I really think it's some of the best work I've ever done.
Wait. The best work you've ever done?
I think so, only because it's different for me. You know, I wanted it to be good.
The day Dolly was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she received news of a second separate honor, this one from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, to help her continue another passion of hers, giving back.
I said, are you telling me that you're giving me $100 million for my charities? And he said, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. No strings attached, except that it all has to go to, you know, charity. And I started to cry on the phone. I was just thinking of all the great things that I could do for so many needy people.
Who taught you about generosity?
I'm from a faith-based family. My grandpa was a preacher. So when you grow up like that, it's better to give than receive. But I think I just always had a giving spirit, the same as my mom and my dad were just good-hearted country people.
That giving spirit, something guiding her as she rings in 2023. Let's talk New Year's resolutions. What do you have on your list?
Well, I'm like everybody else. You know, you make a bunch of resolutions and you never keep them. No. And I just think we all need to try a little harder. I don't care what our politics or our religion or our color or anything else. So that's my personal New Year's resolution, to try a little harder myself.
She really is such an inspiration.
Truly.
Every time I hear her speak, I learn something.
I love Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love Dolly Parton?
Let's hope for many, many more years. All right, our thanks to Today anchor Hoda Kotb for that.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do that wherever you stream. Take a look on your screen there. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. You got Fubo, Plex, Zumo. All of the places. Your news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, December 1st, 2022. Back from the brink, new economic data offering some hope for the U.S. economy. What the numbers could mean for inflation in America.
Mystery in Idaho. Police now walking back claims that 4 college students were targeted for murder. The growing confusion in a small town trying to cope with grief.
Crypto confession, the man at the center of a multi-billion-dollar meltdown coming clean.
Clearly, I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again.
How he's responding to investors' claims that he cost them their life savings.
And lost in translation. When you talk to your doctor, do you ever leave the office confused? Why, that could have serious health consequences. It is 11 a.m. in Portland, 1 p.m. in Milwaukee, and 2 o'clock here in New York City.
And we're going to begin with the economy and new signs that the U.S. could be heading in a better direction. This is the number economists are talking about today. In October, consumer prices rose an average of 0.2%. That is up, but less than economists expected.
Now, the Federal Reserve watches that number very closely, and that's because it factors into everything you buy except for food and energy. Adding to that, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is now signaling the Fed could slow interest rate hikes as we head into next year. Leading us off this hour, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver. Brian, let's start with you here. With what other data are you looking at now to try to get a read on the health of the economy today?
Aaron, well, whenever anyone is asking about the economy, they're fixated on inflation. So when we talk about inflation, what we're really talking about here is the pace of price increases. And if you took a look at data that we got this morning from the the price expenditures index, they call this the PCE, we saw that prices rose by 0.2% on a month-over-month basis. That is compared to the street's estimates of 0.3%. And what that tells us is that inflation did come in a bit less than Wall Street estimates had originally expected. So that's a good thing, but keep in mind, prices are still way well above where the Federal Reserve would like to see it, which is a reason why we heard the Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell say yesterday he's intent on continuing to raise interest rates, but maybe because of the encouraging data, they can do that by a smaller amount.
Caleb, let me go to you. What does this mean for regular investors, people out there? How confident should we be that economic pressures in America might be easing?
Yeah, they're easing. They're easing very slowly. And to Brian's point, the Fed would like to see inflation at around 2%. That's its target rate. We're talking about 5–6% still, so we're a far cry from that. What is the Fed going to have to do? Continue to raise interest rates to bring inflation down. They'll meet next week, and the expectations are that they're going to raise interest rates another 0.5 percentage point. But if it's a slower pace going forward, that's good news for stock investors, and that's why you saw the market take off so aggressively yesterday. Everyone's going to be listening very closely next week to what the Fed says.
Brian, one more question to you here. We also have some unemployment data, I know, today. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah, every Thursday morning we get a read on how many people filed for unemployment insurance. That number came in at 225,000 for the last week. That's compared to the street's estimates of 235,000. So encouraging to see that fewer than expected people ended up losing their jobs over the last week. But keep in mind, for comparison, that 225,000 number is really not substantially above what we've seen over the last 3 months. So it seems like the trend continuing for the amount of people turning to unemployment insurance, so at least not a substantial uptick, which you wouldn't want to see.
All right, Brian Chung and Caleb Silver with us today. Thank you both.
Well, with the winter holidays approaching, there are new signs that a convergence of COVID cases, the flu and RSV, could overwhelm the medical system.
Right now, 33 states and Washington, D.C. all reporting high or very high respiratory illness activity. Now, RSV is particularly alarming for doctors because it targets young children, and pediatric hospital beds are filling up fast. 76% of America's pediatric beds are in use right now.
NBC News medical reporter Aria Bendix is joining us now. Aria, so it seems like the biggest problem is the flu right now and RSV among children, but what about COVID? Are we seeing COVID ramp up too?
Yeah, I mean, COVID cases are ticking up slightly, about 5%, according to our tallies over the last 2 weeks. Now, that's pretty negligible when we think about where they were last winter. Yeah. It's still, the overall curve is pretty flat. That might change. It doesn't really reflect cases that happened over Thanksgiving. We know people gathered a lot there. They're going to continue to gather and travel over the Christmas holiday. So it could go up. But as you mentioned, flu is really the main concern because those cases are just skyrocketing. And then RSV has actually ticked down in some states.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you mentioned the holidays, right? I mean, I think about all the people we saw crammed around Rockefeller Center yesterday with the tree lighting. People are getting together for Christmas and such. What's the expert advice on how to sort of prevent yourself from getting sick with all these different things out there right now?
Well, the first thing to do is get vaccinated if you haven't already. Obviously, there's no RSV vaccine, but there is for COVID and flu. We would like to see those numbers go up. And, you know, if you haven't done it, it's not too late. Obviously, sooner is better than later. Then we have our trusty tools, you know, masking, staying home if you're sick. You know, hand washing is important, especially with RSV. We know that that can linger on surfaces. And then I say don't underestimate the value of testing for COVID before you see family. It's not a perfect tool, especially if you have a high-risk person in your family. It's wise to do.
Yeah, we test every week here to be sitting next to each other on the set. Aria Bendix, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Police in Idaho are now clarifying a key detail in the murders of 4 university students. Prosecutors initially said that the victims were targeted. Now, police say they don't know if that's actually the case. The confusion comes after vigils were held statewide to honor those 4 students yesterday. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is joining us live now from Moscow, Idaho. Morgan, talk to us about this change. How are police explaining this now?
Yeah, Aaron, police are calling this a clarification instead of a change, and it all stems from the statement that prosecutor made in that this may not necessarily be targeting the victims, but rather the location. I had a chance to speak to a representative with Idaho State Police who told me that while they do believe this was a targeted attack, they're still gathering evidence and information to help them determine whether or not this was a targeted attack on the location or on specific individuals inside. And as of right now, that's all they're willing to say as this investigation progresses. Aaron?
You know, the families, I know, of the 4 victims spoke during that vigil last night. It was really emotional to see. Morgan, talk to us about how they're remembering their children.
They wanted to make it very clear that they wanted to celebrate the lives they lived and not have people dwell on how they were taken away on the early morning hours of November 13th. It was a somber moment inside this stadium, packed with several thousand people that converged to pay their respects to those 4 young lives lost. I want you to hear what one father had to say about his daughter, Kaylee. Take a listen.
They came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together. And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed. And it's a shame, and it hurts. But the beauty of the two always being together is something that it comforts us. It lets us know that they were with their best friends in the whole world.
Yeah, and the father of Kaylee Gonzalez saying that she was next to her friend Maddie Mogan in those final fateful moments. We do anticipate hearing more from investigators in the next few days, but as of right now, they said that they're working with FBI, they're working with Idaho State Police, and they're optimistic about the progress they're making on this investigation, but they're sharing very few details, Aaron, and I think that's one of the reasons we are seeing, frankly, a little frustration in this community on the lack of information coming out and the fact that there has not been a suspect named nor a suspect description nor even a person of interest in this case. All of that combining to create a general sense of uneasiness as we now sit at day 18 since this horrific crime began.
Yeah, that frustration is understandable. Morgan Chesky for us in Idaho today. Thank you, Morgan.
We're following breaking news out of Florida. An arrest warrant has been issued for former Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Antonio Brown. He's wanted on a charge of misdemeanor battery. Brown pleaded no contest to felony battery charges back in 2020, by the way. The Buccaneers released Brown back in January, you may remember, after he walked off in the middle of a game. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, what kind of legal trouble is he in? An arrest warrant does not sound good.
Normally in Florida, a misdemeanor carries with it a statutory maximum of a year in jail. And that's what this battery provides for in the Florida code. But the Florida code contains a very interesting aggravation section. And it provides that if someone commits a battery, well, then they get a misdemeanor. But if they've been convicted of a prior felony battery, then that could be aggravated to a third-degree felony. In other words, your punishment in Florida for battery can vary depending on your prior criminal history, something that doesn't normally happen in criminal code.
But clarify for me, we said he pleaded no contest to felony battery back in 2020. So I'm not a lawyer. What does that mean?
No contest is basically just acknowledging that there may be evidence against you. It's called an Alford plea in the federal courts. But you're basically saying, look, I'm not pleading guilty, but I'm not fighting these charges. And that really the net effect of that is that you have been found guilty. A no contest charge is normally going to be considered like a guilty plea.
Okay, so that could affect what happens now. Danny Savalos, thank you so much.
Sanctions on Russian oil are about to kick in, and Elon Musk says brain implants to control computers are closer than you might think.
Brian Sullivan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Aaron and Kate. Thank you. Yeah, those Russian oil sanctions are about to kick in next week. Could lead to significant market disruptions. All the way back in June, the 27 countries of the EU agreed to ban buying of Russian crude oil. However, a complete ban would likely send the price of crude soaring. This has led the G7 nations to also consider setting a separate price cap on what it would pay for Russian oil if they allow it to keep flowing around the world. Proposal this week suggested a limit of about 62 a barrel, but not all G7 nations agreed. That would be enough to put a dent in Putin's oil revenues. By the way, I'll be in Europe most of next week covering the story. A federal appeals court decided to keep Biden's student loan forgiveness program on hold. The decision declared Biden's policy unlawful. effectively shutting down the program to counsel up to $20,000 in federal student loan debt to more than 40 million Americans. And finally, one of Elon Musk's companies, Neuralink, developing a way to connect the human brain to computers that can decipher brain signals. What does that mean? Well, Musk said the company will start with 2 applications. First, the brain implant will aim to restore vision even for people who were born vision impaired. The other focusing on restoring, as he called it, full body functionality for people with things like severed spinal cords. Musk said human tests could begin as soon as 6 months. How cool would that be, guys?
That would be so amazing.
Didn't they do a demonstration with primate of some kind showing that? I thought they showed a test or something on a monkey.
With monkeys, yeah.
Yeah, fascinating. Brian Sullivan, thank you. Appreciate it.
Coming up, the new fallout following the death of 3 people while staying at an Airbnb. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Airbnb is facing questions and a lawsuit is in the works. 3 mothers claim their children died from carbon monoxide poisoning while staying at an Airbnb.
This happened in late October in Mexico City. Now those parents are speaking exclusively with NBC News. Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on the conversation he had there. So, Gabe, what exactly do these families want to see change?
Well, Aaron and Kate, Airbnb right now encourages its hosts to have carbon monoxide detectors, but they don't mandate it. And so these families want to see Airbnb require these detectors in all of its listings worldwide.
These 3 Americans went on vacation last month and never came home alive.
As a mom, how do you deal with that type of loss?
Moment by moment. I'm still in disbelief.
Jennifer Marshall says her son Jordan died of carbon monoxide poisoning. His friends Candace Florence and Cortez Hall were also found dead inside an Airbnb-listed apartment in Mexico City. Ciola Hall says she got the dreaded call on her birthday.
And I say, no, not my son.
Speaking together publicly for the first time exclusively to NBC News, all 3 families are announcing a planned lawsuit against Airbnb, calling for all of its worldwide listings to mandate carbon monoxide detectors.
Well, it's a massive problem because they regulate what they want to regulate.
The planned lawsuit comes after another group of American tourists died from carbon monoxide poisoning earlier this year at a resort in the Bahamas. The CDC says more than 430 people are accidentally killed by the gas each year in the U.S.
I cannot process in my mind why my daughter is not here today.
Airbnb tells NBC News this is a terrible tragedy, and her thoughts are with the families and loved ones as they grieve such an unimaginable loss. And while the company has not confirmed the reports of carbon monoxide exposure, it does give away combined smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to eligible hosts.
Is that enough?
It's not enough. We could still be talking to and, spending the holidays with our kids.
It's so sad, Gabe. And what for all of us who book Airbnb rentals, what can people do? What can they look for beforehand and then when they get to a property?
Yeah, it's something that many people have to deal with. And you can check under amenities online when you're booking that Airbnb property to see if it's listed under amenities. Airbnb, again, it encourages its hosts to have them, and it offers some of them for free to host, but it doesn't mandate them. But it does encourage people, if they're going to some parts of the world, to bring their own carbon monoxide detector with them. Not exactly realistic in many cases, but many parts of the world, they're hard to come by. If you are in one of these properties, though, do not use a grill or a generator in any partially closed location. That's what the Red Cross advises as well.
All right. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
The quick actions of a nanny are credited with saving an infant from overdosing on fentanyl.
The boy's parents say he found that deadly drug at a public park, and now they have a warning for other families. Robert Honda from our San Francisco station reports.
Senna is very cute and curious and just 10 months old. His parents, Yvonne and Karina Matkovich, say Senna and his twin brother Anton enjoy looking at things up close. Senna was doing that at Moscone Park when his nanny noticed Senna starting to lose consciousness.
So I checked him, like, something's wrong. I saw his face. He was like dizzy. So I started like, wow, he's not breathing.
Wendy applied crucial CPR and called 911. Yvonne rushed from work to see paramedics at work.
All you know is your kid's not breathing, right? And you see them helping him breathe.
Yvonne was stunned to see a paramedic administer Narcan, a treatment for drug overdoses. He says exposure to drugs wasn't even on his mind and was grateful the paramedic recognized the symptoms even in a toddler.
You know, those first responders just saved my son's life, and yeah, we're just so lucky that we got the guy we got.
Senna went to the ER where the parents were told the opioid involved was fentanyl. Back at home, the family and Wendy say they hope police can find out how it happened and want to pass on a lesson learned as they count their blessings.
We came out of it with a positive story, and we can, tell other people to be aware that this is a risk.
Wow, that was Robert Honda reporting there. Still ahead, the potential new threats that have Jewish and LGBTQ communities on high alert. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
Tesla set to deliver its long-awaited semi-truck at an event in Nevada later today. That 18-wheel long-haul electric truck has been 5 years in the making now. Now this marks Tesla's first foray beyond passenger vehicles. CNBC's Phil LeBeau is joining us now. So, Phil, tell us about this new Tesla Semi.
Well, Aaron, we don't know a whole lot about this in terms of the specifics, what it will be able to deliver, charging time, etc. We do know some broad parameters. There's going to be two versions, one that will have a range of up to 300 miles when fully charged, another that will have a range of up to 500 miles when fully charged. And there are a number of corporations and shipping companies that have placed pre-orders for the Tesla semi-truck. So they believe that an electric semi-truck, when they get it, could be huge in terms of lowering their costs because they won't have to spend as much on diesel fuel. But that's the interesting thing about this event tonight, Aaron. It'll be a chance for us to hear from Elon Musk, not only about the semi-truck, but also about Tesla in general.
All right, Phil LeBeau for us, keeping his ear to the ground in the auto industry. Phil, thanks.
It is the 1st of December, and in a lot of places, it's getting pretty chilly outside, especially here in New York. That means outdoor dining is slowing down, too. It was a lifeline for restaurants during the pandemic, of course, but now cities are exploring whether to ditch the outdoor setups altogether. Here's Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
It's Saturday brunch. On this Manhattan block, no cars at all. Diners at Essex Restaurant are pouring into the sidewalk and the street.
I think these little setups are great. It's nice to have like the heater, a little bit of coverage.
But the days of sipping mimosas outside might now be over for some, as pandemic outdoor dining programs end and cities decide what to do next. At the start of the pandemic, outdoor dining was the life jacket that kept restaurants afloat.
When outdoor dining came around, that was a godsend. It allowed us to reopen. It allowed us to hire back our employees, our front of the house staff.
Restaurants were cobbling together structures, with some getting inventive.
Tents, umbrellas, igloos. We've seen some real creativity here.
Now, almost 3 years later, it's a different story.
This fall and next spring really are an inflection point for outdoor dining across the country. It's becoming really kind of that first season where there's less of a health and safety concern when it comes to outdoor dining.
Some cities are taking down the tents. In Sonoma, California, diners won't be sipping wine in outdoor structures anymore after the city council voted to end outdoor dining on October 31st. Other cities are assembling permanent plans, like in Chicago, where Mayor Lori Lightfoot proposed a program to keep it around. In New York City, there are more than 12,000 setups. Some love them.
I think the culture of outdoor eating, outdoor seating is phenomenal.
Others hate them.
We're suffering rats, roaches, noise.
Deanne Boyd sued the city alongside other New Yorkers, hoping the city would shed the sheds. Some are now abandoned.
You have junkies nodding out in the sheds. You have homeless people living in the sheds. This is just ungovernable.
Mayor Eric Adams even helped tear one down. But vowed to build a permanent open restaurants program.
Outdoor dining is here to stay.
NYC's Department of Transportation and City Council are now working on legislation, with a DOT spokesperson telling NBC open restaurants helped save the industry during the height of the pandemic. A new report found that restaurants and bars on New York City's car-free open streets strongly outperform those on nearby control streets that maintain vehicular traffic. Outdoor dining structures might not work on every street.
It makes sense to go city by city, neighborhood by neighborhood, and say, what makes the most sense here?
But for diners on this New York block, it's a breath of fresh air.
There's a lot of problems with depression in our society. Being outside and meeting other people is the best thing that can happen.
Not a necessity, but a choice.
I think now people are dining outdoors because they want to be outdoors. I think back during the pandemic, they had to be outdoors.
I think a lot of people have grown to really like all the outdoor dining, right? Like in my town, they shut down a whole lane and they haven't reopened.
I think it's great here in New York. I can count on one hand the number of times I've eaten inside this year.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's safer outside.
Except in winter, for me, I get cold easy. Not so much.
Savannah Sellers reporting there. Up next, the underlying issues at the White House amid the pomp and circumstance surrounding the visit of the French president. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A manhunt is underway in Massachusetts after a married couple was found stabbed and bludgeoned to death in their home. Police are looking for 27-year-old Christopher Keeley, who they say is connected to the killings of Carl and Vicky Mattson, both 70 years old. Keeley was reportedly acquainted with the Mattsons. Police believe this was a targeted attack.
New video showing the terrifying moment a base jumper crashed into a cliff in Utah. A family on vacation stopped to watch the base jumpers, not knowing they would record this terrifying moment. After that crash, the man's parachute got stuck on a ledge. He was suspended above the ground. He was airlifted to a hospital. At last word, he was in critical condition.
And new government data reveals the number of same-sex households in the U.S. has surpassed 1 million for the first time. According to the Census Bureau, there were more than 1.2 million same-sex households across the country reported in 2021. That is a 120% increase since 2008. The state with the highest reported percentage of same-sex households, Hawaii.
The Department of Homeland Security is raising concerns about potential threats to the LGBTQ, Jewish, and migrant communities. The bulletin says some extremists have been inspired by recent attacks, including the shooting at Club Q in Colorado. NBC's Julia Ainsley is following that story for us and joins us now from D.C. Julia, talk to us about these threats and how DHS plans to handle them.
Well, Aaron, we know that a lot of these threats are based on things that have already happened. For example, in Colorado Springs, we saw the shooting there at the LGBTQ bar, and that is one of the reasons why DHS is calling attention to what they say could be copycat attacks, people who were motivated by attacks like that and could carry them out further. This is also based on information they collect just monitoring social media and watching what they call, these domestic violent extremists who could be motivated by ideology. It's not illegal for them to post about it, but it is for them to act on it. Of course, saying that some people have cited previous attacks as their inspiration. And they're calling out a number of different groups, a number that could be targeted, including LGBT, Jewish, and immigrants, and also looking at faith-based organizations, schools, some people in the government, especially coming off of the midterm elections and the runoff that you just mentioned. Also, the media and critical infrastructure, all are targets that have been named, and they certainly are seeing in the rhetoric. But again, it's not illegal to post about that. It is to act on it. So they have a very thin margin of time to act, and they're trying to get out the word to local law enforcement to know who might be vulnerable.
Yeah, I do wonder, you mentioned threats to the Jewish community in particular here. We've been talking more recently about anti-Semitism since Kanye West's comments a few weeks back. Is DHS seeing any connection between the two?
I specifically asked about that, Aaron. I talked to senior DHS officials yesterday who said, yes, anytime you have a high-profile figure, whether that be Ye, formerly Kanye West, whether you have President Trump meeting with Ye, and the news that we've seen recently about his association with Fuentes as well, a known white supremacist, anytime those things kind of come to the surface and you have someone like Ye coming out making these comments, what they said is it can traffic conspiracy theories and fuel hate. And they do worry about that, particularly when it's coming from someone like that, even though so many people, of course, have distanced themselves from Ye following those comments.
Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. today. Julia, thank you.
Thank you.
The collapse of cryptocurrency exchange FTX is under the microscope on Capitol Hill. The Senate holding a hearing today to figure out how that happened. At its peak, FTX was valued at $32 billion. But last month, founder Sam Bankman-Fried declared bankruptcy and then left the company. Bankman-Fried says he is now worth $100,000. CNBC senior congressional correspondent Ilan Mui joins us now from Capitol Hill. Bankman-Fried was not at today's hearing, right? So who did lawmakers hear from?
Yeah, that's right. Today was the first of several hearings on Capitol Hill, and it's not clear that we're going to see Bankman-Fried testify at any of them. Instead, today we heard from Rostin Benham. He's one of the country's top financial regulators. And the goal today was really to figure out what could have been done to stop the FTX collapse from happening in the first place, and if anything can be done in the future to keep it from happening again. Because the problem is that the crypto industry is so new, it exists in a regulatory gray area. It's not clear which agency has oversight and under what authority. And in fact, there's not one agency that has a direct line of sight into Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies like that. So as you can see, there is some big gaps in the system, and companies like FTX can exploit that, Kate.
And Elon, during an interview with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin, Bankman-Fried denied committing fraud. But what did he say about the company's downfall?
Yeah, so he tried to blame the company's problems on a lack of oversight and just poor decision making. He said that he simply screwed up.
Clearly, I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone. I was excited about the prospects of FTX a month ago. I saw it as a thriving, growing business. I was shocked by what happened this month.
Now, it's going to be up to lawmakers, regulators, law enforcement to determine if what he's saying is actually true and whether he potentially committed a crime or at least acted unethically. Also important to note that Bankman-Fried said that the U.S. division of his business is still fully solvent, and he believes that U.S. customers can get all of their money back eventually. Kate, we'll see if that is true as well, but, you know, his lawyers advise him not to do that interview.
That's interesting. Ilan Mui, thanks for being with us.
President Biden is hosting his first state dinner since taking office. He's welcoming France's president to the White House. And tonight there will be a formal dinner that offers the leaders a chance to toast each other and the long-standing alliance between the U.S. and France. But there are issues to discuss as well. The leaders will try to mend rifts on policy disagreements over trade and national security. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining us now from D.C. So, Carol, why is it so significant that the White House is hosting France this week?
Well, from a symbolic perspective, Aaron, France is seen as one of the U.S.'s closest allies. There's obviously a tremendous amount of history there between the two countries. One of the things that President Biden promised to do when he took office was to strengthen those alliances that the U.S. has, particularly in Europe. And French President Macron has emerged as one of President Biden's most reliable partners on a number of issues. So there's a lot of pageantry that goes into this to really honor the relationship and then try to move it forward. And there's a number of ways in which France and the U.S. are cooperating. And then there's some disagreements, and we saw the president's address some of those, particularly this provision in the Inflation Reduction Act that the president signed into law, which France says is protectionist and benefits U.S. manufacturers over Europe. And that's something that the two leaders had worked out, and they seem to be, according to their public comments, in a better place there. But just generally overall, this is the significance of this is that France is a country that President Biden, the U.S., needs for any number of reasons in terms of its foreign policy.
So, Carol, you talk about the sort of the Franco-American issues that were on the table here, but there are some urgent global issues, bigger issues that these two leaders also need to talk about. What's on the diplomatic table for that part of their meetings?
Well, a number of things, including China and Iran, but Ukraine, the war in Ukraine and Russia is really top of mind. And this is a place where both presidents said they are on the same page and need to continue to cooperate. Take a listen.
It's really important we stay in close communication. It doesn't mean that every single solitary thing we agree on, but it does mean we agree on almost everything.
Because I think when we look at our common history, this friendship always prevailed, with quite good results, by the way.
Yes.
One of the things that's worth noting that President Biden said coming out of his meeting with President Macron is that he has no plans to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin, but that if the Russian leader did show a significant and genuine interest in ending the war in Ukraine, that he would be willing to do that, Aaron.
All right, Carol Lee for us in Washington today. Carol, thank you.
More than 1 million Georgians have already cast their ballots in the state's Senate runoff race. Today, former President Obama will join a rally for Senator Raphael Warnock. Early voting has set records there. It ends tomorrow. Republicans, meantime, are hoping that day of voting on Election Day Tuesday will help candidate Herschel Walker. Walker's been campaigning with Governor Brian Kemp, but not with former President Trump. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is down in Atlanta for us. Vaughn, one candidate embracing his party's former president and the other very much not. What does that tell us about the state of the race?
And it says a lot about the state of Georgia in the year of 2022, Kate, that it's the former Democratic president of the United States who is being welcomed back here to the state and not the former Republican president of the United States. Donald Trump will be sitting on the sidelines, not making his way here to campaign on behalf of Herschel Walker. Instead, former President Obama will be here with Raphael Warnock tonight. If you recall, just 3 weeks ago, it was the general election that led this to go to a runoff because neither candidate hit 50%. And it was the Democrat who bested the Republican by just about 38,000 votes. So that's why this runoff, with tomorrow being the last day of early voting, it is all about turnout here at this point. And that's why Barack Obama is coming to the state to try to galvanize Democratic voters to get out there on behalf of the incumbent Democratic senator.
Well, and speaking of early voting, Vaughn, we mentioned that it's record-breaking, right? What impact is that having, or could that have on the race?
Right. The last 3 days each set a record for the most number of early voters in a single day in Georgia early voting history, which is good news if you're the Democrats, because particularly they want folks, when we're talking about a runoff that is taking place just 4 weeks after the general election, they wanted to feel some cushion because historically Republicans come out in greater numbers on Election Day itself. Tomorrow is the last day of early voting here, and so they are hoping to really provide themselves some cushion here. The big question, though, is ultimately who shows up this upcoming Tuesday. That is why you see, as one person close to the Warnock campaign, telling me that, look, nobody has a bigger megaphone in Democratic politics than Barack Obama, and it's important for him to be out here in Atlanta here tonight to get folks to know that this upcoming Tuesday is the day if they want a Democrat to represent them here in the state of Georgia for the next 6 years in the U.S. Senate. Kate?
We'll be watching the race. Ron Hilliard, thank you.
Coming up, mental health experts weigh in on one major city's plan to solve a growing crisis. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, a push to deal with the mental health crisis and crime here in New York City is drawing backlash and raising some questions about whether it's even legal.
The mayor is directing first responders to take people from subways and streets to hospitals if they show symptoms of mental illness. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter has more.
I want to talk to you about a crisis we see all around us. People with severe and untreated mental illness who live out in the open, on the streets, in our subways.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says it's time to take action.
No more walking by or looking away. Going forward, we will focus on action, care, and compassion.
His goal is to help those suffering severe mental illness on the sidewalks and subways by removing them to hospitals, whether they want to go or not. This directive lays out the criteria for involuntary removal, which includes those who pose a threat to themselves or others. How do they plan to do this? By using the world's largest police and fire departments, working with mental health professionals to try and help those who may not be able to help themselves. The policy is raising eyebrows among advocates for the mentally ill.
Unfortunately, what the mayor's action does is play to the fear of people and the public and the desire to see those people either helped or out of sight.
Experts aren't just concerned about how people get to treatment, but what comes next.
At the end of the day,
you can confine people as much as you want, but if you don't have a housing solution on the other side of it, you haven't done anything to solve homelessness.
California recently passed a law to enable loved ones to ask for involuntary removal of someone suffering mental illness, and Florida has had it on their books for decades.
There are also other places where even more ineffective systems are being put in place. So in Tennessee, it's now a felony to be homeless. In Miami, they were going to take all the homeless people and put them on the island. So there is this criminalization of homelessness that's kind of occurring, and it comes in different forms.
Mental health experts and civil liberty advocates are voicing their concerns over the involvement of police when responding to a mental health crisis.
The police don't even want to be the ones to respond here, and they shouldn't have to.
Rosenthal argues the mental health community is responding to the crisis through things like peer-led outreach teams.
You're saying, look, we've started on a small scale. We've got these new ideas and new programs. We need some time, and we need to bring them to scale to see how we're doing.
That's right.
Both men say the problem needs investment, which comes with added benefits.
When you provide the housing and allow people to manage their issues of behavioral health or substance abuse while they're in a housing unit, it actually reduces the cost to society by reducing costs for emergency mental health, emergency hospitalization.
The mayor and the experts do agree. It's about getting people help.
They have a right to health care, housing, and treatment.
Advocates for the mentally ill say that all too often the most severe cases end up in the judicial system at courthouses like the one behind me. But they do say they're happy that Mayor Adams is taking urgent action on this issue. So far, though, no indication that the police department or fire department members have been given any specific guidance on how to conduct involuntary removals.
Tom Winter, I think a lot of other cities are watching what's going to happen here.
See how it works out, right? Well, in today's Daily Health, we are breaking down some commonly misunderstood terms used by doctors. A lot of times they can leave patients feeling pretty confused.
Yeah, researchers at the University of Minnesota looked into this and found that how doctors speak can actually cause harm for patients because the jargon they use doesn't always translate easily into everyday English. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now on this. Erica, I can relate to this, right? Sometimes doctors speak and you're like, what? What are the most commonly misunderstood terms?
Yeah, sometimes these medical terms can mean the exact opposite of how we would use them in everyday English. Take positive test results, for example. That actually means something negative. A disease has been detected. The word impressive. If a doctor says that she's looked at your chest x-ray and she says it's impressive, what she's really saying is that she's worried about the results. The most misunderstood medical term is the word occult. It has nothing to do with demonic possession or witchcraft. What it really means is that a problem has been hidden or previously undetected. Another phrase that might be worrisome to kids, especially before they undergo surgery, is the phrase, we're going to put you to sleep. They might liken that to maybe when a family pet had to be put down. Kate, Aaron?
So very quickly, what do the doctors say we need to do to better understand and not feel sort of completely uncomfortable asking questions?
They want patients to be empowered. If you don't understand something, it's okay to say, can you please slow down? Can you explain it a little bit differently? Guys, this is about our health, and these medical misunderstandings can actually be harmful if you're not going to take the right steps to get better.
Erica Edwards, thank you.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, if you want to go to the 2024 Olympic Games, you better get started. Registration for tickets starts today. The summer 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games will take place in Paris in a year and a half from now, but you only have to the end of next month to sign up for tickets if you want to pick them up at face value. Kelly Kobiella joins us now to break down the ticket buying process. Kelly, so what steps should people take if they want to go to those 2024 Games?
Well, you need to get online. That's the first step, Kate. The tickets will be sold on the Paris 2024 website. They'll only be sold there. And you have to register, as you said, starting today. And the closing date for registration is January, the end of January. Once you're registered, there will be a lottery. If your name is picked, you'll get an email and a 48-hour time slot. Starting in mid-February, you'll be able to go online and pick the events that you want to go to. The prices are pretty reasonable. Some of the tickets go for as little as $24. You can get tickets, at least half of the tickets, according to Paris organizers, go for roughly 50 euros or roughly $50. And 3 million tickets, about 80% of all the tickets for Paris 2024 will be on sale during this first phase. Some of the bigger, more high-profile events like the opening ceremony won't be available for sale until later next year, around May. But really, this is the time to get on that website and sign up.
Yeah, and I know they're already gearing up in France and trying to get ready. There was an incident back in May where French riot police used tear gas on fans outside a major soccer tournament, got a lot of attention. How has that affected the preps for the Olympics?
Yeah, you'll remember those pictures, some pretty ugly pictures of fans, some very young soccer fans trying to get into Stade de France and really having a pretty traumatic experience. French police say they've learned from this, they've adjusted, they say they're already performing some sort of security sweeps, I guess you could call them, and arresting pickpocketers, for example, in some very high touristy areas in Paris. They also say that they'll have 30,000 police on the streets during the Olympics, every day of the Olympics, so a big policing operation. And the IOC, Kate, says they have full faith in the French.
Okay, and finally, we know every host city gets to select certain sports, right, to host in their Olympics. What's France picking?
Yeah, so these are some interesting ones. Just quickly, we have 4. Break dancing, sport climbing or rock climbing, skateboarding, and for the second time, surfing. And Kate, if you can't imagine catching a big wave on the River Seine in Paris, neither could the organizers. That's why the surfing competition will be in Tahiti in the South Pacific.
I thought you were going to say like the French
ticket.
I thought you were going to say the French Riviera or something, like on the Mediterranean. No, there's no waves there. Tahiti. Kelly Kobiella, thank you so much.
All eyes are on Team USA as it prepares for Saturday's huge knockout clash against the Netherlands at the World Cup. Questions are swirling, though, about the health of star player Christian Pulisic, who was injured while scoring the game winner against Iran on Tuesday. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald has the latest now from Qatar.
The excitement is building ahead of Saturday's big game. From here in Doha to every corner of the U.S., fans are fired up, pumped up, ready to go. The question is, will Team USA's biggest star be healthy enough to take the field on Saturday? Now, you'll remember in Tuesday's game, Christian Pulisic collided with the Iranian goalie, getting a pelvic contusion, but the ball went in, and that goal was enough to carry Team USA to the win.
I think Christian Pulisic will play in this game. He'll do anything he can to play in this game because this is what he's been looking forward to his entire life, is the chance to star at a World Cup. And so I think he'd take any injection he could take, painkilling wise, to be on the field. The better Pulisic feels, the better the U.S. has of upsetting the Netherlands because he's their superstar. He's the guy who scored the big goal against Iran to advance. He's the guy who, if the U.S. is going to win this game, is going to have to make an impact on the attacking end, whether it's through scoring goals or setting up goals like he did in the first game. So it's so important for Pulisic to be healthy.
Now, a win on Saturday would be huge for Team USA. The last time the team advanced to the quarterfinals was in 2002 when the games were played in Japan and South Korea. Look, we've been watching this tournament closely. We've been seeing these upsets. Team USA has every chance to pull this off. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald reporting for us there. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, December 1st, 2022, triple threat. Hospitals nationwide becoming overwhelmed by COVID, RSV, and the flu. The warning from doctors that are seeing a surge in emergency room patients.
Breaking news, an arrest warrant issued for former NFL superstar Antonio Brown. Why he's under police investigation.
New confusion. Police in Idaho now walking back a key detail in the murders of 4 university students. How they're explaining what they call a, quote, miscommunication.
And bon appetit. President Biden welcomes the French president to the White House for a state dinner tonight. Why President Macron might be angling for more than just dessert. We begin this hour with renewed concerns of a triple virus surge in this country.
Yeah, with winter holidays approaching now, doctors are concerned about COVID, the flu, and that dangerous respiratory virus that seems to be targeting children more. We're talking about RSV.
Right now, 33 states and Washington, D.C. are reporting high or very high respiratory illness activity. RSV, of course, particularly alarming to doctors because it does target young children. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin and ER physician Dr. Anjali Bharati now. Aaron, I'll start with you. The flu season has really been pretty bad already this year. How are parents and families handling that threat?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. The numbers painting an alarming picture. Nationwide, 76% of all pediatric ICU beds are currently taken. And then, of course, there is the medication issue as well in certain areas of the country, specific medications. There are shortages of medications such as children's ibuprofen and Tamiflu. And then compounding this picture is that parents are having a hard time telling why their child is sick, whether it's COVID, whether it's RSV or the flu. Take a listen to what one parent had to say.
It's a lot of questioning and a lot of just wondering, like, is she okay? And so really checking for like signs and symptoms that we know are troublesome or worrisome, but then also like in the back of your mind, there's always like, oh, but what if I'm missing something? What if there is something really wrong that I just don't know about?
We spoke to one family whose baby actually ended up in the pediatric ICU over the Thanksgiving holiday. Their warning to other parents is don't wait to get your child medical attention. Kate.
Dr. Baratti, I want to ask you, I mean, you're in the thick of it every day. You're at Lenox Health Greenwich Village Hospital here in New York City. What are you seeing when it comes to these viruses in your emergency room?
You know, we're definitely seeing all three. We've got COVID patients. We're seeing a lot of flu A and the RSV. We're very concerned about particularly the effects of the RSV on the younger population. Like the reporter just mentioned, you know, pediatric hospitalizations are up. And so we keep a very, very close eye on any sick child that comes in through the emergency room, and we take extra precautions to make sure parents have the right tools that they need to treat their kids at home, and if not, if they need to be hospitalized, that we get them the right care.
All right, Erin McLaughlin, Dr. Anjali Baratti, thank you both for being with us. Really appreciate it.
New signs today that the U.S. economy could be stepping back from the brink of recession.
New data from the Commerce Department showed that core consumer prices rose by 0.2% in October. And the thing is, that is less than economists were expecting.
Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung now. Brian, so walk us through the data you're seeing now that seems to point to this easing of some inflation.
Yeah, important to revisit those numbers one more time. What that 0.2 percentage point number tells us is that that's how much prices rose between September and October. This data is a little bit lagged, but what Wall Street was expecting was 0.3%. So that tells you that prices didn't rise by as much as people had expected. Now, some people might be wondering, wait, I thought inflation was like 7.7%, and it is. That's what we got from a different measure of inflation called the Consumer Price Index. What we got today is a separate measure called the PCE. It's the different personal consumption expenditures, and that monthly number calculates to roughly about 6% if you were to translate that year-over-year comparison. Essentially what that means is that we're getting a little bit closer to the 2% that the Federal Reserve would like to see, so some encouraging signs that maybe inflation is letting up a little bit.
And so then that plays into this next question about the interest rate hikes that we've come to expect now from the Federal Reserve. They have said they might make one more this year. Do we think maybe that hike won't be as high as we thought?
Yeah, well, we heard some commentary from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell yesterday. He's the head honcho of the entire central bank, and he was suggesting that as soon as 2 weeks from now, the Federal Reserve could move to make its interest rate hikes a little bit smaller. They've been going by 0.75 percentage points the last 4 consecutive meetings in the last one of 2022. Maybe they bring that down to about 0.5 percentage point. But keep in mind, that's still making those borrowing costs more expensive, albeit at a smaller amount. So far from done in terms of raising those interest rates, guys.
All right, Brian Chung for us today. Brian, thank you. We're also following some breaking news on Capitol Hill. Now, the Senate will vote this afternoon on a bill to prevent a rail strike. The House passed that measure yesterday. Now, it would impose a labor deal on rail workers that was originally agreed to in September, but several unions later rejected the deal. The bill does not include guaranteed paid sick leave. President Biden says that will have to come later.
I think we're going to get it done, but not within this agreement. Not within this agreement. We're going to avoid the rail strike, keep the rails running, keep things moving, and I'm going to go back and we're going to get paid leave, not just for rail workers, but for all workers.
Now, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders introduced an amendment to guarantee 7 days of paid sick leave. It is not expected to pass.
There is a confusing new twist in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Police are now saying that they are not sure if the victims were targeted, walking back statements from prosecutors about the investigation. The shift comes after people across Idaho gathered for emotional vigils to honor the 4 students who were lost. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Moscow, Idaho. So, Morgan, this is the second key detail about that case that has kind of changed. Early on, police said there was no threat to the community in the first few days, and then they said, well, wait, maybe there is, and now they seem to be walking back another detail. Can you explain?
Yeah, Kate, I think a lot of the confusion surrounding this targeted statement stemmed from the fact that when the prosecutor said that it could be location-based and not individual-based, that got a lot of people thinking that it had shifted the direction of the investigation. When I spoke to a spokesman for Idaho State Police about where they're looking into, this specific term, he says that they do believe this was a targeted attack. However, it's still too early to tell in this investigation if they believe specific individuals were targeted or if this location was targeted. Perhaps this killer thought someone else maybe lived inside and targeted that home per se, not knowing specifically who was there, or finding out it was someone different inside. It's still too early to say exactly. There is, of course, a lot of confusion. I think the pressure on the investigators to provide more answers has somewhat only exacerbated that. Kate?
Yeah. The families of the 4 students spoke at a vigil last night, right, Morgan, at the University of Idaho. Can you tell us a little bit about what their message was to the community?
Yeah, very somber affair. They were asking everyone to celebrate the lives that these 4 young people lived and not dwell on how they were taken away. I want you to hear what the mother of Ethan Chapin had to say when she spoke to a crowd of several thousand who listened in absolute silence. Take a listen.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him, that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Yeah, a tough night for so many people here in Moscow. Authorities still asking the public to help them build out this detailed timeline. They really want to nail down exactly where these victims were in the final few hours of their life before they returned to that home. They've been in the process of ruling out individuals as suspects, but they say that any tidbit of information could be vital. Kate?
You just feel for those parents. Morgan Chesky, thank you.
And we're following breaking news out of Florida now. An arrest warrant has been issued for former Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Antonio Brown. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following that story from our Miami bureau today. So, Sam, what do we know about this new warrant?
This is very quickly evolving, Aaron. We know that the Tampa Police Department has told us that Antonio Brown is not in custody. There are reports right now that he's inside of his house and refusing to come out in some sort of a confrontation with police. We have not, NBC News has not independently confirmed that. But, Aaron, here's what we know. Earlier in this week, it all started when Tampa police responded to a house that Brown owns in Tampa for an incident with the mother of his 4 children, who she told police that he had locked her out of the house, had taken all of her possessions, belongings, thrown them out. Her purse and her identification and her wallet were inside, so she couldn't actually access any money to go stay somewhere else. She also says he had 2 firearms inside of that house, and that when police were trying to contact him, and again, this is on Monday, that over speakerphone he threatened to shoot her were she to enter the house. So what happened from there is that the Tampa Police Department looked for a risk protection order against Brown, which would essentially allow them to take his weapons away. A judge heard that request the same day, this is November 29th, and rejected it. Here we are now, fast forward a couple more days, and there's charges out for domestic violence and specifically battery for his arrest. So there is an outstanding arrest for Antonio Brown right now. Where that stands is not clear.
And so, Sam, at this point, have we heard anything at all from Brown, anything from his lawyers, his team, anything?
We have not. Obviously, he has a lengthy legal history here, Aaron. We did reach out to his former attorney, who declined to comment on this. It's not evident at this point whether or not there is current representation. We do know a spokesperson for Brown is no longer supporting him after Brown was supportive of anti-Semitic statements from Ye or Kanye West. So at this point, we have tried to reach representatives, former representatives for Antonio Brown, and have not so far heard back, Aaron.
You mentioned some of the history here, Sam. For folks who may not be familiar, can you walk us through some of the past controversy a little bit?
Sure. So most recently, about a month ago, Antonio Brown was ordered to pay $1.2 million to a moving truck driver for assaulting him. He pleaded no contest in that. There have also been numerous accusations of sexual assault leveled against Antonio Brown. He's also been accused of such violent acts as throwing furniture off of a balcony at his condominium in Miami. So there's been a number of things that have accrued over the course of the last several years. Certainly, of course, this would become the most prominent were there to be something with police in terms of a potential confrontation.
All right, Sam Brock for us in Miami today. Sam, thank you.
Coming up, the emotional reaction from the family of a preschool teacher who was shot and killed on a Florida interstate. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A South Florida family is mourning the loss of a preschool teacher who was killed Thanksgiving weekend in a case of apparent road rage. The suspect is still on the loose. Authorities released this sketch image of the driver who they say started shooting at another car on Sunday night. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following the latest details. Gary, what led to this deadly encounter and what is the teacher's family saying about their loss?
Kate, Ana Estevez was a preschool teacher and a college student at Florida Atlantic University, returning back to school after visiting her family for Thanksgiving. She was driving on I-95 in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when she was sideswiped by a white and black sports car. After Estevez and her boyfriend motioned for that driver to slow down, the driver opened fire on the couple. Ana Estevez was shot more than 7 times and later died at a local hospital. Her boyfriend is still in the hospital. Her family, as you might expect, they're distraught. But they say they aren't mad. Here's what they said to our NBC News affiliate in Miami.
I'm not mad at what you did to my sister. I just want you to know that. She's not here anymore. And it was because of you. I just want you to go get some help. Because that's not right for you to just shoot someone just like that and just leave. That's inhumane.
It's really remarkable to hear her plea to her sister's murderer there. Now, Kate, no arrests have been made yet, and police are asking anyone who may have seen anything on I-95 in Fort Lauderdale on Sunday to contact authorities. Kate?
Oh, it's so tough. And as you said, she wasn't the only one injured. What else are we learning about where this investigation stands now, Gary?
Yeah, investigators are asking for help. Take a look at this sketch of the suspect here and the car that he was driving, because they believe this may not be the only shooting that gunman was involved with that night. A young girl in a separate car on I-95 was also hit by gunfire minutes before this shooting. That girl is expected to recover. Kate?
Oh, wow. Gary Garnback, thank you.
A Philadelphia parking authority worker is in the hospital now after being ambushed on the job. He was shot and left for dead while working over the holiday weekend. Now police are looking for the gunman, who they say is armed and dangerous. NBC's Stephen Romo is following that story for us and joins us now. So, Stephen, walk us through this. How did this all unfold?
Yeah, Aaron, a terrifying situation here, all caught on camera. Now, we're not going to show the moments those shots were fired, but we will show you what happened right before the shooting. We have two angles here. You can see in both frames the parking authority worker identified as 37-year-old Timothy McKenzie. Then on the left side of your screen, you see a person in dark clothing walking just a few feet behind him. He then appears in the other frame. You see him drop his hands from what appears to be in his pockets and point a gun right at McKenzie's head. That's where we chose to freeze that video. But McKenzie ends up being shot point blank from behind. Police say right after that gun went off, the suspect then took off running. Investigators are looking for him right now. Again, they are considering him still armed and dangerous. A reward is on the table right now for information that will lead to that person's arrest, Aaron.
What have you been able to learn, Stephen, about the victim here? Do police have any idea why this person was targeted?
Yeah, more of a mystery here. A friend of Timothy McKenzie told our NBC station in Philadelphia that he was just a few hours from the end of his shift on Black Friday. Investigators say he was shot in the ear and shoulder. He's reportedly now in stable condition. Police don't know why someone was targeting him, though. Before this happened, investigators say he wrote several tickets, but they're not sure if that is why he was targeted, if it had anything to do with his job. The Philadelphia Police Deputy Commissioner told our NBC station in the city, quote, "Your thoughts of just going after a man working in uniform, a city employee, obviously it's bold, it's brazen, and it's something we're definitely going to do till we can solve immediately." So just an awful situation there, Aaron.
Yeah, Stephen Romo for us today. Stephen, thank you. And some breaking news at this hour as well. The Supreme Court has just agreed to expedite a case involving President Biden's loan forgiveness program, student loan forgiveness program, and it will hear oral arguments on that in February. The White House requested the plan be reinstated, a request that has been denied.
Still ahead for us, how Capitol Hill is getting involved after the collapse of one of the world's largest crypto exchanges. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news will continue just after this.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Cumbersome U.S. laws that regulate how skilled immigrants can come into this country for work may be putting the U.S. at a disadvantage.
In some major cities, Canadian companies have put up billboards to lure immigrant tech workers north of the border. In spite of the mounting competition from other nations, U.S. immigration reform, we know, is at an impasse. CNBC's senior economics reporter Steve Leisman has been looking into this and joins us now. Steve?
You know, economists say an estimated shortfall of 1.6 million legal immigrants in the country is a major reason for the nation's labor shortfall, and that's helping drive up wages, and it's part of the inflation problem in the country. Here are some of the solutions experts have told us about to the problem, why Congress won't fix it, and the consequences for the nation if we don't. On U.S. Highway 101 in the heart of Silicon Valley and in New York City's Times Square, billboards recently beckoned workers to Canada. They harped on well-known problems in America's legal immigration system that make critical workers wait months for visas to enter the U.S. if they can get them at all. Despite growing competition for talent from abroad and pleas from U.S. businesses to help solve a critical worker shortage that is especially acute in tech and healthcare, the U.S. political system is gridlocked on immigration reform.
The United States is effectively discouraging potential healthcare workers from trying to come to and work in the United States. That needs to change. What we need are system-wide reforms that incentivize and welcome immigrants into our healthcare workforce.
Senator Cornyn from Texas even sponsored a bill last year to ease the visa process for healthcare workers. But he highlighted recently why illegal immigration stymies solutions on the legal side.
It's hard for us to make progress on areas even where there's consensus on the topic of immigration while the border is on fire.
The battle over immigration reform is hamstrung by the fight over securing borders, pathways to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, and concern that temporary visa workers invite companies to exploit foreigners and displace or underpay American workers. And yet economists and immigration experts say solving the nation's legal immigration problem can help reduce inflation, ease that worker shortage, and maintain America's technological lead. Among the fixes these experts say are desperately needed, an increase in the quotas for H-1B visas for specialized workers. The annual quota of 85,000 was set in 2004 and hasn't been changed since. A special carve-out for badly needed healthcare workers, both to enter the U.S. or, when they're already here, a relaxation or a change in licensing requirements so they can work in their trained field. A path to citizenship for foreign students who obtain advanced degrees in the U.S. so the nation can retain the talent it trains. Protections for U.S. and foreign workers from abuses of the visa program.
Another issue with the H-1B, which I've written extensively about, is the way that the wage rules are set up, which have allowed employers to underpay many workers by tens of thousands of dollars a year.
But even critics like Costa agree the quotas need to be increased. Many warn that if the U.S. doesn't find a way to bring in more of the world's best talent, other countries like Canada will. Ottawa just announced it will boost its immigrant quota by 100,000 by 2025 to 500,000. Before he was famous, a young Albert Einstein applying today for an H-1B visa program would have just a 1 in 6 chance of being admitted to the U.S. He might more easily end up in Canada. Immigrants accounted for 38% of Nobel Prizes awarded to Americans since 2000 in chemistry, medicine, and physics. 45% of Fortune 500 companies were founded by immigrants or their children, including 20% directly founded by immigrants. Guys?
That Einstein quote got our attention. Wow. You mentioned Republicans and Democrats have different views on immigration. So what are the prospects, Steve, for any solution?
Yeah, I'm not optimistic about that. There are disagreements within the Democratic Party, those who want to open up the system when it comes to legal immigration, and those who are more concerned about workers' rights and the potential abuse of foreigners. That stymies them within parties, for example, Democrats. And of course, there are differences between parties where the Republicans, as you heard Senator Cornyn say, are much more concerned about the illegal problem. And the trouble is the illegal immigration problem or the undocumented immigration problem and the legal one, they get conflated. So we can't fix any of them. The idea, for example, that there's still just 85,000 spots open, even though the economy has grown substantially since it was set in 2004, that seems like something that ought to be changed real quickly.
Steve Leisman, thanks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police in New York City searching for a driver who blew through a stop sign and hit a mother and her 4 children. This happened yesterday just after 2 of those children stepped off the school bus. The driver sped away. 3 of the children are out of the hospital. The mother and one of the kids still in the hospital, but they are expected to survive.
A Starbucks employee in Maryland has been suspended after labeling a black woman's cup with the word monkey. Monique Pugh says she told her name to the woman taking her order at the register and was surprised to see her drink labeled with that offensive term. Pugh says she was the only black person in the store at the time. Starbucks is investigating the incident.
And the remains of a World War II soldier have been identified nearly 80 years after his death. Sergeant John M. Carroll was a radio operator for the U.S. Army Air Forces. His aircraft was hit and crashed during Operation Tidal Wave near Romania. That was in August of 1943. Now that he has been identified, Sergeant Carroll's remains will be buried at Arlington National Cemetery.
We're following breaking news from Capitol Hill. The Senate will vote on a bill this afternoon to avoid a potentially crippling rail workers' strike.
The Senate is acting quickly after the House passed that measure yesterday. It does not, however, include paid sick leave for rail workers, and that has the unions upset. CNBC senior editor Lorianne LaRocco joins us now. Lorianne, you spoke with the presidents of 3 of the larger rail unions right ahead of the vote this afternoon. What did they have to say about Congress getting involved?
You know, it was a mixed bag. I mean, they understand. They told me they understood why the president had to defer to Congress, because they all knew that, you know, the economy comes first. But at the same time, though, they really wanted to lay down the line that, you know, they are entitled to pay sick time, where they do not have to pick and choose using, say, a personal day to take a sick day off or even a vacation day. And one of the presidents that I spoke with was Tony Cardwell, who's the president of the Brotherhood of Maintenance Way Employees Division, and he issued these strong words.
Our membership is going to support whoever stands with them, and it's looking like the Democrats are standing with our members and assuring that our members get sick leave. If that's the case, we will. If Republicans are bold enough to step out, stand with labor, stand with the blue-collar workers, and vote with our members, then it's likely that they can gain votes as well.
The unions also told me that they're also looking to see if their employees will continue to work. We all have to see if these paid sick days are indeed allowed in. And if they are voted in, you know, there is a chance that some of these union members will take their paycheck and quit. And so that is one of the things that we are waiting for right now. And we'll just have to wait and see.
You know, given that that's a real possibility, what about the long-term view on this, right? What are the union presidents saying about future labor talks after this dispute?
Well, one of the big disagreements that we've seen between the Association of American Railroads and the unions is the use of going to Congress, if you will. And the union officials told me that, you know, the Presidential Emergency Board is not the negotiator. They are, the unions. And so they say that in the future, if they do not get a deal that they are in favor of, they would not hesitate to go to Congress again. And when I asked them on the flip side, well, if the railroads do that, are you okay with that? And they said, and they doubled down, that again, it's not the PEB is not the final word. You need to negotiate a deal.
All right, Lorianne LaRocco for us at CNBC. Thank you.
The downfall of cryptocurrency exchange FTX is in the spotlight on Capitol Hill today. The Senate is holding a hearing on how the company lost billions of dollars in just a matter of months. Founder Sam Bankman-Fried said he is nearly broke and down to one credit card after filing for bankruptcy less than a month ago. CNBC technology reporter Mackenzie Sagalos joins us now. Mackenzie, Bankman-Fried spoke with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin in his first public appearance since this whole thing started and FTX collapsed. How did he explain what happened?
Yeah, so for over an hour, Sam Bankman-Fried kept returning to the same basic defense, which is the classic bad businessman strategy. Essentially, I made a lot of mistakes, but I'm not a criminal because I did not intend to do anything wrong. Now, it's an actual strategy that has been used by many white-collar criminals in the past. SBF blamed FTX's collapse on poor risk management, telling Sorkin that he was to blame for not watching over his empire closely enough, but that he didn't try to commit fraud, a distinction that he returned to repeatedly. Take a listen.
I think that a lot of what we ended up doing and focusing on was a distraction to some extent from one unbelievably important area that we completely failed on, and that was risk. That was risk management. There was no person who was chiefly in charge of positional risk of customers on FTX, and that feels pretty embarrassing in retrospect.
He believed that Alameda Research, his crypto hedge fund, had repaid all of the crypto that it had borrowed from other exchanges, but actually they hadn't. Alameda still owed several billions of dollars in crypto to other firms that had gone bankrupt in this crypto winter. At least a dozen times he appeared to deflect blame in the direction of the head of Alameda Research, Caroline Ellison. You know, SBF was generally evasive throughout the interview, pinning the downfall of his empire and the wipeout of his clients on a bad dashboard.
So let me ask about this hearing on Capitol Hill. Bankman-Fried wasn't there, right? So what was the focus of the Senate committee today?
Right. So, you know, today was the first of many congressional hearings designed to try to figure out what exactly went wrong in the lead up to the stunning collapse of FTX. Today, senators spent 2.5 hours questioning Rostin Benham. He's the chairman of the Commodities Future Trading Commission. It was a chance for senators to express concerns with someone who technically didn't regulate most of FTX's businesses. The CFTC regulated an aspect of the American arm of FTX, but the crypto firm was based in the Bahamas and had subsidiaries all across the world. Many of the senators didn't distinguish between this FTX US and FTX.com, but really this is just the beginning of many conversations where senators and lawmakers are trying to get to the bottom of what exactly went wrong here.
The crypto winter, as you called it, Mackenzie Sigalis. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
President Biden is hosting his first state dinner since taking office today, welcoming France's President Emmanuel Macron to the White House. Tonight's formal dinner offers the leaders a chance to toast each other and the U.S. and France's longstanding alliance. But there are issues to discuss, including policy disagreements over trade and national security.
It's really important we stay in close communication. It doesn't mean that every single solitary thing we agree on, but it does mean we agree on almost everything.
Because I think when we look at our common history, this friendship always prevailed, with quite good results, by the way.
Yes.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. So, Carol, what's the significance of President Biden hosting France for the very first state dinner of his presidency?
Well, the significance, Kate, from a symbolic perspective is that these are two countries with a lot of history that have shared values. We heard both presidents emphasize that they're democracies, they stand for human rights. And so that's the backdrop against which this state visit is taking place. And the President Biden has also made promises that he would, once coming into office, reestablish a lot of the U.S. alliances, particularly in Europe. And President Macron has emerged as one of his most reliable partners. Now, that's not to say there aren't differences. There are, and particularly over the Inflation Reduction Act, a provision in there that France feels is protectionist. They said that they're on a path to resolve that, but generally speaking, France is one of the U.S.'s closest allies when it comes to any host of foreign policy issues, Kate.
All right, Carol Lee, watching that for us. Thank you.
New controversy overshadowing the British royals' visit to the United States. Prince William and Princess Kate landed in Boston yesterday. They're here for William to present his Earthshot Prize for environmental work. But today, the big headline is coming from back home in England. Here's NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons in Boston.
Prince William and Princess Catherine on the fan cam at the Celtics game last night in Boston, and seen here snapping photos with fans from their courtside seats. But their hopes to make a good impression on their first trip to the States in nearly a decade rocked by new racism allegations back home. Charity executive Ngozi Faloni, seen here at Buckingham Palace Monday, just steps away from Queen Consort Camilla, says she was questioned at the event by one of Camilla's aides, who has now stepped down, 83-year-old Lady Susan Hussey, Prince William's godmother and longtime confidant to Queen Elizabeth. Ngozi Faloni tweeting the exchange, which reads in part, "What nationality are you? I am born here and I'm British. No, but where do you really come from? Where do your people come from?" Hussey also asking, quote, "What part of Africa are you from?" after Ngozi said she was from London. That questioning continuing for some time, she says, and on BBC Radio this morning describing how she felt.
Then I have to really question how this can happen in a space that's supposed to protect women against all kinds of violence. So it's not, although it's not physical violence, it is an abuse.
A palace spokesman says Lady Hussey has offered her profound apologies for the hurt caused. But this morning, Britain's front pages declaring it a royal disaster. The palace calling the comments unacceptable. While back in Boston, Prince William tried to stay focused on his environmental charity.
We cannot wait to celebrate the Earthshot Prize finalists later on this week. And we are both looking forward to spending the next few days learning about the innovative ways the people of Massachusetts tackling climate change.
In their Oprah interview last year, Harry and Meghan claimed a member of the royal family asked Harry what colour their child would be. That prompted this question to William at the time.
No, is the royal family a racist family, sir?
No, we're very much not a racist family.
Now, fresh controversy back home, touching the royals' inner circle. And the timing couldn't be worse for William and Kate.
And Kate, live here in Boston on the waterfront, Prince William and Princess Catherine are just over to my left there, actually, hearing about different schemes to tackle the environmental challenge. But just as they're trying to keep the focus here on their trip to Boston, Harry and Meghan releasing a minutes trailer for their Netflix documentary, promising to reveal, if you like, secrets that we don't normally hear about. So it is a challenging trip for them, Kate.
A lot to follow for sure. Keir Simmons for us in Boston today. Keir, thank you.
Up next, what you can do today to ensure all your holiday shopping gets shipped on time. You need to see this. More NBC News Daily right after this.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Can you tell us what it was like?
Our NBC News exclusive.
December is here, the tree at 30 Rock is lit, and the countdown to Christmas is in full swing.
That also means that time is running out to get the perfect presents, especially if you plan to ship those presents.
NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has what you need to know to avoid a shipping nightmare.
Hey, what's up? Christmas 24 days away, but who is counting? Santa's packing his sleigh. The rest of us are going to be at places like the post office this time of year. The cost of just about everything is going up, and that includes shipping as well. That's why we got these hacks to let you know how to get your packages where you want them to go on time. Make sure everybody's happy on Christmas.
3, 2, 1.
The tree lights are on, and so is the Christmas crunch. With more than $20 billion already spent on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined, the focus now getting those gifts under the tree in time for Christmas. It comes after last year's Ship-A-Geddon nightmare marked by record delays and out-of-stock messages, all part of the supply chain crisis that was caused by COVID outbreaks and record consumer demand. While a repeat isn't expected this year, experts say prepare to pay more to send presents by mail. FedEx, UPS, and the U.S. Postal Service are already implementing peak holiday pricing. USPS says their first class and ground services will cost an extra $5.85 for heavy packages sent more than 600 miles.
Labor charges are leading all the major shipping carriers to put some extra fees on shipping costs, which they are definitely passing on to consumers.
Still, there are plenty of ways to save on shipping. The Postal Service offers free packaging supplies. And you can stretch your dollar with other services by reusing old boxes and padded envelopes, as long as they're in good condition. But keep in mind, packing with less will save you more.
Put packages in the absolutely smallest box they have available.
You can also cut costs by cutting out the middleman. Buy gifts online and have them shipped directly to the recipient. Many retailers even offer complimentary wrapping and an option to include a gift receipt. No matter how you ship, to ensure delivery by Christmas Day, keep an eye on the calendar. To take advantage of FedEx's cheapest service, be sure to mail those presents by the 14th. The Postal Service needs them by the 17th for ground shipping. And UPS's timing varies by distance. But upgrading to 3-day select will buy you until the 20th to send your gifts. Still, insiders advise 'tis the season to be proactive. Waiting to send gifts until the last minute can put your delivery at risk of unforeseen weather and processing delays. Meaning when it comes to shipping, it never hurts to be an eager elf.
One more pro tip, you got to show up midweek and show up 30 minutes after this place opens, after the post office opens. That's the best time to get in line, to get in and out quickly, and to get those deals that we're talking about. So don't show up on the weekends. Don't show up at the beginning or the end of the week. That's not going to do you any good.
Jacob Soboroff reporting there. We have an alarming new finding to tell you about out of Houston, Texas today.
Yeah, the local health department there found all of its recent soil samples near a contaminated rail yard contain a likely cancer-causing compound. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now. She's been looking into this. You've actually been investigating this for a while. For NBC Nightly News, tell us more about it.
Yeah, Kate and Aaron. So in 2019, the state health department released a report saying that they were finding higher rates of adult cancers in this neighborhood. And then a year later, there was another bombshell. Children in this area getting leukemia at a rate nearly 5 times the state average. And for years before that, the local community there, largely Hispanic and Latino and Black community, had been saying that they were seeing higher rates of cancer and that it was tied to the rail yard. But those reports did not list a cause for the higher cancer rates that we were seeing. But what we do know is that going back to the 80s, there had been a chemical called creosote that had been used at this rail yard. The state health department confirmed that it had seeped into the groundwater and the soil in that community and remains under at least 100 homes. But now there's another bombshell, the Houston Health Department finding another likely carcinogen on top of the soil. Now, Union Pacific, who now owns that rail yard, said that they have been doing mitigation efforts for decades, including installing wells, removing impacted soil, and monitoring the groundwater. And they say these newest findings of dioxin on the surface of the soil are below the state-mandated levels and can't actually be tied to just their old preservation plant, that this is an industrial area and it could be anything. But we went to this community and spoke to residents and city leaders about how this cancer cluster has impacted them and what they'd like to see happen. Kate, Aaron?
I know you'll have much more on NBC Nightly News. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Closing arguments are underway today in the sex crimes trial of disgraced Hollywood movie mogul Harvey Weinstein.
The jury could be handed the case by tomorrow. NBC's Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, testimony's been going on for more than 5 weeks. Remind us, what charges is Weinstein facing in L.A.?
So for his L.A. trial, Weinstein is charged with 7 counts of rape and sexual assault dating from 2005 to 2013. The 70-year-old has pleaded not guilty, and if convicted as charged, the defendant faces up to 140 years in prison. Now, Weinstein was also convicted of raping an aspiring actress in New York. He is appealing that verdict. Aaron, Kate?
I know you've been paying attention to the closing arguments here. What can you tell us about what stood out to you on both sides?
So during closing arguments, the prosecutor said that Weinstein repeatedly used the specter of mentoring to lure women into reminding jurors that Weinstein was the entertainment industry, and that made his victims believe that they had to kind of be on his good side to get anywhere in Hollywood. Now, the defense is referring to these women as fame and fortune seekers as they try to poke holes in the alleged victims' stories. Now, deliberations are expected to start by tomorrow and could carry into next week before a verdict is reached. Aaron?
All right, Dana Griffin for us in L.A. Dana, thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending right now.
A new species of dinosaur has been discovered in Mongolia. Fossils were uncovered in 2008 in the Gobi Desert, but a study published today indicates the species was adept at diving and hunting underwater. So interesting. The dinosaur, yeah, it's about the size of a duck, but it falls under the same category as larger velociraptors.
Velociraptors with the short arms and we got to keep going. All right, actor Joe Pesci, he actually is revealing painful details, literally, from his time on the set of the holiday classic Home Alone. Pesci played the goofy criminal there, Harry Lime, who suffered a series of comical, violent attacks, right? So in an interview with People magazine, he revealed that some of those attacks actually injured him. In one scene where his hat was set on fire, Pesci suffered serious burns to his head, apparently.
Oh, no. Yeah. Like we all thought it was a joke, but wow. Okay. Here's a good one. Tom Hanks has launched a coffee line designed to support U.S. veterans. The company is called Hanks with an X. It'll donate all profits to organizations supporting veterans. The Oscar-winning actor has portrayed several military figures throughout his career.
Pretty cool. Well, generations of Fleetwood Mac fans are remembering the life and legacy of Christine McVie.
The singer-songwriter died yesterday at the age of 79. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
For Christine McVie, songwriting was never a struggle. A self-described quick writer and talented keyboard player, McVie became a hitmaker for one of the biggest bands in the world. Born Christine Perfect in England, she was a classically trained musician who loved rock and roll. Eventually, she joined Fleetwood Mac and married John McVie. Along with Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, their musical chemistry captured the world's ear.
I'm over my head.
Christine telling Carson in 2014 about the instant connection the band had during their early sessions.
We started doing Singing Say You Love Me as a 3-part harmony, and it was immediate.
Felt it.
Christine, responsible for writing nearly half the songs on the band's iconic album Rumors, including You Make Loving Fun, said to be inspired by an affair she had. Her marriage unraveled, yet the band played on. In 1998, the group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not long after, due to her fear of flying, McVie left the band, the group reuniting in 2014. Fleetwood Mac releasing a statement writing in part, "She was truly one of a kind, special, and talented beyond measure. while bandmate Stevie Nicks penning a handwritten note to her best friend in the whole world, writing, "See you on the other side, my love." Another interesting fact about McVie, on the band's greatest hits album that covers the period of the band's greatest commercial successes from the mid-70s to the late 80s, McVie is credited for writing half of the songs on that album. Back to you.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hello there. Happy December 1st, and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. So right now in Capitol Hill, the Senate just voted to approve the White House-backed measure to avert a potential rail strike next week. This bill comes amid some maneuvering and drama as some senators push for some last-minute changes, feeling uncomfortable that they were going against some labor unions. The president warned, though, of a potential economic calamity that a strike might cause, which is why these lawmakers have overlooked some of their close ties to labor and are voting for this. We'll have much more on this vote and the fallout in a few minutes. But I'm going to begin with another story that emanates from Capitol Hill today, and it's Congress's first in-depth look at the spectacular collapse of one of the world's largest crypto companies, FTX, as we begin to learn more about how far-reaching the crypto exchange's impact and influence really was on Wall Street, Main Street, and K Street here in Washington, D.C. For the first time since its collapse last month, senators held a hearing on the issue. Little grandstanding, of course, but they were grilling one of the finance world's top regulators, the chief of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, about what happened and why it happened. In his testimony, the commissioner, Benham, painted the crypto market overall as an unregulated Wild West. He called it a potential threat to national security and warned that we don't have the proper safeguards in place, meaning what happened to FTX could happen again to a company similar to it.
Invariably, the questions we are all obligated to answer as regulators are, how did you let this happen, and how will you prevent this from happening again? In the pivotal moment we find ourselves in, the answer to both questions is comprehensive, market regulation. At the CFTC, we lack the authority to comprehensively regulate the digital commodity market and to prevent this from happening again. We must be provided appropriate authority by Congress.
Today's hearing came a day after the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned investors of the dangers of putting their money into crypto, comparing what we've seen in the last month with FTX to the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers 14 years ago, which of course led to the Great Recession and rocked the global financial system. At the heart of the matter is an industry and company still mostly unknown and unregulated that have had to make massive donations to politicians and political organizations on both sides of the aisle in order to look legitimate and look credible. In fact, according to the Wall Street Journal, FTX founder and now former CEO Sam Bankman-Fried and his FTX team were among the top political donors before last month's bankruptcy, with Bankman-Fried himself giving $40 million to mainly Democratic lawmakers and political action committees. And another top FTX executive donated more than $23 million, mainly to Republicans and conservative groups. And that's just the political donations we know about. According to The Guardian, Bankman-Fried says he also funneled contributions in dark money to Republicans, but he did so that way so the left didn't know what he was up to. 9 of the senators or groups aligned with them in today's hearing had received campaign donations from FTX specifically. At least 6 have since said they're now donating those contributions to charity. Those of us that were around during the Enron days remember a lot of charities benefited from Enron money, and now some charities are going to benefit from FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried money. Meanwhile, Sam Bankman-Fried, the now former CEO of FTX, is speaking out against the advice of his lawyers, as officials in the company's bankruptcy proceeding compare the implosion to Enron. In fact, they say it's worse than Enron in some aspects. Bankman-Fried spoke to CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin at his Deal Book conference yesterday, admitting he made mistakes, but he claims he never did so intentionally or maliciously.
I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone. I was excited about the prospects of FTX a month ago.
Were you truthful with us today?
I was as truthful as you know, I'm knowledgeable to be. There's some things I wish I knew more about, but yes, I was.
Not exactly reassuring. I spoke to Bankman-Fried a few times, including once on camera, for a Meet the Press episode that was focused on oligarchs and all of this big money giving. And he made some ominous and perhaps ironic comments then, specifically about lawmakers needing to better regulate the crypto industry. And he said they needed to do it quickly.
It's been really inspiring just to see the hard work put in there and the sort of like attention on customer protection, on federal oversight, and sort of grokking like it's important that this happens and that this happens quickly. Because, you know, every day that goes by without oversight, there's just more risk for customers. There's more risk in the industry.
Every day that there's not any regulation, there's more risk to the industry, said Sam Bankman-Fried in September of 2022. Joining me now with more on this hearing is Mackenzie Sagalos, who covers cryptocurrency for CNBC. Also with me is Sam Sutton, who's been following the FTX story for Politico. Mackenzie, let me start with you and sort of what we learned and today, and where does this go? I mean, how fast do you expect Washington to act here? Because there's a question about whether crypto should even be regulated, which then in and of itself would encourage more people to invest in crypto.
Yeah, I mean, the question is as to the speed of events. Like, there are certainly several hearings scheduled for this month, beginning with the one that we saw today. But in terms of action, like, we've had competing bills on Capitol Hill for months now, and we haven't seen movement. And at the moment, what we're dealing with is a law that simply doesn't exist in this area yet. At the moment, regulators have been duking it out about exactly who will oversee the crypto space, with the CFTC and the SEC as the two obvious choices. You know, one of the main pieces of legislation out there, Senator Boozman introduced legislation earlier this year that would put crypto oversight firmly in the CFTC's court. At the moment, tokens classified as securities are overseen by the SEC, but there really aren't hard and fast rules at the moment.
So, I mean, that's been the issue here. And I guess it's, if you talk to people in the industry, they're not sure what it should be. Is it a currency? Is it a security? Or is it a commodity?
Right, and that's the question. People have been asking for some sort of framework. So what falls under the purview of the SEC? What counts as a security versus something like Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency, which people think of firmly as a commodity? And we had the Biden administration weigh in. They gave us a framework for potential regulation in September, but this was before the FTX meltdown. The new directives lean into existing regulators, again, that SEC, CFTC balance, but I think that people are just waiting for something to be passed on Capitol Hill so they have actual marching orders.
I know that this will come to a surprise to some people that the CFTC is part sort of under the purview of the Agricultural Committee, but it does seem odd that a committee that's mostly focused on ag policy is doing this. Is this the proper forum for it?
Well, yeah, I mean, the legacy, as you mentioned, it goes to the Grain Futures Act of 1922,
right.
Which ultimately, culminated in this Commodities Exchange Act. But, that's the whole song and dance of like trying to understand whether oversight is under the CFTC and with oversight over futures and commodities, which is their remit. We know with FTX in particular, their U.S. arm had a derivatives platform, which invited the CFTC to watch over part, but not all of their business. So that's part of the reasoning here.
Let me bring in Sam Sutton. Sam, I want to get into sort of the political tentacles here. There were a lot of people in Washington in the elected space who were both feted by the world of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried in particular, and wanted to use that and point to him and try to, I guess, come up with a bill that would mainstream cryptocurrency, give it regulated, give it some legitimacy. Are you sensing any regret by these lawmakers?
It was interesting today in the hearing because the bill that Bankman-Fried had been the biggest champion of was the piece of legislation that was introduced by Chair Stabenow and Ranking Republican Bozeman. And it seemed to me, watching the hearing, that lawmakers were trying to do two things at once. One, say that this bill, the DCCPA, was adequate regulation and could be a very useful and effective tool in reining in some of this industry's abuses, while also trying to distance themselves as much as possible, for obvious reasons, from what had been the bill's biggest cheerleader within industry.
So what should we expect going forward now with FTX investigations? Is there any other government agency that can open an investigation on FTX, meaning in the financial space, SEC or any of these others, or do they just lack the jurisdiction to do it?
Well, so the SEC and the CFTC and Department of Justice all have active investigations into FTX at the moment. And I think when it comes to the market regulators, it's important to remember that while they might not have had authority to dig into FTX and its Bahamas-based business, since it wasn't a regulated U.S. business, they can probe any allegations of, fraud or market manipulation or malfeasance. And guess what? There's a lot of allegations to those points now that this company has imploded in such spectacular fashion. So I would imagine that those investigations are very active and might be, yielding some results here in the near term or coming to a conclusion.
Mackenzie, is there any way here that the government could be sued by defrauded investors into FTX for not inserting itself into this?
That's a great question. And at the moment, I've been talking more about the criminal exposure of Sam Bankman-Fried personally and the FTX exchange, the ongoing probes we were just talking about a moment ago. And we're already seeing lawsuits that are specifically targeting FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. But as for the government's exposure, it's a question that I'm also asking experts at the moment.
And Sam, what about the exposure of these big political campaign committees that took millions of personal money from Sam Bankman-Fried and his co-partner, the co-executive? Sam Bankman-Fried said he threw all his money into FTX, so it implies that any money he got was from FTX, and so whatever he was spending could, in theory, be investor money that is part of this fraud.
That's a great point. That was actually a question that Bankman-Fried answered, and take his answer with as big a grain of salt as you would like. In yesterday's interview at DealBook, I believe he said that the bulk of those contributions came from profits that his investment firm, which was connected to FTX Alamo Research, had generated in previous years.
Gotcha. Mackenzie, how many other FTXs may go under?
Well, I mean, in terms of other crypto exchanges that might follow in its footsteps, I mean, we're already seeing exposure this week with BlockFi filing for bankruptcy. And there's this very big push to have crypto exchanges show some sort of proof of reserves, that they actually have the customer deposits that they claim to. So we're seeing some exchanges voluntarily give these partial proof of reserves. But there are no rules that they have to. At the moment, there are questions about the health of digital currency group. So that includes Genesis. That's Barry Silbert's crypto empire. People are looking at that. So something to keep an eye on.
Mackenzie Sagalos, Sam Sutton. It's a bit of a complicated story, but I appreciate you guys trying to make some sense of it for us. So thank you. Let me turn back now to the breaking news that we reported at the top of the show. The Senate just officially voted to avoid a potentially disastrous railway worker strike. This comes after the House voted to avoid the strike and ratify a tentative deal between the train companies and rail worker unions, despite the objections of several of those rail unions, specifically over the issue of a lack of sick days in the agreement. The situation put some pro-union Democrats in a tough spot because it would basically overrule some of the union workers' demands. House Democrats tried to address some of those concerns by taking up a separate bill that would add 7 days of sick leave to the contract. That bill was not voted on today in the Senate, but a similar amendment introduced by Senator Bernie Sanders did fail to reach the 60-vote threshold. Ali Vitale joins me now from Capitol Hill. So, Ali, this was never a question of whether this bill would pass. It was sort of in what form would it pass? And was there, I'm curious, any Republicans vote with Sanders on this amendment?
Yeah, there were a few of them, 6 if I'm reading my notes correctly, because there were several in this series of votes. But among them who voted in favor of paid sick leave, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Kennedy of Louisiana, Graham, Braun, and Rubio, to the point where Sanders, after he left the floor, said to Cruz in a joking way, "I knew you were a socialist." So a little bit of comedy here on the floor, despite the fact that Sanders did not get the amendment that he and other Democrats were pushing for 7 days of paid sick leave, which is more than the one that's in this newly ratified proposal. But yeah, you're right. This puts some pro-union Democrats in a really tough spot, to the point where at the end of the day, the only Democrat who voted against the paid leave portion of this was actually Joe Manchin. But you're right. On the underlying bill, ratifying and being able to avoid this strike, that passed through in bipartisan fashion, as many expected it to.
I'm curious, in the actual bill itself that is now going to be sent to the president, how many Democrats voted against it? Just Manchin?
No. On the actual bill, that's going to be 5 of them. And I think we were waiting to see if there was one more, which is why I'm looking at my phone. The vote tally was still coming in from our friends in the chamber. But no, it looks right now that there were 5 Democratic no votes on that. And if you read through the list, it makes sense to why. It's sort of an objection to the fact that there's no paid sick leave in there. The names of the no votes on the Democratic side: Gillibrand, Merkley, Sanders, Hickenlooper, and Elizabeth Warren, many of them proponents of pushing to include more days of sick leave. So again, this was kind of one of those stories, Chuck, where it was clear that all sides agreed that this strike couldn't happen. They were willing to move quickly, which is not always a given in the halls of Congress, but it also wasn't neatly squared through party lines. There's a lot of crossover here between Republicans and Democrats.
Here's a crazy idea. Maybe now that there's some bipartisan support for paid sick leave, maybe they could get into the whole paid leave, family leave situation. I know that's crazy talk, Ali. Hey, I'm curious. Getting this done today, and I know a bunch of senators are racing to the airport, what about the rest of this lame duck? We know we got these the marriage equality vote coming on Tuesday. What about this budget? Are we going to get a real budget, or are they going to end up just punting it for a year?
Yeah, budget, they're still actively talking. But listen, on the Senate side, the 2 top appropriators on the Republican and Democratic side, Shelby and Leahy, this is their last appropriations package. They see it as part of a legacy. That's kind of bubbling here, too. But they're still actively working, despite the fact that December 16th gets closer and closer every day.
Oh, December 16th is just a date. I've been here for congressional December 23, December 24.
We do Christmas.
It does happen. I think Barack Obama one time had to come back between Christmas and New Year. So just be sure to have a go bag, Allie.
Plans are in pencil. Yeah.
Exactly, all in pencil. Allie Vitale at Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you. Coming up, lobster, caviar, and a side of diplomacy. President Biden kicks off his first state visit with a face-to-face talks with French President Emmanuel Macron amid escalating global tensions over China, Iran, the war in Ukraine, and the economy. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The White House is rolling out the literal and figurative red carpet as President Biden hosts his first state dinner as president. He's going to be welcoming French President Emmanuel Macron to the White House. He's already really welcomed him to the White House. The dinner will be tonight. The two leaders have been in meetings all day, where the White House says they discussed a range of issues, including the war in Ukraine, Iran, and climate change. In a press conference today, the two presidents stressed the importance of continued coordination and cooperation in Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression.
Today, we reaffirm that France and the United States, together with all our allies, all our NATO allies and European Union, the G7, stand as strong as ever against Russia's brutal war against Ukraine.
I do believe that having the U.S. strongly supporting the Ukrainians in that time is very important, not just for the Ukrainians. For the Europeans, we are. This is why we do thank you for this solidarity.
You don't often hear President Macron do his answers in English as much. That is interesting. Let me bring in our White House correspondent, Carol Lee. One clip we didn't play and I want to get into is the fact that Macron does not like the domestic shift of the United States when it comes to the supply chain, the CHIPS Act. I mean, he was all over Joe Biden and the Democrats on this. And frankly, it's been both administrations, Trump and Biden, been trying to essentially retreat from globalization a bit and bring more of the economic supply chain back to the United States. How much did that tension bubble up today?
Yeah, well, Chuck, you could see that this was obviously a big topic of conversation. You heard both leaders really, there was a lot of tension there from President Macron. At the same time, they really tried to put their best faces forward on this issue because, these state dinners, they're all about where they can find common ground, where they agree, the relationship. But underneath that, there's this real difference. And President Biden conceded, hey, there may have been some unintended consequences from this. We're going to have to do that, to take care of that. We can make some tweaks. The U.S. has had to establish this sort of working group with France and other European countries to go through what those consequences might be and how they could be resolved. And you heard President Macron say, hey, look, we have the same goals. We both want our own countries to prosper and our own people to have good jobs and to address climate change, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't hurt each other. And so that's kind of where they left things, that they're putting a lot of stock in this working group to figure this out, of how they're going to get around this. But it is a real point of tension. And President Macron also made that really clear to lawmakers when he met with them, saying that this is something that the French find unacceptable.
Carol, let's go big picture here. It's symbolic. The first state dinner means something. And some of this has been delayed via COVID. Donald Trump didn't do many. But it's France that gets the first state dinner. That sends a message about perhaps who we view as our most important European ally right now?
Exactly. And Chuck, I got to tell you one thing that I'm struck by is we wrote in February about how in the run-up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Biden behind closed doors was trash-talking President Macron, saying he wants to be Charles de Gaulle and he's running around trying to do things. Fast forward, it turns out that President Macron is President Biden's biggest asset in this, essentially, that they're a bit emerged as a leader in Europe. And so you're seeing this state dinner here that he's getting rewarded with.
He's also suddenly the senior guy, right? You have tumult in the UK. Olaf Scholz is still relatively new in Germany. So when you think about our three most key allies, he's suddenly the long-term guy. Anyway, Carol Lee. Covering this state visit from Macron. Carol, thank you. I want to now bring in former CIA director and NBC News senior national security analyst, John Brennan. And I actually want to take a turn. I want to focus on this Washington Post report this morning about Iran and the aggressive nature about going after dissidents. We know they've been going after people in the Trump administration. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, both still have to have extra security due to the supposed what they want to do in revenge for the Soleimani targeting. What is that threat level in your mind? We know the Iranians want to be aggressive. How much fear should we have about this?
Well, I think Iran is still the world's premier state sponsor of terrorism, and there have been a number of plots that have been uncovered where the Iranians are trying to go after dissidents, kill them or bring them back, but also go after U.S. officials. And so I do think that there's a fair amount of operational activity taking place in the Iranian services, whether it be the Quds Force or the intelligence service. And whether or not this is something that is being done as revenge for the killing of Qasem Soleimani, or this is just an effort on the part of the Iranian regime more broadly, and the leadership in particular, to try to address any type of criticisms that are coming from individuals abroad in terms of Iranian exiles, as well as to retaliate against their perceived enemies.
Are we getting to the point where we shouldn't be at the table with Iran anymore over the nuclear deal?
Well, I think that the prospects of renewing the Iranian nuclear deal are slim, and they're becoming, I think, more and more limited as time goes on in light of what's going on in Iran. But I do think it's important for the United States to participate in efforts to try to ensure that we stop the Iranian nuclear weapons program in its tracks, and to see what opportunities there might be to be able to prevent Iran from becoming a nuclear weapon state. So therefore, I don't think we should shut off all of those discussions, but at the same time, I think we have to be realistic about what is achievable, particularly under the current Iranian regime.
Yesterday, I focused on both of the protest movement growing in Iran, the protest movement growing in China. It's pretty obvious China's probably going to shut down this this movement somewhat successfully. But Iran, this feels as if this regime is as vulnerable as it's been since its founding in 1979. A, do you concur with that? And B, if that's the case, what should we in the West be doing here other than supporting the protesters?
Well, first of all, in China, I think although Xi Jinping is a stubborn individual, I do think he is also pragmatic. And so I think there's going to be a combination of repression and suppression of the protests and demonstrations, as well as a relaxation of some of these COVID protocols that really have stimulated these protests. In Iran, I do think the Iranian leadership is quite concerned that these demonstrations, the most serious in many years, could in fact gain additional steam and momentum. And so I think they will be resorting increasingly to repressive tactics. We have had many, many hundreds of Iranians who have been killed. There are thousands who have been incarcerated. And these demonstrations are distributed pretty widely across Iran. They're not really coordinated. They're spontaneous. There's no real leadership or leadership in exile like you had in the late 70s under Ayatollah Khomeini. So I do think that the hill is rather steep for these Iranian demonstrators to climb if they have hopes of really making change in the Iranian political structure. But I don't think that they are going to just peter out completely. But I do think that there's going to be increasing clashes and unfortunately bloodshed on the streets of Iran.
What would you want the West to be doing here?
I think we want to be speaking out as forcefully as we can against the Iranian repressive measures and these lethal actions that they're taking. I do think we have to continue to put pressure on some of those countries that continue to have a relationship with Iran and to see whether or not the Chinese, and we see what is happening now with Putin and Russia, they have in fact strengthened the relationship with Iran significantly. But I do think that there needs to be more and more international outrage over what's going on inside of Iran. We have to be careful not to be seen as trying to manipulate the situation so that we, in fact, are engineering some type of coup or change. But I do think what we need to do is to use our voice and our soft power as much as we can to encourage others to tell the Iranians that Iranian regime that this is unacceptable.
Right, but sometimes our fear of looking like of being blamed to be instigators sometimes we create even more hesitation. I mean, I think back to 2009 and the Green Revolution, and I think even in hindsight, you were part of that. In hindsight, I think now there was some wish that we among others, should have spoken out more forcefully, no?
Yeah, and it is a delicate balance, but I would be on the side of encouraging more and stronger language against Iran, and also to be more sympathetic, outwardly so and explicitly so, with the demonstrators as a way to send a signal inside of Iran that those who are opposed to the regime have a lot of supporters on the outside, including the United States. I think it's important for us to be able to send that signal without provoking even greater bloodshed. But unfortunately, I think the Iranian story is one that is going to have greater instability in the future.
Should we open our doors temporarily to any Iranian dissident who needs safe haven?
I wouldn't say any Iranian dissident, but I do think what we have to do is to use whatever avenues there might be to try to build those bridges with Iranian dissidents, exile groups, and others, and using intelligence as well as law enforcement and diplomatic channels to reach out. I do think that there's an opportunity here that we need to seize.
John Brennan, there's a lot more I'd love to ask you about, but I have the tyranny of time, unfortunately, on my side. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on and sharing your perspective. Up next, we're going to dive into some domestic politics. Former President Obama is hitting the campaign trail again. Georgia, that's tonight. But first, we continue our celebration of 75 years of Meet the Press with some clips and highlights from the best archive in news. You can explore it all, by the way, online using our special interactive website. Scan that QR code right now, and you will be able to get there immediately. But before we go to break, here's President Jimmy Carter making an historic announcement about not sending American athletes to the 1980 Olympic Games in Moscow.
Mr. President, assuming the Soviets do not pull out of Afghanistan anytime soon, do you favor the U.S. participating in the Moscow Olympics? And if not, what are the alternatives?
No, neither I nor the American people would support the sending of an American team to Moscow with Soviet invasion troops in Afghanistan. I've sent a message today to the United States Olympic Committee spelling out my own position that unless the Soviets withdraw their troops within a month from Afghanistan, that the Olympic Games be moved from Moscow to an alternate site or multiple sites, or postponed or canceled. If the Soviets do not withdraw their troops immediately from Afghanistan within a month, I would not support the sending of an American team to the Olympics.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back to Use a Soccer Term. Yes, I'm going to use it for at least this month. Let's turn to the 2022 midterm extra time, the Georgia Senate runoff. The results of the race in this Senate battle between Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker could come down to a key block of voters that turned out for the governor's race. Check this out. Roughly 150,000 more Georgians voted in the governor's race for incumbent Brian Kemp than either of the two Senate candidates on Election Day. Those are tens of thousands of Georgians who were comfortable voting for a Republican for governor, but not comfortable voting for Walker. While Kemp himself is going all out for Walker, it hasn't yet convinced Kemp's own Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who did not vote for Walker earlier this month and said last night he couldn't bring himself to vote for Walker this time around either. Take a listen.
I showed up to vote this morning. I was one of those folks who got in line and spent about an hour waiting. And, it was the most disappointing ballot I've ever stared at in my entire life since I started voting. I had two candidates that I just couldn't find anything that made sense for me to put my vote behind. And so I walked out of that ballot box showing up to vote, but not voting for either one of them.
Joining me now on set, Leanne Caldwell, Washington Post Live anchor and co-author of the Early 202. Cornell Belcher, Democratic pollster, NBC News political analyst, and does his share of Georgia polling in particular. Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch, and also an NBC News political analyst. So, Cornell, I said that about Georgia. You see a lot of numbers. There's a part of me that sits there and thinks, then Walker can't win this race. What? Okay, tell me why I'm wrong. All right, yeah. Well, what would concern you in Team Warnock land?
Well, a couple things. One is getting those voters back out for runoff. Right now, it looks like, and I think the Lieutenant Governor was a perfect example of the problem that Herschel Walker has, is that all those Kemp voters, what's their energizing moment for turning back out right now, especially with the Senate already decided, right? Those Kemp voters who did not go down ballot, how are you going to turn those back out? Right now, it looks like that the Warnock campaign does have a slight edge, But Chuck, you know it's Georgia. It's going to come down to maybe 30, 40,000 votes. It's going to be razor thin. Either way, I think Walker was absent from the campaign trail the last sort of week or so, which I know is giving a lot of people pause there. But he's also got a built-in, energized base of supporters there, but not the Kemp voters that he needs to get, I think, to get over the top.
Steve, I know where your head is at on Trump world, right? And what you think Trump has done to the conservative movement. If Walker wins, is that a setback? You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like in the attempts to purge Trump from the party.
The question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly Donald Trump would tout it as a victory, right? Even though he's not in the state and he's not a very active part of his campaign.
His guy.
It's his candidate, but it was also Mitch McConnell's candidate pretty early, right? So Mitch McConnell, I think, would take some credit for that. Yeah, I think it would be a setback for the parts of the Republican Party who want to do what they can to move on from Donald Trump, because Herschel Walker is so manifestly unqualified to be senator. And what you saw from the lieutenant governor there is an expression of what so many people are saying about Herschel Walker in generally and in private. They will say, we don't want him as a senator. We'd like the vote, but we don't want Herschel. Nobody's enthusiastic about Herschel Walker as a senator.
Leanne, that's what I sense from Republicans here in D.C. They're like, oh my God, what if he does win? Because they just worry that he would be this just constant potential problem, or he just stays quiet for 6 years. I mean, I don't know whether that's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to go into the Senate floor and vote up or down.
Tommy Tuberville seemed to figure this out.
Right, exactly. But can he also keep his mouth shut, too, when he's asked questions by reporters in the hallway? And that's the problem. But I will say, you know, at the beginning, it seems like Republicans are kind of phoning it in right now in this race.
That's what it feels like. And, absolutely. It's a good way of putting it.
And especially since, as you mentioned, control
They've
of the
written all the
Senate
checks. They're like, yes,
exactly.
we're spending the amount of money.
Right.
Don't say we're not, right?
Yeah, they're spending money, and yeah, spend your money. But also, right after the election, when it was going to runoff, Republicans were telling me Kemp has to get involved. And the reason is so that those Kemp voters will vote for Walker. And it's just not working. It doesn't seem to be. I mean, we'll see, but it just, you know, Kemp was the sauce that they thought was going to help Walker in this runoff. And we'll see if he's able to pull it out.
All right, speaking of Trump, here's a new national poll that is going to drive Mar-a-Lago's chief resident crazy. It comes from our friends at Marquette University. It's a national poll. This is not of Wisconsin. It's a national poll. These guys do a good job here. As you can see, Biden versus DeSantis is 42-42. Biden versus Trump is 44-34, 10-point deficit there. Look, this is less about DeSantis to me, and this poll shows you this is where there's some Trump fatigue in the Republican Party.
Yeah.
It's clear. Is it enough? That's the question. Is it enough?
I don't find that poll at all surprising, right? I mean, this is what we know about the current Republican Party. And what's interesting in the aftermath of this controversy over the dinner with the bigots that Donald Trump had.
A nice way of putting it. Dinner with bigots.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it was. We all knew, he knew what he was doing there. This is not some secret. Kanye West has been making these comments generally. There's a difference between the way that Republican elected officials are reacting in the aftermath of that dinner and all of the other Trump controversies before. Because it used to be that they would scurry around Capitol Hill and try to avoid comment because they didn't want to be entangled. They didn't want to antagonize Trump. They mostly, I don't think, care about that anymore. So they're willing to speak out, or they don't want to say anything because they're just exhausted by the whole thing.
I was just meeting with someone up on Capitol Hill, and it was a senior aide. It wasn't an actual member, but unprompted said, now that Trump is out of the picture. And it was just so telling to me, and this is from a conservative member, and it was just, it was a sign that, okay, they think that he really has no viability.
But I will want to point
we
out,
can condemn racism and bigotry because Trump doesn't have power now.
By the way, speaking of the bigots that he had dinner with, one of them showed up on Alex Jones. So you can only imagine when Kanye and Alex Jones, how horrible the commentary is, and at some point Hitler gets praised. Well, I'm not playing that clip, but I do want to put up a statement by the Republican Jewish Coalition, who finally was much tougher than perhaps some thought that they should have been before. Given his praise of Hitler, it can't be overstated that Kanye West is a vile, repellent bigot who has targeted the Jewish community with threats and Nazi-style defamation. Conservatives who have mistakenly indulged Kanye West must make it clear that he is a pariah. Enough is enough. Let me answer that last sentence, Cornell. Conservatives who have mistakenly indulged. Come on. We know who the it is
Donald
Trump who has indulged this person. Nobody else has truly indulged this person other than him.
Yes.
It's still this fear, Steve, right? And that there is a fear among some groups that like, well, Trump could be the nominee, so we don't want to be that far out there.
Well, and I think you have to equate for him in a Republican primary, because there still is a core of voters there that still... And
who
I
are
think
the always Trumpers? As somebody said, we know never Trumpers. Who are the always Trumpers? Yeah.
But in a Republican primary where you have such a small number of people voting, and we just saw it, right? All these, and we're thankful for it on the Democratic side, all these cuckoo candidates that he sort of put his arms around and helped take across, and Herschel Walker's probably going to be the last of them. They didn't do too well in the general, but he's a force in a Republican primary.
But here's where Ron DeSantis actually matters. For years it's been, if you were a conservative or a Republican, you opposed Donald Trump, the de facto assumption of all other conservatives and Republicans was that you were for Joe Biden or you were for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Now, those conservatives have a place to go. And they can park with Ron DeSantis. They may not support him if he runs in 2024, but for now they can say, no, I'm not for this guy who's dining with a collection of bigots. I'm for this guy who's like him in some ways, but isn't.
By the way, DeSantis is starting off almost in a place that is impossible to live up to. Look at these favorability ratings right now among just Republicans, Leanne. In this same poll, 68-10 is his fave-unfave. Donald Trump, among Republicans, has a 32% unfavorable rating. And, of course, Mike Pence has a 40% unfavorable rating, simply, obviously, because he followed the oath to the Constitution there. But 68-10, I mean, Ron DeSantis actually needs Donald Trump to stay in this race.
Yeah.
I think actually more than, because the minute Ron DeSantis is not running against Donald Trump, that 10% is not going to last.
Yeah, I mean, has Ron DeSantis peaked too soon? We're 2 years out. But you're absolutely...
Is DeSantis Italian for Scott Walker?
I mean...
We're going to find out.
If he embraces ethanol subsidies.
Scott Walker's campaign was a stretch of my maternity leave. I had a baby, he was leader, I came back, and he was out of the race. Anyway, but that's such a great point. Like, DeSantis is now a foil to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a foil to Ron DeSantis, because Ron DeSantis looks like the Donald Trump ideology without the baggage.
Yeah.
So
I've been gone through this before, and seeing a lot of front runners, you know, the bodies of front runners litter throughout history here now. You don't want to be the front runner right now.
George W. Bush is the only front runner I can think of in sort of my era that started it. It really did sort of, and even he almost had to have near campaign death experience, but he was able to survive. Not everybody's George W. Bush.
I think if I'm one of the people on the back benches looking at Ron DeSantis and Trump, I'm saying go at it, right? Because you're both going to take each other out. See my guy Howard Dean and no, I know.
Well, and Hillary Clinton, 08. I mean, Hillary Clinton, 08. Howard Dean, 04. I mean, we can go down the line. When should other Republicans jump in?
That's a very good question. I mean, I've got a sort of an unconventional view on this, that more Republicans getting in is better to stop Trump. Because
I'm with you on that. I know there's this fear of having too many.
There are 3 of us now.
Yeah, no. I don't understand this. Look, eventually you should get out. But early, come in early.
Yes.
That's okay. Now,
precisely
don't
because,
stay in.
Right.
Yeah,
precisely because we haven't seen from prominent Republicans who want to remain or grow in elective office sustained criticism of Donald Trump and what he's done. And I think you have to have that first before there can be the kind of winnowing.
You need to litigate the Trump issue, is what you think.
Yeah. And it'll be important to hear, I think for Republican voters, to hear people criticize Trump on substance, on his time in office.
I interviewed Chris Sununu this morning, and
that's what I was about to prompt you about.
Okay. So he was the strongest, I think, that he has been against Trump. He said Trump, his brand is bad for America, bad for the Republican Party, and he says that the country doesn't need Trump and he shouldn't run in 2024. Maybe he's been strong before, but he's still, you know, on the whole election denialism thing. He said, yes, I don't agree with that, but if someone has that position, we shouldn't completely discount them, which is what he told you.
I know.
About a month ago.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, though, both Sununu and Larry Hogan are on the I Told You So tours.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we were there earlier, like, welcome to the club.
Right.
I don't know if that matters to voters, but we should see. Hey, you guys were great, Cornell, Stephen. Yeah, thank you. After the break, could Iowa's first in the nation status soon be over? Narrator says no. New reporting, though, on the future of the presidential primaries. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Some new NBC reporting about the 2024 presidential primary calendar on the Democratic side. Looks like both parties are going to have different starting dates, or at least starting states. Michigan appears poised to replace Iowa near the top of the presidential timeline for Democrats in 2024. Remember, this won't be for Republicans, so that's why this is going to feel confusing. Joining me now is my NBC News colleague, Natasha Korecki. So in the sweep, Michigan has been dying for this. I have been covering this for 30 years, and Michigan has been at the DNC bylaw committee begging to be first or second or third in the nation. Is Debbie Dingell finally going to get her wish?
It's really looking like that. All the insiders are telling us it's unlikely they'll go first, second, or third. However, because they're so much bigger, they have so many more delegates, as you know, than the three other early states combined. But the fact that they just won sweeping gains in this last midterms, having a trifecta now with Democrats, they're in total control. And that is really what Democrats wanted here. They wanted a state that had control, that it was going to be flawless and easy to get this put into place. And Michigan is really a favorite. We just now reported that it looks like Joe Biden's preference is Michigan, and Iowa would get the X.
There's still going to be this uncomfortable aspect that Iowa's still going to have the first caucuses, and it'll be the first contest, and the Republicans are going to bless it. So what happens when the Iowa Democrats hold a contest, even if perhaps there are no delegates?
Well, I mean, I think you know the answer to this one, too, right? I mean, the hammer that the party has is to say, OK, well, we're not going to seat your delegates. and Iowa can say we don't care. We're going to have it anyway. What the party will have to do, what the DNC will have to do is come down harder and say, okay, you're not going to have debates there. We are going to penalize candidates who end up going there and paying more attention to it than other places that we have deemed to be first. Right. So it's really going to be up to the DNC to see how they enforce this, what kinds of rules they put in place, and what kind of punishment they put in place afterward.
Well, Michigan and Florida once got punished. How did that work out for those states? So I think these threats, state parties don't take them that seriously because at the end of the day, nominees don't like to punish states. Natasha Korecki, wonderful reporting. Thank you for all of that. Still to come, America's broken legal immigration system and how it can get fixed. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training pressure? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. On Monday, we told you about the U.S.'s legal immigration system and how it's failed to bring in enough skilled workers at a time when American employers can't find enough people to fill millions of open jobs. That worker shortage has a direct impact on the supply chain, which means what? Higher prices and, yes, worse inflation. Fewer skilled immigrant workers also mean shortages in industries that are critical to our everyday lives, be it healthcare or other technological-based fields. So, is there a fix? Our CNBC senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, lays out some potential solutions. Take a look.
On U.S. Highway 101 in the heart of Silicon Valley and in New York City's Times Square, billboards recently beckoned workers to Canada. They harped on well-known problems in America's legal immigration system that make critical workers wait months for visas to enter the U.S., if they can get them at all. Despite growing competition for talent from abroad and pleas from U.S. businesses to help solve a critical worker shortage that is especially acute in tech and healthcare, the U.S. political system is gridlocked on immigration reform.
The United States is effectively discouraging potential healthcare workers from trying to come to and work in the United States. That needs to change. What we need are system-wide reforms that incentivize and welcome immigrants into our healthcare workforce.
Senator Cornyn from Texas even sponsored a bill last year to ease the visa process for healthcare workers. But he highlighted recently why illegal immigration stymies solutions on the legal side.
It's hard for us to make progress on areas even where there's consensus on the topic of immigration while the border is on fire.
The battle over immigration reform is hamstrung by the fight over securing borders, pathways to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, and concern that temporary visa workers invite companies to exploit foreigners and displace or underpay American workers. And yet economists and immigration experts say solving the nation's legal immigration problem can help reduce inflation, ease that worker shortage, and maintain America's technological lead. Among the fixes these experts say are desperately needed: an increase in the quotas for H-1B visas for specialized workers. The annual quota of 85,000 was set in 2004 and hasn't been changed since. A special carve-out for badly needed healthcare workers, both to enter the U.S. or, when they're already here, a relaxation or a change in licensing requirements so they can work in their trained field. A path to citizenship for foreign students who obtain advanced degrees in the U.S. so the nation can retain the talent it trains. Protections for U.S. and foreign workers from abuses of the visa program.
Another issue with the H-1B, which I've written extensively about, is the way that the wage rules are set up, which have allowed employers to underpay many workers by tens of thousands of dollars a year.
But even critics like Costa agree the quotas need to be increased. Many warn that if the U.S. doesn't find a way to bring in more of the world's best talent, other countries like Canada will. Ottawa just announced it will boost its immigrant quota by 100,000 by 2025 to 500,000. Before he was famous, a young Albert Einstein applying today for an H-1B visa program would have just a 1 in 6 chance of being admitted to the U.S. He might more easily end up in Canada.
And Steve Leisman joins me now. And Steve, it does seem as if this issue in particular truly divides the Republican Party harshly. I've heard, some of the, you have some that Republicans, very conservative ones, going, hey, whether it's a high-end worker or a low-end worker, we shouldn't be making different rules.
They can say that, but I think they understand that doesn't make very much sense, right? It makes sense if we can, in the national interest, bring in the best and the brightest from around the world. Chuck, 38% of the Nobel Prizes awarded since 2000 in the sciences, they were awarded to immigrant workers and immigrants to the United States.
Look, there's a long history of the United States. I mean, look at all the German scientists that came over here, both before World War II,
Sure.
after World War II.
Sure.
We've always been an open door. We did it with the Soviet dissidents in the 70s and 80s.
Right.
It seems as if the patriotic argument isn't working here for whatever reason.
No, and I don't know if it would make people angrier that not only Einstein couldn't get in, but that he might in fact get into Canada. So that's really a problem. And that what we keep hearing is that some immigrants the most skilled people don't want to come here anymore, and that they're being made easier in other countries to go there because they understand what's happening. We even hear, Chuck, of companies that are just simply relocating some of their people to other countries because they can stay. We heard a story of a spouse that of a skilled worker that couldn't stay in the United States, had to go back to India to get a visa, so they moved them both to Ireland. I mean, that doesn't make very much sense. And by the way, Chuck, it is worth adding that there are some disagreements inside the Democratic Party as well on both sides, but it does seem like the Republican Party is most concerned with the illegal side or the undocumented side, right. And they can't get past that to get to the legal issue.
No, I know. They can't seem to split the two because they think if you do, then they'll never tackle the border. Anyway, Steve Leisman over at CNBC. It's good to see you. Great reporting on that front. Thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news. With the final vote in Congress to avoid a big nationwide rail strike, with the Senate backing President Biden's deal. And this is a big deal for the economy, even with workers feeling kind of mixed, since this thing's not going to include the paid sick leave they wanted. We've got the new reaction tonight and what else a top union official is telling me about what's next. Plus, not too long from now, the president will be enjoying a lobster dinner with France's Emmanuel Macron. But there's plenty of other stuff on the table tonight, too, like Ukraine and the economy, front and center during this state visit, as we also take a look at why state dinners even matter in the first place. That's in the breakdown in a bit. And former President Barack Obama set to show up in Georgia any minute, rallying with Senator Raphael Warnock with time to early vote running out. His message, along with new abuse allegations against the Republican candidate in this race, Herschel Walker. Plus, in tonight's original, we're taking you to a period pantry in Virginia that's helping out women who are struggling with how expensive pads and tampons are getting. And later in the show, with new scandals facing the royal family today, we go behind the scenes on William and Kate's visit to Boston with Keir Simmons and a memorable moment for the two of us, or should I say the four of us, live on the air. That's in the backstory a little bit later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and in just the last hour, the Senate put the country a huge step closer to avoiding a rail strike, backing the deal President Biden negotiated between union leadership and freight companies a couple of months ago.
The yeas are 80, the nays are 15. One senator responded present. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the passage of this joint resolution, the joint resolution is passed.
And with that, the country is basically mostly out of the woods now on the potential for a rail strike right in the middle of the holiday season, the shipping season, the shopping season, the supply chain season, all of it, right? You heard the numbers there, 80 votes agreeing to basically work around the bargaining process and end this full court press by the White House to make sure lawmakers back this thing. So what does this deal do, right? Not only does it keep rail trains running, keep trains on the tracks quite literally, workers will get more money. Here's what they will not get: any more paid sick leave. They wanted 7 days of it. The unions had really been pushing for that in negotiations. The Senate considered it, but they didn't get to the magic number of 60, meaning workers will continue to get 0 days of paid sick leave. President Biden, right before we went on the air, as we were actually walking downstairs here to the studio, saying that he will sign this bill into law as soon as Congress sends it to his desk. He says the country was spared a Christmas catastrophe. That's just after he's defending his decision to not put paid sick leave in this deal and blaming Republicans for blocking his push to get that for everyone.
I negotiated a contract no one else could negotiate. The only thing that was left out was whether or not it was paid leave. I'm going to continue to fight for paid leave for not only rail workers, but for all American workers.
Ali Vitale is joining us now. And Ali, as we lift our heads up out of the weeds of the back and forth of the Senate, right? The bottom line here is once the president signs this into law, and he will, the trains stay on the tracks. A strike is avoided. But the underlying issue persists, right? Which had been this concern that by putting the power of these negotiations in the hands of Congress, you're taking it away from the bargaining table, right? That, like, perhaps this incentivizes future folks who are trying to work out labor deals to sort of know, hey, maybe Congress will back us up here. That's kind of the sticking point.
Back us up or bail us out if it gets to the 11th hour, which is kind of what happened here. There were many Democrats who felt extremely reluctant about weighing in here, hobbling union workers' ability to get the deal that they wanted to get in terms of paid sick leave days. And it's why you watched them go through on this two-pronged approach. The first is exactly what ended up passing, which was a bill that ratified the underlying deal that was already made and averted the crisis. The next was around paid sick leave days. And there's a few ways that you can look at it. Look, the glass is half empty if you wanted these workers to get 7 days of paid sick leave. The glass is full if you're looking at this in the larger spectrum of what it could mean for a future paid leave push. But nevertheless, the Senate and the House working in very uncharacteristically fast fashion to avert this, which everyone agreed in bipartisan fashion would have been catastrophic for the economy.
Let's talk more about what's next, right? I talked with a top union official over at the AFL-CIO, Greg Reagan, a couple of hours ago, actually as this vote was going down, and I was like, okay, do you still think President Biden is like the most pro-union, as President Biden likes to say, pro-labor president? He says he does. He gives the president some credit. But I asked him whether he's actually hopeful that workers will get sick leave down the road like the president has promised. Watch. Are you confident? Do you trust that that's actually going to happen?
I do. I think it'll happen one way or the other soon. I think that the railroads don't like that this has become the sticking point. This has become the focal point of the media and of lawmakers.
Reagan's also saying that people see what's happening to workers as unfair. Do you think it's like, what is the actual landscape when it comes to paid sick leave, not just for rail workers, but for everyone? I get that the president thinks this could happen in a divided Congress. Is it realistic?
You know, this makes me think of a story that I did about 2 years ago now, as we were initially coming out of pandemic lockdowns, around the idea of paid leave in Build Back Better, when there was a big push around that and the care economy. And what one advocate said to me is, this is a moment after the pandemic where everyone realizes that they could get sick and have to give or receive care at a moment's notice. And this is now a moment where many of the lawmakers here expressed the idea that it's not wild to ask for 7 days of paid sick leave or any days of paid sick leave, especially coming out of a pandemic and especially as an essential worker. So certainly that was a view, but then it also brings to mind future pushes for paid leave. And that's where Senator Kirsten Gillibrand's mindset was when she looked at the fact that a handful of Republicans actually voted for this. Here's how she's thinking about it now.
Obviously, paid leave is essential to workers across America, and I think this vote was very instructive because 6 Republicans voted for paid leave for these rail workers. That means there's a willingness to, I think, work in the new Congress on a real national paid leave plan.
Now, 6 is not the magic number that we count to here in the Senate. That number is 10, so there's still a few shy. But at the same time, it does open the question, could this be something that there's an opening for in the coming Congress, especially after the last 2 years where so much pressure and priority was put on the care economy and paid leave?
Ali Vitale, thank you very much. We heard the president there talking not just about the rail strike, but also at that news conference with French President Emmanuel Macron, saying he'd be willing to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin with conditions. These two leaders, they got a lot of stuff to talk about. They're getting ready for the state dinner not too long ago. The very first state dinner for President Biden's White House. And look at that. They're going to be eating pretty well tonight. Some poached lobster, some caviar, some nice beef. Beats the hot Cheetos waiting for me at home after the show. But for the rest of the day, pardon the forced metaphor, they've had other things on the table. The economy, right? China's influence in the Pacific. The war in Ukraine. And that is, of course, where the president made those remarks on Putin. Listen.
I'm prepared, if he's willing to talk, to find out what he's willing to do, but I'll only do it in consultation with my NATO allies. I'm not going to do it on my own.
So let me bring in Carol Lee, who's in Washington for us now. And Carol, what was so evident between these two men is the relationship that is pretty strong. I mean, they both described it as a friendship. At one point, Macron saying, you know, dear Joe. I mean, there was clearly a lot of personal affinity between these two. There is a strong alliance between the U.S. and France. This is important as it relates to Russia and the war in Ukraine. Both sides are saying, yes, we are committed to helping Ukraine. There are some stress points when it comes to oil and gas. And then there's this comment from the president that with conditions, perhaps he would meet with Vladimir Putin, which is particularly interesting in light of what Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, said earlier today, kind of dismissing that. Nobody thinks that's going to happen anytime soon. But I think it does speak to the broader point here.
Yeah, and the broader point on that issue is that eventually the U.S., this administration, and more so even in Europe, particularly France, they want this war in Ukraine to reach a point where there are talks and there's a diplomatic resolution. So that's running in the backdrop of all of this. And when you hear the president say, yeah, sure, I would meet with him if he's serious about, you know, ending the war, they haven't seen that in anything that Vladimir Putin is doing. If anything, he's ramping things up and using even more brutal types of tactics. And so the presidents are in agreement on that. However, Macron has been a bit of an emissary to President Putin. He speaks with him more so than President Biden, who doesn't speak with him at all. And that has been a significant line of communication that the White House has had in terms of trying to get a sense of what Putin's thinking is. But there are issues here, and particularly you mentioned things like energy. And so they're largely in agreement on the macro, and then there's some micro things that they're disagreements on.
Well, Inflation Reduction Act, for example, right? You think, well, wait a second, that was here at home. Like, that was a domestic thing for President Biden. But France was actually a little bit frustrated with it, which the president didn't apologize for at all, but acknowledged. Watch.
It was never intended, when I wrote the legislation, never intended to exclude folks who were cooperating with us. There's obviously going to be glitches in it and need to reconcile changes.
So not to get too nerdy, Carol, but where does that go from here, right, to make sure that France feels good about things?
Well, the U.S. has established this U.S.-EU task force that's designed to help explain the Inflation Reduction Act to the Europeans and also try to see if they can work through some of these differences. But how they do that, it just doesn't clear, because you have the French who are saying, you know, we want exceptions for our companies. Is the U.S. going to do that? How would they do that? And so what you heard from the president is that, hey, look, we didn't realize there would be some unintended consequences here. We don't want to hurt our friends. We've got to sort of figure this out. And President Macron saying that they very much want to come to some sort of resolution. So they're putting a lot of stock in that task force, Hallie.
Carol Lee, ready for a late night, I'm sure, at the White House. Will you also be enjoying lobster tonight, Carol?
I will not, sadly. Okay. No. But apparently you can smell it over there in the press area, which is torture.
Torture, tantalizing, all of the things. Carol Lee, thank you so much. We'll Uber Eats you some dins. Appreciate it. So listen, one of the things Carol talked about, right, was the Inflation Reduction Act, meant to shore up the economy. And yeah, we've been talking on the show over the last year about how tough things have been. But wait, there's more. There's some good news, actually, because look at this. The average price of a gallon of gas is now back to where it was before Russia invaded Ukraine, according to AAA. For the first time since February, gas is now less than $3.50. And it could drop below $3 by Christmas, according to Gas Buddy. And then another good sign for the economy. Today, there was a really important inflation gauge that the Fed likes to use. It showed some early signs that inflation is slowing down some. Still going up, but not quite as quickly as it used to be. Brian Chung is joining us now. So, Brian, here's the thing. Like, can we be real, which we like to be on the show? Like, we talked so much. I think rightfully so. It was newsworthy when gas prices were skyrocketing up. Well, guess what? They are coming back down. That matters. That's significant. That is something that people feel in their monthly budgets, right? We know that typically, obviously, gas prices come down a bit in the winter compared to the summer, but this feels significant.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I certainly remember when gas prices were $5 a gallon. So for it to be back at $3.50 is certainly great news. And as you mentioned, Gas Buddy projecting that it could even fall to $2.99, below $3 by Christmas in just a few weeks from now. Wouldn't that be a fantastic gift? They say it's for two reasons, because no demand out of China, where they still have zero COVID lockdowns. And secondly, interestingly, they said because fewer people hit the roads during the holiday shopping weekend that we just had. Maybe people did a little bit more online shopping. Either way, points to lower gas prices, which I'm sure will be welcome news to a lot of people who still very much remember those $5 a gallon prices earlier this year.
I still remember it. My budget still remembers it, right? My credit card bill still remembers it. Talk about the other good news we got on the economy today. Again, a signal, a glimmer of good news, but this signal that that inflation is perhaps slowing down some. The Fed wants it to be something like 2% a year. We're quadruple that at this point here. Talk me through what this means.
Yeah, let's call it good-ish news, I guess. This comes from the personal consumption expenditures number. It's another read on inflation.
No, don't say that. Nobody knows what that is. Brian, don't say it.
The number was 6%. That's the year-over-year change that we saw in prices between October of this year and October of last year. But again, as you mentioned, Fed needs to see that at 2%. Fed chairman yesterday say he needs more substantial evidence. We're not there quite yet, but look, it's going down.
A lot of folks, fingers crossed, that they will see that evidence. Brian, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The prosecution in the Trump Organization's tax fraud trial is starting their closing arguments today with a key question to the jury. Did Alan Weisselberg, the former CFO, did he commit fraud for himself because he's greedy? Or did he want the company to benefit also? They think the latter. That's the case they're making. The prosecutor, referencing a phrase one of the company's defense lawyers said a lot today, that Weisselberg did it for Weisselberg. Of course, former President Donald Trump's company is accused of a 15-year fraud scheme, basically, to try to get more money to its top executives off the books. This is a trial that started in late October. The jury has heard from a bunch of witnesses, including Weisselberg himself. If the organization is convicted on all 9 counts, it could be fined up to $1.5 million. Keep in mind, the former president himself has not been charged in this case. It's his company. It's not him personally. Tom Winter is following all of this and is joining us now. And Tom, this is a central, Weisselberg was doing it for Weisselberg was a central thing here. The prosecution is trying to say, he did it for the company. The defense is kind of saying that's not the case, right? Talk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. The defense's strategy here is to completely put this on Alan Weisselberg. They called him greedy. They called him somebody who betrayed the Trump organization. And they say, well, we are still sticking by him because, you know, as we've talked before, Hallie, he's due potentially for a $500,000 bonus here in January. But the defense essentially saying, look, he stuck by us when Donald Trump's businesses had a hard time. We're sticking by him now. But this whole scheme was his doing. It was an effort to line his pockets, enrich enrich himself by not having to pay taxes on a whole slew of perks that we gave him. We gave him the opportunity to have an apartment in New York City, so every single day when he showed up at 8 a.m., he didn't have such a long commute from Long Island. By the way, when he commuted, we gave him luxury cars, and we paid for the tuition for his grandkids. And if he had just paid his taxes, none of us would be standing here and talking about it, is effectively what they're arguing. The prosecution says, no, not so fast. Under New York state law, you need to improve this case, have somebody in a high managerial position, essentially, and who could be higher than the CFO of the organization, who's involved, they allege, in this whole scheme to defraud taxpayers here in New York State. So that's what this case is about, and that's really what it's going to be up to the jury to believe, whether or not there was some benefit to the Trump organization by Alan Weisselberg being involved in his now admitted tax scheme conduct.
Real quick, Tom, timeline, what do you think? Do you think the jury's going to have this for a while? Do you know, based on the experts that you're talking to here, or is it just TBD? I know that's speculative, but I'm curious.
I think it's possible the jury gets this case Monday. It could take some time. They are clearly paying attention, taking lots of notes when they open the windows and get the Arctic blast of air. They're definitely on their toes, so we'll just have to see, Hallie.
Tom Winter, thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Let's turn now to, speaking of Donald Trump, the intensifying pressure on him in his role as potential president, again, right, as a presidential candidate. This pressure on him to denounce anti-Semitism. And we are just now in the last couple of minutes hearing exclusively here at NBC News from Republican leader Kevin McCarthy calling Ye's anti-Semitic comments today disgusting and unbelievable. That, of course, is in response to the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. After the Republican Jewish coalition called on conservatives and those who have, in their words, mistakenly indulged Ye to make it clear they do not support him, that enough is enough. It's after some anti-Semitic comments from Nick Fuentes and Ye on the radio show of noted conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. We're not going to play it for you. We're not. It's disgusting. It's terrible. It's super anti-Semitic. It's gross. And this is why you are seeing this pressure from this powerful Republican coalition of Jewish leaders for people to say enough is enough. This is bad and dangerous. Let me bring in Garrett Haake. And Garrett, this is symbolic, I think, of the pressure that is building. The RJC did not specifically call out Donald Trump by name, but it felt clear who they were talking about. And now you caught up with Kevin McCarthy, who did, in fact, denounce this in strong terms, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And I think this is sort of a different situation than what we've seen before because, and I could pull back the curtain a little bit because that's the kind of thing we do on this show. I mean, I asked McCarthy about this first over an hour ago, and he hadn't heard about it. He kind of asked me what it was about. He said, let me check back and get back to you on this. Okay. And then he found me later in the afternoon and said, I had a chance to listen to it. And this stuff is disgusting. He said it's unhinged. He said it's the kind of thing that everybody in this country needs to be calling out. He was clearly done, and he wanted to make that point. Same with Ashley Hinson, who's a Republican member from Iowa, who tweeted about this a little bit earlier today. I talked to one of her staffers who told me, look, this isn't hard. This is not confusing. This was basically a layup. That what Kanye had said here is so far beyond the pale, it absolutely had to be condemned. And it had to be condemned by these House Republicans, in part because some House Republicans have really embraced Kanye West as kind of someone with whom they had some cultural affinity. I mean, the best way I can explain it to people who haven't followed, West and House Republicans over time here is they had the same enemies, right? They sort of were standing up to the woke mob, I think is the way that they would look at it. But for House Republicans, including the top one today, these comments were so far beyond the pale. They had to be denounced, and they had to be denounced quickly. Now, I'm still waiting. I am updating my Truth Social feed here every chance I get. That. Yeah, because Donald Trump hasn't said anything about this yet. And as you know well, Hallie, from covering him in his White House, one of the hardest things for Donald Trump has been to denounce bad people or people who say bad things, but those people have said good things about him. He has always had a hard time doing that. And now, especially with McCarthy, one of his closest allies, coming out and calling out West, the pressure on him just grows and grows and grows. And he's got a speech he's scheduled to give tonight at Mar-a-Lago to paying customers. We'll see if he succumbs to that pressure or if he decides he wants to try to ride this one out.
Garrett Haake, thank you for all the reporting that you do on this. It's an important story, again, against the backdrop of what you and I have talked about before and what we've talked about on this show, which is the increasing concern over threats to members of the Jewish community. That's why this is so dangerous. Garrett, thank you so much. Let's keep on politics here, because in the next hour, we expect to see Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock side by side with former President Barack Obama in Atlanta. in this final big sprint to get voters to cast a ballot before early voting in the runoff in that state ends tomorrow. Voters are showing up in record numbers so far for what's basically like the sprint to the finish over these next 6 days. More than 1 million people voting. The lines are really long already. Keep in mind, the official runoff election day isn't until Tuesday. Watch. A little tune somebody was humming as they were waiting, but they're all crowded at this rec center. Basketball sneakers on the court, you hear it. We got this video from a voter in Atlanta. And it comes as on the other side of this race, the Daily Beast is now reporting that a former longtime girlfriend of the Republican candidate, former football star Herschel Walker, is now going on the record to say he attacked her in a rage during their 5-year-long relationship. The Daily Beast says it has corroborated her story with people who knew her. NBC News has not independently confirmed this account, although, of course, our teams are out to Walker and to the woman making these on-the-record allegations. Now, Vaughn, tell us more about that piece of it. Let's start there.
Hallie, there are very difficult details that this individual outlines, allegations against Herschel Walker over the course of what she says was a 5-year romantic relationship that began back in 2005. Again, she is the first individual to really go on the record with these sorts of details. She, in one account, says that Herschel Walker, she walked in when he was engaging in a sexual act with another woman, and while they were in this relationship, and upon confronting him, he in turn not only put his chest or his hand on her chest, but also throat, and swung his fist. This is this woman's allegations in the direction of her, in which she felt threatened. The Daily Beast also talked to 4 other women who provided details that led them to make the case that this was an individual who, in their words, was unstable, a liar, and somebody who frequently was engaged in infidelity. These are difficult details that only amount on to what has already been several difficult months from women who allege that they carried Herschel Walker's babies and was urged by him to go and get an abortion, but then also his own son, who has said that he threatened his family, his ex-wife, who has said that he has threatened to kill her. These are difficult allegations that have been put forward towards Herschel Walker, and all of this is mounting in what is an extremely close runoff election against incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock.
On the other side of the race, right, you are obviously there, posted up at where one of the biggest stars in the Democratic Party currently is going to hope to shine a little bit of that light, a little bit of that starlight on Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock in hopes of getting him over the finish line. Talk us through that.
Yeah, this is an all-out turnout blitz at this point here. You have Barack Obama, for the second time in a month, coming out to try to galvanize Democratic voters here. If you go back to 2 years ago, Hallie, it was Democratic voters, and particularly black voters, that turned out in a greater share compared to Republican voters that allowed Ossoff and Warnock to win their runoff races here. And now this is a moment where Democrats realize they only have 4 weeks following this general election, which is a whole month shorter time period than the runoff 2 years ago. And so this is a moment where, as I was talking to one individual close to the campaign, that said, look, there's nobody in Democratic politics that has a bigger megaphone than Barack Obama. It is crucial that folks here in the state of Georgia know that Tuesday is the day that they've got to get out there and go and vote. Hallie?
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Atlanta, right as this thing is about to kick off. Vaughn, thank you so much. A day after the drama of FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried openly talking about his company's billion-dollar collapse, today we're seeing a top financial regulator tell lawmakers to move fast to regulate the crypto industry. Telling senators he actually met with SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, 10 times over the past year, saying if lawmakers don't do something to regulate crypto now, customers are going to keep losing out. Remember, this all started last month when a leaked document showed that SBF's hedge fund, called Alameda Research, one that he's connected to, had a ton of this crypto, this digital currency called FTT, created by FTX, right? Once that info leaked, the CEO of a rival crypto firm tweeted he'd sell off all his FTT tokens. So this basically led to a bank run. Everybody who had FTT was like, sell it, sell, 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 right? Customers to the tune of billions of dollars pouring out of FTX. They couldn't handle it. By the 11th, the company filed for bankruptcy. Bankman-Fried stepped down. He has now been on this media tour over the last 24 hours, talking openly. Mackenzie Sigalos from CNBC is joining us now. Against the advice of his attorneys, right? We don't know if he's ever going to testify at some congressional hearing, but clearly in some corners there is a desire for more regulation. Is it actually going to happen?
I mean, that's the question that everybody has. And, you know, referring to those CFTC chair meetings with SBF, that was really, you know, less about pushing for more regulation and more about FTX trying to get permission for a risky product that would have involved leveraged trading. Now, you know, that being said, SBF was meeting with regulators and lawmakers, pushing for one of many competing bills on Capitol Hill that are looking to establish some hard and fast rules. And both, you know, you've got Senators Gillibrand and Senator Lummis pushing for one bill that would kind of lean into existing entities, the SEC, the CFTC, and just expand their remit to include digital assets. But as of the moment, Hallie, we just don't have those answers yet.
We are just seeing what feels like the beginning of public inquiries into what happened, like with the collapse of FTX, where crypto is writ large. And it is coinciding with this media tour from Sam Bankman-Fried. He was on GMA this morning over on ABC News, talking with George Stephanopoulos, you know, doing this thing where he kind of seemed to not take blame by saying it was just sloppy, but walking this line. What's been the reaction in the industry to this sort of mea culpa tour that SBF is doing while he's under so much legal scrutiny?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people say that what it comes down to is he's making the point that nothing was intended. Like he's basically making the case that he made a lot of bad business decisions, but there was nothing intentionally bad in that practice. So he's just saying, I'm a bad businessman, I'm not a criminal. And so during the hour and 10 minutes that he was talking to Andrew Ross Sorkin at that Deal Book conference, he kept coming back to that same line of defense. So I was mistaken in that, or I made a poor choice. I wish I'd chosen to do something differently. He also seemed to displace the blame to his counterpart at Alameda Research, pointing to the fact that some of these decisions that are now in question were not under his purview.
Mackenzie Segalos from CNBC. It is the story that keeps on being a story. I'm sure we'll talk again. Thank you very much for that. Late this afternoon, the Supreme Court said justices will hear arguments on President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan in February, saying a decision would come pretty soon after those arguments are heard. It basically means the whole thing is still on pause, at least for another few months. The Biden administration has said the program is expected to help more than 40 million people cancel something like $20,000 in student loan debt. But they haven't been able to actually do anything with it since one of the circuit courts pressed pause on this whole thing back in October. Critics of the plan, challengers, say this is not constitutional, partly because the president bypassed Congress, which they say is the correct entity with the power to create laws around student loan forgiveness. You know, we'll be updating you on that come, February, March. Coming up here on the show, something with a sooner timeline, and that is closing arguments in Harvey Weinstein's LA rape trial, with the prosecution telling jurors, end his reign of terror, in their words. Plus, women making history on the field of the World Cup. Details in the 5 Things.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A packed courtroom today out in California as lawyers for Harvey Weinstein told the jury in his LA rape trial that 5 words sum up the prosecution's case. Take my word for it. The defense, in their closing arguments, saying that all the evidence the jury has presented is, in their words, smoke and mirrors, accusing one of the alleged victims of being untruthful. It's after we heard from the prosecution a little earlier, who had obviously a very different view, saying it is time for Weinstein's reign of terror to end. The deputy district attorney telling the jury that they know Weinstein's despicable behavior and that he thought because of his power, people would just let Harvey be Harvey. This is the culmination now of more than 5 weeks of testimony. Once closing arguments wrap up, this jury will be deciding on the 2 counts of rape and 5 counts of sexual assault that Weinstein is facing. He's pleaded not guilty. Keep in mind, he's already serving a 23-year sentence for rape and sex assault in New York. Danny Savalos is joining us now. So, Danny, the prosecution said Weinstein's strategy had been consistent for decades. When you're the jury, right, like help us understand when a jury goes into now deliberations to be thinking about everything that they heard in closings and over the last 5 weeks, what are they thinking about? I know we don't have insight into their minds, but walk us kind of through the process here.
Oh, I wish I knew what goes on in those jury deliberation rooms. But you can assume that they're following the jury instructions, and they've been told, look, consider each of these individual counts individually. But that's a kind of legal fiction because the prosecution put on several different victims. And of course, the jury's going to look at them collectively. They're going to consider the fact that there are similarities between the allegations. And the challenge here for both sides is that this is a case that rises and falls on credibility. I would say it's a he said, she said case, but it really isn't. It's she said, and then the defendant didn't say anything. But because the jury is told that they can't hold the defendant's silence against him, that becomes a really interesting discussion in the jury room. They have to presume the defendant's innocent, but if they found the victims credible, how credible did they find them?
Can they think about at all the fact that Weinstein's already been convicted in New York?
Generally, no. In fact, they're not even supposed to consider anything other than each individual victim's testimony about that discrete act. But that's, again, why the prosecution puts those victims together to create a kind of victim mass that makes the defendant look a lot worse than if they had brought each case separately. It's a sound strategy by the prosecution that leaves the defense arguing, hey, not only is that victim making it up, all these other victims are making it up, too.
Danny Savalos, thank you very much. We'll be keeping a close eye as this case gets to the jury soon. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the CDC says Philadelphia and a county in Michigan will start testing for polio in their sewage. Health officials say they're focusing on places with low vaccination coverage and places that had travelers who visited spots in New York State where the virus was also found. Earlier this year, the disease paralyzed somebody in a county outside New York City. Officials say if they find the virus in sewage, it can help a community speed up and target vaccine campaigns. Number 2, 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that an explosive envelope, an envelope containing something explosive in it, that was delivered at the gate of the U.S. Embassy in Madrid, was detonated by police, set off. Nobody got hurt. Similar letters were sent to other spots in Spain in the past few days, including one to the Ukrainian embassy. An officer there was hurt when this thing burst into flames. So far, investigators have not figured out who's responsible. Number 3, soccer history. Being made not too long ago during the Germany versus Costa Rica matchup at the World Cup, French referee Stéphanie Frappart became the first woman to officiate a men's World Cup game. And she's not the only one. Her 2 assistants were also women, making them the first all-female officiating squad ever in the World Cup. Love to see it. Number 4, if you enjoy long weekends, then you will really enjoy the results of a new study that says a permanent 4-day work week could be a win-win for both workers and their bosses. The study followed something like 900 employees over 6 months, working 4 days a week with the same pay. Workers reported less stress and burnout. That's a good thing. 33 companies participated, and of the 27 who filled out a final survey, none of them are planning to go back to 5 days. Listen, less stressed workers means better work environments for everyone. Number 5, let's talk Giving Tuesday, which raised more than $3 billion for charities in 24 hours, according to the Giving Tuesday groups. The project started as a viral hashtag in 2012, asking people to donate the week after Thanksgiving. The group estimates giving went up about 15% from last year. That's good. That's outpacing inflation. As we talked about a little earlier in the show, the White House is rolling out the red carpet tonight for a state dinner, the first one of the Biden administration, and of course, the first since the pandemic began. President Biden and the First Lady welcoming the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, and his wife, Brigitte, to the White House. It's a big, fancy dinner happening in a big, fancy tent on the South Lawn. 300 people will be there. Jean-Baptiste is performing. It's kind of the White House's version of the Met Gala, although one has to assume that the dresses are going to be less dramatic. But what's the point, right? Why does this matter? Why does this matter from a geopolitical perspective? Here's the breakdown.
Pomp, pageantry, and politics, a glamorous black tie event and a long-standing White House tradition dating back to 1874, the first state dinner ever. That's when Ulysses S. Grant hosted King Kalakaua of Hawaii for more than 20 courses during dinner. The king, reportedly the first sitting monarch to ever visit the White House. Since then, hundreds of state dinners have been held with standouts along the way, like in 1976, when the Fords honored Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip during the bicentennial of the American Revolution. A few years later, the Carters invited the leaders of Israel and Egypt after the signing of the Camp David Accords. And in 1987, former President Ronald Reagan welcomed Soviet General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev after they signed a historic nuclear weapons agreement.
The more grandiose the dinner, the more important the relationship.
And that's kind of the point of a state dinner, for the White House to honor a longtime ally, to highlight an emerging democracy, or to celebrate a joint agreement. The hope, like with tonight's dinner honoring France, that what happens now pays off later.
Macron is not going to turn around on some important issue just because Biden gives him a nice dinner. But the idea is it's going to put him in a better mood when the hard negotiation happens today and beyond.
Often, nights like these go beyond policy and beyond Washington to Hollywood. It doesn't have to be a formal state dinner either. In 1985, the Reagans hosted Prince Charles and Princess Diana, a moment that became a worldwide sensation when actor John Travolta danced with the princess.
I've got the world on a string.
And at other official state dinners, you had other celebs spotted too. Frank Sinatra, Beyonce, Elton John, Stevie Wonder, all performing for high-profile guests who often include lawmakers, ambassadors, corporate bigwigs, donors, and diplomats. And occasionally, celebrities with connections to the country being honored. But with any great party comes the perhaps inevitable party crasher, even at the White House. Back in 2009, two reality TV stars famously managed to bypass layers of security and get access to one of the most secure buildings in the world when they showed up and got into a state dinner hosted by the Obamas honoring the Prime Minister of India. The director of the Secret Service at the time testifying in front of Congress not long after the incident.
In this case, I fully acknowledge that proper procedures were not followed and human error occurred in the execution of our duties.
As for tonight's state dinner honoring France, it is the first for President Biden, but not for France altogether. There have been more than a dozen of them over the years. Herbert Hoover hosting the first one back in 1931. How about that for a fun fact? Here's one more. Macron and his wife Brigitte have already attended a state dinner. It was with the Trumps back in 2018. Coming up here on the show, some incredible video of a base jumper crashing into a cliff before his parachute gets stuck. Do you see this? He's dangling something like 200 feet above the ground. We're talking about it in the local.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
More legal trouble for a guy who's gotten in a lot of it over the last few years. Former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown. Police in Tampa apparently trying multiple times today to carry out a new arrest warrant for him. They say he threatened to shoot a woman he shares multiple children with and threw a shoe at her head that hit her hair. She says she was not hurt, but this is just another in a laundry list of controversies for Brown. You see a bit of a sampling here. Sex assault allegations, burglary charges, multiple suspensions. He hasn't played since he walked off the field during a Bucs-Jets game in January. Sam Brock has been following this story. And Sam, you've been following it for us like since that field walk-off last season, right? You've got Antonio Brown now facing this charge. Where does this go from here?
Well, police right now are trying to arrest him. I mean, literally, that's what's going on right now. I talked to Tampa police earlier today. They said they tried multiple times. They can't confirm at the moment, Hallie, whether or not Antonio Brown is actually inside of that house or not. But from sources, we believe he is there. Now, in terms of what you said a second ago about the woman who was involved in this petition, the mother of 4 of his children, it's not just that he threw a shoe, she says, at her head, but also that on speakerphone, as police were on the property, he threatened to shoot her if she tried to come inside of the house. So that really gets to what happened this week, what transpired with someone who has a very checkered past. As you said, on Monday, there was an incident at this property. Police did respond. We talked about the shoe throwing, the threats that were made. After that fact, the city of Tampa, its police department, requested a protective order to take away the weapons from Antonio Brown that he had in his possessions, and a judge denied that. And I'll tell you why they put that in there, Hallie. I have the document right here. It says that he was involved in a recent act or threat of violence against themselves or others, or could be threatening others. And this part, he may be seriously mentally ill or may be suffering from recurring mental illness. So there is a deep concern among the police department and its prosecutors right now that Antonio Brown poses a risk, not just to the general public, but to himself, to his family, to his children, to the mother of his kids. That was not honored. It was rejected. And now here we are 3 days later from the same incident. And now they are, in fact, pursuing an arrest warrant on domestic violence and battery.
Sam Brock, staying on top of this story for us. Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, tampons and pads, they are expensive. And if you didn't know, now you know. So 3 Virginia teenagers are finding a way to help people out where they live. We're going to have more on this story in the original.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, there's a manhunt in Massachusetts right now for somebody who police say is armed and dangerous and 27 years old, accused of killing a couple in their 70s at their home this week. Officials think it was a targeted attack and that this person may have already changed his appearance, maybe dyeing his hair red. Lots of attention on that up in the Northeast. From our Western Bureau, dramatic video showing the terrifying moments a base jumper crashed into a cliff in Utah and got stuck dangling from his parachute. One witness saying it was looking like 200 feet off the ground. Search and rescue teams managed to climb the cliff to get him down. He survived. He's been airlifted to the hospital and is in critical condition. From our Midwest Bureau, officials out in Ohio are asking people, please, please get your kids vaccinated because of a measles outbreak in Columbus. Public health officials have confirmed at least 46 cases, all of them in unvaxxed kids and teens. At least 19 have been hospitalized. So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And listen, pads and tampons, they're expensive. They're getting more expensive, and you don't really have a choice. If you get your period, you have to deal with this, right? But not everybody has the same privilege to be able to afford these products. That's a real issue. It's a reality for a lot of people, and it's a reality that these three teens in Virginia heard about and wanted to do something about. They put together what they're calling a period pantry. As experts say, more access to this kind of thing is critical across the country. Zincle Esimwa has the story.
Our period pantry supplies free pads and tampons to our community.
An unremarkable errand, buying tampons, led Ariana Gala to a remarkable idea.
I picked up a box of tampons and I just told her, I was like, this is so expensive.
The 14-year-old recruiting her two friends, Ramsey Warner and Isabel Busher, to launch a free period pantry outside a church in Vienna, Virginia.
The pantry empties out pretty quickly, which shows how much of the need there is for the products.
We've gotten a lot of donations and support that way, and we've also been surprised by how much it's been used by the community.
Since September, the friends filling this 2.5-foot tall wooden cabinet with donated pads and tampons.
It hit home for us because we are girls and we know how important they are. I'm trying to, buy more things with my own money, but it's crazy that switching to buying my own pads and tampons would be like such a big financial thing.
And it's a challenge many face.
Period poverty is the inability to purchase menstrual products in order to manage a period.
Jennifer Gaines of the Alliance for Period Supply says period poverty is widespread across the U.S., uniquely affecting low-income and marginalized communities, and access to education.
Students who don't have access to these products will miss out on school.
1 in 5 teens say they have trouble affording period products, and 4 in 5 students say they've missed class or know someone who did because of it, according to a study sponsored by Thinks and nonprofit Period. Adding to the hefty price for a box of tampons, state sales tax. 22 states in the U.S. still charge a sales tax on menstrual products. Activists are pushing for a 0% tampon tax rate, but some lawmakers take issue with the idea. A 2021 bill to scrap Wyoming's tax on menstrual products failing after lawmakers argued all, quote, hygiene items should be included. State Senator Tom James telling the Casper Star-Tribune, quote, it segregates and favors one sex over another. 17 states and Washington, D.C. have laws requiring free period products in schools, 2 of those requiring them in homeless shelters. Abroad, New Zealand and the city of Seoul offer school period products for free. Scotland making history in September, becoming the first country to provide free period products to everyone.
They definitely modeled, what we can do here in the United States. And so we can't stop having this conversation by just ending the tampon tax.
Far from policy debates, Ariana, Ramsey, and Isabel are making an impact where they can, hoping period pantries will expand.
We hope our project will spread awareness about period poverty and inspire other people to take their own steps.
Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
Coming up here on the show, the royal visit of Prince William and Princess Kate overshadowed by an alleged racist incident involving the prince's godmother. We're finding more out about that today. Just the latest scandal to hit the royal family. We'll talk to Keir Simmons about what it's like to cover the British monarchy at this moment and our behind-the-scenes backstory coming up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some breaking news here. Federal Appeals Court now stopping this so-called special master, that independent third party, looking at the documents that the FBI took from former President Trump's Florida home. This is from a 3-judge panel, including, by the way, 2 Trump appointees, who say Judge Aileen Cannon made a mistake in appointing this special master to look at those documents. We know that the FBI is going through more than 13,000 pages, or documents, I should say, including roughly 100 considered classified. The judges now, in this new piece of information we're just getting into us, say that the law is clear. They say it's got to be dismissed, this whole special master thing. No word yet from the Trump team on any possible appeal, but we will keep you updated. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight you've got the Prince and Princess of Wales in Boston. Tomorrow they'll meet with President Biden there, as this whole trip to the U.S. has been overshadowed by major backlash over the